doctrine and humour to forbear from swearing, in the manner they use in London. But when I arose and felt it, and knew it to be a culverin, I was somewhat reassured thereby, inasmuch as it was not likely that they would plant this engine except in the real and true entrance. Therefore I went on again, more painfully and wearily, and presently found it to be good that I had received that knock, and borne it with such patience, for otherwise I might have blundered full upon the sentries, and been shot without more ado. As it was, I had barely time to draw back as I turned a corner upon them, and if their lanthorn had been in its place, they could scarce have failed to descry me, unless indeed I had seen the gleam before I turned the corner. There seemed to be only 2 of them, of size indeed and stature as all the Doones must be, but I need not have feared to encounter them both, had they been unarmed as I was. It was plain, however, that each had a long and heavy carbine, not in his hands as it should have been, but standing close beside him. Therefore it behoved me now to be exceedingly careful, and even that might scarce avail without luck in proportion. So I kept well back at the corner and laid one cheek to the rock face, and kept my outer eye round the jut, in the wariest mode I could compass, watching my opportunity. And this is what I saw. The 2 villains looked very happy, which villains have no right to be, but often are meseemeth. They were sitting in a niche of rock, with the lanthorn in the corner, quaffing something from glass measures and playing at push-pin or shepherd's chess or basset, or some trivial game of that sort. Each was smoking a long clay pipe, quite of New London shape, I could see, for the shadow was thrown out clearly. And each would laugh from time to time as he fancied he got the better of it. One was sitting with his knees up and left hand on his thigh, and this one had his back to me and seemed to be the stouter. The other leaned more against the rock, half sitting and half astraddle, and wearing leathern overalls, as if newly come from riding. I could see his face quite clearly by the light of the open lanthorn, and a handsomer or a bolder face I had seldom, if ever, set eyes upon, insomuch that it made me very unhappy to think of his being so near my Lorna. How long am I to stand crouching here? I asked of myself at last, being tired of hearing them cry, "Score 1, score 2, no, by Charlie, by I say it is Phelps." And yet my only chance of slipping by them unperceived was to wait till they quarrelled more and came to blows about it. Presently, as I made up my mind to steal along towards them, for the cavern was pretty wide, just there, Charlie, or Charleworth Doone, the younger and taller man, reached forth his hand to seize the money which he swore he had won that time. Upon this the other jerked his arm, vowing that he had no right to it, whereupon Charlie flung at his face the contents of the glass he was sipping, but missed him and hit the candle, which sputtered with a flare of blue flame, from the strength perhaps of the spirit, and then went out completely. At this one swore and the other laughed, and before they had settled what to do I was past them and round the corner, and then, like a giddy fool as I was, I needs must give them a startler, the whoop of an owl done so exactly as John Fry had taught me, and echoed by the roof so fearfully, that one of them dropped the tinder box, and the other caught up his gun and cocked it, at least as I judged by the sounds they made. And then, too late, I knew my madness, for if either of them had fired, no doubt but what all the village would have risen and rushed upon me. However, as the luck of the matter went, it proved for my advantage, for I heard one say to the other, "Curse it, Charlie, what was that? It scared me so I have dropped my box, my flint is gone, and everything. Will the brimstone catch from your pipe, my lad?" "My pipe is out, Phelps, ever so long. Damn it, I am not afraid of an owl, man. Give me the lanthorn and stay here. I'm not half done with you yet, my friend." "Well said, my boy, well said. Go straight to Carver's, mind you. The other sleepy heads be snoring as there is nothing up tonight, no dallying now under Captain's window. Queen will have naught to say to you, and Carver will punch your head into a new wick for your lanthorn. Will he, though, too can play at that? And so after some rude jests and laughter and a few more oaths, I heard Charlie, or at any rate somebody, coming toward me with a loose and not too sober footfall. As he reeled a little in his gait, and I would not move from his way 1 inch after his talk of Lorna, but only longed to grasp him, if common sense permitted it. His braided coat came against my thumb, and his leathern gaiters brushed my knee. If he had turned or noticed it, he would have been a dead man in a moment, but his drunkenness saved him. So I let him reel on unharmed, and thereupon it occurred to me that I could have no better guide, passing as he would exactly where I wished to be, that is to say, under Lorna's window. Therefore I followed him without any especial caution, and soon I had the pleasure of seeing his form against the moonlit sky. Down a steep and winding path with a handrail at the corners, such as they have at Ilfracombe, Master Charlie tripped along, and indeed there was much tripping, and he must have been an active fellow to recover as he did. And after him walked I, much hoping, for his own poor sake, that he might not turn and espy me. But Bacchus, of whom I read at school, with great wonder about his meaning, and the same I may say of Venus, that great deity preserved Charlie his pious worshipper from regarding consequences. So he led me very kindly to the top of the meadow land, where the stream from underground broke forth, seething quietly with a little hiss of bubbles. Hence I had fair view and outline of the robbers' township, spread with bushes here and there, but not heavily overshadowed. The moon, approaching now the full, brought the forms in manner forth, clothing each with character, as the moon more than the sun does to an eye accustomed. I knew that the captain's house was first, both from what Lorna had said of it, and from my mother's description, and now again from seeing Charlie halt there for a certain time, and whistle on his fingers, and hurry on, fearing consequence. The tune that he whistled was strange to me, and lingered in my ears, as having something very new and striking and fantastic in it. And I repeated it softly to myself, while I marked the position of the houses and the beauty of the village. For the stream, in lieu of any street, passing between the houses, and affording perpetual change and twinkling, and reflections moreover by its sleepy murmur soothing all the dwellers there, this and the snugness of the position, walled with rock and spread with herbage, made it look in the quiet moonlight like a little paradise. And to think of all the inmates there, sleeping with good consciences, having plied their useful trade of making others work for them, enjoying life without much labour, yet with great renown. Master Charlie went down the village, and I followed him carefully, keeping as much as possible in the shadowy places, and watching the windows of every house, lest any light should be burning. As I passed Sir Ensor's house my heart leaped up, for I spied a window, higher than the rest above the ground, and with a faint light moving. This could hardly fail to be the room wherein my darling lay, for here that impudent young fellow had gazed while he was whistling. And here my courage grew tenfold, and my spirit feared no evil, for lo, if Lorna had been surrendered to that scoundrel Carver, she would not have been at her grandfather's house, but in Carver's accursed dwelling. Warm with this idea, I hurried after Charleworth Doone, being resolved not to harm him now unless my own life required it. And while I watched from behind a tree, the door of the farthest house was opened, and sure enough it was Carver's self, who stood bareheaded and half undressed in the doorway. I could see his great black chest and arms by the light of the lamp he bore. "Who wants me this time of night?" he grumbled in a deep gruff voice. "Any young scamp prowling after the maids shall have sore bones for his trouble." "All the fair maids are for thee, are they, Master Carver?" Charlie answered, laughing. "We young scamps must be well content with coarser stuff than thou wouldst have." "Would have, ay, and will have," the great beast muttered angrily. I bide my time, but not very long, Only one word for thy good, Charlie. I will fling thee senseless into the river if ever I catch thy girl face there again. Mayhap, Master Carver, it is more than thou couldst do. But I will not keep thee, thou art not pleasant company tonight. All I want is a light for my lanthorn and a glass of schnapps if thou haste it. What is become of thy light then? Good for thee I am not on duty. A great owl flew between me and Phelps as we watched beside the culverin, and so scared was he at our fierce bright eyes that he fell and knocked the light out. Likely tale or likely lie, Charles, we will have the truth tomorrow. Here take thy light and be gone with thee. All virtuous men are in bed now. Then so will I be, and why art thou not? Ha, have I earned my schnapps now? If thou haste paid a bad debt, there is too much in thee already. Be off, my patience is done with. Then he slammed the door in the young man's face, having kindled his lanthorn by this time, and Charlie went up to the watch-place again, muttering as he passed me, "Bad look-out for all of us when that surly old beast is captain. No gentle blood in him, no hospitality, not even pleasant language, nor a good new oath in his frowsy pate. I've a mind to cut the whole of it, and but for the girls I would so. My heart was in my mouth, as they say, when I stood in the shade by Lorna's window and whispered her name gently. The house was of one story only, as the others were, with pine ends standing forth the stone, and only 2 rough windows upon that western side of it, and perhaps both of them were Lorna's. The Doones had been their own builders, for no one should know their ins and outs, and of course their work was clumsy. As for their windows, they stole them mostly from the houses round about, but though the window was not very close, I might have whispered long enough before she would have answered me, frightened as she was, no doubt, by many a rude overture. And I durst not speak aloud because I saw another watchman posted on the western cliff and commanding all the valley. And now this man, having no companion for drinking or for gambling, espied me against the wall of the house and advanced to the brink and challenged me. "Who are you there? Answer, 1, 2, 3, and I fire at thee." The nozzle of his gun was pointed full upon me, as I could see with the moonlight striking on the barrel. He was not more than 50 yards off, and now he began to reckon. Being almost desperate about it, I began to whistle, wondering how far I should get before I lost my windpipe. And as luck would have it, my lips fell into that strange tune I had practised last, the one I had heard from Charlie. My mouth would scarcely frame the notes, being parched with terror, but to my surprise the man fell back, dropped his gun and saluted. Oh, sweetest of all sweet melodies! That tune was Carver Doone's passport, as I heard long afterwards, which Charleworth Doone had imitated for decoy of Lorna. The sentinel took me for that vile Carver, who was like enough to be prowling there for private talk with Lorna, but not very likely to shout forth his name if it might be avoided. The watchman, perceiving the danger perhaps of intruding on Carver's privacy, not only retired along the cliff but withdrew himself to good distance. Meanwhile he had done me the kindest service, for Lorna came to the window at once to see what the cause of the shout was and drew back the curtain timidly. Then she opened the rough lattice, and then she watched the cliff and trees, and then she sighed very sadly. "Oh, Lorna, don't you know me?" I whispered from the side, being afraid of startling her by appearing over suddenly. Quick though she always was of thought, she knew me not from my whisper, and was shutting the window hastily when I caught it back and showed myself. "John," she cried, yet with sense enough not to speak aloud. "Oh, you must be mad, John." "As mad as a March hare," said I, "without any news of my darling. You knew I would come, of course you did." "Well, I thought perhaps you know now, John, you need not eat my hand. Do you see they have put iron bars across? To be sure, do you think I should be contented even with this lovely hand but for these vile iron bars? I will have them out before I go. Now, darling, for one moment, just the other hand for a change, you know." So I got the other, but was not honest, for I kept them both and felt their delicate beauty trembling as I laid them to my heart. "Oh, John, you will make me cry directly." She had been crying long ago. "If you go on in that way, you know we can never have one another. Everyone is against it. Why should I make you miserable? Try not to think of me any more. And will you try the same of me, Lorna?" "Oh yes, John, if you agree to it, at least I will try to try it." "Then you won't try anything of the sort," I cried with great enthusiasm, for her tone was so nice and melancholy. "The only thing we will try is to belong to one another, and if we do our best, Lorna, God alone can prevent us." She crossed herself, with one hand drawn free as I spoke so boldly, and something swelled in her little throat and prevented her from answering. "Now tell me," I said, "what means all this? Why are you so pent up here? Why have you given me no token? Has your grandfather turned against you? Are you in any danger?" "My poor grandfather is very ill. I fear that he will not live long. The councillor and his son are now the masters of the valley, and I dare not venture forth, for fear of anything they might do to me. When I went forth to signal for you, Carver tried to seize me, but I was too quick for him. Little Gwenny is not allowed to leave the valley now, so that I could send no message. I have been so wretched, dear, lest you should think me false to you. The tyrants now make sure of me. You must watch this house both night and day if you wish to save me. There is nothing they would shrink from if my poor grandfather— Oh, I cannot bear to think of myself, when I ought to think of him only, dying without a son to tend him or a daughter to shed a tear. But surely he has sons enough, and a deal too many, I was going to say, but stopped myself in time. Why do none of them come to him? I know not, I cannot tell. He is a very strange old man, and few have ever loved him. He was black with wrath at the councillor this very afternoon. But I must not keep you here, you are much too brave, John, and I am much too selfish. There, what was that shadow? Nothing more than a bat, darling, come to look for his sweetheart. I will not stay long, you tremble so, and yet for that very reason how can I leave you, Lorna?" You must, she answered. "I shall die if they hurt you. I hear the old nurse moving. Grandfather is sure to send for me. Keep back from the window." However, it was only Gwenny Carfax, Lorna's little handmaid. My darling brought her to the window and presented her to me, almost laughing through her grief. "Oh, I am so glad, John. Gwenny, I am so glad you came. I have wanted long to introduce you to my young man, as you call him. It is rather dark, but you can see him. I wish you to know him again, Gwenny." "Why," cried Gwenny with great amazement, standing on tiptoe to look out and staring as if she were weighing me. "Her be bigger nor any Doone, heerd as her have bate our Cornish champion o'erasseling. 'Twadn't fair play nohow, no, don't tell me. 'Twadn't fair play nohow." "True enough, Gwenny," I answered her, for the play had been very unfair indeed on the side of the Bodmin champion. It was not a fair bout, little maid, I am free to acknowledge that. By that answer, or rather by the construction she put upon it, the heart of the Cornish girl was won more than by gold and silver. "I shall know thee again, young man, no fear of that," she answered, nodding with an air of patronage. "Now, Missus, gie on courtin', and I will gie outside and watch for 'ee." Though expressed not over delicately, this proposal arose no doubt from Gwenny's sense of delicacy, and I was very thankful to her for taking her departure. "She is the best little thing in the world," said Lorna, softly laughing, "and the queerest and the truest. Nothing will bribe her against me. If she seems to be on the other side, never doubt her. Now no more of your courtin', John, I love you far too well for that. Yes, ever so much, if you will take a mean advantage of me, and as much as ever you like to imagine, and then you may double it after that. Only go, do go, good John, kind, dear, darling John, if you love me, go." "How can I go without settling anything?" I asked very sensibly. "How shall I know of your danger now? Hit upon something, you are so quick." Anything you can think of, and then I will go and not frighten you. I have been thinking long of something, Lorna answered rapidly with that peculiar clearness of voice which made every syllable ring like music of a several note. You see that tree with the 7 rooks' nests bright against the cliffs there? Can you count them from above, do you think? From a place where you will be safe, dear? No doubt I can. Or if I cannot, it will not take me long to find a spot whence I can do it. Gwenny can climb like any cat. She has been up there in the summer, watching the young birds day by day and daring the boys to touch them. There are neither birds nor eggs there now, of course, and nothing doing. If you see but 6 rooks' nests, I am in peril and want you. If you see but 5, I am carried off by Carver. Good God, said I at the mere idea, in a tone which frightened Lorna. Fear not, John, she whispered sadly, and my blood grew cold at it. I have means to stop him, or at least to save myself. If you can come within 1 day of that man's getting hold of me, you will find me quite unharmed. After that you will find me dead, or alive, according to circumstances, but in no case such that you need blush to look at me. Her dear sweet face was full of pride, as even in the gloom I saw, and I would not trespass on her feelings by such a thing at such a moment as an attempt at any caress. I only said, God bless you, darling, and she said the same to me in a very low, sad voice. And then I stole below Carver's house in the shadow from the eastern cliff, and knowing enough of the village now to satisfy all necessity, betook myself to my well-known track in returning from the valley, which was neither down the water-slide, a course I feared in the darkness, nor up the cliffs at Lorna's bower, but a way of my own inventing which there is no need to dwell upon. A weight of care was off my mind, though much of trouble hung there still. One thing was quite certain, if Lorna could not have John rid, no one else should have her. And my mother, who sat up for me and with me long time afterwards, agreed that this was comfort. Chapter 39. John Fry had now 6 shillings a week of regular and permanent wage, besides all harvest and shearing money, as well as a cottage rent-free, and enough of garden ground to rear pot herbs for his wife and all his family. Now the wages appointed by our justices at the time of sessions were 4 and 6pence a week for summer, and a shilling less for the winter time, and we could be fined and perhaps imprisoned for giving more than the sums so fixed. Therefore John Fry was looked upon as the richest man upon Exmoor, I mean of course among labourers, and there were many jokes about robbing him, as if he were the mint of the king. And Tom Faggus promised to try his hand if he came across John on the highway, although he had ceased from business, and was seeking a royal pardon. Now is it according to human nature, or is it a thing contradictory, as I would fain believe? But anyhow there was upon Exmoor no more discontented man, no man more sure that he had not his worth, neither half so sore about it, than or as John Fry was. And one thing he did which I could not wholly, or indeed I may say, in any measure reconcile with my sense of right, much as I laboured to do John justice, especially because of his roguery. And this was that if we said too much or accused him at all of laziness, which he must have known to be in him, he regularly turned round upon us and quite compelled us to hold our tongues, by threatening to lay information against us for paying him too much wages. Now I have not mentioned all this of John Fry, from any disrespect for his memory, which is green and honest amongst us, far less from any desire to hurt the feelings of his grandchildren, and I will do them the justice once for all to avow thus publicly that I have known a great many bigger rogues, and most of themselves in the number. But I have referred with moderation to this little flaw in a worthy character, or foible, as we call it, when a man is dead, for this reason only, that without it there was no explaining John's dealings with Jeremy Stickles. Master Jeremy, being full of London and Norwich experience, fell into the error of supposing that we clods and yokels were the simplest of the simple, and could be cheated at his good pleasure. Now this is not so. When once we suspect that people have that idea of us, we indulge them in it to the top of their bent, and grieve that they should come out of it, as they do at last in amazement, with less money than before, and the laugh now set against them. Ever since I had offended Jeremy by threatening him, as before related, in case of his meddling with my affairs, he had more and more allied himself with simple-minded John, as he was pleased to call him. John Fry was everything. It was run and fetch my horse, John. John, are my pistols primed well? I want you in the stable, John, about something very particular, until except for the rudeness of it, I was longing to tell Master Stickles that he ought to pay John's wages. John for his part was not backward, but gave himself the most wonderful airs of secrecy and importance, till half the parish began to think that the affairs of the nation were in his hand, and he scorned the sight of a dung fork. It was not likely that this should last, and being the only man in the parish with any knowledge of politics, I gave John Fry to understand that he must not presume to talk so freely, as if he were at least a constable about the constitution, which could be no affair of his, and might bring us all into trouble. At this he only tossed his nose, as if he had been in London at least 3 times for my one, which vexed me so that I promised him the thick end of the plough-whip, if even the name of a knight of the shire should pass his lips for a fortnight. Now I did not suspect in my stupid noddle that John Fry would ever tell Jeremy Stickles about the sight at the Wizard's Slough, and the man in the white nightcap, because John had sworn on the blade of his knife not to breathe a word to any soul, without my full permission. However, it appears that John related, for a certain consideration, all that he had seen, and doubtless more which had accrued to it. Upon this Master Stickles was much astonished at Uncle Reuben's proceedings, having always accounted him a most loyal, keen, and wary subject. All this I learned upon recovering Jeremy's good graces, which came to pass in no other way than by the saving of his life. Being bound to keep the strictest watch upon the 7 rooks' nests, and yet not bearing to be idle and to waste my mother's stores, I contrived to keep my work entirely at the western corner of our farm, which was nearest to Glen Doone, and whence I could easily run to a height commanding the view I coveted. One day Squire Faggus had dropped in upon us, just in time for dinner, and very soon he and King's messenger were as thick as need be. Tom had brought his beloved mare to show her off to Annie, and he mounted his pretty sweetheart upon her, after giving Winnie notice to be on her very best behaviour. The squire was in great spirits, having just accomplished a purchase of land which was worth 10 times what he gave for it, and this he did by a merry trick upon old Sir Roger Bassett, who never supposed him to be in earnest, as not possessing the money. The whole thing was done on a bumper of claret in a tavern where they met, and the old knight having once pledged his word, no lawyers could hold him back from it. They could only say that Master Faggus, being attainted of felony, not a capable grantee. "I will soon cure that," quoth Tom. "My pardon has been ready for months and months, so soon as I care to sue it." And now he was telling our Annie, who listened very rosily and believed every word he said, that having been ruined in early innocence by the means of lawyers, it was only just and fair turn for turn, that having become a match for them by long practice upon the highway, he should reinstate himself at their expense in society. And now he would go to London at once and sue out his pardon, and then would his lovely darling Annie, etc., etc., things which I had no right to hear and in which I was not wanted. Therefore I strode away up the lane to my afternoon's employment, sadly comparing my love with theirs, which now appeared so prosperously, yet heartily glad for Annie's sake, only remembering now and then the old proverb, wrong never comes right. I worked very hard in the copse of young ash with my billhook and a shearing knife, cutting out the saplings where they stooled too close together, making spars to keep for thatching, wall crooks to drive into the cob, stiles for close sheep hurdles, and handles for rakes and hoes and two-bills of the larger and straighter stuff. And all the lesser I bound in faggots, to come home on the sled to the woodrick. It is not to be supposed that I did all this work without many peeps at the 7 rooks' nests which proved my Lorna's safety. Indeed, whenever I wanted a change, either from cleaving or hewing too hard or stooping too much at binding, I was up and away to the ridge of the hill, instead of standing and doing nothing. Soon I forgot about Tom and Annie, and fell to thinking of Lorna only, and how much I would make of her, and what I should call our children, and how I would educate them to do honour to her rank. Yet all the time I worked none the worse by reason of meditation. Fresh-cut spars are not so good as those of a little seasoning, especially if the sap was not gone down at the time of cutting. Therefore we always find it needful to have plenty still in stock. It was very pleasant there in the copse, sloping to the west as it was, and the sun descending brightly, with rocks and banks to dwell upon. The stems of mottled and dimpled wood, with twigs coming out like elbows, hung and clung together closely, with a mode of bending in, as children do at some danger. Overhead the shrunken leaves quivered and rustled ripely, having many points like stars, and rising and falling delicately as fingers play sad music. Along the bed of the slanting ground, all between the stools of wood, there were heaps of dead brown leaves and sheltered mats of lichen, and drifts of spotted stick gone rotten, and tufts of rushes here and there full of fray and feathering. All by the hedge ran a little stream, a thing that could barely name itself, flowing scarce more than a pint in a minute because of the sunny weather. Yet had this rill little crooks and crannies dark and bravely bearded, and a gallant rush through a reeden pipe, the stem of a flag that was grounded, and here and there divided threads from the points of a branching stick into mighty pools of rock, as large as a grown man's hat almost, napped with moss all around the sides and hung with corded grasses. Along and down the tiny banks and nodding into one another even across main channel hung the brown arcade of ferns, some with gold tongues languishing, some with countless eardrops jerking, some with great quilled ribs uprising and long saws a-flapping, others cupped and fanning over with the grace of yielding, even as a hollow fountain spread by winds that have lost their way. Deeply each beyond other, pluming, stooping, glancing, glistening, weaving softest pillow lace, coying to the wind and water when their fleeting image danced, or by which their beauty moved. God has made no lovelier thing, and only he takes heed of them. It was time to go home to supper now, and I felt very friendly towards it, having been hard at work for some hours, with only the voice of the little rill, and some hares and a pheasant for company. The sun was gone down behind the black wood on the farther cliffs of Bagworthy, and the russet of the tufts and spear beds was becoming grey, while the greyness of the sapling ash grew brown against the sky. The hollow curves of the little stream became black beneath the grasses and the fairy fans innumerable, while outside the hedge our clover was crimping its leaves in the dewfall like the cocked hats of wood sorrel. When, thanking God for all this scene, because my love had gifted me with the key to all things lovely, I prepared to follow their example and to rest from labour. Therefore I wiped my billhook and shearing knife very carefully, for I hate to leave tools dirty, and was doubting whether I should try for another glance at the 7 rooks' nests or whether it would be too dark for it. It was now a quarter of an hour mayhap since I had made any chopping noise, because I had been assorting my spars and tying them in bundles instead of plying the bill hook, and the gentle tinkle of the stream was louder than my doings. To this, no doubt, I owe my life, which then, without my dreaming it, was in no little jeopardy. For just as I was twisting the bine of my very last faggot before tucking the cleft tongue under, there came 3 men outside the hedge where the western light was yellow, and by it I could see that all 3 of them carried firearms. These men were not walking carelessly, but following down the hedge trough, as if to stalk some enemy, and for a moment it struck me cold to think it was I they were looking for. With the swiftness of terror I concluded that my visits to Glen Doone were known, and now my life was the forfeit. It was a most lucky thing for me that I heard their clothes catch in the brambles and saw their hats under the rampart of ash, which is made by what we call splashing, and lucky for me that I stood in a goyle and had the dark coppice behind me. To this I had no time to fly, but with a sort of instinct, threw myself flat in among the thick fern and held my breath, and lay still as a log. For I had seen the light gleam on their gun barrels, and knowing the faults of the neighbourhood would fain avoid swelling their number. Then the 3 men came to the gap in the hedge, where I had been in and out so often, and stood up and looked in over. It is all very well for a man to boast that in all his life he has never been frightened and believes that he never could be so. There may be men of that nature, I will not dare to deny it. Only I have never known them. The fright I was now in was horrible, and all my bones seemed to creep inside me. When lying there helpless with only a billet and the comb of fern to hide me in the dusk of early evening, I saw 3 faces in the gap, and what was worse, 3 gun muzzles. Somebody been at work here. It was the deep voice of Carver Doone. Jump up, Charlie, and look about, we must have no witnesses. Give me a hand behind, said Charlie, the same handsome young Doone I had seen that night. Oh, this bank is too devilish steep for me. Nonsense, man, cried Marwood de Witchyhouse, who to my amazement was the 3rd of the number. Only a hind cutting faggots, and of course he hath gone home long ago. Blind man's holiday, as we call it. I can see all over the place, and there is not even a rabbit there. At that I drew my breath again and thanked God I had gotten my coat on. Squire is right, said Charlie, who was standing up high on a root perhaps. There is nobody there now, Captain, and lucky for the poor devil that he keepeth workman's hours. Even his chopper is gone, I see. No dog, no man is the rule about here when it comes to coppice work, continued young de Witchyhouse. There is not a man would dare work there without a dog to scare the pixies. There is a big young fellow upon this farm, Carver Doone muttered sulkily, with whom I have an account to settle if ever I come across him. He hath a cursed spite to us because we shot his father. He was going to bring the lumpers upon us, only he was afeard last winter, and he hath been in London lately for some traitorous job, I doubt. Oh, you mean that fool John Ridd, answered the young squire, a very simple clodhopper. No treachery in him, I warrant. He hath not the head for it. All he cares about is wrestling. As strong as a bull, and with no more brains. A bullet for that bull, said Carver, and I could see the grin on his scornful face. A bullet for ballast to his brain the first time I come across him. Nonsense, Captain, I won't have him shot, for he is my old schoolfellow and hath a very pretty sister, but his cousin is of a different mould and 10 times as dangerous. We shall see, lads, we shall see, grumbled the great black-bearded man. Ill bodes for the fool that would hinder me, but come, let us onward. No lingering, or the viper will be in the bush from us. Body and soul, if he give us the slip. Both of you shall answer it. No fear, Captain, and no hurry, Charlie answered gallantly. Would I were as sure of living a 12-month as he is of dying within the hour. Extreme unction for him in my bullet patch. Remember, I claim to be his confessor because he hath insulted me. Thou art welcome to the job for me, said Marwood as they turned away and kept along the hedgerow. I love to meet a man sword to sword, not to pop at him from a foxhole. What answer was made I could not hear, for by this time the stout ashen hedge was between us, and no other gap to be found in it, until at the very bottom where the corner of the copse was. Yet I was not quit of danger now, for they might come through that second gap, and then would be sure to see me unless I crept into the uncut thicket before they could enter the clearing. But in spite of all my fear, I was not wise enough to do that, and in truth the words of Carver Doone had filled me with such anger, knowing what I did about him and his pretence to Lorna. And the sight of Squire Marwood in such outrageous company had so moved my curiosity, and their threats against some unknown person so aroused my pity, that much of my prudence was forgotten, or at least the better part of courage, which loves danger at long distance. Therefore, holding fast my bill-hook, I dropped myself very quietly into the bed of the runnel, being resolved to take my chance of their entrance at the corner, where the water dived through the hedgerow. And so I followed them down the fence, as gently as a rabbit goes, only I was inside it, and they on the outside, but yet so near that I heard the branches rustle as they pushed them. Perhaps I had never loved ferns so much as when I came to the end of that little gully, and stooped betwixt two patches of them, now my chiefest shelter, for cattle had been through the gap just there, in quest of fodder and coolness, and had left but a mound of trodden earth between me and the outlaws. I mean at least on my left hand, upon which side they were, for in front where the brook ran out of the copse was a good stiff hedge of holly, and now I prayed heaven to lead them straight on, for if they once turned to their right through the gap the muzzles of their guns would come almost against my forehead. I heard them, for I durst not look, and could scarce keep still for trembling. I heard them trampling outside the gap, uncertain which track they should follow. And in that fearful moment, with my soul almost looking out of my body, expecting notice to quit it, what do you think I did? I counted the threads in a spider's web, and the flies he had lately eaten as their skeletons shook in the twilight. We shall see him better in there, said Carver in his horrible gruff voice like the creaking of the gallows chain. Sit there behind holly hedge, lads, while he cometh down yonder hill, and then our good evening to him, one at his body and two at his head, and good aim, lest we balk the devil. I tell you, Captain, that will not do, said Charlie, almost whispering. You are very proud of your skill, we know, and can hit a lark if you see it, but he may not come until after dark, and we cannot be too nigh to him. This holly hedge is too far away. He crosses down here from Slocum Slade, not from Tibbicot, I tell you, but along that track to the left there, and so by the foreland to Glenthorne, where his boat is in the cove. Do you think I have tracked him so many evenings without knowing his line to a hair? Will you fool away all my trouble? Come then, lad, we will follow thy lead, thy life for his if we fail of it. After me then, right into the hollow, thy legs are growing stiff, Captain. So shall thy body be, young man, if thou leadest me astray in this. I heard them stumbling down the hill, which was steep and rocky in that part, and peering through the hedge, I saw them enter a covert, by the side of the track which Master Stickles followed almost every evening when he left our house upon business. And then I knew who it was they were come on purpose to murder, a thing which I might have guessed long before, but for terror and cold stupidity. Oh, that God! I thought for a moment, waiting for my blood to flow. Oh, that God had given me brains to meet such cruel dastards according to their villainy. The power to lie and the love of it, the stealth to spy and the glory in it, above all, the quiet relish for blood and joy in the death of an enemy. These are what any man must have to contend with the Doones upon even terms. And yet I thank God that I have not any of these. It was no time to dwell upon that only to try, if might be, to prevent the crime they were bound upon. To follow the armed men down the hill would have been certain death to me, because there was no covert there and the last light hung upon it. It seemed to me that my only chance to stop the mischief pending was to compass the round of the hill, as fast as feet could be laid to ground, only keeping out of sight from the valley, and then down the rocks and across the brook, to the track from Slocumb Slade, so as to stop the king's messenger from travelling any farther if only I could catch him there. And this was exactly what I did, and a terrible run I had for it, fearing at every step to hear the echo of shots in the valley, and dropping down the scrubby rocks with tearing and violent scratching. Then I crossed Bagworthy stream, not far below Doone valley, and breasted the hill towards Slocumb Slade, with my heart very heavily panting. Why Jeremy chose to ride this way instead of the more direct one, which would have been over Orhill, was more than I could account for, but I had nothing to do with that. All I wanted was to save his life. And this I did by about a minute, and which was the hardest thing of all, with a great horse pistol at my head as I seized upon his bridle. Jerry, was all I could say, being so fearfully short of breath, for I had crossed the ground quicker than any horse could. Spoken just in time, John Ridd, cried Master Stickles, still however pointing the pistol at me. I might have known thee by thy size, John. What art doing here? Come to save your life, for God's sake go no farther. 3 men in the covert there with long guns waiting for thee. Ha, I have been watched of late. That is why I pointed at thee, John. Back round this corner and get thy breath and tell me all about it. I never saw a man so hurried. I could beat thee now, John. Jeremy Stickles was a man of courage and presence of mind and much resource, otherwise he would not have been appointed for this business. Nevertheless he trembled greatly when he heard what I had to tell him. But I took good care to keep back the name of young Marwood de Witchy House, neither did I show my knowledge of the other men, for reasons of my own not very hard to conjecture. We will let them cool their heels, John Ridd, said Jeremy after thinking a little. I cannot fetch my musketeers either from Glenthorne or Lynmouth in time to seize the fellows, and 3 desperate Doones well armed are too many for you and me. One result this attempt will have, it will make us attack them sooner than we had intended. And one more it will have, good John, it will make me thy friend for ever. Shake hands, my lad, and forgive me freely for having been so cold to thee. Mayhap in the troubles coming, it will help thee not a little to have done me this good turn. Upon this he shook me by the hand with a pressure such as we feel not often, and having learned from me how to pass quite beyond view of his enemies, he rode on to his duty whatever it might be. For my part I was inclined to stay, and watch how long the 3 Fusiliers would have the patience to lie in wait. But seeing less and less use in that, as I grew more and more hungry, I swung my coat about me and went home to Plover's Barrows. Chapter 40. Stickles took me aside the next day and opened all his business to me, whether I would or not. But I gave him clearly to understand that he was not to be vexed with me, neither to regard me as in any way dishonest if I should use for my own purpose, or for the benefit of my friends, any part of the knowledge and privity thus enforced upon me. To this he agreed quite readily, but upon the express provision that I should do nothing to thwart his schemes, neither unfold them to anyone, but otherwise be allowed to act according to my own conscience, and as consisted with the honour of a loyal gentleman, for so he was pleased to term me. Now what he said lay in no great compass and may be summed in smaller still, especially as people know the chief part of it already. Disaffection to the king, or rather dislike to his brother James and fear of Roman ascendancy, had existed now for several years and of late were spreading rapidly. Partly through the downright arrogance of the Tory faction, the cruelty and austerity of the Duke of York, the corruption of justice and confiscation of ancient rights and charters, partly through jealousy of the French king and his potent voice in our affairs, and partly, or perhaps one might even say, mainly through that natural tide in all political channels, which verily moves as if it had the moon itself for its mistress. No sooner is a thing done and fixed, being set far in advance perhaps of all that was done before, like a new mole in the sea, but immediately the waters retire, lest they should undo it, and every one says how fine it is, but leaves other people to walk on it. Then after a while, the vague endless ocean, having retired and lain still without a breeze or murmur, frets and heaves again with impulse or with lashes laid on it, and in one great surge advances over every rampart. And so there was at the time I speak of, a great surge in England, not rolling yet but seething, and one which 1,000 Chief Justices and 1,000,000 Jeremy Stickles should never be able to stop or turn by stringing up men in front of it, any more than a rope of onions can repulse a volcano. But the worst of it was that this great movement took a wrong channel at first, not only missing legitimate line, but roaring out that the back ditchway was the true and established course of it. Against this rash and random current nearly all the ancient mariners of the state were set, not to allow the brave ship to drift there, though some little boats might try it. For the present there seemed to be a pause with no open onset, but people on the shore expecting, each according to his wishes, and the feel of his own finger, whence the rush of wind should come which might direct the water. Now, to reduce high figures of speech into our own little numerals, all the towns of Somersetshire and half the towns of Devonshire were full of pushing eager people, ready to swallow anything or to make others swallow it. Whether they believed the folly about the black box and all that stuff is not for me to say. Only one thing I know, they pretended to do so and persuaded the ignorant rustics. Taunton, Bridgwater, Minehead, and Dulverton took the lead of the other towns in utterance of their discontent, and threats of what they meant to do if ever a papist dared to climb the Protestant throne of England. On the other hand, the Tory leaders were not as yet under apprehension of an immediate outbreak, and feared to damage their own cause by premature coercion, for the struggle was not very likely to begin in earnest during the life of the present king, unless he should, as some people hoped, be so far emboldened as to make public profession of the faith which he held, if any. So the Tory policy was to watch, not indeed permitting their opponents to gather strength and muster in armed force or with order, but being well apprised of all their schemes and intended movements, to wait for some bold overt act and then to strike severely. And as a Tory watchman or spy, as the Whigs would call him, Jeremy Stickles was now among us, and his duty was threefold. First, and most ostensibly, to see to the levying of poundage in the little haven of Lynmouth, and farther up the coast, which was now becoming a place of resort for the folk whom we call smugglers, that is to say, who land their goods without regard to king's revenue as by law established. And indeed there had been no officer appointed to take toll, until one had been sent to Minehead not so very long before. The excise as well, which had been ordered in the time of the Long Parliament, had been little heeded by the people hereabouts. Second, his duty was, though only the Doones had discovered it, to watch those outlaws narrowly, and report of their manners which were scanty, doings which were too manifold, reputation which was execrable, and politics whether true to the king and the Pope or otherwise. Jeremy Stickles' third business was entirely political, to learn the temper of our people and the gentle families, to watch the movements of the trained bands, which could not always be trusted, to discover any collecting of arms and drilling of men among us, to prevent, if need were, by open force, any importation of gunpowder of which there had been some rumour. In a word, to observe and forestall the enemy. Now, in providing for this last-mentioned service, the government had made a great mistake, doubtless through their anxiety to escape any public attention, for all the disposable force at their emissaries' command amounted to no more than a score of musketeers, and these so divided along the coast as scarcely to suffice for the duty of sentinels. He held a commission, it is true, for the employment of the train bands, but upon the understanding that he was not to call upon them, except as a last resource, for any political object, although he might use them against the Doones as private criminals, if found needful, and supposing that he could get them. So you see, John, he said in conclusion, I have more work than tools to do it with. I am heartily sorry I ever accepted such a mixed and meagre commission. At the bottom of it lies, I am well convinced, not only the desire to keep things quiet but the paltry jealousy of the military people. Because I am not a colonel, forsooth, or a captain in His Majesty's service, it would never do to trust me with a company of soldiers. And yet they would not send either colonel or captain, for fear of a stir in the rustic mind. The only thing that I can do with any chance of success is to rout out these vile Doone fellows and burn their houses over their heads. Now what think you of that, John Ridd? Destroy the town of the Doones, I said, and all the Doones inside it. Surely, Jeremy, you would never think of such a cruel act as that. A cruel act, John. It would be a mercy for at least 3 counties. No doubt you folk who live so near are well accustomed to them, and would miss your liveliness in coming home after nightfall, and the joy of finding your sheep and cattle right when you not expected it. But after a while you might get used to the dullness of being safe in your beds, and not losing your sisters and sweethearts. Surely, on the whole, it is as pleasant not to be robbed as to be robbed. I think we should miss them very much, I answered after consideration, for the possibility of having no Doones had never yet occurred to me, and we all were so thoroughly used to them and allowed for it in our year's reckoning. I am sure we should miss them very sadly, and something worse would come of it. Thou art the staunchest of all staunch Tories, cried Stickles, laughing as he shook my hand. Thou believest in the divine right of robbers, who are good enough to steal thy own fat sheep. I am a jolly Tory, John, but thou art 10 times jollier. Oh, the grief in thy face at the thought of being robbed no longer. He laughed in a very unseemly manner, while I discredited nothing to laugh about, for we always like to see our way, and a sudden change upsets us. And unless it were in the loss of the farm, or the death of the king, or of Betty Muxworthy, there was nothing that could so unsettle our minds as the loss of the Doones of Bagworthy. And beside all this I was thinking, of course, and thinking more than all the rest, about the troubles that might ensue to my own beloved Lorna. If an attack of Glen Doone were made by savage soldiers and rude train bands, what might happen, or what might not, to my delicate, innocent darling. Therefore, when Jeremy Stickles again placed the matter before me, commending my strength and courage and skill, to flatter me of the highest, and finished by saying that I would be worth at least 4 common men to him, I cut him short as follows. Master Stickles, once for all, I will have naught to do with it. The reason why is no odds of thine, nor in any way disloyal. Only in thy plans remember that I will not strike a blow, neither give any counsel, neither guard any prisoners. Not strike a blow, cried Jeremy, against thy father's murderers, John. Not a single blow, Jeremy, unless I knew the man who did it and he gloried in his sin. It was a foul and dastard deed, yet not done in cold blood. Neither in cold blood will I take God's task of avenging it. Very well, John, answered Master Stickles, I know thine obstinacy. When thy mind is made up, to argue with thee is pelting a rock with peppercorns. But thou hast some other reason, lad, unless I am much mistaken, over and above thy merciful nature and Christian forgiveness. Anyhow, come and see it, John. There will be good sport, I reckon, especially when we thrust our claws into the nest of the ravens. Many a yeoman will find his daughter, and some of the Porlock lads their sweethearts. A nice young maiden now for thee, John, if indeed any. No more of this, I answered very sternly. It is no business of thine, Jeremy, and I will have no joking upon this matter. Good my lord, so be it, but one thing I tell thee in earnest. We will have thy old double-dealing uncle Huckaback of Dulverton, and march him first to assault Doone Castle, sure as my name is Stickles. I hear that he hath often vowed to storm the valley himself, if only he could find a dozen musketeers to back him. Now we will give him chance to do it, and prove his loyalty to the king, which lies under some suspicion of late. With regard to this, I had nothing to say, for it seemed to me very reasonable that Uncle Reuben should have first chance of recovering his stolen goods, about which he had made such a sad to-do, and promised himself such vengeance. I made bold, however, to ask Master Stickles at what time he intended to carry out this great and hazardous attempt. He answered that he had several things requiring first to be set in order, and that he must make an inland journey, even as far as Tiverton and perhaps Crediton and Exeter, to collect his forces and ammunition for them. For he meant to have some of the yeomanry as well as of the trained bands, so that if the Doones should sally forth, as perhaps they would, on horseback, cavalry might be there to meet them and cut them off from returning. If the attack succeeded, what was to become of her? Who would rescue her from the brutal soldiers, even supposing that she escaped from the hands of her own people during the danger and ferocity? And in smaller ways I was much put out. For instance, who would ensure our corn ricks, sheep and cattle, aye, and even our fat pigs, now coming on for bacon, against the spreading all over the country of unlicensed marauders? The Doones had their rights and understood them, and took them according to prescription, even as the parsons had, and the lords of manors, and the king himself, God save him. But how were these low soldiering fellows, half-starved at home very likely, and only too glad of the fat of the land, and ready, according to our proverb, to burn the paper they fried in? Who were they to come hectoring and heroing over us, and heliogabalizing with our pretty sisters to cook for them, and be chucked under chin perhaps afterwards? There is nothing England hates so much, according to my sense of it, as that fellows taken from plough-tail, cart-tail, pot-houses and parish stocks should be hoisted and foisted upon us, after a few months' drilling, and their lying shaped into truckling, as defenders of the public weal and heroes of the universe. All this made me very uncomfortable, for many and many reasons, the chief and foremost being of course my anxiety about Lorna. In another way I was vexed, moreover, for after all we must consider the opinions of our neighbours, namely that I knew quite well how everybody for 10 miles round, for my fame must have been at least that wide after all my wrestling, would lift up hands and cry out thus, "Black shame on John Ridd if he lets them go without him." Putting all these things together, as well as many others, which your own wits will suggest to you, it is impossible but what you will freely acknowledge that this unfortunate John Ridd was now in a cloven stick. There was Lorna, my love and life, bound by her duty to that old vill. Nay, I mean to her good grandfather, who could now do little mischief, and therefore deserved all praise. Lorna bound, at any rate, by her womanly feelings, if not by sense of duty, to remain in the thick danger with nobody to protect her, but everybody to covet her for beauty and position. Here was all the country roused with violent excitement at the chance of snapping at the Doones, and not only getting tit for tat, but every young man promising his sweetheart a gold chain and his mother at least a shilling. And here was our own mow yard, better filled than we could remember, and perhaps every sheaf in it destined to be burned or stolen before we had finished the bread we had baked. Among all these troubles there was, however, or seemed to be, one comfort. Tom Faggus returned from London very proudly and very happily, with a royal pardon in black and white, which everybody admired the more, because no one could read a word of it. The squire himself acknowledged cheerfully that he could sooner take 50 purses than read a single line of it. Some people indeed went so far as to say that the parchment was made from a sheep Tom had stolen, and that was why it prevaricated so in giving him a character. But I, knowing something by this time of lawyers, was able to contradict them, affirming that the wolf had more than the sheep to do with this matter. For according to our old saying, the 3 learned professions live by roguery on the 3 parts of a man. The doctor mauls our bodies, the parson starves our souls, but the lawyer must be the adroitest knave, for he has to ensnare our minds. Therefore he takes a careful delight in covering his traps and engines with a spread of dead-leaf words, whereof himself knows little more than half the way to spell them. But now Tom Faggus, although having wit to gallop away on his strawberry mare with the speed of terror from lawyers, having paid them with money too honest to stop, yet fell into a reckless adventure, ere ever he came home, from which any lawyer would have saved him, although he ought to have needed none beyond common thought for dear Annie. Now I am, and ever have been, so vexed about this story that I cannot tell it pleasantly, as I try to write in general in my own words and manner. Therefore I will let John Fry, whom I have robbed of another story to which he was more entitled, and whom I have robbed of many speeches, which he thought very excellent, lest I should grieve any one with his lack of education, the last lack he ever felt, by the by. Now, with your good leave, I will allow poor John to tell this tale in his own words and style, which he has a perfect right to do, having been the first to tell us. For Squire Faggus kept it close, not trusting even Annie with it, or at least she said so, because no man knows much of his sweetheart's tongue until she has borne him a child or 2. Only before John begins his story, this I would say in duty to him, and in common honesty, that I dare not write down some few of his words, because they are not convenient for dialect or other causes, and that I cannot find any way of spelling many of the words which I do repeat, so that people not born on Exmoor may know how he pronounced them, even if they could bring their lips and their legs to the proper attitude. And in this I speak advisedly, having observed some 1,000 times that the manner a man has of spreading his legs, and bending his knees or stiffening, and even the way he will set his heel, make all the difference in his tone, and time of casting his voice aright, and power of coming home to you. We always liked John's stories, not for any wit in them, but because we laughed at the man rather than the matter. The way he held his head was enough, with his chin fixed hard like a certainty, especially during his biggest lie, not a sign of a smile in his lips or nose, but a power of not laughing, and his eyes not turning to anybody unless somebody had too much of it, as young girls always do, and went over the brink of laughter. Thereupon it was good to see John Fry, how he looked gravely first at the laughter, as much as to ask, "What is it now?" Then if the fool went laughing more, as he or she was sure to do upon that dry inquiry, John would look again to be sure of it, and then at somebody else to learn whether the laugh had company. Then if he got another grin, all his mirth came out in glory with a sudden break, and he wiped his lips and was grave again. Now John, being too much encouraged by the girls, of which I could never break them, came into the house that December evening with every inch of him full of a tale. Annie saw it, and Lizzie, of course, and even I, in the gloom of great evils, perceived that John was a loaded gun, but I did not care to explode him. Now nothing primed him so hotly as this. If you wanted to hear all John Fry had heard, the surest of all sure ways to it was to pretend not to care for a word of it. I were over to Exefford in the morning. John began from the chimney corner looking straight at Annie. For to zee a little carve, Jan, as us couldn't get thee to lave who's about. Mesus have got a quare vancy vor un from what her have heard of the braid. Now zit quite wull Miss Luzzy or a want goo on no verder. Vain little tale I'll tull if so be thee zits quite. Wull as I coom down the hill I zeed a sate of volks a stapping of the row udwy. All on my girt goons or 2 men out of dree ym. Racken there were dree score on tack small and beg togather lake, latter lown the women and chillers, zum on my matches blowing, t'others flint lacks. What be up now? I says to Bill Blacksmith as had knowledge of me, be the king acumen, if her be do he want to shut un. Thee not nor, says Bill Blacksmith, just the same as I be a tullin of it. Why man us expects tam fagus, and zum on us mains to shut un we out a warrant, says I. Sure he knows better nor thick, Bill, a man mayn't shut to another man we out have a warrant, Bill. Warship zed so last tame I zeed un and nothing to the contrariary. Haw, never frout about that, saith Bill, zame as I be tullin you, us has warrants and warships eno, dree or ver on and more nor a dizen warranties, fraught I know to contrariary. Shut un us mains and shut un us will, why Miss Annie, good Lord, whatever max steer so. Nothing at all, John, our Annie answered, only the horrible ferocity of that miserable blacksmith. That be neither here nor there, John continued with some wrath at his own interruption. Blacksmith gnawed what the squire had been, and veered to lose his own custom if squire tuck to shoein again. Shut any man I would misel as interfered why my trade lake. Lucky for thee, said Bill Blacksmith, as thee beast so short and fat, Jan. Dree on us were a gooin to shutty till us zeed how fat thee was, Jan. Law now, Bill, I answered un why a girt cold swat upon me. Shut me, Bill, and my own waif neither drame of it. Here John Fry looked round the kitchen, for he had never said anything of the kind, I doubt, but now made it part of his discourse from thinking that Mistress Fry was come as she generally did to fetch him. Well done then, Jan Vry, said the woman, who had entered quietly but was only our old Molly. What handsome manners thee haste gat, Jan, to spake so well of thy waif lake, after all the lafe she leads thee. Put thee pot on the fire, old ooman, and bile thee own backen. John answered her very sharply. Nobody no rate to meddle why a man's bad ooman but himsel. Wull, here was all these here men awaitin, zum why harses, zum we out, the common volk why long girt guns, and thar quality why girt broad swords. Who were there, way lat me zee, there were Squire Maunder. Here John assumed his full historical key. Him why the pot to his victual place. And Sir Richard Blewett shaking over the zaddle, and Squire Sandford of Lee. Him why the long nose and one eye, and Sir Gronus Batchildor over to Ninehead Court, and ever so many more on tulling up how they was all gooin to be promoted for kitching of Tom Faggus. Hope to God, says I to mysel, poor Tom want coom here today, all up with her if a doth, and who be there to succeed un. Mark me now, all these charps was good to shut un as her coom crass the water be wade eno there and stony but no deeper than my neat place. The cassen goo no verder, Bill Blacksmith saith to me, nobody load to crass the vord until such time as Faggus coom, plaise God us may mak sure of un. Amen, so be it, says I. God knoweth I be never in any hurry and would sooner stop nor goo on most tames. Why that I pulled my victuals out and zat a horsebark atin of and oncommon good they was. Won't us have un this tame just saith Tim Potter as keepeth the bull there, and yet I be sorry for un. But a man must keep the law her must, so be her can only learn it. And now poor Tom will swing as high as the tops of they girt hashes there. Just the kitch unversed, says I, measure rope. Why the body to measure by? Hurrah, here be another now, saith Bill Blacksmith, grinning, another coom to help us. What a grave gentleman, a worship of the pace at last. For a gentleman on a cue-ball horse was coming slowly down the hill on t'other side of water, looking at us in a friendly way, and with a long papper standing forth the lining of his coat lake. Horse stapped to drink in the water, and gentleman spak to unkindly, and then they coom rate on to ussen, and the gentleman's face were so long and so grave, us veered a were gooin to prake to us. Court o' King's Bench, saith one man, checker and plays, saith another, special commission, I doubt, saith Bill Blacksmith, backed by the Mayor of Taunton. Any justice of the King's peace, good people, to be found near here, said the gentleman, lifting his hat to us and very gracious in his manner. Your honour, saith Bill with his hat off his head, there be sacks or zeven warships here, all on very wise uns, Squire Maunder there be the zinire. So the gentleman rode up to Squire Maunder, and raised his cocked hat in a manner that took the squire out of countenance, for he could not do the like of it. Sir, said he, good and worshipful sir, I am here to claim your good advice and valour, for purposes of justice. I hold his Majesty's commission to make to cease a notorious rogue whose name is Thomas Faggus. With that he offered his commission, but Squire Maunder told the truth, that he could not read even words in print, much less written characters. Then the other magistrates rode up and put their heads together, how to meet the London gentleman without loss of importance. There were one of 'em as could raid purty ver, and her made out King's mark upon it. And he bowed upon his horse to the gentleman, and he laid his hand on his heart and said, Worshipful sir, we as has the honour of his gracious Majesty's commission are entirely at your service, and crave instructions from you. Lest John Fry seem to underrate the erudition of Devonshire magistrates, I venture to offer copy of a letter from a justice of the peace to his bookseller, circa 1810 A.D., now in my possession. Sir, please to send me the acts relating to Augusta Spax, ed. of L.D., emphasized this in original. Then a waving of hats began, and a bowing, and making of legs to one another, sich as never were zeed afore, but none of 'em all for air and braiding cud coom aneg the gentleman with the long grave face. Your worships have posted the men right well, saith he with another bow all round. Surely that big rogue will have no chance left among so many valiant musketeers. Ha, what see I there, my friend? Rust in the pan of your gun, that gun would never go off, sure as I am the King's commissioner. And I see another just as bad, and lo, there the third. Pardon me, gentlemen, I have been so used to his Majesty's ordnance yards. But I fear that bold rogue would ride through all of you and laugh at your worship's beards, by George. But what shall us do? Squire Maunder axed, I fear there be no oil here. Discharge your pieces, gentlemen, and let the men do the same, or at least let us try to discharge them, and load again with fresh powder. It is the fog of the morning hath spoiled the priming. That rogue is not in sight yet, but God knows we must not be asleep with him, or what will his Majesty say to me if we let him slip once more? Excellent, wondrous well said, good sir, Squire Maunder answered him, I never should have thought of that now. Bill Blacksmith, tell all the men to be ready to shoot up into the air directly I give the word. Now are you ready there, Bill? All ready, your worship, saith Bill, saluting like a soldier. Then 1, 2, dree and shut, cries Squire Maunder, standing up in the irons of his stirrups. Thereupon they all blazed out, and the noise of it went all round the hills, with a girt thick cloud arising, and all the air smelling of powder. Before the cloud was gone so much as 10 yards on the wind, the gentleman on the cue-balled horse shuts up his face like a pair of nutcracks, as wide as it was long before, and out he pulls 2 girt pistols longside of saddle, and clapped one to Squire Maunder's head, and t'other to Sir Richard Blewit's. Hand forth your money and all your warrants, he saith like a clap of thunder. Gentlemen, have you now the wit to apprehend Tom Faggus? Squire Maunder swore so that he ought to be fined, but he pulled out his purse none the slower for that, and so did Sir Richard Blewit. First man I see go to load a gun, I'll un the bullet to do it with, said Tom, for you see it was him and no other, looking quietly round upon all of them. Then he robbed all the rest of their warships as pleasant as might be. And he saith, now, gentlemen, do your duty, serve your warrants afore you imprison me. With that he made them give up all the warrants, and he stuck them in the band of his hat, and then he made a bow with it. Good morning to your warships now, and a Merry Christmas all of you, and the merrier both for rich and poor when gentlemen see their almsgiving. Lest you deny yourselves the pleasure, I will aid your warships, and to save you the trouble of following me when your guns be loaded. This is my strawberry mare, gentlemen, only with a little cream on her. Gentlemen all, in the name of the king, I thank you. All this while he was casting their money among the poor folk by the handful, and then he spak kindly to the red mare, and were over the back of the hill in 2 seconds, and best part of 2 mile away, I reckon, afore ever a gun were loaded. The truth of this story is well established by first-rate tradition. Chapter 41. That story of John Fry's, instead of causing any amusement, gave us great disquietude, not only because it showed that Tom Faggus could not resist sudden temptation and the delight of wildness, but also that we greatly feared lest the king's pardon might be annulled, and all his kindness cancelled by a reckless deed of that sort. It was true, as Annie insisted continually, even with tears, to wear in her arguments, that Tom had not brought away anything, except the warrants, which were of no use at all after receipt of the pardon. Neither had he used any violence except just to frighten people. But could it be established, even towards Christmas time, that Tom had a right to give alms right and left out of other people's money? Dear Annie appeared to believe that it could, saying that if the rich continually chose to forget the poor, a man who forced them to remember, and so to do good to themselves and to others, was a public benefactor, and entitled to every blessing. But I knew, and so Lizzie knew, John Fry being now out of hearing, that this was not sound argument. For if it came to that, any man might take the king by the throat, and make him cast away among the poor the money which he wanted sadly for her grace the Duchess, and the beautiful Countess of this and of that. Lizzie, of course, knew nothing about his Majesty's diversions, which were not fit for a young maid's thoughts, but I now put the form of the argument as it occurred to me. Therefore I said once for all, and both my sisters always listened when I used the deep voice from my chest, Tom Faggus hath done wrong herein, wrong to himself and to our Annie. All he need have done was to show his pardon, and the magistrates would have rejoiced with him. He might have led a most godly life, and have been respected by everybody, and knowing how brave Tom is, I thought that he would have done as much. Now if I were in love with a maid, I put it thus for the sake of poor Lizzie. Never would I so imperil my life, and her fortune in life along with me, for the sake of a poor diversion. A man's first duty is to the women who are forced to hang upon him. Oh, John, not that horrible word, cried Annie to my great surprise and serious interruption. Oh, John, any word but that, and she burst forth crying terribly. What word, Lizzie? What does the wench mean? I asked in the saddest vexation, seeing no good to ask Annie at all, for she carried on most dreadfully. Don't you know, you stupid lout, said Lizzie, completing my wonderment by the scorn of her quicker intelligence. If you don't know, axe about. And with that I was forced to be content. For Lizzie took Annie in such a manner on purpose to vex me, as I could see, with her head drooping down and her hair coming over, and tears and sobs rising and falling to boot without either order or reason, that seeing no good for a man to do, since neither of them was Lorna. I even went out into the courtyard and smoked a pipe, and wondered what on earth is the meaning of women. Now in this I was wrong and unreasonable, as all women will acknowledge. But sometimes a man is so put out by the way they take on about nothing that he really cannot help thinking for at least a minute that women are a mistake for ever, and hence are for ever mistaken. Nevertheless, I could not see that any of these great thoughts and ideas applied at all to my Lorna, but that she was a different being, not woman enough to do anything bad, yet enough of a woman for man to adore. And now a thing came to pass which tested my adoration pretty sharply, inasmuch as I would far liefer faced Carver Doone and his father, nay, even the roaring lion himself with his hoofs and flaming nostrils, than have met, in cold blood, Sir Ensor Doone, the founder of all the colony and the fear of the very fiercest. But that I was forced to do at this time, and in the manner following. When I went up one morning to look for my 7 rooks' nests, behold there were but 6 to be seen, for the topmost of them all was gone, and the most conspicuous. I looked and rubbed my eyes and turned to try them by other sights, and then I looked again. Yes, there could be no doubt about it. The signal was made for me to come because my love was in danger. For me to enter the valley now during the broad daylight could have brought no comfort, but only harm to the maiden and certain death to myself. Yet it was more than I could do to keep altogether at distance. Therefore I ran to the nearest place where I could remain unseen, and watched the glen from the wooded height, for hours and hours impatiently. However, no impatience of mine made any difference in the scene upon which I was gazing. In the part of the valley which I could see, there was nothing moving except the water, and a few stolen cows going sadly along, as if knowing that they had no honest right there. It sank very heavily into my heart, with all the beds of dead leaves around it, and there was nothing I cared to do except blow on my fingers and long for more wit. For a frost was beginning which made a great difference to Lorna and to myself, I trow, as well as to all the 5 million people who dwell in this island of England. Such a frost as never I saw before, neither hope ever to see again. A time when it was impossible to milk a cow for icicles, or for a man to shave some of his beard, as I liked to do for Lorna's sake, because she was so smooth, without blunting his razor on hard grey ice. No man could keep yat, as we say, even though he abandoned his work altogether and thumped himself all on the chest and the front, till his frozen hands would have been bleeding except for the cold that kept still all his veins. If John Ridd lived until the year 1740, as so strong a man was bound to do, he must have seen almost a harder frost, and perhaps it put an end to him, for then he would be some 80 years old. But tradition makes him keep yat, as he says, up to 50 years. Ed. L.D. However, at present there was no frost, although for a fortnight threatening, and I was too young to know the meaning of the way the dead leaves hung, and the worm casts prickling like women's combs, and the leaden tone upon everything, and the dead weight of the sky. Will Watcombe, the old man at Lynmouth, who had been half over the world almost, and who talked so much of the Gulf Stream, had, as I afterwards called to mind, foretold a very bitter winter this year, but no one would listen to him because there were not so many hips and haws as usual, whereas we have all learned from our grandfathers that Providence never sends very hard winters, without having furnished a large supply of berries for the birds to feed upon. It was lucky for me, while I waited here, that our very best sheepdog, Old Watch, had chosen to accompany me that day. For otherwise I must have had no dinner, being unpersuaded, even by that, to quit my survey of the valley. However, by aid of poor Watch, I contrived to obtain a supply of food, for I sent him home with a note to Annie fastened upon his chest, and in less than an hour back he came, proud enough to wag his tail off with his tongue hanging out from the speed of his journey and a large lump of bread and of bacon fastened in a napkin around his neck. I had not told my sister, of course, what was toward, for why should I make her anxious? When it grew towards dark, I was just beginning to prepare for my circuit around the hills, but suddenly Watch gave a long, low growl. I kept myself close as possible and ordered the dog to be silent, and presently saw a short figure approaching from a thickly wooded hollow on the left side of my hiding place. It was the same figure I had seen once before in the moonlight at Plover's Barrows, and proved, to my great delight, to be the little maid Gwenny Carfax. She started a moment at seeing me, but more with surprise than fear, and then she laid both her hands upon mine as if she had known me for 20 years. "Young man," she said, "you must come with me. I was gwain all the way to fetch thee. Old man be dying, and her can't die, or at least her won't, without first considering thee." "Considering me," I cried. "What can Sir Ensor Doone want with considering me? Has Mistress Lorna told him all concerning thee and thy doings, when she knowed old man was so near his end? That vexed he was about thy low blood, a thought her would come to life again on purpose for to bait But after all there can't be scarcely such bad luck as that. Now if her strook thee thou must take it, there be no denying of Fire I have seen afore, hot and red and raging, but I never seen cold fire afore, and it maketh me burn and shiver. And in truth it made me both burn and shiver, to know that I must either go straight to the presence of Sir Ensor Doone, or give up Lorna once for all and rightly be despised by her. For the first time of my life I thought that she had not acted fairly. Why not leave the old man in peace without vexing him about my affair? But presently I saw again that in this matter she was right, that she could not receive the old man's blessing, supposing that he had one to give, which even a worse man might suppose, while she deceived him about herself and the life she had undertaken. Therefore, with great misgiving of myself, but no ill thought of my darling, I sent Watch home and followed Gwenny, who led me along very rapidly, with her short broad form gliding down the hollow from which she had first appeared. Here at the bottom she entered a thicket of grey ash stubs and black holly, with rocks around it gnarled with roots and hung with masks of ivy. Here in a dark and lonely corner with a pixie ring before it, she came to a narrow door, very brown and solid, looking like a trunk of wood at a little distance. This she opened without a key by stooping down and pressing it where the threshold met the jamb, and then she ran in very nimbly, but I was forced to be bent in two, and even so without comfort. The passage was close and difficult, and as dark as any black pitch, but it was not long, be it as it might, and in that there was some comfort. We came out soon at the other end and were at the top of Doone Valley. In the chilly dusk air it looked most untempting, especially during that state of mind under which I was labouring. As we crossed towards the captain's house we met a couple of great Doones lounging by the waterside. Gwenny said something to them, and although they stared very hard at me, they let me pass without hindrance. It is not too much to say that when the little maid opened Sir Ensor's door, my heart thumped, quite as much with terror as with hope of Lorna's presence. But in a moment the fear was gone, for Lorna was trembling in my arms, and my courage rose to comfort her. The darling feared, beyond all things else, lest I should be offended with her for what she had said to her grandfather, and for dragging me into his presence. But I told her almost a falsehood, the first and the last that ever I did tell her, to wit that I cared not that much, and showed her the tip of my thumb as I said it, for old Sir Ensor and all his wrath, so long as I had his granddaughter's love. Now I tried to think this as I said it, so as to save it from being a lie, but somehow or other it did not answer, and I was vexed with myself both ways. But Lorna took me by the hand as bravely as she could, and led me into a little passage where I could hear the river moaning and the branches rustling. Here I passed as long a minute as fear ever cheated time of, saying to myself continually that there was nothing to be frightened at, yet growing more and more afraid by reason of so reasoning. At last my Lorna came back very pale, as I saw by the candle she carried, and whispered, "Now be patient, dearest. Never mind what he says to you, neither attempt to answer him. Look at him gently and steadfastly, and if you can, with some show of reverence, but above all things no compassion, it drives him almost mad. Now come, walk very quietly." She led me into a cold, dark room, rough and very gloomy, although with 2 candles burning. I took little heed of the things in it, though I marked that the window was open. That which I heeded was an old man, very stern and comely, with death upon his countenance, yet not lying in his bed but set upright in a chair, with a loose red cloak thrown over him. Upon this his white hair fell, and his pallid fingers lay in a ghastly fashion without a sign of life or movement or of the power that kept him up, all rigid, calm and relentless. Only in his great black eyes, fixed upon me solemnly, all the power of his body dwelt, all the life of his soul was burning. I could not look at him very nicely, being afeard of the death in his face and most afeard to show it. And to tell the truth, my poor blue eyes fell away from the blackness of his as if it had been my coffin plate. Therefore I made a low obeisance and tried not to shiver. Only I groaned that Lorna thought it good manners to leave us 2 together. "Ah," said the old man, and his voice seemed to come from a cavern of skeletons. "Are you that great John Ridd?" "John Ridd is my name, your honour," was all that I could answer, "and I hope your worship is better. Child, have you sense enough to know what you have been doing?" "Yes, I knew right well," I answered, "that I have set mine eyes far above my rank." "Are you ignorant that Lorna Doone is born of the oldest families remaining in North Europe?" "I was ignorant of that, your worship, yet I knew of her high descent from the Doones of Bagworthy." The old man's eyes, like fire, probed me whether I was jesting. Then perceiving how grave I was, and thinking that I could not laugh as many people suppose of me, he took on himself to make good the deficiency with a very bitter smile. "And know you of your own low descent from the Ridds of Orr?" "Sir," I answered, being as yet unaccustomed to this style of speech, "the Ridds of Orr have been honest men twice as long as the Doones have been rogues." "I would not answer for that, John," Sir Ensor replied very quietly when I expected fury. "If it be so, thy family is the very oldest in Europe. Now hearken to me, boy or clown or honest fool or whatever thou art, hearken to an old man's words who has not many hours to live. There is nothing in this world to fear, nothing to revere or trust, nothing even to hope for. Least of all is there aught to love." "I hope your worship is not quite right," I answered with great misgivings. "Else it is a sad mistake for anybody to live, sir. Therefore," he continued as if I had never spoken, "though it may seem hard for a week or 2 like the loss of any other toy, I deprive you of nothing, but add to your comfort, and if there be such a thing to your happiness, when I forbid you ever to see that foolish child again. All marriage is a wretched farce, even when man and wife belong to the same rank of life, have temper well assorted, similar likes and dislikes, and about the same pittance of mind. But when they are not so matched, the farce would become a long, dull tragedy if anything were worth lamenting. There I have reasoned enough with you. I am not in the habit of reasoning. Though I have little confidence in man's honour, I have some reliance in woman's pride. You will pledge your word in Lorna's presence never to see or to seek her again, never even to think of her more. Now call her, for I am weary." He kept his great eyes fixed upon me with their icy fire, as if he scorned both life and death, and on his haughty lips some slight amusement at my trouble, and then he raised one hand as if I were a poor dumb creature, and pointed to the door. Although my heart rebelled and kindled at his proud disdain, I could not disobey him freely, but made a low salute and went straightway in search of Lorna. I found my love or not my love, according as now she should behave, for I was very desperate being put upon so sadly. Lorna Doone was crying softly at a little window and listening to the river's grief. I laid my heavy arm around her, not with any air of claiming or of forcing her thoughts to me, but only just to comfort her and ask what she was thinking of. To my arm she made no answer, neither to my seeking eyes, but to my heart once for all. She spoke with her own upon it. Not a word nor sound between us, not even a kiss was interchanged. But man or maid who has ever loved hath learned our understanding. Therefore it came to pass that we saw fit to enter Sir Ensor's room in the following manner. Lorna, with her right hand swallowed entirely by the palm of mine, and her waist retired from view by means of my left arm. All one side of her hair came down in a way to be remembered upon the left and fairest part of my favourite otterskin waistcoat, and her head as well would have lain there doubtless, but for the danger of walking so. I, for my part, was too far gone to lag behind in the matter, but carried my love bravely, fearing neither death nor hell, while she abode beside me. Old Sir Ensor looked much astonished. For 40 years he had been obeyed and feared by all around him, and he knew that I had feared him vastly before I got hold of Lorna, and indeed I was still afraid of him, only for loving Lorna so and having to protect her. Then I made him a bow to the very best of all I had learned both at Tiverton and in London. After that I waited for him to begin as became his age and rank in life. "Ye two fools," he said at last with a depth of contempt which no words may express, "ye two fools, may it please your worship." I answered softly, "Maybe we are not such fools as we look, but though we be, we are well content, so long as we may be two fools together." "Why, John," said the old man with a spark as of smiling in his eyes, "thou art not altogether the clumsy yokel and the clod I took thee for." "Oh no, grandfather, oh dear grandfather," cried Lorna with such zeal and flashing that her hands went forward. "Nobody knows what John Ridd is because he is so modest. I mean nobody except me dear." And here she turned to me again and rose upon tiptoe and kissed me. "I have seen a little o' the world," said the old man, while I was half ashamed, although so proud of Lorna, "but this is beyond all I have seen and nearly all I have heard of. It is more fit for southern climates than for the fogs of Exmoor." "It is fit for all the world, your worship, with your honour's good leave and will," I answered in humility, being still ashamed of it. "When it happens so to people, there is nothing that can stop it, sir." Now Sir Ensor Doone was leaning back upon his brown chair-rail, which was built like a triangle, as in old farmhouses, from one of which it had come, no doubt, free from expense or gratitude. And as I spoke he coughed a little, and he sighed a good deal more, and perhaps his dying heart desired to open time again with such a lift of warmth and hope as he descried in our eyes and arms. I could not understand him then, any more than a baby playing with his grandfather's spectacles. Nevertheless I wondered whether, at his time of life, or rather on the brink of death, he was thinking of his youth and pride. "Fools you are, be fools for ever," said Sir Ensor Doone at last, while we feared to break his thoughts but let each other know our own with little ways of pressure. "It is the best thing I can wish you, boy and girl, be boy and girl until you have grandchildren." Partly in bitterness he spoke, and partly in pure weariness, and then he turned so as not to see us, and his white hair fell like a shroud around him. Chapter 42. All things being full of flaw, all things being full of holes, the strength of all things is in shortness. If Sir Ensor Doone had dwelled for half an hour upon himself, and an hour perhaps upon Lorna and me, we must both have wearied of him and required change of air. But now I longed to see and know a great deal more about him, and hoped that he might not go to heaven for at least a week or more. However, he was too good for this world, as we say of all people who leave it. And I verily believe his heart was not a bad one after all. Evil he had done, no doubt, as evil had been done to him. Yet how many have done evil while receiving only good? Be that as it may, and not vexing a question settled for ever without our votes, let us own that he was at least a brave and courteous gentleman, and his loss aroused great lamentation, not among the Doones alone and the women they had carried off, but also of the general public, and many even of the magistrates for several miles round Exmoor. And this not only from fear lest one more wicked might succeed him, as appeared indeed too probable, but from true admiration of his strong will and sympathy with his misfortunes. I will not deceive anyone by saying that Sir Ensor Doone gave in so many words his consent to my resolve about Lorna. This he never did except by his speech last written down, from which, as he mentioned grandchildren, a lawyer perhaps might have argued it. Not but what he may have meant to bestow on us his blessing, only that he died next day without taking the trouble to do it. He called indeed for his box of snuff, which was a very high thing to take, and which he never took without being in very good humour, at least for him, and though it would not go up his nostrils through the failure of his breath, he was pleased to have it there and not to think of dying. "Will your honour have it wiped?" I asked him very softly, for the brown appearance of it spoiled to my idea his white moustachios, but he seemed to shake his head, and I thought it kept his spirits up. I had never before seen anyone do what all of us have to do some day, and it greatly kept my spirits down, although it did not so very much frighten me. For it takes a man but a little while, his instinct being of death perhaps at least as much as of life, which accounts for his slaying his fellow men so, and every other creature. It does not take a man very long to enter into another man's death, and bring his own mood to suit it. He knows that his own is sure to come, and nature is fond of the practice. Hence it came to pass that I, after easing my mother's fears and seeing a little to business, returned, as if drawn by a polar needle, to the deathbed of Sir Ensor. There was some little confusion, people wanting to get away and people trying to come in from downright curiosity, of all things the most hateful, and others making great to-do and talking of their own time to come, telling their own age and so on. But everyone seemed to think or feel that I had a right to be there, because the women took that view of it. As for Carver and Counsellor, they were minding their own affairs so as to win the succession, and never found it in their business, at least so long as I was there, to come near the dying man. He, for his part, never asked for anyone to come near him, not even a priest nor a monk or friar, but seemed to be going his own way, peaceful and well contented. Only the chief of the women said that from his face she believed and knew that he liked to have me at one side of his bed, and Lorna upon the other. An hour or two ere the old man died, when only we two were with him, he looked at us both very dimly and softly, as if he wished to do something for us, but had left it now too late. Lorna hoped that he wanted to bless us, but he only frowned at that and let his hand drop downward and crooked one knotted finger. "He wants something out of the bed, dear," Lorna whispered to me. "See what it is upon your side there." I followed the bent of his poor shrunken hand and sought among the pilings, and there I felt something hard and sharp, and drew it forth and gave it to him. It flashed like the spray of a fountain upon us. In the dark winter of the room, he could not take it in his hand but let it hang as daisies do, only making Lorna see that he meant her to have it. "Why, it is my glass necklace," Lorna cried in great surprise, My necklace he always promised me, and from which you have got the ring, John, but grandfather kept it because the children wanted to pull it from my neck. May I have it now, dear grandfather? Not unless you wish, dear. Darling Lorna wept again, because the old man could not tell her, except by one very feeble nod, that she was doing what he wished. Then she gave to me the trinket for the sake of safety, and I stowed it in my breast. He seemed to me to follow this and to be well content with it. Before Sir Ensor Doone was buried, the greatest frost of the century had set in, with its iron hand and step of stone on everything. How it came is not my business, nor can I explain it, because I never have watched the skies, as people now begin to do when the ground is not to their liking. Though of all this I know nothing, and less than nothing I may say, because I ought to know something. I can hear what people tell me, and I can see before my eyes. The strong men broke 3 good pickaxes ere they got through the hard brown sod, streaked with little maps of grey, where old Sir Ensor was to lie upon his back awaiting the darkness of the judgment day. It was in the little chapel yard. I will not tell the name of it, because we are now such Protestants, that I might do it an evil turn. Only it was the little place where Lorna's Aunt Sabina lay. Here was I, remaining long with a little curiosity, because some people told me plainly that I must be damned for ever by a papist funeral. And here came Lorna, scarcely breathing through the thick of stuff around her, yet with all her little breath steaming on the air like frost. I stood apart from the ceremony, in which of course I was not entitled, either by birth or religion, to bear any portion. And indeed it would have been wiser in me to have kept away altogether, for now there was no one to protect me among those wild and lawless men, and both Carver and the counsellor had vowed a fearful vengeance on me, as I heard from Gwenny. They had not dared to meddle with me while the chief lay dying, nor was it in their policy, for a short time after that, to endanger their succession by an open breach with Lorna, whose tender age and beauty held so many of the youths in thrall. The ancient outlaw's funeral was a grand and moving sight, more perhaps from the sense of contrast than from that of fitness. To see those dark and mighty men, inured to all of sin and crime, reckless both of man and God, yet now with heads devoutly bent, clasped hands and downcast eyes, following the long black coffin of their common ancestor, to the place where they must join him when their sum of ill was done. And to see the feeble priest chanting over the dead form, words the living would have laughed at, sprinkling with his little broom drops that could not purify, while the children, robed in white, swung their smoking censers slowly over the cold and twilight grave, and after seeing all to ask with a shudder unexpressed, is this the end that God intended for a man so proud and strong? Not a tear was shed upon him, except from the sweetest of all sweet eyes. Not a sigh pursued him home, except in hot anger. His life had been cold and bitter and distant, and now a week had exhausted all the sorrow of those around him, a grief flowing less from affection than fear. Aged men will show his tombstone, mothers haste with their infants by it, children shrink from the name upon it, until in time his history shall lapse and be forgotten by all except the great Judge and God. After all was over, I strode across the moors very sadly, trying to keep the cold away by virtue of quick movement. Not a flake of snow had fallen yet. All the earth was caked and hard, with a dry brown crust upon it. All the sky was banked with darkness, hard, austere, and frowning. The fog of the last 3 weeks was gone, neither did any rime remain, but all things had a look of sameness and a kind of furzy colour. It was freezing hard and sharp, with a piercing wind to back it, and I had observed that the holy water froze upon Sir Ensor's coffin. One thing struck me with some surprise as I made off for our fireside, with a strong determination to heave an ash tree up the chimney place. And that was how the birds were going, rather than flying as they used to fly. All the birds were set in one direction, steadily journeying westward, not with any heat of speed, neither flying far at once, but all as if on business bound, partly running, partly flying, partly fluttering along, silently and without a voice, neither pricking head nor tail. This movement of the birds went on, even for a week or more. Every kind of thrushes passed us, every kind of wild fowl, even plovers went away, and crows and snipes and woodcocks. And before half the frost was over, all we had in the snowy ditches were hares so tame that we could pat them, partridges that came to hand with a dry noise in their crops, heath poults making cups of snow, and a few poor hopping redwings flipping in and out the hedge, having lost the power to fly, and all the time their great black eyes, set with gold around them, seemed to look at any man for mercy and for comfort. Annie took a many of them, all that she could find herself, and all the boys would bring her, and she made a great hutch near the fire in the back kitchen chimney place. Here, in spite of our old Betty, who sadly wanted to roast them, Annie kept some 50 birds with bread and milk and raw chopped meat, and all the seeds she could think of, and lumps of rotten apples placed to tempt them in the corners. Some got on and some died off, and Annie cried for all that died, and buried them under the woodrick, but I do assure you it was a pretty thing to see when she went to them in the morning. There was not a bird but knew her well after one day of comforting, and some would come to her hand and sit and shut one eye and look at her. Then she used to stroke their heads and feel their breasts and talk to them, and not a bird of them all was there but liked to have it done to him, and I do believe they would eat from her hand things unnatural to them, lest she should be grieved and hurt by not knowing what to do for them. One of them was a noble bird, such as I never had seen before, of very fine bright plumage, and larger than a missel thrush. He was the hardest of all to please, and yet he tried to do his best. I have heard since then from a man who knows all about birds and beasts and fishes that he must have been a Norwegian bird, called in this country a roller, who never comes to England but in the most tremendous winters. Another little bird there was whom I longed to welcome home and protect from enemies, a little bird no native to us but than any native dearer. But lo, in the very night which followed old Sir Ensor's funeral, such a storm of snow began as never have I heard nor read of, neither could have dreamed it. At what time of night it first began is more than I can say, at least from my own knowledge, for we all went to bed soon after supper, being cold and not inclined to talk. At that time the wind was moaning sadly, and the sky as dark as a wood, and the straw in the yard swirling round and round, and the cows huddling into the great cow-house, with their chins upon one another. But we, being blinder than they, I suppose, and not having had a great snow for years, made no preparation against the storm, except that the lambing ewes were in shelter. It struck me, as I lay in bed, that we were acting foolishly, for an ancient shepherd had dropped in and taken supper with us, and foretold a heavy fall and great disaster to live stock. He said that he had known a frost beginning, just as this had done, with a black east wind after days of raw cold fog, and then on the third night of the frost at this very time of year, to wit on the 15th of December, such a snow set in as killed half of the sheep, and many even of the red deer and the forest ponies. It was 80 years agone, he said, and cause he had to remember it, inasmuch as 2 of his toes had been lost by frost nip, while he dug out his sheep on the other side of the dunkery. Hereupon mother nodded at him, having heard from her father about it, and how 3 men had been frozen to death, and how badly their stockings came off from them. The frost of 1625, remembering how the old man looked, and his manner of listening to the wind and shaking his head very ominously, when Annie gave him a glass of schnapps, I grew quite uneasy in my bed as the room got colder and colder, and I made up my mind, if it only pleased God not to send the snow till the morning, that every sheep and horse and cow, aye, and even the poultry should be brought in snug, and with plenty to eat and fodder enough to roast them. Alas, what use of man's resolves, when they come a day too late, even if they may avail a little when they are most punctual. In the bitter morning I arose to follow out my purpose, knowing the time from the force of habit, although the room was so dark and grey. An odd white light was on the rafters, such as I never had seen before, while all the length of the room was gristly, like the heart of a mouldy oat-rick. I went to the window at once, of course, and at first I could not understand what was doing outside of it. It faced due east, as I may have said, with the walnut tree partly sheltering it, and generally I could see the yard and the woodrick and even the church beyond. But now half the lattice was quite blocked up, as if plastered with grey lime, and little fringes like ferns came through where the joining of the lead was, and in the only undarkened part, countless dots came swarming, clustering, beating with a soft, low sound, then gliding down in a slippery manner, not as drops of rain do, but each distinct from his neighbour. Inside the iron frame, which fitted, not to say too comfortably, and went along the stonework, at least a peck of snow had entered, following its own bend and fancy, light as any cobweb. With some trouble and great care lest the ancient frame should yield, I spread the lattice open, and saw at once that not a moment must be lost to save our stock. All the earth was flat with snow, all the air was thick with snow. More than this no man could see, for all the world was snowing. I shut the window and dressed in haste, and when I entered the kitchen not even Betty, the earliest of all early birds, was there. I raked the ashes together a little just to see a spark of warmth, and then set forth to find John Fry, Jem Slocombe and Bill Dadds. But this was easier thought than done, for when I opened the courtyard door, I was taken up to my knees at once, and the power of the drifting cloud prevented sight of anything. However, I found my way to the woodrick, and there got hold of a fine ash stake, cut by myself not long ago. With this I ploughed along pretty well, and thundered so hard at John Fry's door that he thought it was the Doones at least, and cocked his blunderbuss out of the window. John was very loth to come down when he saw the meaning of it, for he valued his life more than anything else, though he tried to make out that his wife was to blame. But I settled his doubts by telling him that I would have him on my shoulder naked unless he came in 5 minutes. Not that he could do much good, but because the other men would be sure to skulk if he set them the example. With spades and shovels and pitchforks and a round of roping, we 4 set forth to dig out the sheep, and the poor things knew that it was high time. Lorna, Doone by R.D. Blackmore, Chapter 43. It must have snowed most wonderfully to have made that depth of covering in about 8 hours. For one of Master Stickle's men who had been out all the night said that no snow began to fall until nearly midnight. And here it was, blocking up the doors, stopping the ways and the water courses, and making it very much worse to walk than in a sawpit newly used. However, we trudged along in a line, I first and the other men after me, trying to keep my track, but finding legs and strength not up to it. Most of all, John Fry was groaning, certain that his time was come, and sending messages to his wife and blessings to his children. For all this time it was snowing harder than it ever had snowed before, so far as a man might guess at it, and the leaden depth of the sky came down, like a mine turned upside down on us. Not that the flakes were so very large, for I have seen much larger flakes in a shower of March while sowing peas, but that there was no room between them, neither any relaxing nor any change of direction. Watch, like a good and faithful dog, followed us very cheerfully, leaping out of the depth, which took him over his back and ears already, even in the level places. While in the drifts he might have sunk to any distance out of sight, and never found his way up again. However, we helped him now and then, especially through the gaps and gateways. And so after a deal of floundering, some laughter and a little swearing, we came all safe to the lower meadow where most of our flock was hurdled. But behold, there was no flock at all. None, I mean, to be seen anywhere, only at one corner of the field by the eastern end where the snow drove in, a great white billow as high as a barn and as broad as a house. This great drift was rolling and curling beneath the violent blast, tufting and combing with rustling swirls, and carved as in patterns of cornice, where the grooving chisel of the wind swept round. Ever and again the tempest snatched little whiffs from the channelled edges, twirled them round and made them dance over the chime of the monster pile, then let them lie like herring bones or the seams of sand where the tide has been. And all the while from the smothering sky, more and more fiercely at every blast, came the pelting, pitiless arrows winged with murky white and pointed with the barbs of frost. But although for people who had no sheep, the sight was a very fine one so far at least as the weather permitted any sight at all, yet for us with our flock beneath it this great mount had but little charm. Watch began to scratch at once and to howl along the sides of it. He knew that his charge was buried there and his business taken from him, but we 4 men set to in earnest, digging with all our might and main, shovelling away at the great white pile and fetching it into the meadow. Each man made for himself a cave, scooping at the soft, cold flux which slid upon him at every stroke, and throwing it out behind him in piles of castled fancy. At last we drove our tunnels in, for we worked indeed for the lives of us, and all converging towards the middle, held our tools and listened. The other men heard nothing at all, or declared that they heard nothing, being anxious now to abandon the matter because of the chill in their feet and knees. But I said, "Go if you choose, all of you. I will work it out by myself, you pie crusts," and upon that they gripped their shovels, being more or less of Englishmen, and the least drop of English blood is worth the best of any other when it comes to lasting out. But before we began again, I laid my head well into the chamber, and there I hears a faint marara, coming through some ells of snow like a plaintive, buried hope or a last appeal. I shouted aloud to cheer him up, for I knew what sheep it was, to wit, the most valiant of all the Weathers, who had met me when I came home from London, and been so glad to see me. And then we all fell to again, and very soon we hauled him out. Watch took charge of him at once, with an air of the noblest patronage, lying on his frozen fleece and licking all his face and feet to restore his warmth to him. Then Fighting Tom jumped up at once and made a little butt at Watch, as if nothing had ever ailed him, and then set off to a shallow place and looked for something to nibble at. Further in and close under the bank where they had huddled themselves for warmth, we found all the rest of the poor sheep packed, as closely as if they were in a great pie. It was strange to observe how their vapour and breath, and the moisture exuding from their wool had scooped, as it were, a coved room for them, lined with a ribbing of deep yellow snow. Also the churned snow beneath their feet was as yellow as gamboge. 2 or 3 of the weaklier hoggets were dead from want of air and from pressure, but more than 70 were as lively as ever, though cramped and stiff for a little while. "However shall us get em home?" John Fry asked in great dismay when we had cleared about a dozen of them, which we were forced to do very carefully so as not to fetch the roof down. No manner of maning to drave drow all they girt driftnesses. "You see to this place, John," I replied as we leaned on our shovels a moment and the sheep came rubbing round us. "Let no more of them out for the present, they are better where they be. Watch here, boy, keep them." Watch came with his little scut of a tail cocked as sharp as duty, and I set him at the narrow mouth of the great snow anter. All the sheep sidled away and got closer, that the other sheep might be bitten first, as the foolish things imagine. Whereas no good sheepdog even so much as lips a sheep to turn it. Then of the outer sheep, all now snowed and frizzled like a lawyer's wig, I took the two finest and heaviest, and with one beneath my right arm and the other beneath my left, I went straight home to the upper sheppy and set them inside and fastened them. 66 I took home in that way, 2 at a time on each journey, and the work grew harder and harder each time as the drifts of the snow were deepening. No other man should meddle with them. I was resolved to try my strength against the strength of the elements, and try it I did, and proved it. A certain fierce delight burned in me as the struggle grew harder, but rather would I die than yield, and at last I finished it. People talk of it to this day, but none can tell what the labour was who have not felt that snow and wind. Of the sheep upon the mountain and the sheep upon the western farm and the cattle on the upper barrows, scarcely 1 in 10 was saved. Do what we would for them, and this was not through any neglect, now that our wits were sharpened, but from the pure impossibility of finding them at all. That great snow never ceased a moment for 3 days and nights. And then when all the earth was filled and the topmost hedges were unseen, and the trees broke down with weight wherever the wind had not lightened them, a brilliant sun broke forth and showed the loss of all our customs. All our house was quite snowed up, except where we had purged away by dint of constant shovellings. The kitchen was as dark and darker than the cider cellar, and long lines of furrowed scallops ran even up to the chimney stacks. Several windows fell right inwards, through the weight of the snow against them, and the few that stood bulged in, and bent like an old bruised lanthorn. We were obliged to cook by candlelight, we were forced to read by candlelight. As for baking, we could not do it because the oven was too chill, and a load of faggots only brought a little wet down the sides of it. For when the sun burst forth at last upon that world of white, what he brought was neither warmth nor cheer nor hope of softening, only a clearer shaft of cold from the violet depths of sky. Long-drawn alleys of white haze seemed to lead towards him, yet such as he could not come down with any warmth remaining. Broad white curtains of the frost fog looped around the lower sky, on the verge of hill and valley and above the laden trees. Only round the sun himself and the spot of heaven he claimed, clustered a bright purple blue, clear and calm and deep. That night such a frost ensued as we had never dreamed of, neither read in ancient books or histories of Frobisher. The kettle by the fire froze and the crock upon the hearth cheeks. Many men were killed and cattle rigid in their head ropes. Then I heard that fearful sound, which never I had heard before, neither since have heard, except during that same winter, the sharp yet solemn sound of trees burst open by the frost blow. Our great walnut lost 3 branches and has been dying ever since, though growing meanwhile as the soul does. And the ancient oak at the cross was rent, and many score of ash trees. But why should I tell all this? The people who have not seen it as I have will only make faces and disbelieve till such another frost comes, which perhaps may never be. This terrible weather kept Tom Faggus from coming near our house for weeks, at which indeed I was not vexed a quarter so much as Annie was, for I had never half approved of him as a husband for my sister, in spite of his purchase from Squire Bassett and the grant of the royal pardon. It may be, however, that Annie took the same view of my love for Lorna and could not augur well of it. But if so, she held her peace, though I was not so sparing, for many things contributed to make me less good-humoured now than my real nature was. And the very least of all these things would have been enough to make some people cross, and rude, and fractious. I mean the red and painful chapping of my face and hands, from working in the snow all day, and lying in the frost all night. For being of a fair complexion, and a ruddy nature, and pretty plump withal, and fed on plenty of hot victuals, and always forced by my mother to sit nearer the fire than I wished, it was wonderful to see how the cold ran revel on my cheeks and knuckles. And I feared that Lorna, if it should ever please God to stop the snowing, might take this for a proof of low and rustic blood and breeding. And this, I say, was the smallest thing, for it was far more serious that we were losing half our stock, do all we would to shelter them. Even the horses in the stables, mustered all together for the sake of breath and steaming, had long icicles from their muzzles almost every morning. But of all things the very gravest to my apprehension was the impossibility of hearing, or having any token of or from my loved one. Not that those 3 days alone of snow, tremendous as it was, could have blocked the country so, but that the sky had never ceased for more than 2 days at a time for full 3 weeks thereafter to pour fresh piles of fleecy mantle. Neither had the wind relaxed a single day from shaking them. As a rule, it snowed all day, cleared up at night, and froze intensely, with the stars as bright as jewels, earth spread out in lustrous twilight, and the sounds in the air as sharp and crackling as artillery. Then in the morning snow again before the sun could come to help. It mattered not what way the wind was. Often and often the vanes went round and we hoped for change of weather. The only change was that it seemed, if possible, to grow colder. Indeed, after a week or so the wind would regularly box the compass, as the sailors call it, in the course of every day, following where the sun should be, as if to make a mock of him. And this of course immensely added to the peril of the drifts, because they shifted every day, and no skill or care might learn them. I believe it was on Epiphany morning or somewhere about that period, when Lizzie ran into the kitchen to me, where I was thawing my goose grease with the dogs among the ashes. The live dogs, I mean, not the iron ones, for them we had given up long ago, and having caught me, by way of wonder, for generally I was out shovelling long before my young lady had her nightcap off, she positively kissed me for the sake of warming her lips perhaps, or because she had something proud to say. "You great fool, John," said my lady, as Annie and I used to call her on account of her airs and graces. "What a pity you never read, John. Much use, I should think, in reading." I answered, though pleased with her condescension. "Read, I suppose, with roof coming in, and only this chimney left sticking out of the snow." "The very time to read, John," said Lizzie, looking grander. "Our worst troubles are the need whence knowledge can deliver us." "Amen," I cried out. "Are you parson or clerk, whichever you are, good morning." Thereupon I was bent on my usual round, a very small one nowadays, but Eliza took me with both hands and I stopped of course, for I could not bear to shake the child, even in play, for a moment, because her back was tender. Then she looked up at me with her beautiful eyes, so large, unhealthy and delicate, and strangely shadowing outward, as if to spread their meaning, and she said, "Now, John, this is no time to joke. I was almost frozen in bed last night, and Annie like an icicle. Feel how cold my hands are. Now will you listen to what I have read about climates 10 times worse than this, and where none but clever men can live? Impossible for me to listen now. I have hundreds of things to see to. But I will listen after breakfast to your foreign climates, child. Now attend to mother's hot coffee." She looked a little disappointed, but she knew what I had to do, and after all she was not so utterly unreasonable, although she did read books. And when I had done my morning's work I listened to her patiently, and it was out of my power to think that all she said was foolish. For I knew common sense pretty well by this time, whether it happened to be my own or any other person's, if clearly laid before me. And Lizzie had a particular way of setting forth very clearly whatever she wished to express and enforce. But the queerest part of it all was this: that if she could but have dreamed for a moment what would be the first application made me by of her lesson, she would rather have bitten her tongue off than help me to my purpose. She told me that in the Arctic regions, as they call some places, a long way north, where the Great Bear lies all across the heavens, and no sun is up for whole months at a time, and yet where people will go exploring out of pure contradiction and for the sake of novelty and love of being frozen, that here they always had such winters as we were having now. It never ceased to freeze, she said, and it never ceased to snow, except when it was too cold, and then all the air was choked with glittering spikes, and a man's skin might come off of him before he could ask the reason. Nevertheless the people there, although the snow was 50 feet deep, and all their breath fell behind them frozen, like a log of wood dropped from their shoulders, yet they managed to get along and make the time of the year to each other by a little cleverness, foreseeing how the snow was spread lightly over everything, covering up the hills and valleys and the foreskin of the sea. They contrived a way to crown it, and to glide like a flake along. Through the sparkle of the whiteness and the wreaths of windy tossings, and the ups and downs of cold, any man might get along with a boat on either foot to prevent his sinking. She told me how these boats were made, very strong and very light, of ribs with skin across them, 5 feet long and 1 foot wide, and turned up at each end even as a canoe is. But she did not tell me, nor did I give it a moment's thought myself, how hard it was to walk upon them without early practice. Then she told me another thing equally useful to me, although I would not let her see how much I thought about it. And this concerned the use of sledges, and their power of gliding and the lightness of their following, all of which I could see at once through knowledge of our own farm sleds, which we employ in lieu of wheels used in flatter districts. When I had heard all this from her, a mere chit of a girl as she was, unfit to make a snowball even or to fry snow pancakes, I looked down on her with amazement and began to wish a little that I had given more time to books. But God shapes all our fitness and gives each man his meaning, even as he guides the wavering lines of snow descending. Our Eliza was meant for books, our dear Annie for loving and cooking, I, John Ridd, for sheep and wrestling and the thought of Lorna, and mother to love all 3 of us and to make the best of her children. And now, if I must tell the truth, as at every page I try to do, though God knows it is hard enough, I had felt through all this weather, though my life was Lorna's, something of a satisfaction in so doing duty to my kindest and best of mothers, and to none but her. For if you come to think of it, a man's young love is very pleasant, very sweet and tickling, and takes him through the core of heart without his knowing how or why. Then he dwells upon it sideways without people looking, and builds up all sorts of fancies, growing hot with working so at his own imaginings. So his love is a crystal goddess set upon an obelisk, and whoever will not bow the knee yet without glancing at her, the lover makes it a sacred right either to kick or to stick him. I am not speaking of me and Lorna, but of common people. Then, if you come to think again, lo, or I will not say lo, for no one can behold it, only feel or but remember what a real mother is. Ever loving, ever soft, ever turning sin to goodness, vices into virtues, blind to all 9/10 of wrong, through a telescope beholding, though herself so nigh to them, faintest decimal of promise even in her vilest child. Ready to thank God again, as when her babe was born to her, leaping as at kingdom come at a wandering syllable of gospel for her lost one. All this our mother was to us, and even more than all of this, and hence I felt a pride and joy in doing my sacred duty towards her, now that the weather compelled me, and she was as grateful and delighted as if she had no more claim upon me than a stranger's sheep might have. Yet from time to time I groaned within myself and by myself, at thinking of my sad debarment from the sight of Lorna, and of all that might have happened to her. Now she had no protection. Therefore I fell to at once upon that hint from Lizzie, and being used to thatching work and the making of traps and so on, before very long I built myself a pair of strong and light snowshoes, framed with ash and ribbed of withy, with half-tanned calf-skins stretched across, and an inner sole to support my feet. At first I could not walk at all, but floundered about most piteously, catching one shoe in the other and both of them in the snowdrifts, to the great amusement of the girls, who were come to look at me. But after a while I grew more expert, discovering what my errors were, and altering the inclination of the shoes themselves, according to a print which Lizzie found in a book of adventures. And this made such a difference that I crossed the farmyard and came back again, though turning was the worst thing of all, without so much as falling once, or getting my staff entangled. But oh, the aching of my ankles when I went to bed that night! I was forced to help myself upstairs with a couple of mop-sticks, and I rubbed the joints with neatsfoot oil, which comforted them greatly. And likely enough I would have abandoned any further trial, but for Lizzie's ridicule and pretended sympathy, asking if the strong John Ridd would have old Betty to lean upon. Therefore I set to again, with a fixed resolve not to notice pain or stiffness, but to warm them out of me. And sure enough, before dark that day I could get along pretty freely, especially improving every time after leaving off and resting. The astonishment of poor John Fry, Bill Dadds and Jem Slocombe, when they saw me coming down the hill upon them in the twilight, where they were clearing the furze rick and trussing it for cattle, was more than I can tell you, because they did not let me see it, but ran away with one accord and floundered into a snowdrift. They believed, and so did everyone else, especially when I grew able to glide along pretty rapidly, that I had stolen Mother Meldrum's sieves, on which she was said to fly over the foreland at midnight every Saturday. Upon the following day I held some counsel with my mother, not liking to go without her permission, yet scarcely daring to ask for it. But here she disappointed me, on the right side of disappointment, saying that she had seen my pining, which she never could have done, because I had been too hard at work, and rather than watch me grieving so, for somebody or other, who now was all in all to me, I might go upon my course, and God's protection go with me. At this I was amazed, because it was not at all like mother, and knowing how well I had behaved ever since the time of our snowing up, I was a little moved to tell her that she could not understand me. However, my sense of duty kept me, and my knowledge of the catechism, from saying such a thing as that, or even thinking twice of it. And so I took her at her word, which she was not prepared for, and telling her how proud I was of her trust in Providence, and how I could run in my new snowshoes, I took a short pipe in my mouth and started forth accordingly. Chapter 44. When I started on my road across the hills and valleys, which now were pretty much alike, the utmost I could hope to do was to gain the crest of hills and look into the Doone glen. Hence I might at least descry whether Lorna still was safe, by the 6 nests still remaining and the view of the captain's house. When I was come to the open country, far beyond the sheltered homestead, and in the full brunt of the wind, the keen blast of the cold broke on me, and the mighty breadth of snow. Moor and highland, field and common, cliff and vale and watercourse, over all the rolling folds of misty white were flung. There was nothing square or jagged left, there was nothing perpendicular. All the rugged lines were eased, and all the breaches smoothly filled. Curves and mounds and rounded heavings took the place of rock and stump, and all the country looked as if a woman's hand had been on it. Through the sparkling breadth of white, which seemed to glance my eyes away, and outside the humps of laden trees, bowing their backs like a woodman, I contrived to get along, half sliding and half walking, in places where a plain-shodden man must have sunk, and waited freezing till the thaw should come to him. For although there had been such violent frost every night upon the snow itself, having never thawed even for an hour, had never coated over. Hence it was as soft and light as if all had fallen yesterday. In places where no drift had been, but rather off than on to them, 3 feet was the least of depth. But where the wind had chased it round, or any draught led like a funnel, or anything opposed it, there you might very safely say that it ran up to 20 feet, or 30, or even 50, and I believe sometimes 100. At last I got to my spy hill, as I had begun to call it, although I never should have known it but for what it looked on, and even to know this last again required all the eyes of love, so ever sharp and vigilant. For all the beautiful Glen Doone, shaped from out the mountains as if on purpose for the dunes and looking in the summer-time like a sharp-cut vase of green, now was besnowed half up the sides, and at either end so that it was more like the white basins wherein we boil plum puddings. Not a patch of grass was there, not a black branch of a tree, all was white, and the little river flowed beneath an arch of snow, if it managed to flow at all. Now this was a great surprise to me, not only because I believed Glen Doone to be a place outside all frost, but also because I thought perhaps that it was quite impossible to be cold near Lorna. And now it struck me all at once that perhaps her ewer was frozen, as mine had been for the last 3 weeks, requiring embers around it, and perhaps her window would not shut, any more than mine would, and perhaps she wanted blankets. This idea worked me up to such a chill of sympathy that, seeing no dunes now about, and doubting if any guns would go off in this state of the weather, and knowing that no man could catch me up, except with shoes like mine, I even resolved to slide the cliffs and bravely go to Lorna. It helped me much in this resolve, that the snow came on again, thick enough to blind a man who had not spent his time among it as I had done now for days and days. Therefore I took my neatsfoot oil, which now was clogged like honey, and rubbed it hard into my leg joints, so far as I could reach them. And then I set my back and elbows well against a snowdrift, hanging far adown the cliff, and saying some of the Lord's Prayer through myself on Providence. Before there was time to think or dream, I landed very beautifully upon a ridge of run-up snow in a quiet corner. My good shoes or boots preserved me from going far beneath it, though one of them was sadly strained, where a grub had gnawed the ash in the early summer-time. Having set myself aright, and being in good spirits, I made boldly across the valley, where the snow was furrowed hard, being now afraid of nobody. If Lorna had looked out of the window, she would not have known me, with those boots upon my feet, and a well-cleaned sheepskin over me, bearing my own J.R. in red, just between my shoulders, but covered now in snowflakes. The house was partly drifted up, though not so much as ours was, and I crossed the little stream almost without knowing that it was under me. At first, being pretty safe from interference from the other huts, by virtue of the blinding snow and the difficulty of walking, I examined all the windows, but these were coated so with ice, like ferns and flowers and dazzling stars, that no one could so much as guess what might be inside of them. Moreover, I was afraid of prying narrowly into them, as it was not a proper thing where a maiden might be. Only I wanted to know just this, whether she were there or not. Taking nothing by this movement, I was forced, much against my will, to venture to the door and knock in a hesitating manner, not being sure but what my answer might be the mouth of a carbine. However, it was not so, for I heard a pattering of feet and a whispering going on, and then a shrill voice through the keyhole asking who's there. "Only me, John Ridd," I answered, upon which I heard a little laughter and a little sobbing or something that was like it, and then the door was opened about a couple of inches with a bar behind it still, and then the little voice went on, "Put thy finger in, young man, with the old ring on it." But mind thee, if it be the wrong one, thou shalt never draw it back again. Laughing at Gwenny's mighty threat, I showed my finger in the opening, upon which she let me in and barred the door again like lightning. What is the meaning of all this, Gwenny? I asked, as I slipped about on the floor, for I could not stand there firmly with my great snowshoes on. Maining enough and bad maining too, the Cornish girl made answer. Us be shut in here and starving and durstn't let anybody in upon us. I wish thou wert good to ate, young man, I could manage most of thee. I was so frightened by her eyes, full of wolfish hunger, that I could only say, Good God, having never seen the like before. Then drew I forth a large piece of bread which I had brought in case of accidents and placed it in her hands. She leaped at it as a starving dog leaps at sight of his supper, and she set her teeth in it, and then withheld it from her lips with something very like an oath at her own vile greediness, and then away round the corner with it, no doubt for her young mistress. I meanwhile was occupied, to the best of my ability, in taking my snowshoes off, yet wondering much within myself why Lorna did not come to me. But presently I knew the cause, for Gwenny called me, and I ran, and found my darling quite unable to say so much as, John, how are you? Between the hunger and the cold and the excitement of my coming, she had fainted away, and lay back on a chair, as white as the snow around us. In betwixt her delicate lips, Gwenny was thrusting with all her strength the hard brown crust of the rye bread which she had snatched from me so. Get water or get snow, I said. Don't you know what fainting is, you very stupid child? Never heard on it in Cornwall, she answered, trusting still to the bread. Be the same as bleeding. It will be directly if you go on squeezing away with that crust so. Eat a piece, I have got some more. Leave my darling now to me. Hearing that I had some more, the starving girl could resist no longer, but tore it in two, and had swallowed half before I had coaxed my Lorna back to sense, and hope, and joy, and love. I never expected to see you again. I had made up my mind to die, John, and to die without your knowing it. As I repelled this fearful thought in a manner highly fortifying, the tender hue flowed back again into her famished cheeks and lips, and a softer brilliance glistened from the depth of her dark eyes. She gave me one little shrunken hand, and I could not help a tear for it. After all, Mistress Lorna, I said, pretending to be gay, for a smile might do her good, you do not love me as Gwenny does, for she even wanted to eat me. And shall afore I have done, young man, Gwenny answered, laughing. You come in here with they red cheeks and make us think o' sirloin. Eat up your bit of brown bread, Gwenny. It is not good enough for your mistress, bless her heart. I have something here such as she never tasted the like of, being in such appetite. Look here, Lorna, smell it first. I have had it ever since 12th day and kept it all the time for you. Annie made it. That is enough to warrant it good cooking. And then I showed my great mince pie in a bag of tissue paper, and I told them how the mincemeat was made of golden pippins finely shred, with the undercut of the sirloin, and spice and fruit accordingly and far beyond my knowledge. But Lorna would not touch a morsel until she had thanked God for it, and given me the kindest kiss, and put a piece in Gwenny's mouth. I have eaten many things myself, with very great enjoyment and keen perception of their merits, and some thanks to God for them. But I never did enjoy a thing that had found its way between my own lips half or even a quarter as much as I now enjoyed beholding Lorna, sitting proudly upwards, to show that she was faint no more, entering into that mince pie and moving all her pearls of teeth inside her little mouth place, exactly as I told her, for I was afraid lest she should be too fast in going through it, and cause herself more damage so than she got of nourishment. But I had no need to fear at all, and Lorna could not help laughing at me for thinking that she had no self-control. Some creatures require a deal of food, I myself among the number, and some can do with a very little, making, no doubt, the best of it. And I have often noticed that the plumpest and most perfect women never eat so hard and fast as the skinny and three-cornered ones. These last be often ashamed of it, and eat most when the men be absent. Hence it came to pass that Lorna, being the loveliest of all maidens, had as much as she could do to finish her own half of pie, whereas Gwenny Carfax, though generous more than greedy, ate up hers without winking after finishing the brown loaf, and then I begged to know the meaning of this state of things. "The meaning is sad enough," said Lorna, "and I see no way out of it. We are both to be starved until I let them do what they like with me. That is to say, until you choose to marry Carver Doone and be slowly killed by him." "Slowly? No, John, quickly. I hate him so intensely that less than a week would kill me." "Not a doubt of that," said Gwenny. "Oh, she hates him nicely then, but not half so much as I do." I told them that this state of things could be endured no longer, on which point they agreed with me, but saw no means to help it, for even if Lorna could make up her mind to come away with me and live at Plover's Barrows farm, under my good mother's care, as I had urged so often, behold, the snow was all around us, heaped as high as mountains, and how could any delicate maiden ever get across it? Then I spoke with a strange tingle upon both sides of my heart, knowing that this undertaking was a serious one for all, and might burn our farm down, if I warrant to take you safe. "And without much fright or hardship, Lorna, will you come with me?" "To be sure I will, dear," said my beauty with a smile and a glance to follow it. "I have small alternative to starve or go with you, John. Gwenny, have you courage for it? Will you come with your young mistress?" "Will I stay behind?" cried Gwenny in a voice that settled it, and so we began to arrange about it, and I was much excited. It was useless now to leave it longer. If it could be done at all, it could not be too quickly done. It was the counsellor who had ordered, after all other schemes had failed, that his niece should have no food until she would obey him. He had strictly watched the house, taking turns with Carver, to ensure that none came nigh it bearing food or comfort. But this evening they had thought it needless to remain on guard, and it would have been impossible, because themselves were busy offering high festival to all the valley, in right of their own commandership. And Gwenny said that nothing made her so nearly mad with appetite as the account she received from a woman of all the dishes preparing. Nevertheless she had answered bravely, "Go and tell the counsellor, and go and tell the carver who sent you to spy upon us, that we shall have a finer dish than any set before them." And so in truth they did, although so little dreaming it, for no Doone that was ever born, however much of a carver, might vie with our Annie for mincemeat. Now, while we sat reflecting much and talking a good deal more in spite of all the cold, for I never was in a hurry to go, when I had Lorna with me, she said in her silvery voice, which always led me so along as if I were a slave to a beautiful bell, "Now, John, we are wasting time, dear. You have praised my hair till it curls with pride, and my eyes till you cannot see them, even if they are brown diamonds, which I have heard for the 50th time at least, though I never saw such a jewel. Don't you think it is high time to put on your snowshoes, John?" "Certainly not," I answered, "till we have settled something more. I was so cold when I came in, and now I am as warm as a cricket, and so are you, you lively soul, though you are not upon my hearth yet." "Remember, John," said Lorna, nestling for a moment to me, "the severity of the weather makes a great difference between us, and you must never take advantage." "I quite understand all that, dear, and the harder it freezes the better while that understanding continues. Now do try to be serious." "I try to be serious, and I have been trying 50 times and could not bring you to it, John, although I am sure the situation, as the counsellor says at the beginning of a speech, the situation, to say the least, is serious enough for anything. Come, Gwenny, imitate him." Gwenny was famed for her imitation of the counsellor making a speech, and she began to shake her hair and mount upon a footstool. But I really could not have this, though even Lorna ordered it. The truth was that my darling maiden was in such wild spirits, at seeing me so unexpected, and at the prospect of release, and of what she had never known, quiet life and happiness, that like all warm and loving natures, she could scarce control herself. Come to this frozen window, John, and see them light the stack fire. They will little know who looks at them. Now be very good, John. You stay in that corner, dear, and I will stand on this side, and try to breathe yourself a peep-hole through the lovely spears and banners. Oh, you don't know how to do it. I must do it for you. Breathe 3 times like that, and then you rub it with your fingers before it has time to freeze again. All this she did so beautifully, with her lips put up like cherries, and her fingers bent half back as only girls can bend them, and her little waist thrown out against the white of the snowed-up window, that I made her do it 3 times over. And I stopped her every time and let it freeze again, that so she might be the longer. Now I knew that all her love was mine, every bit as much as mine was hers. Yet I must have her to show it, dwelling upon every proof, lengthening out all certainty. Perhaps the jealous heart is loath to own a life worth twice its own. Be that as it may, I know that we thawed the window nicely. And then I saw, far down the stream, or rather down the bed of it, for there was no stream visible, a little form of fire arising, red and dark and flickering. Presently it caught on something and went upward boldly, and then it struck into many forks, and then it fell and rose again. Do you know what all that is, John? Asked Lorna, smiling cleverly at the manner of my staring. How on earth should I know? Papists burn Protestants in the flesh, and Protestants burn Papists in effigy as we mock them. Lorna, are they going to burn anyone tonight? No, you dear, I must rid you of these things. I see that you are bigoted. The Doones are firing Dunkery Beacon to celebrate their new captain. But how could they bring it here through the snow? If they have sledges, I can do nothing. They brought it before the snow began. The moment poor grandfather was gone, even before his funeral, the young men, having none to check them, began at once upon it. They had always borne a grudge against it, not that it ever did them harm, but because it seemed so insolent. Can't a gentleman go home without a smoke behind him? I have often heard them saying, and though they have done it no serious harm, since they threw the firemen on the fire many, many years ago, they have often promised to bring it here for their candle. And now they have done it. Ah, now look, the tar is kindled. Though Lorna took it so in joke, I looked upon it very gravely, knowing that this heavy outrage to the feelings of the neighbourhood would cause more stir than 100 sheep stolen, or a score of houses sacked. Not, of course, that the beacon was of the smallest use to anyone, neither stopped anybody from stealing. Nay, rather it was like the parish knell, which begins when all is over, and depresses all the survivors. Yet I knew that we valued it and were proud, and spoke of it as a mighty institution. And even more than that, our vestry had voted within the last 2 years 7 shillings and 6 pence to pay for it, in proportion with other parishes, and one of the men who attended to it, or at least who was paid for doing so, was our Jem Slocum's grandfather. However, in spite of all my regrets, the fire went up very merrily, blazing red and white and yellow as it leaped on different things, and the light danced on the snowdrifts with a misty lilac hue. I was astonished at its burning in such mighty depths of snow, but Gwenny said that the wicked men had been 3 days hard at work, clearing, as it were, a cockpit, for their fire to have its way. And now they had a mighty pile, which must have covered 5 landyards square, heaped up to a goodly height and eager to take fire. In this I saw great obstacle to what I wished to manage. For when this pyramid should be kindled thoroughly, and pouring light and blazes round, would not all the valley be like a white room full of candles? Thinking thus, I was half inclined to abide my time for another night, and then my second thoughts convinced me that I would be a fool in this. For lo, what an opportunity! All the Doones would be drunk, of course, in about 3 hours' time, and getting more and more in drink as the night went on. As for the fire, it must sink in about 3 hours or more, and only cast uncertain shadows friendly to my purpose. And then the outlaws must cower round it, as the cold increased on them, helping the weight of the liquor, and in their jollity any noise would be cheered as a false alarm. Most of all, and which decided once for all my action, when these wild and reckless villains should be hot with ardent spirits, what was door or wall to stand betwixt them and my Lorna? This thought quickened me so much that I touched my darling reverently, and told her in a few short words how I hoped to manage it. Sweetest, in 2 hours' time I shall be again with you. Keep the bar up and have Gwenny ready to answer anyone. You are safe while they are dining, dear, and drinking healths and all that stuff, and before they have done with that I shall be again with you. Have everything you care to take in a very little compass, and Gwenny must have no baggage. I shall knock loud and then wait a little and then knock twice very softly. With this I folded her in my arms, and she looked frightened at me, not having perceived her danger, and then I told Gwenny over again what I had told her mistress. But she only nodded her head and said, "Young man, go and teach thy grandmother." Chapter 45. To my great delight I found that the weather, not often friendly to lovers, and lately seeming so hostile, had in the most important matter done me a signal service. For when I had promised to take my love from the power of those wretches, the only way of escape apparent lay through the main Doone gate. For though I might climb the cliffs myself, especially with the snow to aid me, I durst not try to fetch Lorna up them, even if she were not half starved, as well as partly frozen. And as for Gwenny's door, as we called it, that is to say, the little entrance from the wooded hollow, it was snowed up long ago to the level of the hills around. Therefore I was at my wits' end how to get them out, the passage by the Doone gate being long and dark and difficult, and leading to such a weary circuit among the snowy moors and hills. But now, being homeward bound by the shortest possible track, I slipped along between the bonfire and the boundary cliffs, where I found a caved way of snow behind a sort of avalanche, so that if the Doones had been keeping watch, which they were not doing but revelling, they could scarcely have discovered me. And when I came to my old ascent, where I had often scaled the cliff and made across the mountains, it struck me that I would just have a look at my first and painful entrance, to wit, the water slide. I never for a moment imagined that this could help me now, for I never had dared to descend it, even in the finest weather. Still I had a curiosity to know what my old friend was like, with so much snow upon him. But to my very great surprise there was scarcely any snow there at all, though plenty curling high overhead from the cliff, like bolsters over it. Probably the sweeping of the northeast wind up the narrow chasm had kept the showers from blocking it, although the water had no power under the bitter grip of frost. All my water slide was now less a slide than path of ice, furrowed where the waters ran over fluted ridges, seamed where wind had tossed and combed them, even while congealing, and crossed with little steps wherever the freezing torrent lingered. And here and there the ice was fibred with the trail of sludge weed, slanting from the side and matted so as to make resting place. Lo, it was easy track and channel, as if for the very purpose made, down which I could guide my sledge with Lorna sitting in it. There were only 2 things to be feared, one lest the rolls of snow above should fall in and bury us, the other lest we should rush too fast and so be carried headlong into the black whirlpool at the bottom, the middle of which was still unfrozen, and looking more horrible by the contrast. Against this danger I made provision by fixing a stout bar across, but of the other we must take our chance and trust ourselves to Providence. I hastened home at my utmost speed and told my mother for God's sake to keep the house up till my return, and to have plenty of fire blazing and plenty of water boiling, and food enough hot for 12 people, and the best bed aired with the warming pan. Dear mother smiled softly at my excitement, though her own was not much less, I am sure, and enhanced by sore anxiety. Then I gave very strict directions to Annie and praised her a little and kissed her. And I even endeavoured to flatter Eliza, lest she should be disagreeable. After this I took some brandy, both within and about me, the former because I had sharp work to do, and the latter in fear of whatever might happen in such great cold to my comrades. Also I carried some other provisions, grieving much at their coldness. And then I went to the upper Linhay and took our new light pony sled, which had been made almost as much for pleasure as for business, though God only knows how our girls could have found any pleasure in bumping along so. On the snow, however, it ran as sweetly as if it had been made for it. Yet I durst not take the pony with it. In the first place, because his hoofs would break through the ever-shifting surface of the light and piling snow. And secondly, because these ponies coming from the forest have a dreadful trick of neighing, and most of all in frosty weather. Therefore I girded my own body with 12 turns of hay rope, twisting both the ends in under at the bottom of my breast, and winding the hay on the skew a little, that the hempen thong might not slip between and so cut me in the drawing. I put a good piece of spare rope in the sled, and the cross seat with the back to it, which was stuffed with our own wool, as well as 2 or 3 fur coats. And then, just as I was starting, out came Annie in spite of the cold, panting for fear of missing me, and with nothing on her head but a lanthorn in one hand. Oh, John, here is the most wonderful thing. Mother has never shown it before, and I can't think how she could make up her mind. She had gotten it in a great well of a cupboard with camphor and spirits and lavender. Lizzie says it is a most magnificent sealskin cloak, worth £50 or a farthing. At any rate it is soft and warm, said I, very calmly flinging it into the bottom of the sled. Tell mother I will put it over Lorna's feet. Lorna's feet, oh you great fool, cried Annie for the first time reviling me. Over her shoulders, and be proud, you very stupid John. It is not good enough for her feet, I answered with strong emphasis. But don't tell mother I said so, Annie, only thank her very kindly. With that I drew my traces hard and set my ashen staff into the snow and struck out with my best foot foremost, the best one at snowshoes. And the sled came after me as lightly as a dog might follow. And Annie, with the lanthorn, seemed to be left behind and waiting like a pretty lamp-post. The full moon rose as bright behind me as a paten of pure silver, casting on the snow long shadows of the few things left above, burdened rock and shaggy foreland and the labouring trees. In the great white desolation, distance was a mocking vision. Hills looked nigh and valleys far, when hills were far and valleys nigh, and the misty breath of frost, piercing through the ribs of rock, striking to the pith of trees, creeping to the heart of man, lay along the hollow places like a serpent sloughing. Even as my own gaunt shadow, travestied as if I were the moonlight's daddy longlegs, went before me down the slope. Even I, the shadow's master who had tried in vain to cough, when coughing brought good licorice, felt a pressure on my bosom and a husking in my throat. However, I went on quietly and at a very tidy speed, being only too thankful that the snow had ceased and no wind as yet arisen. And from the ring of low white vapour girding all the verge of sky, and from the rosy blue above, and the shafts of starlight set upon a quivering bow, as well as from the moon itself and the light behind it, having learned the signs of frost from its bitter twinges, I knew that we should have a night as keen as ever England felt. Nevertheless, I had work enough to keep me warm if I managed it, The question was, could I contrive to save my darling from it, daring not to risk my sled by any fall from the Valor cliffs? I dragged it very carefully up the steep incline of ice, through the narrow chasm, and so to the very brink and verge where first I had seen my Lorna in the fishing days of boyhood. As I then had a trident fork for sticking of the loaches, so I now had a strong ash stake, to lay across from rock to rock and break the speed of descending. With this I moored the sled quite safe at the very lip of the chasm, where all was now substantial ice, green and black in the moonlight, and then I set off up the valley, skirting along one side of it. The stack fire still was burning strongly, but with more of heat than blaze, and many of the younger Doones were playing on the verge of it, the children making rings of fire and their mothers watching them. All the grave and reverend warriors, having heard of rheumatism, were inside of log and stone in the two lowest houses, with enough of candles burning to make our list of sheep come short. All these I passed without the smallest risk or difficulty, walking up the channel of drift which I spoke of once before. And then I crossed with more of care and to the door of Lorna's house, and made the sign and listened after taking my snowshoes off. But no one came as I expected, neither could I espy a light, and I seemed to hear a faint low sound, like the moaning of the snow wind. Then I knocked again more loudly with a knocking at my heart, and receiving no answer set all my power at once against the door. In a moment it flew inwards, and I glided along the passage with my feet still slippery. There in Lorna's room I saw by the moonlight flowing in a sight which drove me beyond sense. Lorna was behind a chair, crouching in the corner with her hands up and a crucifix or something that looked like it. In the middle of the room lay Gwenny Carfax, stupid, yet with one hand clutching the ankle of a struggling man. Another man stood above my Lorna, trying to draw the chair away. In a moment I had him round the waist, and he went out of the window with a mighty crash of glass. Luckily for him that window had no bars like some of them. Then I took the other man by the neck, and he could not plead for mercy. I bore him out of the house as lightly as I would bear a baby, yet squeezing his throat a little more than I fain would do to an infant. By the bright moonlight I saw that I carried Marwood de Witchy house. For his father's sake I spared him, and because he had been my schoolfellow, but with every muscle of my body strung with indignation, I cast him like a skittle from me into a snowdrift which closed over him. Then I looked for the other fellow, tossed through Lorna's window, and found him lying stunned and bleeding, neither able to groan yet. Charleworth Doone, if his gushing blood did not much mislead me. It was no time to linger now. I fastened my shoes in a moment, and caught up my own darling with her head upon my shoulder, where she whispered faintly. And telling Gwenny to follow me, or else I would come back for her if she could not walk the snow, I ran the whole distance to my sled, caring not who might follow me. Then by the time I had set up Lorna, beautiful and smiling, with the sealskin cloak all over her, sturdy Gwenny came along, having trudged in the track of my snowshoes, although with 2 bags on her back. I set her in beside her mistress to support her and keep warm, and then with one look back at the glen which had been so long my home of heart, I hung behind the sled and launched it down the steep and dangerous way. Though the cliffs were black above us, and the road unseen in front, and a great white grave of snow might at a single word come down, Lorna was as calm and happy as an infant in its bed. She knew that I was with her, and when I told her not to speak, she touched my hand in silence. Gwenny was in a much greater fright, having never seen such a thing before, neither knowing what it is to yield to pure love's confidence. I could hardly keep her quiet without making a noise myself. With my staff from rock to rock and my weight thrown backward, I broke the sled's too rapid way and brought my grown love safely out, by the self-same road which first had led me to her girlish fancy and my boyish slavery. Unpursued, yet looking back as if someone must be after us, we skirted round the black whirling pool and gained the meadows beyond it. Here there was hard collar work, the track being all uphill and rough, and Gwenny wanted to jump out, to lighten the sled and to push behind. But I would not hear of it, because it was now so deadly cold, and I feared that Lorna might get frozen, without having Gwenny to keep her warm, and after all it was the sweetest labour I had ever known in all my life, to be sure that I was pulling Lorna, and pulling her to our own farmhouse. Gwenny's nose was touched with frost before we had gone much farther, because she would not keep it quiet and snug beneath the sealskin. And here I had to stop in the moonlight, which was very dangerous, and rub it with a clove of snow, as Eliza had taught me, and Gwenny scolding all the time as if myself had frozen it. Lorna was now so far oppressed with all the troubles of the evening, and the joy that followed them, as well as by the piercing cold and difficulty of breathing, that she lay quite motionless, like fairest wax in the moonlight, when we stole a glance at her beneath the dark folds of the cloak. And I thought that she was falling into the heavy snow sleep, whence there is no awaking. Therefore I drew my traces tight and set my whole strength to the business, and we slipped along at a merry pace, although with many joltings, which must have sent my darling out into the cold snowdrifts but for the short, strong arm of Gwenny. And so in about an hour's time, in spite of many hindrances, we came home to the old courtyard, and all the dogs saluted us. My heart was quivering, and my cheeks as hot as the Doone's bonfire, with wondering both what Lorna would think of our farmyard, and what my mother would think of her. Upon the former subject my anxiety was wasted, for Lorna neither saw a thing nor even opened her heavy eyes. And as to what mother would think of her, she was certain not to think at all until she had cried over her. And so indeed it came to pass. Even at this length of time I can hardly tell it, although so bright before my mind, because it moves my heart so. The sled was at the open door with only Lorna in it, for Gwenny Carfax had jumped out and hung back in the clearing, giving any reason rather than the only true one, that she would not be intruding. At the door were all our people, first, of course, Betty Muxworthy, teaching me how to draw the sled, as if she had been born in it, and flourishing with a great broom wherever a speck of snow lay. Then dear Annie and old Molly, who was very quiet, and counted almost for nobody, and behind them mother, looking as if she wanted to come first but doubted how the manners lay. In the distance Lizzie stood, fearful of encouraging but unable to keep out of it. Betty was going to poke her broom right in under the sealskin cloak, where Lorna lay unconscious, and where her precious breath hung frozen like a silver cobweb. But I caught up Betty's broom and flung it clean away over the corn chamber. And then I put the others by, and fetched my mother forward. "You shall see her first," I said. "Is she not your daughter? Hold the light there, Annie." Dear mother's hands were quick and trembling as she opened the shining folds, and there she saw my Lorna sleeping with her black hair all dishevelled, and she bent and kissed her forehead and only said, "God bless her, John." And then she was taken with violent weeping, and I was forced to hold her. "Us may titch of her now, I reckon," said Betty in her most jealous way. "Annie, tack her by the head, and I'll tack her by the toesen. No tame to stand here like girt gawks. Donny tack on zo, missus. The be vainer vish in the zee, law but her be a booty." With this, they carried her into the house, Betty chattering all the while and going on now about Lorna's hands and the others crowding round her, so that I thought I was not wanted among so many women, and should only get the worst of it, and perhaps do harm to my darling. Therefore I went and brought Gwenny in, and gave her a potful of bacon and peas. and an iron spoon to eat it with, which she did right heartily. Then I asked her how she could have been such a fool as to let those two vile fellows enter the house where Lorna was, and she accounted for it so naturally that I could only blame myself. For my agreement had been to give one loud knock, if you happen to remember, and after that 2 little knocks. Well, these 2 drunken rogues had come, and one, being very drunk indeed, had given a great thump, and then nothing more to do with it, and the other, being 3/4 drunk, had followed his leader, as one might say, but feebly, and making 2 of it. Whereupon up jumped Lorna and declared that her John was there. All this Gwenny told me shortly, between the whiles of eating, and even while she licked the spoon. And then there came a message for me that my love was sensible, and was seeking all around for me. Then I told Gwenny to hold her tongue, whatever she did among us, and not to trust to women's words. And she told me they all were liars, as she had found out long ago, and the only thing to believe in was an honest man when found. Thereupon I could have kissed her as a sort of tribute, liking to be appreciated. Yet the peas upon her lips made me think about it, and thought is fatal to action, so I went to see my dear. That sight I shall not forget, till my dying head falls back and my breast can lift no more. I know not whether I were then more blessed or harrowed by it. For in the settle was my Lorna, propped with pillows round her, and her clear hands spread sometimes to the blazing fireplace. In her eyes no knowledge was of anything around her, neither in her neck the sense of leaning towards anything. Only both her lovely hands were entreating something to spare her or to love her, and the lines of supplication quivered in her sad white face. All go away except my mother, I said very quietly, but so that I would be obeyed, and everybody knew it. Then mother came to me alone, and she said, "The frost is in her brain, I have heard of this before, John." "Mother, I will have it out," was all that I could answer her. "Leave her to me altogether, only you sit there and watch." For I felt that Lorna knew me and no other soul but me, and that if not interfered with, she would soon come home to me. Therefore I sat gently by her, leaving nature, as it were, to her own good time and will. And presently the glance that watched me as at distance and in doubt began to flutter and to brighten and to deepen into kindness, then to beam with trust and love, and then with gathering tears to falter and in shame to turn away. But the small entreating hands found their way as if by instinct to my great projecting palms, and trembled there and rested there. For a little while we lingered thus, neither wishing to move away, neither caring to look beyond the presence of the other, both alike so full of hope and comfort and true happiness, if only the world would let us be. And then a little sob disturbed us, and mother tried to make believe that she was only coughing. But Lorna, guessing who she was, jumped up so very rashly that she almost set her frock on fire from the great ash log, and away she ran to the old oak chair, where mother was by the clock case pretending to be knitting, and she took the work from mother's hands, and laid them both upon her head, kneeling humbly and looking up. "God bless you, my fair mistress," said mother, bending nearer, and then as Lorna's gaze prevailed, "God bless you, my sweet child." And so she went to mother's heart by the very nearest road, even as she had come to mine. I mean the road of pity, smoothed by grace and youth and gentleness. Chapter 46. Jeremy Stickles was gone south, ere ever the frost set in, for the purpose of mustering forces to attack the Doone glen. But of course this weather had put a stop to every kind of movement, for even if men could have borne the cold, they could scarcely be brought to face the perils of the snowdrifts. And to tell the truth, I cared not how long this weather lasted, so long as we had enough to eat, and could keep ourselves from freezing. Not only that I did not want Master Stickles back again, to make more disturbances, but also that the Doones could not come prowling after Lorna while the snow lay piled between us, with the surface soft and dry. Of course they would very soon discover where their lawful queen was, although the track of sled and snowshoes had been quite obliterated by another shower, before the revellers could have grown half as drunk as they intended. But Marwood de Witchy House, who had been snowed up among them, as Gwenny said, after helping to strip the beacon, that young squire was almost certain to have recognised me, and to have told the vile Carver. And it gave me no little pleasure to think how mad that Carver must be with me, for robbing him of the lovely bride whom he was starving into matrimony. However, I was not pleased at all with the prospect of the consequences, but set all hands on to thresh the corn, ere the Doones could come and burn the ricks. For I knew that they could not come yet, inasmuch as even a forest pony could not traverse the country, much less the heavy horses needed to carry such men as they were. And hundreds of the forest ponies died in this hard weather, some being buried in the snow, and more of them starved for want of grass. Going through this state of things and laying down the law about it subject to correction, I very soon persuaded Lorna that for the present she was safe, and which made her still more happy, that she was not only welcome but as gladdening to our eyes as the flowers of May. Of course, so far as regarded myself, this was not 100th part of the real truth, and even as regarded others I might have said it 10 times over. For Lorna had so won them all, by her kind and gentle ways, and her mode of hearkening to everybody's trouble, and replying without words, as well as by her beauty and simple grace of all things, that I could almost wish sometimes the rest would leave her more to me. But mother could not do enough, and Annie almost worshipped her, and even Lizzie could not keep her bitterness towards her, especially when she found that Lorna knew as much of books as need be. As for John Fry and Betty and Molly, they were a perfect plague when Lorna came into the kitchen, for betwixt their curiosity to see a live Doone in the flesh, when certain not to eat them, and their high respect for birth, with or without honesty, and their intense desire to know all about Master John's sweetheart, dropped, as they said, from the snow clouds, and most of all their admiration of a beauty such as never even their angels could have seen. Betwixt and between all this, I say there was no getting the dinner cooked, with Lorna in the kitchen, and the worst of it was that Lorna took the strangest of all strange fancies for this very kitchen, and it was hard to keep her out of it. Not that she had any special bent for cooking as our Annie had, rather indeed the contrary, for she liked to have her food ready cooked, but that she loved the look of the place, and the cheerful fire burning, and the racks of bacon to be seen, and the richness, and the homeliness, and the pleasant smell of everything, and who knows but what she may have liked, as the very best of maidens do, to be admired now and then between the times of business. Therefore if you wanted Lorna, as I was always sure to do, God knows how many times a day, the very surest place to find her was our own old kitchen, not gossiping I mean, nor loitering, neither seeking into things, but seeming to be quite at home, as if she had known it from a child, and seeming to my eyes at least to light it up, and make life and colour out of all the dullness, as I have seen the breaking sun do among brown shocks of wheat. But any one who wished to learn whether girls can change or not, as the things around them change, while yet their hearts are steadfast and for ever anchored, he should just have seen my Lorna after a fortnight of our life and freedom from anxiety. It is possible that my company, although I am accounted stupid by folk who do not know my way, may have had something to do with it. But upon this I will not say much, lest I lose my character, and indeed, as regards company, I had all the threshing to see to, and more than half to do myself, though anyone would have thought that even John Fry must work hard this weather. Else I could not hope at all to get our corn into such compass that a good gun might protect it. But to come back to Lorna again, which I always long to do, and must long for ever. All the change between night and day, all the shifts of cloud and sun, all the difference between black death and brightsome liveliness, scarcely may suggest or equal Lorna's transformation. Quick she had always been and peert, as we say on Exmoor, and gifted with a leap of thought too swift for me to follow, and hence you may find fault with much when I report her sayings. But through the whole had always run, as a black string goes through pearls, something dark and touched with shadow, coloured as with an early end. But now, behold, there was none of this, or there was no getting her for a moment, even to be serious. All her bright young wit was flashing, like a newly awakened flame, and all her high young spirits leaped, as if dancing to its fire. And yet she never spoke a word which gave more pain than pleasure, and even in her outward look there was much of difference. Whether it was our warmth and freedom and our harmless love of God and trust in one another, or whether it were our air and water and the pea-fed bacon. Anyhow my Lorna grew richer and more lovely, more perfect and more firm of figure, and more light and buoyant with every passing day that laid its tribute on her cheeks and lips. I was allowed 1 kiss a day, only one for manners' sake because she was our visitor, and I might have it before breakfast or else when I came to say good night, according as I decided. And I decided every night not to take it in the morning but put it off till the evening time, and have the pleasure to think about through all the day of working. But when my darling came up to me in the early daylight, fresher than the day-star, and with no one looking, only her bright eyes smiling and sweet lips quite ready, was it likely I could wait and think all day about it? For she wore a frock of Annie's, nicely made to fit her, taken in at the waist and curved. I never could explain it, not being a mantua maker, but I know how her figure looked in it and how it came towards me. But this is neither here nor there, and I must on with my story. Those days are very sacred to me, and if I speak lightly of them, trust me, 'tis with lip alone, while from heart reproach peeps sadly at the flippant tricks of mind. Although it was the longest winter ever known in our parts, never having ceased to freeze for a single night, and scarcely for a single day, from the middle of December till the 2nd week in March, to me it was the very shortest and the most delicious, and verily I do believe it was the same to Lorna. But when the Ides of March were come, of which I do remember something dim from school, and something clear from my favourite writer, lo, there were increasing signals of a change of weather. One leading feature of that long cold, and a thing remarked by everyone however unobservant, had been the hollow moaning sound ever present in the air morning, noon and night time, and especially at night, whether any wind were stirring or whether it were a perfect calm. Our people said that it was a witch cursing all the country from the caverns by the sea, and that frost and snow would last until we could catch and drown her. But the land, being thoroughly blocked with snow, and the inshore parts of the sea with ice, floating in great fields along, Mother Meldrum, if she it were, had the caverns all to herself, for there was no getting at her. And speaking of the sea reminds me of a thing reported to us, and on good authority, though people might be found hereafter who would not believe it, unless I told them that from what I myself beheld of the Channel I place perfect faith in it. And this is, that a dozen sailors at the beginning of March crossed the ice, with the aid of poles from Clevedon to Penarth, or where the home rocks barred the flottage. But now, about the 10th of March, that miserable moaning noise which had both foregone and accompanied the rigour, died away from out the air, and we, being now so used to it, thought at first that we must be deaf. And then the fog which had hung about even in full sunshine vanished, and the shrouded hills shone forth with brightness manifold. And now the sky at length began to come to its true manner, which we had not seen for months, a mixture, if I so may speak, of various expressions. Whereas till now from Allhallows-tide, 6 weeks ere the great frost set in, the heavens had worn one heavy mask of ashen grey when clouded, or else one amethystine tinge with a hazy rim when cloudless. So it was pleasant to behold after that monotony the fickle sky which suits our England, though abused by foreign folk. And soon the dappled softening sky gave some earnest of its mood, for a brisk south wind arose, and the blessed rain came driving, cold indeed, yet most refreshing to the skin, all parched with snow, and the eyeballs so long dazzled. Neither was the heart more sluggish in its thankfulness to God. People had begun to think, and somebody had prophesied that we should have no spring this year, no seed time and no harvest, for that the Lord had sent a judgment on this country of England, and the nation dwelling in it because of the wickedness of the court, and the encouragement shown to papists. And this was proved, they said, by what had happened in the town of London, where, for more than a fortnight, such a chill of darkness lay that no man might behold his neighbour, even across the narrowest street, and where the ice upon the Thames was more than 4 feet thick, and crushing London Bridge in twain. Now to these prophets I paid no heed, believing not that Providence would freeze us for other people's sins, neither seeing how England could for many generations have enjoyed good sunshine, if popery meant frost and fogs. Besides, why could not Providence settle the business once for all by freezing the Pope himself, even though, according to our view, he were destined to extremes of heat, together with all who followed him? Not to meddle with that subject, being beyond my judgment, let me tell the things I saw, and then you must believe me. The wind, of course, I could not see, not having the powers of a pig, but I could see the laden branches of the great oaks moving, hoping to shake off the load packed and saddled on them. And hereby I may note a thing which someone may explain perhaps in the after ages, when people come to look at things. This is that in desperate cold all the trees were pulled awry, even though the wind had scattered the snow burden from them. Of some sorts the branches bended downwards like an archway, of other sorts the boughs curved upwards like a red deer's frontlet. This I know no reason asterisk for, but am ready to swear that I saw it. Asterisk the reason is very simple, as all nature's reasons are, though the subject has not yet been investigated thoroughly. In some trees the vascular tissue is more open on the upper side, in others on the under side of the spreading branches, according to the form of growth and habit of the sap. Hence in very severe cold, when the vessels comparatively empty are constricted, some have more power of contraction on the upper side and some upon the under. Ed. L.D. Now when the first of the rain began, and the old familiar softness spread upon the window glass and ran a little way in channels, though from the coldness of the glass it froze before reaching the bottom, knowing at once the difference from the short sharp thud of snow, we all ran out, and filled our eyes and filled our hearts with gazing. True, the snow was piled up now all in mountains round us. True, the air was still so cold that our breath froze on the doorway, and the rain was turned to ice wherever it struck anything. Nevertheless, that it was rain there was no denying, as we watched it across black doorways and could see no sign of white. Mother, who had made up her mind that the farm was not worth having after all those prophecies, and that all of us must starve, and holes be scratched in the snow for us, and no use to put up a tombstone, for our church had been shut up long ago, Mother fell upon my breast, and sobbed that I was the cleverest fellow ever born of woman, and this because I had condemned the prophets for a pack of fools, not seeing how business could go on if people stopped to hearken to them. Then Lorna came and glorified me, for I had predicted a change of weather, more to keep their spirits up than with real hope of it. And then came Annie blushing shyly as I looked at her, and said that Winnie would soon have 4 legs now. This referred to some stupid joke made by John Fry or somebody, that in this weather a man had no legs, and a horse had only two. But as the rain came down upon us from the southwest wind, and we could not have enough of it, even putting our tongues to catch it, as little children might do, and beginning to talk of primroses, the very noblest thing of all was to hear and see the gratitude of the poor beasts yet remaining and the few surviving birds. From the cow-house lowing came, more than of 50 milking times, moo and a turn-up noise at the end of every bellow, as if from the very heart of kine. Then the horses in the stables, packed as closely as they could stick at the risk of kicking to keep the warmth in one another, and their spirits up by discoursing. These began with one accord to lift up their voices, snorting, snaffling, whinnying and neighing, and trotting to the door to know when they should have work again. To whom, as if in answer, came the feeble bleating of the sheep, what few, by dint of greatest care, had kept their fleeces on their backs, and their 4 legs under them. Neither was it a trifling thing, let whoso will say the contrary, to behold the ducks and geese marching forth in handsome order from their beds of fern and straw. What a goodly noise they kept, what a flapping of their wings and a jerking of their tails, as they stood right up and tried with a whistling in their throats to imitate a cockscrow. And then how daintily they took the wet upon their dusty plumes and ducked their shoulders to it, and began to dress themselves, and laid their grooved bills on the snow, and dabbled for more ooziness. Lorna had never seen, I dare say, anything like this before, and it was all that we could do to keep her from rushing forth with only little lambswool shoes on, and kissing every one of them. Oh, the dear things, oh, the dear things, she kept saying continually, how wonderfully clever they are. Only look at that one with his foot up, giving orders to the others, John. And I must give orders to you, my darling, I answered, gazing on her face so brilliant with excitement. And that is that you come in at once with that worrisome cough of yours, and sit by the fire and warm yourself. Oh no, John, not for a minute, if you please, good John. I want to see the snow go away and the green meadows coming forth. And here comes our favourite Robin, who has lived in the oven so long and sang us a song every morning. I must see what he thinks of it. You will do nothing of the sort, I answered very shortly, being only too glad of a cause for having her in my arms again. So I caught her up and carried her in, and she looked and smiled so sweetly at me instead of pouting, as I had feared, that I found myself unable to go very fast along the passage, and I set her there in her favourite place by the sweet-scented wood fire, and she paid me porterage without my even asking her, and for all the beauty of the rain I was fain to stay with her, until our Annie came to say that my advice was wanted. Now my advice was never much, as everybody knew quite well, but that was the way they always put it when they wanted me to work for them. And in truth it was time for me to work, not for others but myself, and as I always thought, for Lorna. For the rain was now coming down in earnest, and the top of the snow being frozen at last, and glazed as hard as a china cup, by means of the sun and frost afterwards, all the rain ran right away from the steep inclines, and all the outlets being blocked with ice set up like tables, it threatened to flood everything. Already it was ponding up, like a tide advancing at the threshold of the door from which we had watched the duck-birds, both because great piles of snow trended in that direction, in spite of all our scraping, and also that the gully hole where the water of the chute went out, I mean when it was water, now was choked with lumps of ice as big as a man's body. For the chute, as we called our little runnel of everlasting water, never known to freeze before, and always ready for any man either to wash his hands or drink where it spouted from a trough of bark, set among white flint stones. This at last had given in, and its music ceased to lull us as we lay in bed. It was not long before I managed to drain off this threatening flood by opening the old sluice hole. But I had much harder work to keep the stables and the cow house and the other sheds from flooding, for we have a sapient practice, and I never saw the contrary round about our parts, I mean, of keeping all rooms underground so that you step down to them. We say that thus we keep them warmer, both for cattle and for men in the time of winter and cooler in the summer time. This I will not contradict, though having my own opinion, but it seems to me to be a relic of the time when people in the western countries lived in caves beneath the ground, and blocked the mouths with neat skins. Let that question still abide, for men who study ancient times to inform me if they will. All I know is that now we had no blessings for the system. If after all their cold and starving our weak cattle now should have to stand up to their knees in water, it would be certain death to them. And we had lost enough already to make us poor for a long time, not to speak of our kind love for them. And I do assure you, I loved some horses, and even some cows for that matter, as if they had been my blood relations, knowing as I did their virtues. And some of these were lost to us, and I could not bear to think of them. Therefore I worked hard all night to try and save the rest of them. Chapter 47. Through that season of bitter frost the red deer of the forest, having nothing to feed upon and no shelter to rest in, had grown accustomed to our ricks of corn and hay and clover. There we might see 100 of them almost any morning, come for warmth and food and comfort and scarce willing to move away. And many of them were so tame that they quietly presented themselves at our back door and stood there with their coats quite stiff, and their flanks drawn in and panting, and icicles sometimes on their chins, and their great eyes fastened wistfully upon any merciful person, craving for a bit of food and a drink of water. I suppose that they had not sense enough to chew the snow and melt it. At any rate, all the springs being frozen and rivers hidden out of sight, these poor things suffered even more from thirst than they did from hunger. But now there was no fear of thirst, and more chance indeed of drowning, for a heavy gale of wind arose with violent rain from the southwest, which lasted almost without a pause for 3 nights and 2 days. At first the rain made no impression on the bulk of snow, but ran from every sloping surface and froze on every flat one, through the coldness of the earth, and so it became impossible for any man to keep his legs without the help of a shodden staff. After a good while, however, the air growing very much warmer, this state of things began to change, and a worse one to succeed it. For now the snow came thundering down from roof and rock and ivied tree, and floods began to roar and foam in every trough and gully. The drifts that had been so white and fair looked yellow and smirched and muddy, and lost their graceful curves and moulded lines and airiness. But the strangest sight of all to me was in the bed of streams and brooks, and especially of the Lynn River. It was worth going miles to behold such a thing, for a man might never have the chance again. Vast drifts of snow had filled the valley and piled above the river course, 50 feet high in many places, and in some as much as 100. These had frozen over the top and glanced the rain away from them, and being sustained by rock and tree, spanned the water mightily. But meanwhile the waxing flood, swollen from every moorland hollow and from every spouting crag, had dashed away all icy fetters and was rolling gloriously. Under white fantastic arches and long tunnels freaked and fretted, and between pellucid pillars jagged with nodding architraves, the red impetuous torrent rushed, and the brown foam whirled and flashed. I was half inclined to jump in and swim through such glorious scenery, for nothing used to please me more than swimming in a flooded river. But I thought of the rocks, and I thought of the cramp, and more than all of Lorna. And so, between one thing and another, I let it roll on without me. It was now high time to work very hard, both to make up for the farm work lost during the months of frost and snow, and also to be ready for a great and vicious attack from the Doones, who would burn us in our beds at the earliest opportunity. Of farm work there was little yet for even the most zealous man to begin to lay his hand to, because when the ground appeared through the crust of bubbled snow, as at last it did, though not as my Lorna had expected, at the first few drops of rain, it was all so soaked and sodden, and as we call it, mucksy, that to meddle with it in any way was to do more harm than good. Nevertheless, there was yard work and house work and tendance of stock, enough to save any man from idleness. As for Lorna, she would come out. There was no keeping her in the house. She had taken up some peculiar notion that we were doing more for her than she had any right to, and that she must earn her living by the hard work of her hands. It was quite in vain to tell her that she was expected to do nothing, and far worse than vain, for it made her cry sadly, if anyone assured her that she could do no good at all. She even began upon mother's garden before the snow was clean gone from it, and sowed a beautiful row of peas, every one of which the mice ate. But though it was very pretty to watch her working for her very life, as if the maintenance of the household hung upon her labours, yet I was grieved for many reasons, and so was mother also. In the first place, she was too fair and dainty for this rough, rude work, and though it made her cheek so bright, it surely must be bad for her to get her little feet so wet. Moreover, we could not bear the idea that she should labour for her keep. And again, which was the worst of all things, mother's garden lay exposed to a dark, deceitful coppice, where a man might lurk and watch all the fair gardener's doings. It was true that none could get at her thence, while the brook which ran between poured so great a torrent. Still the distance was but little for a gun to carry if anyone could be brutal enough to point a gun at Lorna. I thought that none could be found to do it, but mother, having more experience, was not so certain of mankind. Now, in spite of the floods and the sloughs being out, and the state of the roads most perilous, Squire Faggus came at last, riding his famous strawberry mare. There was a great ado between him and Annie, as you may well suppose, after some 4 months of parting, and so we left them alone a while to coddle over their raptures. But when they were tired of that, or at least had time enough to do so, mother and I went in to know what news Tom had brought with him. Though he did not seem to want us yet, he made himself agreeable, and so we sent Annie to cook the dinner while her sweetheart should tell us everything. Tom Faggus had very good news to tell, and he told it with such force of expression as made us laugh very heartily. He had taken up his purchase from old Sir Roger Bassett of a nice bit of land to the south of the moors and in the parish of Molland. When the lawyers knew thoroughly who he was, and how he had made his money, they behaved uncommonly well to him and showed great sympathy with his pursuits. He put them up to a thing or two, and they poked him in the ribs and laughed, and said that he was quite a boy, but of the right sort none the less. And so they made old Squire Bassett pay the bill for both sides, and all he got for 300 acres was £120, though Tom had paid 500. But lawyers know that this must be so in spite of all their endeavours, and the old gentleman who now expected to find a bill for him to pay almost thought himself a rogue for getting anything out of them. It is true that the land was poor and wild, and the soil exceeding shallow, lying on the slope of rock and burned up in hot summers. But with us, hot summers are things known by tradition only, as this great winter may be. We generally have more moisture, especially in July, than we well know what to do with. I have known a fog for a fortnight at the summer solstice, and farmers talking in church about it when they ought to be praying. But it always contrives to come right in the end, as other visitations do if we take them as true visits and receive them kindly. Now this farm of Squire Faggus, as he truly now had a right to be called, was of the very finest pasture when it got good store of rain. And Tom, who had ridden the Devonshire roads with many a reeking jacket, knew right well that he might trust the climate for that matter. The herbage was of the very sweetest, and the shortest, and the closest, having perhaps from 10 to 18 inches of wholesome soil between it and the solid rock. Tom saw at once what it was fit for, the breeding of fine cattle, being such a hand as he was at making the most of everything, both his own and other people's, although so free in scattering, when the humour lay upon him. He had actually turned to his own advantage that extraordinary weather which had so impoverished every one around him. For he taught his Winnie, who knew his meaning as well as any child could, and obeyed not only his word of mouth, but every glance he gave her, to go forth in the snowy evenings when horses are seeking everywhere, be they wild or tame, for fodder and for shelter, and to whinny to the forest ponies, miles away from home perhaps, and lead them all with rare appetites and promise of abundance, to her master's homestead. He shod good Winnie in such a manner that she could not sink in the snow, and he clad her over the loins with a sheepskin dyed to her own colour, which the wild horses were never tired of coming up and sniffing at, taking it for an especial gift and proof of inspiration, and Winnie never came home at night without at least a score of ponies trotting shyly after her, tossing their heads and their tails in turn, and making believe to be very wild, although hard pinched by famine. Of course Tom would get them all into his pound in about 5 minutes, for he himself could neigh in a manner which went to the heart of the wildest horse. And then he fed them well, and turned them into his great cattle pen, to abide their time for breaking, when the snow and frost should be over. He had gotten more than 300 now in this sagacious manner, and he said it was the finest sight to see their mode of carrying on, how they would snort and stamp and fume and prick their ears and rush backwards, and lash themselves with their long rough tails, and shake their jagged manes, and scream and fall upon one another, if a strange man came anig them. But as for feeding time, Tom said it was better than 50 plays to watch them, and the tricks they were up to cheat their feeders and one another. I asked him how on earth he had managed to get fodder in such impassable weather for such a herd of horses, but he said that they lived upon straw and sawdust, and he knew that I did not believe him, any more than about his star shavings, and this was just the thing he loved, to mystify honest people and be a great deal too knowing. However, I may judge him harshly because I myself tell everything. I asked him what he meant to do with all that enormous lot of horses, and why he had not exerted his wits to catch the red deer as well. He said that the latter would have been against the laws of venery, and might have brought him into trouble, but as for disposing of his stud, it would give him little difficulty. He would break them when the spring weather came on, and deal with them as they required, and keep the handsomest for breeding. The rest he would dispatch to London, where he knew plenty of horse dealers, and he doubted not that they would fetch him as much as £10 apiece all round, being now in great demand. I told him I wished that he might get it, but as it proved afterwards, he did. Then he pressed us both on another point, the time for his marriage to Annie, and mother looked at me to say when, and I looked back at mother. However, knowing something of the world and unable to make any further objection by reason of his prosperity, I said that we must even do as the fashionable people did, and allow the maid herself to settle when she would leave home and all. And this I spoke with a very bad grace, being perhaps of an ancient caste, and over fond of honesty, I mean of course among lower people. But Tom paid little heed to this, knowing the world a great deal better than ever I could pretend to do, and being ready to take a thing upon which he had set his mind whether it came with a good grace or whether it came with a bad one. And seeing that it would be awkward to provoke my anger, he left the room before more words to submit himself to Annie. Upon this I went in search of Lorna, to tell her of our cousin's arrival, and to ask whether she would think fit to see him or to dine by herself that day. For she should do exactly as it pleased her in everything while remaining still our guest. But I rather wished that she might choose not to sit in Tom's company, though she might be introduced to him. Not but what he could behave quite as well as could, and much better as regarded elegance and assurance, only that his honesty had not been as one might desire. But Lorna had some curiosity to know what this famous man was like, and declared that she would by all means have the pleasure of dining with him, if he did not object to her company on the ground of the Doones' dishonesty. Moreover, she said that it would seem a most foolish air on her part, and one which would cause the greatest pain to Annie, who had been so good to her, if she should refuse to sit at table with a man who held the king's pardon, and was now a pattern of honesty. Against this I had not a word to say, and could not help acknowledging in my heart that she was right, as well as wise in her decision. And afterwards I discovered that mother would have been much displeased if she had decided otherwise. Accordingly she turned away with one of her very sweetest smiles, whose beauty none can describe, saying that she must not meet a man of such fashion and renown in her common gardening frock, but must try to look as nice as she could, as if only in honour of dear Annie. And truth to tell, when she came to dinner, everything about her was the neatest and prettiest that can possibly be imagined. She contrived to match the colours so, to suit one another and her own, and yet with a certain delicate harmony of contrast, and the shape of everything was so nice, so that when she came into the room with a crown of winning modesty upon the consciousness of beauty, I was quite as proud as if the Queen of England entered. My mother could not help remarking, though she knew that it was not mannerly, how like a Princess Lorna looked now she had her best things on. But two things caught Squire Fagus's eyes, after he had made a most gallant bow and received a most graceful courtesy. And he kept his bright bold gaze upon them, first on one, and then on the other, until my darling was hot with blushes, and I was ready to knock him down if he had not been our visitor. But here again I should have been wrong, as I was apt to be in those days. For Tom intended no harm whatever, and his gaze was of pure curiosity, though Annie herself was vexed with it. The two objects of his close regard were first, and most worthily, Lorna's face, and secondly, the ancient necklace restored to her by Sir Ensor Doone. Now wishing to save my darling's comfort, and to keep things quiet, I shouted out that dinner was ready so that half the parish could hear me, upon which my mother laughed and chid me and dispatched her guests before her. And a very good dinner we made, I remember, and a very happy one, attending to the women first, as now is the manner of eating, except among the workmen. With them, of course, it is needful that the man who has his hours fixed should be served first, and make the utmost of his time for feeding, while the women may go on as much as ever they please afterwards. But with us, who are not bound to time, there is no such reason to be quoted, and the women being the weaker vessels should be the first to begin to fill. And so we always arranged it. Now, though our Annie was a graceful maid, and Lizzie a very learned one, you should have seen how differently Lorna managed her dining. She never took more than about a quarter of a mouthful at a time, and she never appeared to be chewing that, although she must have done so. Indeed, she appeared to dine as if it were a matter of no consequence, and as if she could think of other things more than of her business. All this, and her own manner of eating, I described to Eliza once, when I wanted to vex her for something very spiteful that she had said, and I never succeeded so well before, for the girl was quite outrageous, having her own perception of it, which made my observation 10 times as bitter to her. And I am not sure but what she ceased to like poor Lorna from that day, and if so, I was quite paid out as I well deserved for my bit of satire. For it strikes me that of all human dealings, satire is the very lowest, and most mean and common. It is the equivalent in words of what bullying is in deeds, and no more bespeaks a clever man than the other does a brave one. These two wretched tricks exalt a fool in his own low esteem, but never in his neighbour's. For the deep common sense of our nature tells that no man of a genial heart, or of any spread of mind, can take pride in either. And though a good man may commit the one fault or the other, now and then by way of outlet, he is sure to have compunctions soon, and to scorn himself more than the sufferer. Now when the young maidens were gone, for we had quite a high dinner of fashion that day, with Betty Muxworthy waiting and Gwenny Carfax at the gravy, and only mother and Tom, and I remained at the white deal table with brandy and schnapps and hot water jugs. Squire Faggus said quite suddenly, and perhaps on purpose to take us aback in case of our hiding anything, "What do you know of the history of that beautiful maiden, good mother?" "Not half so much as my son does," mother answered with a soft smile at me, "and when John does not choose to tell a thing, wild horses will not pull it out of him." "That is not at all like me, mother," I replied rather sadly. "You know almost every word about Lorna quite as well as I do." "Almost every word, I believe, John, for you never tell a falsehood, but the few unknown may be of all the most important to me." To this I made no answer for fear of going beyond the truth, or else of making mischief. Not that I had or wished to have any mystery with mother, neither was there in purest truth any mystery in the matter to the utmost of my knowledge. And the only things that I had kept back solely for mother's comfort were the death of poor Lord Alan Brandier, if indeed he were dead, and the connection of Marwood de Witchy House with the dealings of the Doones, and the threats of Carver Doone against my own prosperity, and maybe one or two little things harrowing more than edifying. "Come, come," said Master Faggus, smiling very pleasantly, "you two understand each other if any two on earth do. Ah, if I had only had a mother, how different I might have been." And with that he sighed in the tone which always overcame mother upon that subject, and had something to do with his getting Annie. And then he produced his pretty box, full of rolled tobacco, and offered me one, as I now had joined the goodly company of smokers. So I took it and watched what he did with his own, lest I might go wrong about mine. But when our cylinders were both lighted, and I enjoying mine wonderfully, and astonishing mother by my skill, Tom Faggus told us that he was sure he had seen my Lorna's face before, many and many years ago, when she was quite a little child, but he could not remember where it was or anything more about it at present, though he would try to do so afterwards. He could not be mistaken, he said, for he had noticed her eyes especially, and had never seen such eyes before, neither again until this day. I asked him if he had ever ventured into the Doone Valley, but he shook his head, and replied that he valued his life a deal too much for that. Then we put it to him whether anything might assist his memory, but he said that he knew not of aught to do so unless it were another glass of schnapps. This being provided, he grew very wise, and told us clearly and candidly that we were both very foolish, for he said that we were keeping Lorna at the risk not only of our stock and the house above our heads, but also of our precious lives. And after all, was she worth it, although so very beautiful? Upon which I told him with indignation that her beauty was the least part of her goodness, and that I would thank him for his opinion when I had requested it. "Bravo, our John Ridd," he answered. "Fools will be fools till the end of the chapter, and I might be as big a one if I were in thy shoes, John. Nevertheless, in the name of God, don't let that helpless child go about with a thing worth half the county on her." "She is worth all the county herself," said I, and all England put together, but she has nothing worth half a rick of hay upon her. For the ring I gave her cost only, and here I stopped, for mother was looking, and I never would tell her how much it had cost me, though she had tried 50 times to find out. Tush, the ring, Tom Faggus cried with a contempt that moved me. I would never have stopped a man for that. But the necklace, you great oaf, the necklace is worth all your farm put together, and your Uncle Ben's fortune to the back of it. I and all the town of Dulverton. What, said I, that common glass thing which she has had from her childhood? Glass indeed, they are the finest brilliants ever I set eyes on, and I have handled a good many. Surely, cried mother, now flushing as red as Tom's own cheeks with excitement, you must be wrong, or the young mistress would herself have known it. I was greatly pleased with my mother for calling Lorna the young mistress. It was not done for the sake of her diamonds, whether they were glass or not, but because she felt as I had done that Tom Faggus, a man of no birth whatever, was speaking beyond his mark, in calling a lady like Lorna a helpless child, as well as in his general tone, which displayed no deference. He might have been used to the quality in the way of stopping their coaches or roystering at hotels with them, but he never had met a high lady before in equality and upon virtue, and we both felt that he ought to have known it, and to have thanked us for the opportunity, in a word, to have behaved a great deal more humbly than he had even tried to do. Trust me, answered Tom in his loftiest manner, which Annie said was so noble, but which seemed to me rather flashy. Trust me, good mother and simple John, for knowing brilliants when I see them. I would have stopped an 8-horse coach with 4 carabined outriders for such a booty as that. But alas, those days are over, those were days worth living in. Ah, I never shall know the like again. How fine it was by moonlight! Master Faggus, began my mother with a manner of some dignity, such as she could sometimes use by right of her integrity and thorough kindness to everyone. This is not the tone in which you have hitherto spoken to me about your former pursuits and life. I fear that the spirits— But here she stopped, because the spirits were her own and Tom was our visitor. What I mean, Master Faggus, is this. You have won my daughter's heart somehow, and you won my consent to the matter through your honest sorrow, and manly undertaking to lead a different life, and touch no property but your own. Annie is my eldest daughter, and the child of a most upright man. I love her best of all on earth, next to my boy John here. Here mother gave me a mighty squeeze to be sure that she would have me at least, and I will not risk my Annie's life with a man who yearns for the highway. Having made this very long speech for her, mother came home upon my shoulder and wept so that, but for heeding her, I would have taken Tom by the nose and thrown him and Winnie after him over our farmyard gate. For I am violent when roused, and freely hereby acknowledge it, though even my enemies will own that it takes a great deal to rouse me. But I do consider the grief and tears, when justly caused of my dearest friends, to be a great deal to rouse me. Chapter 48. Nothing very long abides, as the greatest of all writers, in whose extent I am for ever lost in raptured wonder, and yet for ever quite at home, as if his heart were mine, although his brains so different, in a word, as Mr. William Shakespeare in every one of his works insists, with a humoured melancholy. And if my journey to London led to nothing else of advancement, it took me 100 years in front of what I might else have been, by the most simple accident. 2 women were scolding one another across the road, very violently, both from upstairs windows, and I, in my hurry for quiet life, and not knowing what might come down upon me, quickened my step for the nearest corner. But suddenly something fell on my head, and at first I was afraid to look, especially as it weighed heavily. But hearing no breakage of ware, and only the other scold laughing heartily, I turned me about and espied a book, which one had cast at the other, hoping to break her window. So I took the book and tendered it at the door of the house from which it had fallen. But the watchman came along just then, and the man at the door declared that it never came from their house and begged me to say no more. This I promised readily, never wishing to make mischief, and I said, "Good sir, now take the book, I will go on to my business." But he answered that he would do no such thing, for the book alone, being hurled so hard, would convict his people of a lewd assault, and he begged me if I would do a good turn to put the book under my coat and go. And so I did, in part at least, for I did not put the book under my coat but went along with it openly, looking for any to challenge it. Now this book, so acquired, has been not only the joy of my younger days and main delight of my manhood, but also the comfort and even the hope of my now declining years. In a word, it is next to my Bible to me and written in equal English. And if you espy any goodness whatever in my own loose style of writing, you must not thank me, John Ridd, for it, but the writer who holds the champion's belt in wit, as I once did in wrestling. Now, as nothing very long abides, it cannot be expected that a woman's anger should last very long, if she be at all of the proper sort. And my mother, being one of the very best, could not long retain her wrath against the Squire Faggus, especially when she came to reflect upon Annie's suggestion. How natural, and one might say, how inevitable it was that a young man fond of adventure and change and winning good profits by jeopardy should not settle down without some regrets to a fixed abode and a life of sameness, however safe and respectable. And even as Annie put the case, Tom deserved the greater credit for vanquishing so nobly these yearnings of his nature. And it seemed very hard to upbraid him, considering how good his motives were. Neither could Annie understand how mother could reconcile it with her knowledge of the Bible, and the one sheep that was lost, and the 100th piece of silver, and the man that went down to Jericho. Whether Annie's logic was good and sound, I am sure I cannot tell, but it seemed to me that she ought to have let the Jericho traveller alone, inasmuch as he rather fell among Tom Faggus's than resembled them. However, her reasoning was too much for mother to hold out against, and Tom was replaced, and more than that, being regarded now as an injured man. But how my mother contrived to know that because she had been too hard upon Tom, he must be right about the necklace, is a point which I never could clearly perceive, though no doubt she could explain it. To prove herself right in the conclusion, she went herself to fetch Lorna, that the trinket might be examined before the day grew dark. My darling came in with a very quick glance and smile at my cigarro, for I was having the third by this time to keep things in amity, and I waved it towards her as much as to say, "You see that I can do it." And then mother led her up to the light, for Tom to examine her necklace. On the shapely curve of her neck it hung, like dewdrops upon a white hyacinth, and I was vexed that Tom should have the chance to see it there. But even if she had read my thoughts or outrun them with her own, Lorna turned away and softly took the jewels from the place which so much adorned them. And as she turned away, they sparkled through the rich dark waves of hair. Then she laid the glittering circlet in my mother's hands, and Tom Faggus took it eagerly and bore it to the window. "Don't you go out of sight," I said. "You cannot resist such things as those if they be what you think them. Jack, I shall have to trounce thee yet. I am now a man of honour and entitled to the duello. What will you take for it, Mistress Lorna? At a hazard, say now." "I am not accustomed to sell things, sir," replied Lorna, who did not like him much, else she would have answered sportively. "What is it worth in your opinion? Do you think it is worth £5 now?" "Oh no, I never had so much money as that in all my life. It is very bright and very pretty, but it cannot be worth £5, I am sure. What a chance for a bargain! Oh, if it were not for Annie, I could make my fortune. But, sir, I would not sell it to you, not for 20 times £5. My grandfather was so kind about it, and I think it belonged to my mother. There are 25 rose diamonds in it, and 25 large brilliants that cannot be matched in London. How say you, Mistress Lorna, to £100,000? My darling's eyes so flashed at this, brighter than any diamonds, that I said to myself, well, all have faults, and now I have found out Lorna's, she is fond of money. And then I sighed rather heavily, for of all faults this seems to me one of the worst in a woman. But even before my sigh was finished, I had cause to condemn myself. For Lorna took the necklace very quietly from the hands of Squire Faggus, who had not half done with admiring it, and she went up to my mother with the sweetest smile I ever saw. "Dear kind mother, I am so glad," she said in a whisper, coaxing mother out of sight of all but me. "Now you will have it, won't you, dear? And I shall be so happy. For 1,000th part of your kindness to me no jewels in the world can match. I cannot lay before you the grace with which she did it, all the air of seeking favour rather than conferring it, and the high-bred fear of giving offence, which is of all fears the noblest." Mother knew not what to say. Of course she would never dream of taking such a gift as that, and yet she saw how sadly Lorna would be disappointed. Therefore mother did from habit what she almost always did, she called me to help her. But knowing that my eyes were full, for anything noble moves me so, quite as rashly as things pitiful, I pretended not to hear my mother, but to see a wild cat in the dairy. Therefore I cannot tell what mother said in reply to Lorna. For when I came back, quite eager to let my love know how I worshipped her, and how deeply I was ashamed of myself for meanly wronging her in my heart, behold, Tom Faggus had gotten again the necklace which had such charms for him, and was delivering all around, but especially to Annie, who was wondering at his learning, a dissertation on precious stones, and his sentiments about those in his hand. He said that the work was very ancient, but undoubtedly very good. The cutting of every line was true, and every angle was in its place. And this, he said, made all the difference in the lustre of the stone, and therefore in its value. For if the facets were ill-matched, and the points of light so ever little out of perfect harmony, all the lustre of the jewel would be loose and wavering, and the central fire dulled, instead of answering as it should to all possibilities of gaze, and overpowering any eye intent on its deeper mysteries. We laughed at the squire's dissertation, for how should he know all these things, being nothing better, and indeed much worse than a mere Northmolton blacksmith? He took our laughter with much good nature, having Annie to squeeze his hand and convey her grief at our ignorance. But he said that of one thing he was quite certain, and therein I believed him. To wit, that a trinket of this kind never could have belonged to any ignoble family, but to one of the very highest and most wealthy in England. And looking at Lorna, I felt that she must have come from a higher source than the very best of diamonds. Tom Faggus said that the necklace was made. He would answer for it in Amsterdam 200 or 300 years ago, long before London jewellers had begun to meddle with diamonds. And on the gold clasp he found some letters, done in some inverted way, the meaning of which was beyond him. Also a bearing of some kind, which he believed was a mounting cat. And thereupon he declared that now he had earned another glass of schnapps, and would Mistress Lorna mix it for him. I was amazed at his impudence, and Annie, who thought this her business, did not look best pleased, and I hoped that Lorna would tell him at once to go and do it for himself. But instead of that she rose to do it with a soft humility, which went direct to the heart of Tom, and he leaped up with a curse at himself and took the hot water from her, and would not allow her to do anything except to put the sugar in, and then he bowed to her grandly. I knew what Lorna was thinking of. She was thinking all the time that her necklace had been taken by the Doones with violence upon some great robbery. and that Squire Faggus knew it, though he would not show his knowledge, and that this was perhaps the reason why mother had refused it so. We said no more about the necklace for a long time afterwards. Neither did my darling wear it, now that she knew its value but did not know its history. She came to me the very next day, trying to look cheerful, and begged me if I loved her, never mind how little, to take charge of it again as I once had done before, and not even to let her know in what place I stored it. I told her that this last request I could not comply with, for having been round her neck so often, it was now a sacred thing, more than £1,000,000 could be. Therefore it should dwell for the present in the neighbourhood of my heart, and so could not be far from her. At this she smiled her own sweet smile, and touched my forehead with her lips, and wished that she could only learn how to deserve such love as mine. Tom Faggus took his good departure, which was a kind farewell to me, on the very day I am speaking of, the day after his arrival. Tom was a thoroughly upright man, according to his own standard, and you might rely upon him always up to a certain point, I mean to be there or thereabouts. But sometimes things were too many for Tom, especially with ardent spirits, and then he judged perhaps too much with only himself for the jury. At any rate, I would trust him fully for candour and for honesty, in almost every case in which he himself could have no interest. And so we got on very well together, and he thought me a fool, and I tried my best not to think anything worse of him. Scarcely was Tom clean out of sight, and Annie's tears not dry yet, for she always made a point of crying upon his departure, when in came Master Jeremy Stickles, splashed with mud from head to foot, and not in the very best of humours, though happy to get back again. "Curse those fellows," he cried, with a stamp which sent the water hissing from his boot upon the embers. A pretty plight you may call this for his Majesty's Commissioner to return to his headquarters in. Annie, my dear, for he was always very affable with Annie, will you help me off with my overalls, and then turn your pretty hand to the gridiron? Not a blessed morsel have I touched for more than 24 hours. Surely then you must be quite starving, sir, my sister replied with the greatest zeal, for she did love a man with an appetite. How glad I am that the fire is clear. But Lizzie, who happened to be there, said with her peculiar smile, Master Stickles must be used to it, for he never comes back without telling us that. Hush, cried Annie, quite shocked with her. How would you like to be used to it? Now, Betty, be quick with the things for me. Pork or mutton or deer's meat, sir. We have some cured since the autumn. Oh, deer's meat by all means, Jeremy Stickles answered. I have tasted none since I left you, though dreaming of it often. Well, this is better than being chased over the moors for one's life, John. All the way from Landacker Bridge I have ridden a race for my precious life, at the peril of my limbs and neck. 3 great Doones galloping after me, and a good job for me that they were so big, or they must have overtaken me. Just go and see to my horse, John. That's an excellent lad. He deserves a good turn this day from me, and I will render it to him. However, he left me to do it while he made himself comfortable. And in truth the horse required care. He was blown so that he could hardly stand, and plastered with mud, and steaming so that the stable was quite full with it. By the time I had put the poor fellow to rights, his master had finished dinner, and was in a more pleasant humour, having even offered to kiss Annie out of pure gratitude, as he said. But Annie answered with spirit that gratitude must not be shown by increasing the obligation. Jeremy made reply to this that his only way to be grateful then was to tell us his story. And so he did, at greater length than I can here repeat it. For it does not bear particularly upon Lorna's fortunes. It appears that as he was riding towards us from the town of Southmolton in Devonshire, he found the roads very soft and heavy, and the floods out in all directions, but met with no other difficulty until he came to Landacker Bridge. He had only a single trooper with him, a man not of the militia but of the king's army, whom Jeremy had brought from Exeter. As these two descended towards the bridge, they observed that both the Kensford water and the river Barle were pouring down in mighty floods from the melting of the snow. So great indeed was the torrent after they united, that only the parapets of the bridge could be seen above the water, the road across either bank being covered and very deep on the hither side. The trooper did not like the look of it, and proposed to ride back again, and round by way of Simmons Bath, where the stream is smaller. But Stickles would not have it so, and dashing into the river, swam his horse for the bridge and gained it with some little trouble. And there he found the water not more than up to his horse's knees perhaps. On the crown of the bridge he turned his horse to watch the trooper's passage, and to help him with directions, when suddenly he saw him fall headlong into the torrent, and heard the report of a gun from behind, and felt a shock to his own body, such as lifted him out of the saddle. Turning round he beheld 3 men, risen up from behind the hedge on one side of his onward road, 2 of them ready to load again, and one with his gun unfired, waiting to get good aim at him. Then Jeremy did a gallant thing, for which I doubt whether I should have had the presence of mind in danger. He saw that to swim his horse back again would be almost certain death, as affording such a target where even a wound must be fatal. Therefore he struck the spurs into the nag, and rode through the water straight at the man who was pointing the long gun at him. If the horse had been carried off his legs, there must have been an end of Jeremy, for the other men were getting ready to have another shot at him. But luckily the horse galloped right on without any need for swimming, being himself excited, no doubt, by all he had seen and heard of it. And Jeremy lay almost flat on his neck, so as to give little space for good aim, with the mane tossing wildly in front of him. Now if that young fellow with the gun had his brains as ready as his flint was, he would have shot the horse at once, and then had Stickles at his mercy. But instead of that, he let fly at the man and missed him altogether, being scared perhaps by the pistol which Jeremy showed him the mouth of. And galloping by at full speed, Master Stickles tried to leave his mark behind him, for he changed the aim of his pistol to the biggest man, who was loading his gun and cursing like 10 cannons. But the pistol missed fire, no doubt from the flood which had gurgled in over the holsters, and Jeremy, seeing 3 horses tethered at a gate just up the hill, knew that he had not yet escaped, but had more of danger behind him. He tried his other great pistol at one of the horses tethered there, so as to lessen, if possible, the number of his pursuers. But the powder again failed him, and he durst not stop to cut the bridles bearing the men coming up the hill. So he even made the most of his start, thanking God that his weight was light, compared at least to what theirs was. And another thing he had noticed which gave him some hope of escaping, to wit that the horses of the Doones, although very handsome animals, were suffering still from the bitter effects of the late long frost, and the scarcity of fodder. If they do not catch me up, or shoot me in the course of the first 2 miles, I may see my home again. This was what he said to himself as he turned to mark what they were about from the brow of the steep hill. He saw the flooded valley shining with the breadth of water, and the trooper's horse on the other side, shaking his drenched flanks and neighing, and halfway down the hill he saw the 3 Doones mounting hastily. And then he knew that his only chance lay in the stoutness of his steed. The horse was in pretty good condition, and the rider knew him thoroughly and how to make the most of him. And though they had travelled some miles that day through very heavy ground, the bath in the river had washed the mud off and been some refreshment. Therefore Stickles encouraged his nag and put him into a good hard gallop, heading away towards Withycombe. At first he had thought of turning to the right, and making off for Witherpool, a mile or so down the valley. But his good sense told him that no one there would dare to protect him against the Doones, so he resolved to go on his way, yet faster than he had intended. The three villains came after him with all the speed they could muster, making sure from the badness of the road that he must stick fast ere long, and so be at their mercy. And this was Jeremy's chiefest fear, for the ground being soft and thoroughly rotten after so much frost and snow, the poor horse had terrible work of it with no time to pick the way, and even more good luck than skill was needed to keep him from foundering. How Jeremy prayed for an Exmoor fog, such as he had often sworn at, that he might turn aside and lurk while his pursuers went past him. But no fog came, nor even a storm to damp the priming of their guns. Neither was wood or coppice nigh, nor any place to hide in, only hills and moor and valleys, with flying shadows over them and great banks of snow in the corners. At one time poor Stickles was quite in despair, for after leaping a little brook which crosses the track at Newland, he stuck fast in a dancing bog, as we call them upon Exmoor. The horse had broken through the crust of moss and sedge and marishweed, and could do nothing but wallow and sink, with the black water spurting over him. And Jeremy, struggling with all his might, saw the three villains now topping the crest, less than a furlong behind him, and heard them shout in their savage delight. With the calmness of despair he yet resolved to have one more try for it, and scrambling over the horse's head, gained firm land and tugged at the bridle. The poor nag replied with all his power to the call upon his courage, and reared his forefeet out of the slough, and with straining eyeballs gazed at him. "Now," said Jeremy, "now, my fine fellow," lifting him with the bridle, and the brave beast gathered the roll of his loins and sprang from his quagmired haunches. One more spring, and he was on earth again instead of being under it, and Jeremy leaped on his back and stooped, for he knew that they would fire. 2 bullets whistled over him as the horse, mad with fright, dashed forward, and in 5 minutes more he had come to the Exe, and the pursuers had fallen behind him. The Exe, though a much smaller stream than the Barle, now ran in a foaming torrent, unbridged and too wide for leaping. But Jeremy's horse took the water well, and both he and his rider were lightened as well as comforted by it. And as they passed towards Lucot Hill and struck upon the founts of Lynn, the horses of the 3 pursuers began to tire under them. Then Jeremy Stickles knew that if he could only escape the sloughs, he was safe for the present, and so he stood up in his stirrups and gave them a loud halloo, as if they had been so many foxes. Lorna, Doone by R.D. Blackmore, their only answer was to fire the remaining charge at him, but the distance was too great for any aim from horseback, and the dropping bullet idly ploughed the sod upon one side of him. He acknowledged it with a wave of his hat, and laid one thumb to his nose, in the manner fashionable in London for expression of contempt. However, they followed him yet farther, hoping to make him pay out dearly if he should only miss the track, or fall upon morasses. But the neighbourhood of our Lynn stream is not so very boggy, and the king's messenger now knew his way as well as any of his pursuers did, and so he arrived at Plover's Barrows, thankful and in rare appetite. "But was the poor soldier drowned?" asked Annie, "and you never went to look for him? Oh, how very dreadful! Shot or drowned, I know not which. Thank God it was only a trooper, but they shall pay for it as dearly as if it had been a captain. And how was it you were struck by a bullet and only shaken in your saddle? Had you a coat of mail on or of Milanese chain armour? Now, Master Stickles, had you?" "No, Mistress Lizzie, we do not wear things of that kind nowadays. You are apt, I perceive, at romances, but I happen to have a little flat bottle of the best stoneware slung beneath my saddle cloak, and filled with the very best eau de vie from the George Hotel at Southmolton. The brand of it now is upon my back, Oh, the murderous scoundrels, what a brave spirit they have spilled. You had better set to and thank God, said I, that they have not spilled a braver one. Chapter 49. It was only right in Jeremy Stickles and of the simplest common sense that he would not tell before our girls what the result of his journey was. But he led me aside in the course of the evening and told me all about it, saying that I knew as well as he did that it was not woman's business. This I took as it was meant for a gentle caution that Lorna, whom he had not seen as yet, must not be informed of any of his doings. Herein I quite agreed with him, not only for his furtherance, but because I always think that women of whatever mind are best when least they meddle with the things that appertain to men. Master Stickles complained that the weather had been against him bitterly, closing all the roads around him, even as it had done with us. It had taken him 8 days, he said, to get from Exeter to Plymouth, whither he found that most of the troops had been drafted off from Exeter. When all were told, there was but a battalion of one of the King's horse regiments and 2 companies of foot soldiers, and their commanders had orders later than the date of Jeremy's commission on no account to quit the southern coast and march inland. Therefore, although they would gladly have come for a brush with the celebrated Doones, it was more than they durst attempt in the face of their instructions. However, they spared him a single trooper as a companion of the road, and to prove to the justices of the county and the Lord Lieutenant that he had their approval. To these authorities Master Stickles now was forced to address himself, although he would rather have had 1 trooper than a score from the very best trained bands. For these trained bands had afforded very good soldiers in the time of the civil wars and for some years afterwards. But now their discipline was gone, and the younger generation had seen no real fighting. Each would have his own opinion and would want to argue it, and if he were not allowed, he went about his duty in such a temper as to prove that his own way was the best. Neither was this the worst of it, for Jeremy made no doubt but what, if he could only get the militia to turn out in force, he might manage with the help of his own men to force the stronghold of the enemy. But the truth was that the officers, knowing how hard it would be to collect their men at that time of the year, and in that state of the weather, began with one accord to make every possible excuse. And especially they pressed this point that Bagworthy was not in their county, the Devonshire people affirming vehemently that it lay in the shire of Somerset, and the Somersetshire folk averring, even with imprecations, that it lay in Devonshire. Now I believe the truth to be that the boundary of the 2 counties, as well as of Orr and Brendan parishes, is defined by the Bagworthy River, so that the disputants on both sides were both right and wrong. Upon this Master Stickles suggested, and as I thought very sensibly, that the 2 counties should unite, and equally contribute to the extirpation of this pest, which shamed and injured them both alike. But hence arose another difficulty, for the men of Devon said they would march when Somerset had taken the field, and the sons of Somerset replied that indeed they were quite ready, but what were their cousins of Devonshire doing? And so it came to pass that the King's commissioner returned without any army whatever, but with promise of 200 men when the roads should be more passable. And meanwhile, what were we to do, abandoned as we were to the mercies of the Doones, with only our own hands to help us? And herein I grieved at my own folly, in having let Tom Faggus go, whose wit and courage would have been worth at least 6 men to us. Upon this matter I held long counsel with my good friend Stickles, telling him all about Lorna's presence and what I knew of her history. He agreed with me that we could not hope to escape an attack from the outlaws, and the more especially now that they knew himself to be returned to us. Also he praised me for my forethought in having threshed out all our corn, and hidden the produce in such a manner that they were not likely to find it. Furthermore, he recommended that all the entrances to the house should at once be strengthened, and a watch must be maintained at night, and he thought it wiser that I should go, late as it was, to Lynmouth, if a horse could pass the valley and fetch every one of his mounted troopers who might now be quartered there. Also, if any men of courage, though capable only of handling a pitchfork, could be found in the neighbourhood, I was to try to summon them. But our district is so thinly peopled that I had little faith in this. However, my errand was given me, and I set forth upon it. For John Fry was afraid of the waters. Knowing how fiercely the floods were out, I resolved to travel the higher road by Cosgate and through Countisbury. Therefore I swam my horse through the Lynn at the ford below our house, where sometimes you may step across, and thence galloped up and along the hills. I could see all the inland valleys ribboned with broad waters, and in every winding crook the banks of snow that fed them, while on my right the turbid sea was flaked with April showers. But when I descended the hill towards Lynmouth, I feared that my journey was all in vain. For the East Lynn, which is our river, was ramping and roaring frightfully, lashing whole trunks of trees on the rocks and rending them and grinding them. And into it rushed from the opposite side a torrent even madder, upsetting what it came to aid, shattering wave with boiling billow and scattering wrath with fury. It was certain death to attempt the passage, and the little wooden footbridge had been carried away long ago, and the men I was seeking must be, of course, on the other side of this deluge, for on my side there was not a single house. I followed the bank of the flood to the beach, some 200 or 300 yards below, and there had the luck to see Will Watcombe on the opposite side, caulking an old boat. Though I could not make him hear a word from the deafening roar of the torrent, I got him to understand at last that I wanted to cross over. Upon this he fetched another man, and the two of them launched a boat, and paddling well out to sea, fetched round the mouth of the frantic river. The other man proved to be Stickles's chief mate, and so he went back and fetched his comrades, bringing their weapons but leaving their horses behind. As it happened, there were but 4 of them, however, to have even these was a help, and I started again at full speed for my home, for the men must follow afoot and cross our river high up on the moorland. This took them a long way round, and the track was rather bad to find, and the sky already darkening, so that I arrived at Plover's Barrows more than 2 hours before them. But they had done a sagacious thing which was well worth the delay, for by hoisting their flag upon the hill they fetched the 2 watchmen from the foreland and added them to their number. It was lucky that I came home so soon, for I found the house in a great commotion and all the women trembling. When I asked what the matter was, Lorna, who seemed the most self-possessed, answered that it was all her fault, for she alone had frightened them. And this in the following manner. She had stolen out to the garden towards dusk, to watch some favourite hyacinth just pushing up, like a baby's teeth, and just attracting the fatal notice of a great house snail at night time. Lorna at last had discovered the glutton, and was bearing him off in triumph to the tribunal of the ducks, when she descried 2 glittering eyes glaring at her steadfastly from the elder bush beyond the stream. The elder was smoothing its wrinkled leaves, being at least 2 months behind time, and among them this calm, cruel face appeared, and she knew it was the face of Carver Doone. The maiden, although so used to terror, as she told me once before, lost all presence of mind hereat, and could neither shriek nor fly, but only gaze as if bewitched. Then Carver Doone, with his deadly smile, gloating upon her horror, lifted his long gun and pointed full at Lorna's heart. In vain she strove to turn away. Fright had stricken her stiff as stone. With the inborn love of life she tried to cover the vital part wherein the winged death must lodge, for she knew Carver's certain aim, but her hands hung numbed and heavy, In nothing but her eyes was life. With no sign of pity in his face, no quiver of relenting, but a well-pleased grin at all the charming palsy of his victim, Carver Doone lowered, inch by inch, the muzzle of his gun. When it pointed to the ground between her delicate arched insteps, he pulled the trigger, and the bullet flung the mould all over her. It was a refinement of bullying, for which I swore to God that night, upon my knees in secret, that I would smite down Carver Doone or else he should smite me down. Base beast! What largest humanity, or what dreams of divinity, could make a man put up with this? My darling, the loveliest and most harmless in the world of maidens, fell away on a bank of grass and wept at her own cowardice, and trembled and wondered where I was and what I would think of this. Good God, what could I think of it? She overrated my slow nature to admit the question. While she leaned there, quite unable yet to save herself, Carver came to the brink of the flood which alone was between them, and then he stroked his jet-black beard, and waited for Lorna to begin. Very likely he thought that she would thank him for his kindness to her, but she was now recovering the power of her nimble limbs, and ready to be off like hope and wonder at her own cowardice. "I have spared you this time," he said in his deep, calm voice, "only because it suits my plans, and I never yield to temper. But unless you come back tomorrow pure and with all you took away, and teach me to destroy that fool who has destroyed himself for you, your death is here, your death is here where it has long been waiting." Although his gun was empty, he struck the breech of it with his finger, and then he turned away, not deigning even once to look back again. And Lorna saw his giant figure striding across the meadow land, as if the Ridds were nobodies and he the proper owner. Both mother and I were greatly hurt at hearing of this insolence, for we had owned that meadow from the time of the great Alfred, and even when that good king lay in the Isle of Athelney, he had a Ridd along with him. Now I spoke to Lorna gently, seeing how much she had been tried, and I praised her for her courage in not having run away when she was so unable, and my darling was pleased with this and smiled upon me for saying it, though she knew right well that in this matter my judgment was not impartial. But you may take this as a general rule, that a woman likes praise from the man whom she loves and cannot stop always to balance it. Now expecting a sharp attack that night, when Jeremy Stickles the more expected after the words of Carver which seemed to be meant to mislead us, we prepared a great quantity of knuckles of pork, and a ham in full cut, and a fillet of hung mutton. For we would almost surrender rather than keep our garrison hungry, and all our men were exceedingly brave, and counted their rounds of the house in half-pints. Before the maidens went to bed, Lorna made a remark which seemed to me a very clever one, and then I wondered how on earth it had never occurred to me before. But first she had done a thing which I could not in the least approve of, for she had gone up to my mother and thrown herself into her arms, and begged to be allowed to return to Glen Doone. "My child, are you unhappy here?" Mother asked her very gently, for she had begun to regard her now as a daughter of her own. "Oh no, too happy, by far too happy, Mrs. Ridd. I never knew rest or peace before or met with real kindness. But I cannot be so ungrateful, I cannot be so wicked, as to bring you all into deadly peril for my sake alone. Let me go, you must not pay this great price for my happiness." "Dear child, we are paying no price at all," replied my mother, embracing her. "We are not threatened for your sake only. Ask John, he will tell you. He knows every bit about politics, and this is a political matter." Dear mother was rather proud in her heart, as well as terribly frightened, at the importance now accruing to Plover's Barrows farm, and she often declared that it would be as famous in history as the Rye House, or the Meal Tub, or even the great black box in which she was a firm believer. And even my knowledge of politics could not move her upon that matter. "Such things had happened before," she would say, shaking her head with its wisdom, And why might they not happen again? Women would be women and men would be men to the end of the chapter, and if she had been in Lucy Waters' place she would keep it quiet as she had done. And then she would look round for fear lest either of her daughters had heard her. But now can you give me any reason why it may not have been so? You are so fearfully positive, John, just as men always are. No, I used to say. I can give you no reason why it may not have been so, mother, but the question is if it was so or not, rather than what it might have been. And I think it is pretty good proof against it that what 9 men of every 10 in England would only too gladly believe if true is nevertheless kept dark from them. There you are again, John, mother would reply, all about men and not a single word about women. If you had any argument at all, you would own that marriage is a question upon which women are the best judges. So, I would groan in my spirit and go, leaving my dearest mother quite sure that now at last she must have convinced me. But if mother had known that Jeremy Stickles was working against the black box, and its issue, I doubt whether he would have fared so well, even though he was a visitor. However, she knew that something was doing and something of importance, and she trusted in God for the rest of it. Only she used to tell me very seriously of an evening, the very least they can give you, dear John, is a coat of arms. Be sure you take nothing less, dear, and the farm can well support it. But lo, I have left Lorna ever so long anxious to consult me upon political matters. She came to me, and her eyes alone asked 100 questions, which I rather had answered upon her lips than troubled her pretty ears with them. Therefore I told her nothing at all, save that the attack, if any should be, would not be made on her account, and that if she should hear by any chance a trifle of a noise in the night, she was to wrap the clothes around her and shut her beautiful eyes again. On no account, whatever she did, was she to go to the window. She liked my expression about her eyes and promised to do the very best she could, and then she crept so very close that I needs must have her closer, and with her head on my breast she asked, "Can't you keep out of this fight, John?" "My own one," I answered, gazing through the long black lashes at the depths of radiant love. "I believe there will be nothing, but what there is I must see out." Shall I tell you what I think, John? It is only a fancy of mine, and perhaps it is not worth telling. Let us have it, dear, by all means, you know so much about their ways. What I believe is this, John. You know how high the rivers are, higher than ever they were before, and twice as high, you have told me. I believe that Glen Doone is flooded, and all the houses under water. You little witch, I answered. What a fool I must be not to think of it. Of course it is, it must be. The torrent from all the Bagworthy forest and all the valleys above it and the great drifts in the glen itself never could have outlet down my famous water-slide. The valley must be under water 20 feet at least. Well, if ever there was a fool, I am he for not having thought of it. I remember once before, said Lorna, reckoning on her fingers, when there was heavy rain, all through the autumn and winter, 5 or it may be 6 years ago. The river came down with such a rush that the water was 2 feet deep in our rooms, and we all had to camp by the cliff edge. But you think that the floods are higher now, I believe I heard you say, John. I don't think about it, my treasure, I answered. You may trust me for understanding floods after our work at Tiverton. And I know that the deluge in all our valleys is such that no living man can remember, neither will ever behold again. Consider 3 months of snow, and a fortnight of rain on the top of it, and all to be drained in a few days away. And great barricades of ice still in the rivers blocking them up and ponding them. You may take my word for it, Mistress Lorna, that your pretty bower is 6 feet deep. Well, my bower has served its time, said Lorna, blushing as she remembered all that had happened there. And my bower now is here, John. But I am so sorry to think of all the poor women flooded out of their houses and sheltering in the snowdrifts. However, there is one good of it. they cannot send many men against us with all this trouble upon them." "You are right," I replied. "How clever you are, and that is why there were only 3 to cut off Master Stickles, and now we shall beat them, I make no doubt, even if they come at all. And I defy them to fire the house, the thatch is too wet for burning." We sent all the women to bed quite early, except Gwenny Carfax and our old Betty. These 2 we allowed to stay up because they might be useful to us if they could keep from quarrelling. For my part, I had little fear after what Lorna had told me as to the result of the combat. It was not likely that the Doones could bring more than 8 or 10 men against us, while their homes were in such danger. And to meet these we had 8 good men, including Jeremy and myself, all well armed and resolute, besides our 3 farm servants and the parish clerk and the shoemaker. These 5 could not be trusted much for any valiant conduct, although they spoke very confidently over their cans of cider. Neither were their weapons fitted for much execution, unless it were at close quarters, which they would be likely to avoid. Bill Dadds had a sickle, Jem Slocum a flail. The cobbler had borrowed the constable's staff, for the constable would not attend because there was no warrant, and the parish clerk had brought his pitch pipe, which was enough to break any man's head. But John Fry, of course, had his blunderbuss, loaded with tin tacks and marbles, and more likely to kill the man who discharged it than any other person. But we knew that John had it only for show, and to describe its qualities. Now it was my great desire and my chiefest hope to come across Carver Doone that night and settle the score between us, not by any shot in the dark, but by a conflict man to man. As yet, since I came to full-grown power, I had never met anyone whom I could not play teetotum with, but now at last I had found a man whose strength was not to be laughed at. I could guess it in his face, I could tell it in his arms, I could see it in his stride and gait, which more than all the rest betray the substance of a man. And being so well used to wrestling and to judge antagonists, I felt that here, if anywhere, I had found my match. Therefore I was not content to abide within the house or go the rounds with the troopers, but betook myself to the rick yard, knowing that the Doones were likely to begin their onset there, for they had a pleasant custom when they visited farmhouses, of lighting themselves towards picking up anything they wanted, or stabbing the inhabitants by first creating a blaze in the rick yard. And though our ricks were all now of mere straw, except indeed 2 of prime clover hay, and although on the top they were so wet that no firebrands might hurt them, I was both unwilling to have them burned and fearful that they might kindle, if well roused up with fire upon the windward side. By the by, these Doones had got the worst of this pleasant trick one time, for happening to fire the ricks of a lonely farm called Yearnworthy, not far above Glenthorne, they approached the house to get people's goods and to enjoy their terror. The master of the farm was lately dead, and had left inside the clock case loaded the great long gun, wherewith he had used to sport at the ducks and the geese on the shore. Now Widow Fisher took out this gun, and not caring much what became of her, for she had loved her husband dearly, she laid it upon the window-sill which looked upon the rick yard, and she backed up the butt with a chest of oak drawers, and she opened the window a little back and let the muzzle out on the slope. Presently 5 or 6 fine young Doones came dancing a reel, as their manner was betwixt her and the flaming rick. Upon which she pulled the trigger with all the force of her thumb, and a 1/4 pound of duckshot went out with a blaze on the dancers. You may suppose what their dancing was, and their reeling how changed to staggering, and their music none of the sweetest. One of them fell into the rick and was burned and buried in a ditch next day, but the others were set upon their horses and carried home on a path of blood. And strange to say, they never avenged this very dreadful injury, but having heard that a woman had fired this desperate shot among them, They said that she ought to be a Doone, and inquired how old she was. Now I had not been so very long waiting in our mow yard, with my best gun ready and a big club by me, before a heaviness of sleep began to creep upon me. The flow of water was in my ears, and in my eyes a hazy spreading, and upon my brain a closure, as a cobbler sews a vamp up. So I leaned back in the clover-rick, and the dust of the seed and the smell came round me without any trouble. And I dozed about Lorna just once or twice and what she had said about new-mown hay. And then back went my head, and my chin went up. And if ever a man was blessed with slumber, down it came upon me, and away went I into it. Now this was very vile of me, and against all good resolutions, even such as I would have sworn to an hour ago or less. But if you had been in the water as I had, and had long fight with it, after a good day's work, and then great anxiety afterwards and brain work, which is not fair for me, and upon that a stout supper, mayhap you would not be so hard on my sleep, though you felt it your duty to wake me. Chapter 50. It was not likely that the outlaws would attack our premises until some time after the moon was risen, because it would be too dangerous to cross the flooded valleys in the darkness of the night. And but for this consideration I must have striven harder against the stealthy approach of slumber. But even so, it was very foolish to abandon watch, especially in such as I, who sleep like any dormouse. Moreover, I had chosen the very worst place in the world for such employment, with a goodly chance of awakening in a bed of solid fire. And so it might have been, nay, it must have been, but for Lorna's vigilance. Her light hand upon my arm awoke me not too readily, and leaping up I seized my club and prepared to knock down somebody. "Who's that?" I cried. "Stand back, I say, and let me have fair chance at you." "Are you going to knock me down, dear John?" replied the voice I loved so well. "I am sure I should never get up again after one blow from you, John." "My darling, is it you?" I cried. "And breaking all your orders, come back into the house at once, and nothing on your head, dear. How could I sleep while at any moment you might be killed beneath my window, and now is the time of real danger, for men can see to travel." I saw at once the truth of this. The moon was high and clearly lighting all the watered valleys. To sleep any longer might be death, not only to myself but all. "The man on guard at the back of the house is fast asleep," she continued. "Gwenny, who let me out and came with me, has heard him snoring for 2 hours. I think the women ought to be the watch because they have had no travelling. Where do you suppose little Gwenny is? Surely not gone to Glen Doone." I was not sure, however, for I could believe almost anything of the Cornish maiden's hardihood. "No," replied Lorna, although she wanted even to do that. "But of course I would not hear of it, on account of the swollen waters, but she is perched on yonder tree which commands the Barrow Valley. She says that they are almost sure to cross the streamlet there, and now it is so wide and large that she can trace it in the moonlight 1/2 a mile beyond her. If they cross, she is sure to see them and in good time to let us know." "What a shame," I cried, "that the men should sleep and the maidens be the soldiers. I will sit in that tree myself and send little Gwenny back to you. Go to bed, my best and dearest. I will take good care not to sleep again." "Please not to send me away, dear John," she answered very mournfully. "You and I have been together through perils worse than this. I shall only be more timid and more miserable indoors." "I cannot let you stay here," I said. "It is altogether impossible. Do you suppose that I can fight with you among the bullets, Lorna? If this is the way you mean to take it, we had better go both to the apple room and lock ourselves in and hide under the tiles and let them burn all the rest of the premises." At this idea Lorna laughed, as I could see by the moonlight, and then she said, "You are right, John. I should only do more harm than good, and of all things I hate fighting most and disobedience next to it. Therefore I will go indoors, although I cannot go to bed. But promise me one thing, dearest John. You will keep yourself out of the way now, won't you, as much as you can for my sake? Of that you may be quite certain, Lorna. I will shoot them all through the hay-ricks. That is right, dear, she answered, never doubting but what I could do it. And then they cannot see you, you know. But don't think of climbing that tree, John, it is a great deal too dangerous. It is all very well for Gwenny, she has no bones to break. None worth breaking, you mean, I suppose. Very well, I will not climb the tree, for I should defeat my own purpose, I fear, being such a conspicuous object. Now go indoors, darling, without more words. The more you linger, the more I shall keep you. She laughed her own bright laugh at this, and only said, God keep you, love. And then away she tripped across the yard with the step I love to watch so. And thereupon I shouldered arms and resolved to tramp till morning. For I was vexed at my own neglect, and that Lorna should have to right it. But before I had been long on duty, making the round of the ricks and stables, and hailing Gwenny now and then from the bottom of her tree, a short wide figure stole towards me, in and out the shadows, and I saw that it was no other than the little maid herself, and that she bore some tidings. 10 on 'em crossed the water down yonner, said Gwenny, putting her hand to her mouth and seeming to regard it as good news rather than otherwise. Be all craping up by hedgerow now. I could shut 3 on 'em from the bar of the gate, if so be I had your goon, young man. There is no time to lose, Gwenny. Run to the house and fetch Master Stickles and all the men, while I stay here and watch the rick yard. Perhaps I was wrong in heeding the ricks at such a time as that, especially as only the clover was of much importance. But it seemed to me like a sort of triumph that they should be even able to boast of having fired our mow yard. Therefore I stood in a nick of the clover, whence we had cut some trusses, with my club in hand and gun close by. The robbers rode into our yard as coolly as if they had been invited, having lifted the gate from the hinges first on account of its being fastened. Then they actually opened our stable doors and turned our honest horses out, and put their own rogues in the place of them. At this my breath was quite taken away, for we think so much of our horses. By this time I could see our troopers waiting in the shadow of the house round the corner from where the Doones were, and expecting the order to fire. But Jeremy Stickles very wisely kept them in readiness until the enemy should advance upon them. 2 of you lazy fellows go, it was the deep voice of Carver Doone, and make us a light to cut their throats by. Only one thing once again. If any man touches Lorna, I will stab him where he stands. She belongs to me. There are 2 other young damsels here whom you may take away if you please. And the mother, I hear, is still comely. Now for our rights. We have borne too long the insolence of these yokels. Kill every man and every child, and burn the cursed place down. As he spoke thus blasphemously, I set my gun against his breast, and by the light buckled from his belt I saw the little sight of brass gleaming alike upon either side, and the sleek round barrel glimmering. The aim was sure as death itself. If I only drew the trigger, which went very lightly, Carver Doone would breathe no more, and yet will you believe me? I could not pull the trigger. Would to God that I had done so, for I never had taken human life, neither done bodily harm to man, beyond the little bruises and the trifling aches and pains which follow a good and honest bout in the wrestling ring. Therefore I dropped my carbine and grasped again my club, which seemed a more straightforward implement. Presently 2 young men came towards me, bearing brands of resined hemp, kindled from Carver's lamp. The foremost of them set his torch to the rick within a yard of me, and smoke concealing me from him. I struck him with a back-handed blow on the elbow as he bent it, and I heard the bone of his arm break as clearly as ever I heard a twig snap. With a roar of pain he fell on the ground, and his torch dropped there and singed him. The other man stood amazed at this, not having yet gained sight of me, till I caught his firebrand from his hand and struck it into his countenance. With that he leaped at me, but I caught him in a manner learned from early wrestling and snapped his collarbone as I laid him upon the top of his comrade. This little success so encouraged me that I was half inclined to advance and challenge Carver Doone to meet me, but I bore in mind that he would be apt to shoot me without ceremony. And what is the utmost of human strength against the power of powder? Moreover, I remembered my promise to sweet Lorna, and who would be left to defend her if the rogues got rid of me? While I was hesitating thus, for I always continue to hesitate except in actual conflict, a blaze of fire lit up the house, and brown smoke hung around it. 6 of our men had let go at the Doones by Jeremy Stickle's order, as the villains came swaggering down in the moonlight ready for rape or murder. 2 of them fell, and the rest hung back to think at their leisure what this was. They were not used to this sort of thing. It was neither just nor courteous. Being unable any longer to contain myself as I thought of Lorna's excitement at all this noise of firing, I came across the yard, expecting whether they would shoot at me. However, no one shot at me, and I went up to Carver Doone, whom I knew by his size in the moonlight, and I took him by the beard and said, "Do you call yourself a man?" For a moment he was so astonished that he could not answer. None had ever dared, I suppose, to look at him in that way, and he saw that he had met his equal or perhaps his master. And then he tried a pistol at me, but I was too quick for him. "Now, Carver Doone, take warning," I said to him very soberly. "You have shown yourself a fool by your contempt of me. I may not be your match in craft, but I am in manhood. You are a despicable villain. Lie low in your native muck." And with that word I laid him flat upon his back in our straw yard, by a trick of the inner heel which he could not have resisted, though his strength had been twice as great as mine, unless he were a wrestler. Seeing him down, the others ran, though one of them made a shot at me, and some of them got their horses before our men came up, and some went away without them. And among these last was Captain Carver, who arose, while I was feeling myself, for I had a little wound, and strode away with a train of curses enough to poison the light of the moon. We gained 6 very good horses by this attempted rapine, as well as 2 young prisoners whom I had smitten by the cloverick. And 2 dead Doones were left behind, whom as we buried them in the churchyard without any service over them, I for my part was most thankful that I had not killed. For to have the life of a fellow man laid upon one's conscience, deserved he his death or deserved it not, is to my sense of right and wrong the heaviest of all burdens, and the one that wears most deeply inwards, with the dwelling of the mind on this view and on that of it. I was inclined to pursue the enemy and try to capture more of them, but Jeremy Stickles would not allow it, for he said that all the advantage would be upon their side if we went hurrying after them, with only the moon to guide us, and who could tell but what there might be another band of them, ready to fall upon the house and burn it and seize the women if we left them unprotected. When he put the case thus, I was glad enough to abide by his decision. And one thing was quite certain, that the Doones had never before received so rude a shock, and so violent a blow to their supremacy, since first they had built up their power and become the lords of Exmoor. I knew that Carver Doone would gnash those mighty teeth of his, and curse the men around him for the blunder, which was in truth his own, of over-confidence and carelessness. And at the same time, all the rest would feel that such a thing had never happened, while old Sir Ensor was alive, and that it was caused by nothing short of gross mismanagement. I scarcely know who made the greatest fuss about my little wound, mother, or Annie, or Lorna. I was heartily ashamed to be so treated like a milksop, but most unluckily it had been impossible to hide it, for the ball had cut along my temple just above the eyebrow, and being fired so near at hand, the powder too had scarred me. therefore it seemed a great deal worse than it really was. And the sponging and the plastering and the sobbing and the moaning made me quite ashamed to look Master Stickles in the face. However, at last I persuaded them that I had no intention of giving up the ghost that night, and then they all fell to, and thanked God with an emphasis quite unknown in church. And hereupon Master Stickles said in his free and easy manner, for no one courted his observation, that I was the luckiest of all mortals in having a mother and a sister and a sweetheart to make much of me. For his part, he said, he was just as well off in not having any to care for him. For now he might go and get shot or stabbed or knocked on the head at his pleasure without anyone being offended. I made bold upon this to ask him what was become of his wife, for I had heard him speak of having one. He said that he neither knew nor cared, and perhaps I should be like him some day. That Lorna should hear such sentiments was very grievous to me. But she looked at me with a smile which proved her contempt for all such ideas, and lest anything still more unfit might be said, I dismissed the question. But Master Stickles told me afterwards, when there was no one with us, to have no faith in any woman whatever she might seem to be. For he assured me that now he possessed very large experience for so small a matter, being thoroughly acquainted with women of every class, from ladies of the highest blood to bonorobas and peasants' wives, and that they all might be divided into 3 heads and no more, that is to say as follows. First, the very hot and passionate, who were only contemptible; second, the cold and indifferent, who were simply odious; and third, the mixture of the other 2, who had the bad qualities of both. As for reason, none of them had it. It was like a sealed book to them, which if they ever tried to open, they began at the back of the cover. Now I did not like to hear such things, and to me they appeared to be insolent as well as narrow-minded. For if you came to that, why might not men as well as women be divided into the same 3 classes, and be pronounced upon by women, as beings even more devoid than their gentle judges of reason? Moreover, I knew both from my own sense, and from the greatest of all great poets, that there are, and always have been, plenty of women, good and gentle, warm-hearted, loving and lovable. Very keen, moreover, at seeing the right, be it by reason or otherwise. And upon the whole I prefer them much to the people of my own sex, as goodness of heart is more important than to show good reason for having it. And so I said to Jeremy, you have been ill-treated, perhaps, Master Stickles, by some woman or other. Ah, that have I, he replied with an oath, and the last on earth who should serve me so, the woman who was my wife. A woman whom I never struck, never wronged in any way, never even let her know that I like another better. And yet when I was at Berwick last, with the regiment on guard there against those vile moss-troopers, what does that woman do but fly in the face of all authority and of my especial business by running away herself with the biggest of all moss-troopers? Not that I cared a groat about her, and I wished the fool well rid of her, but the insolence of the thing was such that everybody laughed at me, and back I went to London, losing a far better and safer job than this, and all through her. Come, let's have another onion. Master Stickles's view of the matter was so entirely unromantic that I scarcely wondered at Mistress Stickles for having run away from him to an adventurous moss-trooper. For 9 women out of 10 must have some kind of romance or other to make their lives endurable, and when their love has lost this attractive element, this soft dew fog, if such it be, the love itself is apt to languish, unless its bloom be well replaced by the budding hopes of children. Now Master Stickles neither had, nor wished to have any children, without waiting for any warrant, only saying something about captus in flagrante delicto. If that be the way to spell it, Stickles sent our prisoners off, bound and looking miserable, to the jail at Taunton. I was desirous to let them go free if they would promise amendment, But although I had taken them, and surely therefore had every right to let them go again, Master Stickles said not so. He assured me that it was a matter of public polity, and of course, not knowing what he meant, I could not contradict him, but thought that surely my private rights ought to be respected. For if I throw a man in wrestling, I expect to get his stakes, and if I take a man prisoner, why, he ought in common justice to belong to me, and I have a good right to let him go if I think proper to do so. However, Master Stickles said that I was quite benighted and knew nothing of the Constitution, which was the very thing I knew beyond any man in our parish. Nevertheless, it was not for me to contradict a commissioner, and therefore I let my prisoners go and wished them a happy deliverance. Stickles replied with a merry grin that if ever they got it, it would be a jail deliverance and the bliss of dancing, and he laid his hand to his throat in a manner which seemed to me most uncourteous. However, his foresight proved too correct, for both those poor fellows were executed soon after the next assizes. Lorna had done her very best to earn another chance for them, even going down on her knees to that common Jeremy and pleading with great tears for them. However, although much moved by her, he vowed that he durst do nothing else. To set them free was more than his own life was worth, for all the country knew by this time that 2 captive Doones were roped to the cider press at Plover's Barrows. Annie bound the broken arm of the one whom I had knocked down with the club, and I myself supported it, and then she washed and rubbed with lard the face of the other poor fellow, which the torch had injured, and I fetched back his collarbone to the best of my ability. For before any surgeon could arrive, they were off with a well-armed escort. That day we were reinforced so strongly from the stations along the coast, even as far as Minehead, that we not only feared no further attack, but even talked of assaulting Glen Doone without waiting for the train bands. However, I thought that it would be mean to take advantage of the enemy in the thick of the floods and confusion, and several of the others thought so too, and did not like fighting in water. Therefore it was resolved to wait and keep a watch upon the valley, and let the floods go down again. Chapter 51. Now the business I had most at heart, as everyone knows by this time, was to marry Lorna as soon as might be if she had no objection, and then to work the farm so well as to nourish all our family. And herein I saw no difficulty, for Annie would soon be off our hands, and somebody might come and take a fancy to little Lizzie, who was growing up very nicely now, though not so fine as Annie. Moreover, we were almost sure to have great store of hay and corn after so much snow, if there be any truth in the old saying, "A foot deep of rain will kill hay and grain, but 3 feet of snow will make them come mow." And although it was too true that we had lost a many cattle, yet even so we had not lost money, for the few remaining fetched such prices as were never known before. And though we grumbled with all our hearts, and really believed at one time that starvation was upon us, I doubt whether on the whole we were not the fatter and the richer and the wiser for that winter. And I might have said the happier, except for the sorrow which we felt at the failures among our neighbours. The Snows lost every sheep they had, and 9 out of 10 horned cattle, and poor Jasper Kebby would have been forced to throw up the lease of his farm, and perhaps to go to prison, but for the help we gave him. However, my dear mother would have it that Lorna was too young as yet to think of being married, and indeed I myself was compelled to admit that her form was becoming more perfect and lovely, though I had not thought it possible. And another difficulty was, that as we had all been Protestants from the time of Queen Elizabeth, the maiden must be converted first, and taught to hate all papists. Now Lorna had not the smallest idea of ever being converted. She said that she loved me truly, but wanted not to convert me. And if I loved her equally, why should I wish to convert her? With this I was tolerably content, not seeing so very much difference between a creed and a credo, and believing God to be our Father in Latin as well as English. Moreover, my darling knew but little of the popish ways, whether excellent or otherwise, inasmuch as the Doones, though they stole their houses, or at least the joiners' work, had never been tempted enough by the devil to steal either church or chapel. Lorna came to our little church when Parson Bowden reappeared after the snow was over, and she said that all was very nice and very like what she had seen in the time of her Aunt Sabina, when they went far away to the little chapel with a shilling in their gloves. It made the tears come into her eyes by the force of memory, when Parson Bowden did the things, not so gracefully nor so well, yet with pleasant imitation of her old priest's sacred rites. "He is a worthy man," she said, being used to talk in the service time, and my mother was obliged to cough. "I like him very much indeed, but I wish he would let me put his things the right way on his shoulders. Everybody in our parish who could walk at all, or hire a boy and a wheelbarrow, I and half the folk from Countisbury, Brendan, and even Lynmouth, was and were to be found that Sunday in our little church of Oare. People who would not come anig us when the Doones were threatening with carbine and with firebrand, flocked in their very best clothes to see a Lady Doone go to church. Now all this came of that vile John Fry. I knew it as well as possible. His tongue was worse than the clacker of a charity school bell, or the ladle in the frying pan when the bees are swarming. However, Lorna was not troubled, partly because of her natural dignity and gentleness, partly because she never dreamed that the people were come to look at her. But when we came to the psalms of the day with some vague sense of being stared at more than ought to be, she dropped the heavy black lace fringing of the velvet hat she wore, and concealed from the congregation all except her bright red lips and the oval snowdrift of her chin. I touched her hand, and she pressed mine, and we felt that we were close together, and God saw no harm in it. As for Parson Bowden, as worthy a man as ever lived, and one who could shoot flying, he scarcely knew what he was doing without the clerk to help him. He had borne it very well indeed when I returned from London. But to see a live Doone in his church, and a Lady Doone, and a lovely Doone, moreover one engaged to me upon whom he almost looked as the squire of his parish, although not rightly an armiger, and to feel that this lovely Doone was a papist, and therefore of higher religion, as all our parsons think, and that she knew exactly how he ought to do all the service of which he himself knew little. I wished to express my firm belief that all these things together turned Parson Bowden's head a little, and made him look to me for orders. My mother, the very best of women, was, as I could well perceive, a little annoyed and vexed with things. For this particular occasion, she had procured from Dulverton, by special message to Ruth Huckaback, whereof more anon, a head-dress with a feather never seen before upon Exmoor, to the best of everyone's knowledge. It came from a bird called a flaming something. A flaming O or a flaming R, I will not be positive, but I can assure you that it did flame, and dear mother had no other thought but that all the congregation would neither see nor think of any other mortal thing, or immortal even to the very end of the sermon. Herein she was so disappointed that no sooner did she get home, but upstairs she went at speed, not even stopping at the mirror in our little parlour, and flung the whole thing into a cupboard, as I knew by the bang of the door having eased the lock for her lately. Lorna saw there was something wrong, and she looked at Annie and Lizzie as more likely to understand it with her former timid glance, which I knew so well and which had first enslaved me. "I know not what ails mother," said Annie, who looked very beautiful with lilac lutestring ribbons which I saw the Snow girls envying, "but she has not attended to one of the prayers, nor said Amen all the morning. Never fear, darling Lorna, it is nothing about you. It is something about our John, I am sure, for she never worries herself very much about anybody but him. And here Annie made a look at me, such as I had had 500 of. You keep your opinions to yourself, I replied, because I knew the dear and her little bits of jealousy. It happens that you are quite wrong this time. Lorna, come with me, my darling. Oh yes, Lorna, go with him, cried Lizzie, dropping her lip in a way which you must see to know its meaning. John wants nobody now but you, and none can find fault with his taste, dear. You little fool, I should think not, I answered very rudely, for betwixt the lot of them, my Lorna's eyelashes were quivering. Now, dearest angel, come with me, and snap your hands at the whole of them. My angel did come with a sigh and then with a smile when we were alone, but without any unangelic attempt at snapping her sweet white fingers. These little things are enough to show that while everyone so admired Lorna, and so kindly took to her, still there would, just now and then, be petty and paltry flashes of jealousy concerning her, and perhaps it could not be otherwise among so many women. However, we were always doubly kind to her afterwards, and although her mind was so sensitive and quick that she must have suffered, she never allowed us to perceive it, nor lowered herself by resenting it. Possibly I may have mentioned that little Ruth Huckaback had been asked, and had even promised to spend her Christmas with us, and this was the more desirable because she had left us through some offence or sorrow about things said of her. Now my dear mother, being the kindest and best-hearted of all women, could not bear that poor dear Ruth, who would some day have such a fortune, should be entirely lost to us. It is our duty, my dear children, she said more than once about it, to forgive and forget as freely as we hope to have it done to us. If dear little Ruth has not behaved quite as we might have expected, great allowance should be made for a girl with so much money. Designing people get hold of her and flatter her and coax her to obtain a base influence over her, so that when she falls among simple folk, who speak the honest truth of her, no wonder the poor child is vexed and gives herself airs and so on. Ruth can be very useful to us in a number of little ways, and I consider it quite a duty to pardon her freak of petulance. Now one of the little ways in which Ruth had been very useful was the purchase of the scarlet feathers of the flaming bird, and now that the house was quite safe from attack, and the mark on my forehead was healing, I was begged over and over again to go and see Ruth, and make all things straight, and pay for the gorgeous plumage. This last I was very desirous to do, that I might know the price of it, having made a small bet on the subject with Annie, and having held counsel with myself, whether or not it were possible to get something of the kind for Lorna, of still more distinguished appearance. Of course she could not wear scarlet as yet, even if I had wished it, but I believed that people of fashion often wore purple for mourning. Purple too was the royal colour, and Lorna was by right a queen. Therefore I was quite resolved to ransack Uncle Reuben's stores in search of some bright purple bird if nature had kindly provided one. All this, however, I kept to myself, intending to trust Ruth Huckaback and no one else in the matter. And so one beautiful spring morning, when all the earth was kissed with scent, and all the air caressed with song, up the lane I stoutly rode, well armed and well provided. Now, though it is part of my life to heed, it is no part of my tale to tell how the wheat was coming on. I reckon that you who read this story after I am dead and gone, and before that none shall read it, will say, "Tush, what is his wheat to us? We are not wheat, we are human beings, and all we care for is human doings." This may be very good argument, and in the main I believe that it is so. Nevertheless, if a man is to tell only what he thought and did, and not what came around him, he must not mention his own clothes which his father and mother bought for him. And more than my own clothes to me, ay, and as much as my own skin, are the works of nature round about, whereof a man is the smallest. And now I will tell you, although most likely only to be laughed at, because I cannot put it in the style of Mr. Dryden, whom to compare to Shakespeare. But if once I begin upon that, you will never hear the last of me. Nevertheless, I will tell you this, not wishing to be rude, but only just because I know it. The more a man can fling his arms, so to say, round nature's neck, the more he can upon her bosom like an infant lie and suck, the more that man shall earn the trust and love of all his fellow men. In this matter is no jealousy when the man is dead, because thereafter all others know how much of the milk be had, and he can suck no longer, and they value him accordingly for the nourishment he is to them. Even as when we keep a roaster of the sucking pigs, we choose and praise at table most the favourite of its mother. 50 times have I seen this and smiled and praised our people's taste, and offered them more of the vitals. Now here am I upon Shakespeare, who died of his own fruition at the age of 52, yet lived more than 50,000 men within his little span of life, when all the while I ought to be riding as hard as I can to Dulverton. But to tell the truth, I could not ride hard, being held at every turn, and often without any turn at all, by the beauty of things around me. These things grow upon a man if once he stops to notice them. It wanted yet 2 hours to noon, when I came to Master Huckaback's door, and struck the panels smartly. Knowing nothing of their manners, only that people in a town could not be expected to entertain, as we do in farm-houses, having, moreover, keen expectation of Master Huckaback's avarice, I had brought some stuff to eat, made by Annie and packed by Lorna, and requiring no thinking about it. Ruth herself came and let me in, blushing very heartily, for which colour I praised her health, and my praises heightened it. That little thing had lovely eyes, and could be trusted thoroughly. I do like an obstinate little woman when she is sure that she is right. And indeed, if love had never sped me straight to the heart of Lorna, compared to whom Ruth was no more than the thief is to the candle, who knows but what I might have yielded to the law of nature, that thorough trimmer of balances, and verified the proverb that the giant loves the dwarf. I take the privilege, Mistress Ruth, of saluting you according to kinship and the ordering of the canons. And therewith I bussed her well and put my arm around her waist, being so terribly restricted in the matter of Lorna and knowing the use of practice. Not that I had any warmth, all that was darling Lorna's, only out of pure gallantry and my knowledge of London fashions. Ruth blushed to such a pitch at this and looked up at me with such a gleam, as if I must have my own way, that all my love of kissing sunk, and I felt that I was wronging her. Only my mother had told me when the girls were out of the way to do all I could to please darling Ruth, and I had gone about it accordingly. Now Ruth as yet had never heard a word about dear Lorna, and when she led me into the kitchen, where everything looked beautiful, and told me not to mind for a moment about the scrubbing of my boots, because she would only be too glad to clean it all up after me, and told me how glad she was to see me, blushing more at every word and recalling some of them and stooping down for pots and pans when I looked at her too ruddily. All these things came upon me so, without any legal notice, that I could only look at Ruth and think how very good she was and how bright her handles were, and wonder if I had wronged her. Once or twice I began, this I say upon my honour, to endeavour to explain exactly how we were at Plover's Barrows, how we all had been bound to fight and had defeated the enemy, keeping their queen amongst us. But Ruth would make some great mistake between Lorna and Gwenny Carfax, and gave me no chance to set her aright, and cared about nothing much except some news of Sally Snow. What could I do with this little thing? All my sense of modesty and value for my dinner were against my overpressing all the graceful hints I had given about Lorna. Ruth was just a girl of that sort, who will not believe one word except from her own seeing, not so much from any doubt, as from the practice of using eyes which have been in business. I asked Cousin Ruth, as we used to call her, though the cousinship was distant, what was become of Uncle Ben, and how it was that we never heard anything of or from him now. She replied that she hardly knew what to make of her grandfather's manner of carrying on for the last half-year or more. He was apt to leave his home, she said, at any hour of the day or night, going none knew whither, and returning no one might say when, and his dress, in her opinion, was enough to frighten a hodman, of a scavenger of the roads instead of the decent suit of kersey, or of Sabbath doeskins, such as had won the respect and reverence of his fellow townsmen. But the worst of all things was, as she confessed with tears in her eyes, that the poor old gentleman had something weighing heavily on his mind. "It will shorten his days, Cousin Rid," she said, for she never would call me Cousin John. "He has no enjoyment of anything that he eats or drinks, nor even in counting his money as he used to do all Sunday. Indeed, no pleasure in anything unless it be smoking his pipe, and thinking and staring at bits of brown stone, which he pulls every now and then out of his pockets. And the business he used to take such pride in is now left almost entirely to the foreman, and to me. And what will become of you, dear Ruth, if anything happens to the old man?" "I am sure I know not," she answered simply, "and I cannot bear to think of it. It must depend, I suppose, upon dear grandfather's pleasure about me." "It must rather depend," said I, though having no business to say it, "upon your own good pleasure, Ruth, for all the world will pay court to you. That is the very thing which I never could endure. I have begged dear grandfather to leave no chance of that. When he has threatened me with poverty, as he does sometimes, I have always met him truly with the answer that I feared one thing a great deal worse than poverty, namely, to be an heiress. But I cannot make him believe it. Only think how strange, Cousin Rid, I cannot make him believe it." "It is not strange at all," I answered, "considering how he values money. Neither would anyone else believe you except by looking into your true and very pretty eyes, dear. Now I beg that no one will suspect for a single moment, either that I did not mean exactly what I said, or meant a single atom more, or would not have said the same if Lorna had been standing by. What I had always liked in Ruth was the calm, straightforward gaze and beauty of her large brown eyes. Indeed, I had spoken of them to Lorna as the only ones to be compared, though not for more than a moment, to her own for truth and light, but never for depth and softness. But now the little maiden dropped them and turned away without reply. "I will go and see to my horse," I said. The boy that has taken him seemed surprised at his having no horns on his forehead. Perhaps he will lead him into the shop and feed him upon broadcloth. "Oh, he is such a stupid boy," Ruth answered with great sympathy. "How quick of you to observe that now, and you call yourself slow John Rid. I never did see such a stupid boy. Sometimes he spoils my temper, but you must be back in half an hour at the latest, Cousin Rid. You see I remember what you are, when once you get among horses or cows or things of that sort." "Things of that sort. Well done, Ruth, one would think you were quite a cockney." Uncle Reuben did not come home to his dinner, and his granddaughter said she had strictest orders never to expect him. Therefore we had none to dine with us except the foreman of the shop, a worthy man named Thomas Cockram, 50 years of age or so. He seemed to me to have strong intentions of his own about little Ruth, and on that account to regard me with a wholly undue malevolence. And perhaps, in order to justify him, I may have been more attentive to her than otherwise need have been. At any rate, Ruth and I were pleasant, and he the very opposite. "My dear Cousin Ruth," I said on purpose to vex Master Cockram because he eyed us so heavily and squinted too unluckily, "we have long been looking for you at our Plover's Barrows farm. You remember how you used to love hunting for eggs in the morning and hiding up in the tallat with Lizzie, for me to seek you among the hay when the sun was down. Ah, Master Cockram, those are the things young people find their pleasure in, not in selling a yard of serge, and giving 2p halfpenny change, and writing settled at the bottom with a pencil that has blacked their teeth. Now, Master Cockram, you ought to come as far as our good farm at once and eat 2 new-laid eggs for breakfast, and be made to look quite young again. Our good Annie would cook for you, and you should have the hot new milk and the Pope's eye from the mutton, and every foot of you would become a yard in about a fortnight. And hereupon I spread my chest to show him an example. Ruth could not keep her countenance, but I saw that she thought it wrong of me, and would scold me if ever I gave her the chance of taking those little liberties. However, he deserved it all, according to my young ideas, for his great impertinence in aiming at my cousin. But what I said was far less grievous to a man of honest mind than little Ruth's own behaviour. I could hardly have believed that so thoroughly true a girl, and one so proud and upright, could have got rid of any man so cleverly as she got rid of Master Thomas Cockram. She gave him not even a glass of wine, but commended to his notice, with a sweet and thoughtful gravity, some invoice which must be corrected before her dear grandfather should return, and to amend which 3 great ledgers must be searched from first to last. Thomas Cockram winked at me with the worst of his 2 wrong eyes, as much as to say, I understand it, but I cannot help myself, only you look out if ever, and before he had finished winking the door was shut behind him. Then Ruth said to me in the simplest manner, You have ridden far today, cousin Rid, and have far to ride to get home again. What will dear Aunt Rid say if we send you away without nourishment? All the keys are in my keeping, and dear grandfather has the finest wine, not to be matched in the west of England, as I have heard good judges say, though I know not wine from cider. Do you like the wine of Oporto or the wine of Zeres? I know not one from the other, fair cousin, except by the colour, I answered, but the sound of Oporto is nobler and richer. Suppose we try wine of Oporto. The good little creature went and fetched a black bottle of an ancient cast, covered with dust and cobwebs. These I was anxious to shake aside, and indeed I thought that the wine would be better for being roused up a little. Ruth, however, would not hear a single word to that purport, and seeing that she knew more about it, I left her to manage it. And the result was very fine indeed, to wit, a sparkling rosy liquor, dancing with little flakes of light, and scented like new violets. With this I was so pleased and gay, and Ruth so glad to see me gay, that we quite forgot how the time went on. And though my fair cousin would not be persuaded to take a second glass herself, she kept on filling mine so fast that it was never empty, though I did my best to keep it so. What is a little drop like this to a man of your size and strength, cousin Rid? She said, with her cheeks just brushed with rose, which made her look very beautiful. I have heard you say that your head is so thick, or rather so clear you ought to say, that no liquor ever moves it. That is right enough, I answered. What a witch you must be, dear Ruth, to have remembered that now. Oh, I remember every word I have ever heard you say, cousin Rid, because your voice is so deep. You know, and you talk so little. Now it is useless to say no, these bottles hold almost nothing. Dear grandfather will not come home, I fear, until long after you are gone. What will Aunt Rid think of me, I am sure. You are all so dreadfully hospitable. Now not another, no, cousin Rid, we must have another bottle. Well, must is must, I answered with a certain resignation. I cannot bear bad manners, dear, and how old are you next birthday? 18, dear John, said Ruth, coming over with the empty bottle, and I was pleased at her calling me John, and had a great mind to kiss her. However, I thought of my Lorna suddenly, and of the anger I should feel if a man went on with her so, therefore I lay back in my chair to wait for the other bottle. Do you remember how we danced that night? I asked while she was opening it, and how you were afraid of me first because I looked so tall, dear. Yes, and so very broad, Cousin Rid. I thought that you would eat me, but I have come to know since then how very kind and good you are. And will you come and dance again at my wedding, Cousin Ruth? She nearly let the bottle fall, the last of which she was sloping carefully into a vessel of bright glass. And then she raised her hand again and finished it judiciously, and after that she took the window to see that all her work was clear. And then she poured me out a glass and said with very pale cheeks but else no sign of meaning about her, "What did you ask me, Cousin Rid?" "Nothing of any importance, Ruth, only we are so fond of you. I mean to be married as soon as I can. Will you come and help us?" "To be sure I will, Cousin Rid, unless dear grandfather cannot spare me from the business." She went away, and her breast was heaving like a rick of under-carried hay. And she stood at the window long trying to make yawns of sighs. For my part I knew not what to do, and yet I could think about it as I never could with Lorna, with whom I was always in a whirl from the power of my love, so I thought some time about it, and perceived that it was the manliest way just to tell her everything, except that I feared she liked me. But it seemed to me unaccountable that she did not even ask the name of my intended wife. Perhaps she thought that it must be Sally, or perhaps she feared to trust her voice. "Come and sit by me, dear Ruth, and listen to a long, long story how things have come about with me." "No, thank you, Cousin Rid," she answered. "At least I mean that I shall be happy, that I shall be ready to hear you, to listen to you, I mean of course. But I would rather stay where I am and have the air, or rather be able to watch for dear grandfather coming home. He is so kind and good to me. What should I do without him?" Then I told her how, for years and years, I had been attached to Lorna, and all the dangers and difficulties which had so long beset us, and how I hoped that these were passing, and no other might come between us, except on the score of religion. Upon which point I trusted soon to overcome my mother's objections. And then I told her how poor and helpless and alone in the world my Lorna was, and how sad all her youth had been until I brought her away at last, and many other little things I mentioned which there is no need for me again to dwell upon. Ruth heard it all without a word and without once looking at me, and only by her attitude could I guess that she was weeping. Then when all my tale was told, she asked in a low and gentle voice, but still without showing her face to me, "And does she love you, Cousin Rid? Does she say that she loves you with all her heart?" "Certainly she does," I answered. "Do you think it impossible for one like her to do so?" She said no more, but crossed the room before I had time to look at her, and came behind my chair and kissed me gently on the forehead. "I hope you may be very happy I mean in your new life," she whispered very softly. "As happy as you deserve to be, and as happy as you can make others be. Now how I have been neglecting you. I am quite ashamed of myself for thinking only of grandfather, and it makes me so low-spirited. You have told me a very nice romance, and I have never even helped you to a glass of wine. Here, pour it for yourself, dear cousin. I shall be back again directly." With that she was out of the door in a moment, and when she came back you would not have thought that a tear had dimmed those large bright eyes, or wandered down those pale clear cheeks. Only her hands were cold and trembling, and she made me help myself. Uncle Reuben did not appear at all, and Ruth, who had promised to come and see us and stay for a fortnight at our house, if her grandfather could spare her, now discovered before I left that she must not think of doing so. Perhaps she was right in deciding thus. At any rate it had now become improper for me to press her. And yet I now desired tenfold that she should consent to come, thinking that Lorna herself would work the speediest cure of her passing whim. For such, I tried to persuade myself, was the nature of Ruth's regard for me, and upon looking back I could not charge myself with any misconduct towards the little maiden. I had never sought her company, I had never trifled with her, at least until that very day, and being so engrossed with my own love, I had scarcely ever thought of her. And the maiden would never have thought of me, except as a clumsy yokel, but for my mother's and sister's meddling and their wily suggestions. I believe they had told the little soul that I was deeply in love with her, although they both stoutly denied it. But who can place trust in a woman's word when it comes to a question of matchmaking? Chapter 52. Now while I was riding home that evening with a tender conscience about Ruth, although not a wounded one, I guessed but little that all my thoughts were needed much for my own affairs. So however it proved to be, for as I came in soon after dark, my sister Eliza met me at the corner of the cheese room, and she said, "Don't go in there, John," pointing to Mother's room, "until I have had a talk with you." "In the name of Moses," I inquired, having picked up that phrase at Dulverton, "what are you at about me now? There is no peace for a quiet fellow." "It is nothing we are at," she answered, "neither may you make light of it. It is something very important about Mistress Lorna Doone." "Let us have it at once," I cried. "I can bear anything about Lorna except that she does not care for me." "It has nothing to do with that, John, and I am quite sure that you never need fear anything of that sort. She perfectly wearies me sometimes, although her voice is so soft and sweet about your endless perfections." "Bless her little heart," I said, "the subject is inexhaustible." "No doubt," replied Lizzie in the driest manner, "especially to your sisters. However, this is no time to joke. I fear you will get the worst of it, John. Do you know a man of about Gwenny's shape, nearly as broad as he is long, but about 6 times the size of Gwenny, and with a length of snow-white hair, and a thickness also, as the copses were last winter? He never can comb it, that is quite certain, with any comb yet invented. Then you go and offer your services. There are few things you cannot scarify. I know the man from your description, although I have never seen him. Now where is my Lorna?" "Your Lorna is with Annie, having a good cry, I believe, and Annie too glad to second her. She knows that this great man is here, and knows that he wants to see her, but she begged to defer the interview until dear John's return." "What a nasty way you have of telling the very commonest piece of news," I said, on purpose to pay her out. "What man will ever fancy you, you unlucky little snapper? Now no more nursery talk for me. I will go and settle this business. You had better go and dress your dolls if you can give them clothes unpoisoned." Hereupon Lizzie burst into a perfect roar of tears, feeling that she had the worst of it, and I took her up and begged her pardon, although she scarcely deserved it, for she knew that I was out of luck and she might have spared her satire. I was almost sure that the man who was come must be the counsellor himself, of whom I felt much keener fear than of his son Carver. And knowing that his visit boded ill to me and Lorna, I went and sought my dear, and led her with a heavy heart from the maiden's room to Mother's, to meet our dreadful visitor. Mother was standing by the door, making curtsies now and then, and listening to a long harangue upon the rights of state and land, which the counsellor, having found that she was the owner of her property and knew nothing of her title to it, was encouraged to deliver it. My dear mother stood gazing at him, spellbound by his eloquence, and only hoping that he would stop. He was shaking his hair upon his shoulders in the power of his words and his wrath at some little thing, which he declared to be quite illegal. Then I ventured to show myself in the flesh before him, although he feigned not to see me, but he advanced with zeal to Lorna, holding out both hands at once. "My darling child, my dearest niece, how wonderfully well you look. Mistress Ridd, I give you credit. This is the country of good things. I never would have believed our queen could have looked so royal. Surely of all virtues, hospitality is the finest and the most romantic. Dearest Lorna, kiss your uncle. It is quite a privilege." "Perhaps it is to you, sir," said Lorna, who could never quite check her sense of oddity, "but I fear that you have smoked tobacco which spoils reciprocity." "You are right, my child. How keen your scent is, it is always so with us. Your grandfather was noted for his olfactory powers. Ah, a great loss, dear Mrs. Ridd, a terrible loss to this neighbourhood. As one of our great writers says, I think it must be Milton, we ne'er shall look upon his like again. With your good leave, sir, I broke in, Master Milton could never have written so sweet and simple a line as that. It is one of the great Shakespeare. Woe is me for my neglect, said the counsellor, bowing airily. This must be your son, Mistress Ridd, the great John the wrestler, and one who meddles with the muses. Ah, since I was young, how everything is changed, madam. Except indeed the beauty of women, which seems to me to increase every year. Here the old villain bowed to my mother, and she blushed and made another curtsy, and really did look very nice. Now, though I have quoted the poets amiss, as your son informs me, for which I tender my best thanks and must amend my reading, I can hardly be wrong in assuming that this young armiger must be the too attractive cynosure to our poor little maiden. And for my part, she is welcome to him. I have never been one of those who dwell upon distinctions of rank and birth and such like, as if they were in the heart of nature and must be eternal. In early youth I may have thought so and been full of that little pride. But now I have long accounted it one of the first axioms of political economy. You are following me, Mistress Ridd. Well, sir, I am doing my best, but I cannot quite keep up with you. Never mind, madam, I will be slower, but your son's intelligence is so quick. I see, sir, you thought that mine must be, but no, it all comes from his father, sir. His father was that quick and clever. Ah, I can well suppose it, madam, and a credit he is to both of you. Now to return to our muttons, a figure which you will appreciate. I may now be regarded, I think, as this young lady's legal guardian, although I have not had the honour of being formally appointed such. Her father was the eldest son of Sir Ensor Doone, and I happen to be the second son, and as young maidens cannot be baronets, I suppose I am Sir Counsellor. Is it so, Mistress Ridd, according to your theory of genealogy? I am sure I don't know, sir, my mother answered carefully. I know not anything of that name, sir, except in the Gospel of Matthew, but I see not why it should be otherwise. Good, madam, I may look upon that as your sanction and approval, and the College of Heralds shall hear of it. And in return, as Lorna's guardian, I give my full and ready consent to her marriage with your son, madam. Oh, how good of you, sir, how kind. Well, I always did say that the learnedest people were, almost always, the best and kindest and the most simple-hearted. Madam, that is a great sentiment. What a goodly couple they will be, and if we can add him to our strength. Oh no, sir, oh no, cried mother. You really must not think of it. He has always been brought up so honest. That makes a difference, a decided disqualification for domestic life among the Doones. But surely he might get over those prejudices, madam. Oh no, sir, he never can indeed. When he was only that high, sir, he could not steal even an apple when some wicked boys tried to mislead him. Ah, replied the counsellor, shaking his white head gravely, then I greatly fear that his case is quite incurable. I have known such cases, violent prejudice, bred entirely of education, and anti-economical to the last degree, and when it is so, it is desperate. No man after imbibing ideas of that sort can in any way be useful. Oh yes, sir, John is very useful. He can do as much work as 3 other men, and you should see him load a sled, sir. I was speaking, madam, of higher usefulness, power of the brain and heart. The main thing for us upon earth is to take a large view of things. But while we talk of the heart, what is my niece Lorna doing that she does not come and thank me for my perhaps too prompt concession to her youthful fancies? Ah, if I had wanted thanks, I should have been more stubborn. Lorna, being challenged thus, came up and looked at her uncle with her noble eyes fixed full upon his, which beneath his white eyebrows glistened like dormer windows piled with snow. For what am I to thank you, uncle? My dear niece, I have told you, for removing the heaviest obstacle which to a mind so well regulated could possibly have existed, between your dutiful self and the object of your affections. Well, uncle, I should be very grateful if I thought that you did so from love of me, or if I did not know that you have something yet concealed from me. And my consent, said the counsellor, is the more meritorious, the more liberal, frank and candid in the face of an existing fact, and a very clearly established one, which might have appeared to weaker minds in the light of an impediment, but to my loftier view of matrimony seems quite a recommendation. What fact do you mean, sir? Is it one that I ought to know? In my opinion it is, good niece. It forms, to my mind, so fine a basis for the invariable harmony of the matrimonial state. To be brief, as I always endeavour to be without becoming obscure, you two young people are what a gift is youth. One can never be too thankful for it. You will have the rare advantage of commencing married life with a subject of common interest to discuss whenever you weary of, well, say of one another, if you can now by any means conceive such a possibility, and perfect justice meted out, mutual goodwill resulting from the sense of reciprocity. I do not understand you. Sir, why can you not say what you mean at once? My dear child, I prolong your suspense. Curiosity is the most powerful of all feminine instincts, and therefore the most delightful when not prematurely satisfied. However, if you must have my strong realities, here they are. Your father slew dear John's father, and dear John's father slew yours. Having said thus much, the counsellor leaned back upon his chair and shaded his calm, white-bearded eyes from the rays of our tallow candles. He was a man who liked to look rather than to be looked at. But Lorna came to me for aid, and I went up to Lorna, and mother looked at both of us. Then, feeling that I must speak first, as no one would begin it, I took my darling round the waist and led her up to the counsellor, while she tried to bear it bravely, yet must lean on me. Or did, now, Sir Counsellor Doone, I said, with Lorna squeezing both my hands, I never yet knew how, considering that she was walking all the time, or something like it. You know right well, Sir Counsellor, that Sir Ensor Doone gave approval. I cannot tell what made me think of this, but so it came upon me. Approval to what, good rustic John? To the slaughter so reciprocal? No, sir, not to that, even if it ever happened, which I do not believe, but to the love betwixt me and Lorna, which your story shall not break without more evidence than your word, and even so shall never break if Lorna thinks as I do. The maiden gave me a little touch, as much as to say, you are right, darling, give it to him again like that. However, I held my peace, well knowing that too many words do mischief. Then mother looked at me with wonder, being herself too amazed to speak, and the counsellor looked with great wrath in his eyes, which he tried to keep from burning. How say you then, John Ridd? He cried, stretching out one hand like Elijah. Is this a thing of the sort you love? Is this what you are used to? So please your worship, I answered. No kind of violence can surprise us since first came Doones upon Exmoor. Up to that time none heard of harm, except of taking a purse, maybe, or cutting a strange sheep's throat. And the poor folk who did this were hanged with some benefit of clergy. But ever since the Doones came first, we are used to anything. Thou varlet, cried the counsellor, with the colour of his eyes quite changed with the sparkles of his fury. Is this the way we are to deal with such a low-bred clod as thou, to question the doings of our people and to talk of clergy? What, dream you not that we could have clergy, and of the right sort too, if only we cared to have them? Tush! Am I to spend my time arguing with a plough-tail bob? If your worship will hearken to me, I answered very modestly, not wishing to speak harshly, with Lorna looking up at me. There are many things that might be said without any kind of argument, which I would never wish to try with one of your worship's learning. And in the first place, it seems to me that if our fathers hated one another bitterly, yet neither won the victory, only mutual discomfiture. Surely that is but a reason why we should be wiser than they and make it up in this generation by goodwill and loving. Oh, John, you wiser than your father. Mother broke upon me here, not but what you might be as wise when you come to be old enough. Young people of the present age, said the counsellor severely, have no right feeling of any sort upon the simplest matter. Lorna, Doone, stand forth from contact with that air of parricide, and state in your own mellifluous voice whether you regard this slaughter as a pleasant trifle. You know without any words of mine, she answered very softly, yet not withdrawing from my hand, that although I have been seasoned well to every kind of outrage among my gentle relatives, I have not yet so purely lost all sense of right and wrong as to receive what you have said as lightly as you declared it. You think it a happy basis for our future concord. I do not quite think that my uncle, neither do I quite believe that a word of it is true. In our happy valley, 9/10 of what is said is false, and you were always wont to argue that true and false are but a blind turned upon a pivot. Without any failure of respect for your character, good uncle, I decline politely to believe a word of what you have told me. And even if it were proved to me, all I can say is this: if my John will have me, I am his for ever. This long speech was too much for her. She had overrated her strength about it and the sustenance of irony. So at last she fell into my arms, which had long been waiting for her, and there she lay with no other sound except a gurgling in her throat. You old villain, cried my mother, shaking her fist at the counsellor, while I could do nothing else but hold and bend across my darling and whisper to deaf ears. What is the good of the quality, if this is all that comes of it? Out of the way, you know the words that make the deadly mischief, but not the ways that heal them. Give me that bottle. If hands you have, what is the use of counsellors? I saw that dear mother was carried away, and indeed I myself was something like it, with the pale face upon my bosom, and the heaving of the heart, and the heat and cold all through me, as my darling breathed or lay. Meanwhile the counsellor stood back and seemed a little sorry, although of course it was not in his power to be at all ashamed of himself. My sweet love, my darling child, our mother went on to Lorna in a way that I shall never forget though I live to be 100. Pretty pet, not a word of it is true upon that old liar's oath, and if every word were true, poor chick, you should have our John all the more for it. You and John were made by God and meant for one another, whatever falls between you. Little lamb, look up and speak. Here is your own John and I, and the devil take the counsellor. I was amazed at mother's words being so unlike her, while I loved her all the more because she forgot herself so. In another moment in ran Annie, I and Lizzie also, knowing by some mystic sense, which I have often noticed, but never could explain, that something was astir belonging to the world of women, yet foreign to the eyes of men. And now the counsellor, being well born although such a heartless miscreant, beckoned to me to come away, which I, being smothered with women, was only too glad to do, as soon as my own love would let go of me. That is the worst of them, said the old man, when I had led him into our kitchen with an apology at every step and given him hot schnapps and water and a cigarro of brave Tom Faggus. You never can say much, sir, in the way of reasoning, however gently meant and put, but what these women will fly out. It is wiser to put a wild bird in a cage and expect him to sit and look at you, and chirp without a feather rumpled, than it is to expect a woman to answer reason reasonably. Saying this, he looked at his puff of smoke as if it contained more reason. I am sure I do not know, sir. I answered according to a phrase which has always been my favourite, on account of its general truth. Moreover, he was now our guest, and had right to be treated accordingly. I am, as you see, not acquainted with the ways of women except my mother and sisters. Accept not even them, my son, said the counsellor, now having finished his glass without much consultation about it. If you once understand your mother and sisters, why you understand the lot of them. He made a twist in his cloud of smoke and dashed his finger through it, so that I could not follow his meaning, and in manners liked not to press him. Now of this business, John, he said, after getting to the bottom of the second glass, and having a trifle or so to eat, and praising our chimney corner. Taking you on the whole, you know, you are wonderfully good people, and instead of giving me up to the soldiers, as you might have done, you are doing your best to make me drunk. Not at all, sir, I answered. Not at all, your worship. Let me mix you another glass. We rarely have a great gentleman by the side of our embers and oven. I only beg your pardon, sir, that my sister Annie, who knows where to find all the good pans and the lard, could not wait upon you this evening, and I fear they have done it with dripping instead and in a pan with the bottom burned. But old Betty quite loses her head sometimes by dint of over-scolding. My son, replied the counsellor, standing across the front of the fire to prove his strict sobriety. I meant to come down upon you tonight, but you have turned the tables upon me. Not through any skill on your part, nor through any paltry weakness as to love and all that stuff which boys and girls spin tops at or knock dolls' noses together, but through your simple way of taking me as a man to be believed, combined with the comfort of this place and the choice tobacco and cordials. I have not enjoyed an evening so much, God bless me if I know when. Your worship, said I, makes me more proud than I well know what to do with. Of all the things that please and lead us into happy sleep at night, the first and chiefest is to think that we have pleased a visitor. Then, John, thou hast deserved good sleep, for I am not pleased easily. But although our family is not so high now as it hath been, I have enough of the gentleman left to be pleased when good people try me. My father, Sir Ensor, was better than I in this great element of birth, and my son Carver is far worse. Eaters parentum, what is it, my boy? I hear that you have been at a grammar school. So I have, your worship, and at a very good one, but I only got far enough to make more tail than head of Latin. Let that pass, said the counsellor. John, thou art all the wiser. And the old man shook his hoary locks, as if Latin had been his ruin. I looked at him sadly, and wondered whether it might have so ruined me, but for God's mercy in stopping it. Chapter 53. That night the reverend counsellor, not being in such state of mind as ought to go alone, kindly took our best old bedstead, carved in panels well enough with the woman of Samaria. I set him up both straight and heavy, so that he need but close both eyes and keep his mouth just open, and in the morning he was thankful for all that he could remember. I, for my part, scarcely knew whether he really had begun to feel goodwill towards us, and to see that nothing else could be of any use to him, or whether he was merely acting so as to deceive us. And it had struck me several times that he had made a great deal more of the spirit he had taken than the quantity would warrant, with a man so wise and solid. Neither did I quite understand a little story which Lorna told me, how that in the night awaking she had heard, or seemed to hear, a sound of feeling in her room, as if there had been someone groping carefully among the things within her drawers or wardrobe closet. But the noise had ceased at once, she said, when she sat up in bed and listened, and knowing how many mice we had, she took courage and fell asleep again. After breakfast, the counsellor, who looked no whit the worse for schnapps, but even more grave and venerable, followed our Annie into the dairy to see how we managed the clotted cream, of which he had eaten a basinful. And thereupon they talked a little, and Annie thought him a fine old gentleman and a very just one, for he had nobly condemned the people who spoke against Tom Faggus. Your honour must plainly understand, said Annie, being now alone with him, and spreading out her light, quick hands over the pans like butterflies, that they are brought in here to cool after being set in the basin holes with the wood ash under them, which I showed you in the back kitchen, and they must have very little heat, not enough to simmer even, only just to make the bubbles rise and the scum upon the top set thick. And after that it clots as firm, oh, as firm as my 2 hands be. Have you ever heard, asked the counsellor who enjoyed this talk with Annie, that if you pass across the top without breaking the surface a string of beads or polished glass or anything of that kind, the cream will set 3 times as solid and in thrice the quantity? No, sir, I have never heard that, said Annie, staring with all her simple eyes. What a thing it is to read books and grow learned, but it is very easy to try it. I will get my coral necklace. It will not be witchcraft, will it, sir? Certainly not, the old man replied. I will make the experiment myself, and you may trust me not to be hurt, my dear. But coral will not do, my child, neither will anything coloured. The beads must be of plain common glass, but the brighter they are the better. Then I know the very thing, cried Annie. As bright can be, and without any colour in it except in the sun or candle light. Dearest Lorna has the very thing, a necklace of some old glass beads, or I think they called them jewels. She will be too glad to lend it to us. I will go for it in a moment. My dear, it cannot be half so bright as your own pretty eyes. But remember one thing, Annie, you must not say what it is for, or even that I am going to use it, or anything at all about it, else the charm will be broken. Bring it here without a word, if you know where she keeps it. To be sure I do, she answered. John used to keep it for her. But she took it away from him last week, and she wore it when somebody was here, and he said it was very valuable and spoke with great learning about it and called it by some particular name which I forget at this moment. But valuable or not, we cannot hurt it, can we, sir, by passing it over the cream pan? Hurt it, cried the counsellor. Nay, we shall do it good, my dear. It will help to raise the cream. And you may take my word for it, young maiden, none can do good in this world without in turn receiving it. Pronouncing this great sentiment, he looked so grand and benevolent that Annie, as she said afterwards, could scarce forbear from kissing him, yet feared to take the liberty. Therefore she only ran away to fetch my Lorna's necklace. Now, as luck would have it, whether good luck or otherwise, you must not judge too hastily. My darling had taken it into her head only a day or 2 before that I was far too valuable to be trusted with her necklace. Now that she had some idea of its price and quality, she had begun to fear that someone, perhaps even Squire Faggus, in whom her faith was illiberal, might form designs against my health to win the bauble from me. So, with many pretty coaxings, she had led me to give it up, which, except for her own sake, I was glad enough to do, misliking a charge of such importance. Therefore Annie found it sparkling in the little secret hole near the head of Lorna's bed which she herself had recommended for its safer custody, and without a word to anyone she brought it down and danced it in the air before the counsellor for him to admire its lustre. "Oh, that old thing," said the gentleman in a tone of some contempt, "as I remember that old thing well enough. However, for want of a better, no doubt it will answer our purpose. 3 times 3 I pass it over. Crincleum, crankum, grass and clover, what are you feared of, you silly child? Good sir, it is perfect witchcraft, I am sure of that because it rhymes. Oh, what would mother say to me? Shall I ever go to heaven again? Oh, I see the cream already. To be sure you do, but you must not look, or the whole charm will be broken, and the devil will fly away with the pan, and drown every cow you have got in it. Oh, sir, it is too horrible. How could you lead me to such a sin? Away with thee, witch of Endor. For the door began to creak, and a broom appeared suddenly in the opening, with our Betty, no doubt, behind it. But Annie, in the greatest terror, slammed the door and bolted it, and then turned again to the counsellor, yet looking at his face, had not the courage to reproach him, for his eyes rolled like 2 blazing barrels, and his white shagged brows were knit across them, and his forehead scowled in black furrows, so that Annie said that if she ever saw the devil, she saw him then, and no mistake. Whether the old man wished to scare her, or whether he was trying not to laugh, is more than I can tell you. Now, he said in a deep, stern whisper, not a word of this to a living soul, neither must you nor any other enter this place for 3 hours at least. By that time the charm will have done its work, the pan will be creamed to the bottom, and you will bless me for a secret which will make your fortune. Put the bauble under this pannikin, which none must lift for a day and a night. Have no fear, my simple wench, not a breath of harm shall come to you if you obey my orders. Oh, that I will, sir, that I will, if you will only tell me what to do. Go to your room without so much as a single word to anyone. Bolt yourself in, and for 3 hours now read the Lord's Prayer backwards. Poor Annie was only too glad to escape upon these conditions, and the counsellor kissed her upon the forehead and told her not to make her eyes red, because they were much too sweet and pretty. She dropped them at this with a sob and a curtsy and ran away to her bedroom. But as for reading the Lord's Prayer backwards, that was much beyond her, and she had not done 3 words quite right before the 3 hours expired. Meanwhile the counsellor was gone. He bade our mother adieu with so much dignity of bearing and such warmth of gratitude, and the high-bred courtesy of the old school now fast disappearing, that when he was gone, dear mother fell back on the chair which he had used last night, as if it would teach her the graces. And for more than an hour she made believe not to know what there was for dinner. Oh, the wickedness of the world! Oh, the lies that are told of people, or rather, I mean the falsehoods, because a man is better born and has better manners. Why, Lorna, how is it that you never speak about your charming uncle? Did you notice, Lizzie, how his silver hair was waving upon his velvet collar, and how white his hands were, and every nail like an acorn, only pink like shellfish, or at least like shells? And the way he bowed and dropped his eyes from his pure respect for me. And then, that he would not even speak on account of his emotion, but pressed my hand in silence. Oh, Lizzie, you have read me beautiful things about Sir Gallyhead and the rest, but nothing to equal Sir Counsellor. You had better marry him, madam, said I, coming in very sternly, though I knew I ought not to say it. He can repay your adoration. He has stolen £100,000. John, cried my mother, you are mad, and yet she turned as pale as death, for women are so quick at turning, and she inkled what it was. Of course I am, mother, mad about the marvels of Sir Galahad. He has gone off with my Lorna's necklace. 50 farms like ours can never make it good to Lorna. Hereupon ensued grim silence. Mother looked at Lizzie's face, for she could not look at me, and Lizzie looked at me to know, and as for me, I could have stamped almost on the heart of anyone. It was not the value of the necklace. I am not so low a hound as that, nor was it even the damned folly shown by every one of us. It was the thought of Lorna's sorrow for her ancient plaything, and even more my fury at the breach of hospitality. But Lorna came up to me softly, as a woman should always come, and she laid one hand upon my shoulder, and she only looked at me. She even seemed to fear to look, and dropped her eyes and sighed at me. Without a word I knew by that how I must have looked like Satan, and the evil spirit left my heart when she had made me think of it. Darling John, did you want me to think that you cared for my money more than for me? I led her away from the rest of them, being desirous of explaining things, when I saw the depth of her nature opened like an everlasting well to me. But she would not let me say a word or do anything by ourselves, as it were. She said, "Your duty is to your mother, this blow is on her and not on me." I saw that she was right, though how she knew it is beyond me, and I asked her just to go in front and bring my mother round a little. For I must let my passion pass. It may drop its weapons quickly, but it cannot come and go before a man has time to think. Then Lorna went up to my mother, who was still in the chair of elegance, and she took her by both hands and said, "Dearest mother, I shall fret so if I see you fretting, and to fret will kill me, mother. They have always told me so." Poor mother bent on Lorna's shoulder without thought of attitude, and laid her cheek on Lorna's breast, and sobbed till Lizzie was jealous and came with 2 pocket handkerchiefs. As for me, my heart was lighter, if they would only dry their eyes and come round by dinner-time, than it had been since the day on which Tom Faggus discovered the value of that blessed and cursed necklace. None could say that I wanted Lorna for her money now, and perhaps the Doones would let me have her, now that her property was gone, but who shall tell of Annie's grief? The poor little thing would have staked her life upon finding the trinket in all its beauty lying under the pannikin. She proudly challenged me to lift it, which I had done long ere that, of course, if only I would take the risk of the spell for my incredulity. I told her not to talk of spells until she could spell a word backwards, and then to look into the pan where the charmed cream should be. She would not acknowledge that the cream was the same as all the rest was, and indeed it was not quite the same, for the points of poor Lorna's diamonds had made a few star rays across the rich firm crust of yellow. But when we raised the pannikin and there was nothing under it, poor Annie fell against the wall, which had been whitened lately, and her face put all the white to scorn. My love, who was as fond of her as if she had known her for 50 years, hereupon ran up and caught her, and abused all diamonds. I will dwell no more upon Annie's grief because we felt it all so much. But I could not help telling her if she wanted a witch to seek good Mother Meldrum, a legitimate performer. That same night Master Jeremy Stickles, of whose absence the counsellor must have known, came back, with all equipment ready for the grand attack. Now the Doones knew, quite as well as we did, that this attack was threatening, and that but for the wonderful weather it would have been made long ago. Therefore we, or at least our people, for I was doubtful about going, were sure to meet with a good resistance and due preparation. It was very strange to hear and see, and quite impossible to account for, that now some hundreds of country people, who feared to whisper so much as a word against the Doones a year ago, and would sooner have thought of attacking a church in service time than Glen Doone, now sharpened their old cutlasses, and laid pitchforks on the grindstone, and bragged at every village cross, as if each would kill 10 Doones himself, neither care to wipe his hands afterwards. And this fierce bravery and tall contempt had been growing ever since the news of the attack upon our premises had taken good people by surprise, at least as concerned the issue. Jeremy Stickles laughed heartily about Annie's new manner of charming the cream, but he looked very grave at the loss of the jewels so soon as he knew their value. "My son," he exclaimed, "this is very heavy. It will go ill with all of you to make good this loss, as I fear that you will have to do." "What?" cried I, with my blood running cold. "We make good the loss, Master Stickles. Every farthing we have in the world, and the labour of our lives to boot, will never make good the 10th of it." "It would cut me to the heart," he answered, laying his hand on mine, "to hear of such a deadly blow to you and your good mother. And this farm, how long, John, has it been in your family?" "For at least 600 years, I said, with a foolish pride that was only too like to end in groans. "And some people say, by a royal grant in the time of the great King Alfred. At any rate, a Rid was with him throughout all his hiding time. We have always held by the king and crown. Surely none will turn us out unless we are guilty of treason." "My son," replied Jeremy very gently, so that I could love him for it, "not a word to your good mother of this unlucky matter. Keep it to yourself, my boy, and try to think but little of it. After all, I may be wrong, at any rate. Least said, best mended. But Jeremy, dear Jeremy, how can I bear to leave it so? Do you suppose that I can sleep and eat my food and go about and look at other people, as if nothing at all had happened? and all the time have it on my mind that not an acre of all the land, nor even our old sheepdog, belongs to us of right at all. It is more than I can do, Jeremy. Let me talk and know the worst of it. Very well, replied Master Stickles, seeing that both the doors were closed. I thought that nothing could move you, John, or I never would have told you. Likely enough I am quite wrong, and God send that I be so, but what I guessed at some time back seems more than a guess now that you have told me about these wondrous jewels. Now will you keep as close as death every word I tell you? By the honour of a man I will, until you yourself release me. That is quite enough, John. From you I want no oath, which, according to my experience, tempts a man to lie the more by making it more important. I know you now too well to swear you, though I have the power. Now, my lad, what I have to say will scare your mind in one way and ease it in another. I think that you have been hard pressed. I can read you like a book, John, by something which that old villain said before he stole the necklace. You have tried not to dwell upon it. You have even tried to make light of it for the sake of the women. But on the whole it has grieved you more than even this dastard robbery. It would have done so, Jeremy Stickles, if I could once have believed it. And even without much belief it is so against our manners that it makes me miserable. Only think of loving Lorna, only think of kissing her, and then remembering that her father had destroyed the life of mine. Only think, said Master Stickles, imitating my very voice, of Lorna loving you, John, of Lorna kissing you, John, and all the while saying to herself, this man's father murdered mine. Now look at it in Lorna's way as well as in your own way. How one-sided all men are. I may look at it in 50 ways, and yet no good will come of it. Jeremy, I confess to you that I tried to make the best of it, partly to baffle the counsellor, and partly because my darling needed my help, and bore it so, and behaved to me so nobly. But to you in secret, I am not ashamed to say that a woman may look over this easier than a man may, because her nature is larger, my son, when she truly loves, although her mind be smaller. Now, if I can ease you from this secret burden, will you bear with strength and courage the other which I plant on you? I will do my best, said I. No man can do more, said he, and so began his story. Chapter 54. You know, my son, said Jeremy Stickles, with a good pull at his pipe because he was going to talk so much and putting his legs well along the settle. It has been my duty, for a wearier time than I care to think of, and which would have been unbearable except for your great kindness, to search this neighbourhood narrowly and learn everything about everybody. Now the neighbourhood itself is queer, and people have different ways of thinking from what we are used to in London. For instance, now, among your folk, when any piece of news is told, or any man's conduct spoken of, the very first question that arises in your mind is this: was this action kind and good? Long after that you say to yourselves, does the law enjoin or forbid this thing? Now here is your fundamental error, for among all truly civilized people the foremost of all questions is, how stands the law herein? And if the law approve, no need for any further questioning. That this is so you may take my word, for I know the law pretty thoroughly. Very well. I need not say any more about that, for I have shown that you are all quite wrong. I only speak of this savage tendency because it explains so many things which have puzzled me among you, and most of all your kindness to men whom you never saw before, which is an utterly illegal thing. It also explains your toleration of these outlaw Doones so long. If your views of law had been correct, and law an element of your lives, these robbers could never have been indulged for so many years amongst you, but you must have abated the nuisance. And now, Stickles, I cried, this is too bad. He was delivering himself so grandly. Why, you yourself have been amongst us as the balance and sceptre and sword of law for nigh upon a 12-month, And have you abated the nuisance or even cared to do it until they began to shoot at you? My son, he replied, your argument is quite beside the purpose and only tends to prove more clearly that which I have said of you. However, if you wish to hear my story, no more interruptions. I may not have a chance to tell you, perhaps for weeks, or I know not when, if once those yellows and reds arrive, and be blessed to them the lubbers. Well, it may be 6 months ago, or it may be 7, at any rate a good while before that cursed frost began, the mere name of which sends a shiver down every bone of my body, when I was riding one afternoon from Dulverton to watch it. Dulverton to watch it, I cried. Now what does that remind me of? I am sure I remember something. Remember this, John, if anything, that another word from thee, and thou haste no more of mine. Well, I was a little weary, perhaps, having been plagued at Dulverton with the grossness of the people. For they would tell me nothing at all about their fellow townsmen, your worthy Uncle Huckaback, except that he was a God-fearing man, and they only wished I was like him. I blessed myself for a stupid fool in thinking to have pumped them, for by this time I might have known that through your western homeliness every man in his own country is something more than a prophet. And I felt, of course, that I had done more harm than good by questioning, inasmuch as every soul in the place would run straightway and inform him that the king's man from the other side of the forest had been sifting out his ways and works. Ah, I cried, for I could not help it. You begin to understand at last that we are not quite such a set of oafs as you at first believed us. I was riding on from Dulverton, he resumed with great severity, yet threatening me no more, which checked me more than 50 threats. And it was late in the afternoon, and I was growing weary. The road, if road it could be called, turned suddenly down from the higher land to the very brink of the sea, and rounding a little jut of cliff I met the roar of the breakers. My horse was scared and leaped aside, for a northerly wind was piping and driving hunks of foam across as children scatter snowballs. But he only sank to his fetlocks in the dry sand, piled with popweed, and I tried to make him face the waves, and then I looked about me. Watchet town was not to be seen on account of a little foreland, a mile or more upon my course and standing to the right of me. There was room enough below the cliffs, which are nothing there to yours, John, for horse and man to get along, although the tide was running high with a northerly gale to back it. But close at hand and in the corner, drawn above the yellow sands and long eyebrows of rackweed, as snug a little house blinked on me as ever I saw or wished to see. You know that I am not luxurious, neither in any way given to the common lusts of the flesh, John. My father never allowed his hair to grow a 1/4 part of an inch in length, and he was a thoroughly godly man, and I try to follow in his footsteps whenever I think about it. Nevertheless, I do assure you that my view of that little house and the way the lights were twinkling, so different from the cold and darkness of the rolling sea, moved the ancient Adam in me if he could be found to move. I love not a house with too many windows, being out of house and doors some 3/4 of my time. When I get inside a house I like to feel the difference. Air and light are good for people who have any lack of them, and if a man once talks about them 'tis enough to prove his need of them. But as you well know, John Ridd, the horse who has been at work all day with the sunshine in his eyes, sleeps better in dark stables, and needs no moon to help him. Seeing therefore that this same inn had 4 windows and no more, I thought to myself how snug it was, and how beautiful I could sleep there. And so I made the old horse draw hand, which he was only too glad to do, and we clomb above the springtide mark, and over a little piece of turf, and struck the door of the hostelry. Someone came and peeped at me through the lattice overhead, which was full of bull's eyes, and then the bolt was drawn back, and a woman met me very courteously, a dark and foreign-looking woman, very hot of blood, I doubt, but not altogether a bad one. And she waited for me to speak first, which an Englishwoman would not have done. "Can I rest here for the night?" I asked with a lift of my hat to her, for she was no provincial dame who would stare at me for the courtesy. "My horse is weary from the sloughs and myself but little better, beside that we both are famished." "Yes, sir, you can rest and welcome, but of food I fear. There is but little unless of the common order. Our fishers would have drawn the nets, but the waves were violent. However, we have what you call it. I never can remember, it is so hard to say, the flesh of the hog salted." "Bacon," said I, "what can be better? And 6 of eggs with it, and a quart of fresh drawn ale. You make me rage with hunger, madam. Is it cruelty or hospitality?" "Ah, good," she replied with a merry smile full of southern sunshine. "You are not of the men round here. You can think and you can laugh. And most of all I can eat, good madam. In that way I shall astonish you, even more than by my intellect." She laughed aloud and swung her shoulders as your natives cannot do, and then she called a little maid to lead my horse to stable. However, I preferred to see that matter done myself, and told her to send the little maid for the frying pan and the egg box. Whether it were my natural wit and elegance of manner, or whether it were my London freedom and knowledge of the world, or which is perhaps the most probable because the least pleasing supposition, my ready and permanent appetite and appreciation of garlic, I leave you to decide, John. But perhaps all three combine to recommend me to the graces of my charming hostess. When I say charming, I mean of course by manners and by intelligence, and most of all by cooking, for as regards external charms, most fleeting and fallacious, hers had ceased to cause distress for I cannot say how many years. She said that it was the climate, for even upon that subject she requested my opinion, and I answered, if there be a change, let madam blame the seasons. However, not to dwell too much upon our little pleasantries, for I always get on with these foreign women better than with your moles and pegs. I became, not inquisitive, but reasonably desirous to know, by what strange hap or hazard, a clever and a handsome woman, as she must have been some day, a woman moreover with great contempt for the rustic minds around her, could have settled here in this lonely inn, with only the waves for company, and a boorish husband who slaved all day in turning a potter's wheel at Watchet. And what was the meaning of the emblem set above her doorway, a very unattractive cat sitting in a ruined tree? However, I had not very long to strain my curiosity, for when she found out who I was, and how I held the king's commission and might be called an officer, her desire to tell me all was more than equal to mine of hearing it. Many and many a day she had longed for someone both skilful and trustworthy, most of all for someone bearing warrant from a court of justice. But the magistrates of the neighbourhood would have nothing to say to her, declaring that she was a crack-brained woman, and a wicked, and even a foreign one. With many grimaces she assured me that never by her own free will would she have lived so many years in that hateful country, where the sky for half the year was fog, and rain for nearly the other half. It was so the very night when first her evil fortune brought her there, and so no doubt it would be, long after it had killed her. But if I wished to know the reason of her being there, she would tell me in few words, which I will repeat as briefly. By birth she was an Italian from the mountains of Apulia who had gone to Rome to seek her fortunes, after being badly treated in some love affair. Her Christian name was Benita. As for her surname, that could make no difference to anyone. Being a quick and active girl and resolved to work down her troubles, she found employment in a large hotel, and rising gradually began to send money to her parents. And here she might have thriven well and married well under sunny skies, and been a happy woman, but that some black day sent thither a rich and noble English family, eager to behold the Pope. It was not, however, their fervent longing for the Holy Father which had brought them to St. Peter's roof, but rather their own bad luck in making their home too hot to hold them. For although in the main good Catholics and pleasant receivers of anything, one of their number had given offence, by the folly of trying to think for himself, some bitter feud had been among them. Benita knew not how it was, and the sister of the nobleman who had died quite lately was married to the rival claimant whom they all detested. It was something about dividing land. Benita knew not what it was. But this Benita did know, that they were all great people and rich and very liberal, so that when they offered to take her to attend to the children and to speak the language for them, and to comfort the lady, she was only too glad to go, little foreseeing the end of it. Moreover, she loved the children so from their pretty ways and the things they gave her and the style of their dresses, that it would have broken her heart almost never to see the dears again. And so, in a very evil hour, she accepted the service of the noble Englishman, and sent her father an old shoe filled to the tongue with money, and trusted herself to fortune. But even before she went, she knew that it could not turn out well, for the laurel leaf which she threw on the fire would not crackle even once, and the horn of the goat came wrong in the twist, and the heel of her foot was shining. This made her sigh at the starting time, and after that what could you hope for? However, at first all things went well. My lord was as gay could be, and never would come inside the carriage when a decent horse could be got to ride. He would gallop in front, at a reckless pace, without a weapon of any kind, delighted with the pure blue air and throwing his heart around him. Benita had never seen any man so admirable and so childish, as innocent as an infant, and not only contented but noisily happy with anything. Only other people must share his joy, and the shadow of sorrow scattered it, though it were but the shade of poverty. Here Benita wept a little, and I liked her none the less and believed her 10 times more, in virtue of a tear or two, and so they travelled through northern Italy and throughout the south of France, making their way anyhow, sometimes in coaches, sometimes in carts, sometimes upon mule-back, sometimes even afoot and weary, but always as happy as could be. The children laughed and grew and throve, especially the young lady, the elder of the two, and Benita began to think that omens must not be relied upon. But suddenly her faith in omens was confirmed for ever. My lord, who was quite a young man still and laughed at English arrogance, rode on in front of his wife and friends to catch the first of a famous view on the French side of the Pyrenees hills. He kissed his hand to his wife and said that he would save her the trouble of coming, for those two were so one in one that they could make each other know whatever he or she had felt. And so my lord went round the corner with a fine young horse leaping up at the steps. They waited for him, long and long, but he never came again, and within a week his mangled body lay in a little chapel yard, and if the priests only said a quarter of the prayers they took the money, for God knows they can have no throats left, only a relaxation. My lady dwelled for 6 months more. It is a melancholy tale, what true tale is not so? Scarcely able to believe that all her fright was not a dream. She would not wear a piece or shape of any mourning clothes. She would not have a person cry, or any sorrow among us. She simply disbelieved the thing and trusted God to right it. The Protestants who have no faith cannot understand this feeling. Enough that so it was, and so my lady went to heaven. For when the snow came down in autumn on the roots of the Pyrenees, and the chapel yard was white with it, many people told the lady that it was time for her to go. And the strongest plea of all was this, that now she bore another hope of repeating her husband's virtues. So at the end of October, when wolves came down to the farm lands, the little English family went home towards their England. They landed somewhere on the Devonshire coast, 10 or 11 years agone, and stayed some days at Exeter, and set out thence in a hired coach, without any proper attendance for Watchet in the north of Somerset. For the lady owned a quiet mansion in the neighbourhood of that town, and her one desire was to find refuge there and to meet her lord, who was sure to come, she said, when he heard of his new infant. Therefore, with only 2 serving men and 2 maids, including Benita, the party set forth from Exeter and lay the first night at Bampton. On the following morn they started bravely, with earnest hope of arriving at their journey's end by daylight. But the roads were soft and very deep, and the sloughs were out in places, and the heavy coach broke down in the axle and needed mending at Dulverton. And so they lost 3 hours or more, and would have been wiser to sleep there. But her ladyship would not hear of it. She must be home that night, she said, and her husband would be waiting. How could she keep him waiting now after such a long, long time? Therefore, although it was afternoon and the year now come to December, the horses were put to again, and the heavy coach went up the hill with the lady and her 2 children and Benita sitting inside of it. The other maid and 2 serving men, each man with a great blunderbuss mounted upon the outside, and upon the horses 3 Exeter postilions. Much had been said at Dulverton and even back at Bampton about some great freebooters to whom all Exmoor owed suit and service and paid them very punctually. Both the serving men were scared, even over their ale, by this. But the lady only said, "Drive on. I know a little of highwaymen, they never rob a lady." Through the fog and through the muck the coach went on as best it might, sometimes foundered in a slough with half of the horses splashing it, and sometimes knuckled up on a bank and straining across the middle while all the horses kicked at it. However, they went on till dark as well as might be expected. But when they came, all thanking God, to the pitch and slope of the sea bank, leading on towards Watchet town, and where my horse had shied so, there the little boy jumped up, and clapped his hands at the water, and there, as Benita said, they met their fate and could not fly it. Although it was past the dusk of day, the silver light from the sea flowed in, and showed the cliffs and the grey sand line and the drifts of wreck and rackweed. It showed them also a troop of horsemen, waiting under a rock hard by and ready to dash upon them. The postilions lashed towards the sea, and the horses strove in the depth of sand, and the serving men cocked their blunderbusses and cowered away behind them. But the lady stood up in the carriage bravely, and neither screamed nor spoke, but hid her son behind her. Meanwhile the drivers drove into the sea, till the leading horses were swimming. But before the waves came into the coach, a score of fierce men were round it. They cursed the postilions for mad cowards, and cut the traces, and seized the wheel horses, all wild with dismay in the wet and the dark. Then, while the carriage was heeling over and well nigh upset in the water, the lady exclaimed, "I know that man. He is our ancient enemy." And Benita, foreseeing that all their boxes would be turned inside out or carried away, snatched the most valuable of the jewels, a magnificent necklace of diamonds, and cast it over the little girl's head and buried it under her travelling cloak, hoping to save it. Then a great wave, crested with foam, rolled in, and the coach was thrown on its side, and the sea rushed in at the top and the windows, upon shrieking and clashing and fainting away. What followed Benita knew not, as one might well suppose, herself being stunned by a blow on the head beside being palsied with terror. "See, I have the mark now," she said, "where the jamb of the door came down on me." But when she recovered her senses, she found herself lying upon the sand. The robbers were out of sight, and one of the serving men was bathing her forehead with sea water. For this she rated him well, having taken already too much of that article. And then she arose and ran to her mistress, who was sitting upright on a little rock, with her dead boy's face to her bosom, sometimes gazing upon him, and sometimes questing round for the other one, although there were torches and links around, and she looked at her child by the light of them. No one dared to approach the lady or speak or try to help her. Each man whispered his fellow to go, but each hung back himself and muttered that it was too awful to meddle with. And there she would have sat all night, with the fine little fellow stone dead in her arms, and her tearless eyes dwelling upon him, and her heart but not her mind thinking, only that the Italian women stole up softly to her side, and whispered, "It is the will of God." So it always seems to be, were all the words the mother answered, and then she fell on Benita's neck, and the men were ashamed to be near her weeping, and a sailor lay down and bellowed, "Surely these men are the best." Before the light of the morning came along the tide to watch it, my lady had met her husband. They took her into the town that night, but not to her own castle, and so the power of womanhood, which is itself maternity, came over swiftly upon her. The lady whom all people loved, though at certain times particular, lies in Watchet little churchyard, with son and heir at her right hand, and a little babe of sex unknown sleeping on her bosom. "This is a miserable tale," said Jeremy Stickles brightly. "Hand me over the schnapps, my boy. What fools we are to spoil our eyes for other people's troubles. Enough of our own to keep them clean, although we all were chimney sweeps. There is nothing like good Hollands when a man becomes too sensitive. Restore the action of the glands, that is my rule after weeping. Let me make you another, John, you are quite low-spirited." But although Master Jeremy carried on so as became his manhood, and laughed at the sailor's bellowing, bless his heart, I knew as well that tears were in his brave keen eyes as if I had dared to look for them or to show mine own. "And what was the lady's name?" I asked. "And what became of the little girl, and why did the woman stay there?" "Well," cried Jeremy Stickles, only too glad to be cheerful again, "talk of a woman after that, as we used to say at school, who dragged whom, how many times, in what manner, round the wall of what. But to begin last first, my John, as becomes a woman, Benita stayed in that blessed place because she could not get away from it. The Doones, if Doones indeed they were, about which you of course know best, took every stiver out of the carriage, wet or dry they took it. And Benita could never get her wages, for the whole affair is in Chancery, and they have appointed a receiver." "Phew," said I, knowing something of London and sorry for Benita's chance. So the poor thing was compelled to drop all thought of Apulia and settle down on the brink of Exmoor, where you get all its evils without the good to balance them. She married a man who turned a wheel for making the blue Watchet wear, partly because he could give her a house, and partly because he proved himself a good soul towards my lady. There they are, and have 3 children, and there you may go and visit them. I understand all that, Jeremy, though you do tell things too quickly, and I would rather have John Fry's style, for he leaves one time for his words to melt. Now for my second question. What became of the little maid?" "You great oaf," cried Jeremy Stickles. "You are rather more likely to know, I should think, than anyone else in all the kingdoms." "If I knew, I should not ask you, Jeremy Stickles. Do try to be neither conceited nor thick-headed." "I will when you are neither," answered Master Jeremy, "but you occupy all the room, John. No one else can get in with you there." "Very well then, let me out, take me down in both ways." "If ever you were taken down, you must have your double joints ready now, and yet in other ways you will be as proud and set up as Lucifer. As certain sure as I stand here, that little maid is Lorna Doone." Lorna Doone by R.D. Blackmore. Chapter 55. It must not be supposed that I was altogether so thick-headed as Jeremy would have made me out. But it is part of my character that I like other people to think me slow, and to labour hard to enlighten me, while all the time I can say to myself, "This man is shallower than I am. It is pleasant to see his shoals come up while he is sounding mine so." Not that I would so behave, God forbid, with anybody, be it man or woman, who in simple heart approached me with no gauge of intellect. But when the upper hand is taken, upon the faith of one's patience, by a man of even smaller wits, Not that Jeremy was that, neither could he have lived to be thought so. Why, it naturally happens that we knuckle under with an ounce of indignation. Jeremy's tale would have moved me greatly both with sorrow and anger, even without my guess at first, and now my firm belief, that the child of those unlucky parents was indeed my Lorna. And as I thought of the lady's troubles, and her faith in Providence, and her cruel, childless death, and then imagined how my darling would be overcome to hear it, you may well believe that my quick replies to Jeremy Stickles's banter were but as the flourish of a drum to cover the sounds of pain. For when he described the heavy coach and the persons in and upon it, and the breaking down at Dulverton, and the place of their destination, as well as the time and the weather, and the season of the year, my heart began to burn within me, and my mind replaced the pictures, first of the foreign lady's maid by the pump caressing me, and then of the coach struggling up the hill, and the beautiful dame, and the fine little boy with the white cockade in his hat. But most of all the little girl, dark-haired and very lovely, and having even in those days the rich, soft look of Lorna. But when he spoke of the necklace thrown over the head of the little maiden, and of her disappearance, before my eyes arose at once the flashing of the beacon fire, the lonely moors embrowned with the light, the tramp of the outlaw cavalcade, and the helpless child head downward, lying across the robber's saddle bow. Then I remembered my own mad shout of boyish indignation, and marvelled at the strange long way by which the events of life come round. And while I thought of my own return, and childish attempt to hide myself from sorrow in the sawpit, and the agony of my mother's tears, it did not fail to strike me as a thing of omen, that the self-same day should be, both to my darling and myself, the blackest and most miserable of all youthful days. The King's Commissioner thought it wise, for some good reason of his own, to conceal from me, for the present, the name of the poor lady supposed to be Lorna's mother. And knowing that I could easily now discover it without him, I let that question abide a while. Indeed, I was half afraid to hear it, remembering that the nobler and the wealthier she proved to be, the smaller was my chance of winning such a wife for plain John Ridd. Not that she would give me up, that I never dreamed of, but that others would interfere, or indeed I myself might find it only honest to relinquish her. That last thought was a dreadful blow, and took my breath away from me. Jeremy Stickles was quite decided, and of course the discovery being his, he had a right to be so, that not a word of all these things must be imparted to Lorna herself, or even to my mother or anyone whatever. "Keep it tight as wax, my lad," he cried with a wink of great expression. "This belongs to me, mind, and the credit, aye, and the premium and the right of discount are altogether mine. It would have taken you 50 years to put 2 and 2 together so, as I did, like a clap of thunder. Ah, God has given some men brains, and others have good farms and money and a certain skill in the lower beasts. Each must use his special talent. You work your farm, I work my brains. In the end, my lad, I shall beat you. Then, Jeremy, what a fool you must be if you cudgel your brains to make money of this, to open the barn door to me and show me all your threshing. Not a whit, my son, quite the opposite. To 2 men always thresh better than 1, and here I have you bound to use your flail 1 too with mine, and yet in strictest honour bound not to bushel up till I tell you. But, said I, being much amused by a Londoner's brave yet uncertain use of simplest rural metaphors, for he had wholly forgotten the winnowing, surely if I bushel up, even when you tell me I must take half measure. So you shall, my boy, he answered, if we can only cheat those confounded knaves of equity. You shall take the beauty, my son, and the elegance, and the love, and all that, and my boy, I will take the money. This he said in a way so dry, and yet so richly unctuous that being gifted somehow by God with a kind of sense of queerness, I fell back in my chair and laughed, though the underside of my laugh was tears. Now, Jeremy, how if I refuse to keep this half as tight as wax? You bound me to no such partnership before you told the story, and I am not sure, by any means, of your right to do so afterwards. Tush, he replied, I know you too well to look for meanness in you. If from pure goodwill, John Ridd, and anxiety to relieve you, I made no condition precedent, you are not the man to take advantage as a lawyer might. I do not even want your promise. As sure as I hold this glass and drink your health and love in another drop, forced on me by pathetic words, so surely will you be bound to me until I do release you. Tush, I know men well by this time. A mere look of trust from one is worth another's 10,000 oaths. Jeremy, you are right, I answered, at least as regards the issue, although perhaps you were not right in leading me into a bargain like this without my own consent or knowledge. But supposing that we should both be shot in this grand attack on the valley, for I mean to go with you now, heart and soul, is Lorna to remain untold of that which changes all her life? Both shot, cried Jeremy Stickles. My goodness, boy, talk not like that, and those Doones are cursed good shots too. Nay, nay, the yellows shall go in front, we attack on the Somerset side, I think. I from a hill will reconnoitre, as behoves a general, you shall stick behind a tree, if we can only find one big enough to hide you. You and I to be shot, John Ridd, with all this inferior food for powder anxious to be devoured. I laughed, for I knew his cool hardihood and never flinching courage, and sooth to say no coward would have dared to talk like that. But when one comes to think of it, he continued, smiling at himself, some provision should be made for even that unpleasant chance. I will leave the whole in writing with orders to be opened, etc., etc. Now no more of that, my boy, a cigaro after schnapps and go to meet my yellow boys. His yellow boys, as he called the Somersetshire trained bands, were even now coming down the valley from the London road, as everyone since I went up to town, grandly entitled the lane to the moors. There was one good point about these men, that having no discipline at all, they made pretence to none whatever. Nay, rather they ridiculed the thing, as below men of any spirit. On the other hand, Master Stickles's troopers looked down on these native fellows from a height which I hope they may never tumble, for it would break the necks of all of them. Now these fine natives came along, singing for their very lives a song the like of which set down here would oust my book from modest people, and make everybody say, this man never can have loved Lorna. Therefore the less of that the better, only I thought, what a difference from the goodly psalms of the ale-house. Having finished their canticle, which contained more mirth than melody, they drew themselves up, in a sort of way supposed by them to be military. Each man with heel and elbow struck into those of his neighbour, and saluted the king's commissioner. Why, where are your officers? Asked Master Stickles. How is it that you have no officers? Upon this there arose a general grin, and a knowing look passed along their faces, even up to the man by the gate-post. Are you going to tell me or not, said Jeremy, what is become of your officers? Plaise sir, said one little fellow at last, being nodded at by the rest to speak in right of his known eloquence. Whose tud half-isers as a were no naid of un, now king's man hissel were coom a puppo's vor to command us lake. And do you mean to say, you villains, cried Jeremy, scarce knowing whether to laugh or to swear or what to do, that your officers took their dismissal thus, and let you come on without them? What could do? Asked the little man with reason certainly on his side. Who's zent about their business, and they was glad enough to go. Well, said poor Jeremy, turning to me, a pretty state of things, John, 80 cobblers and farming men, plasterers, tailors and kettles to mend, and not a man to keep order among them except my blessed self John. And I trow there is not one among them could hit all indoor flying. The Doones will make riddles of all of us. However, he had better hopes when the sons of Devon appeared, as they did in about an hour's time, fine fellows and eager to prove themselves. These had not discarded their officers, but marched in good obedience to them, and were quite prepared to fight the men of Somerset, if need be, in addition to the Doones. And there was scarcely a man among them but could have trounced 3 of the yellow men, and would have done it gladly too, in honour of the red facings. Do you mean to suppose, Master Jeremy Stickles, said I, looking on with amazement, beholding also all our maidens at the upstair windows wondering, that we, my mother a widow woman and I a young man of small estate, can keep and support all these precious fellows, both yellow ones and red ones, until they have taken the Doone Glen? God forbid it, my son, he replied, laying a finger upon his lip. Nay, nay, I am not of the shabby order when I have the strings of government. Kill your sheep at famine prices, and knead your bread at a figure expressing the rigours of last winter. Let Annie make out the bill every day, and I at night will double it. You may take my word for it, Master John, this spring harvest shall bring you in 3 times as much as last autumn's did. If they cheated you in town, my lad, you shall have your change in the country. Take thy bill and write down quickly. However, this did not meet my views of what an honest man should do, and I went to consult my mother about it, as all the accounts would be made in her name. Dear mother thought that if the king paid only half again as much as other people would have to pay, it would be perhaps the proper thing, the half being due for loyalty. And here she quoted an ancient saying, the king and his staff be a man and a half, which, according to her judgment, ruled beyond dispute the law of the present question. To argue with her after that which she brought up with such triumph would have been worse than useless. Therefore I just told Annie to make the bills at 1/3 below the current market prices, so that the upshot would be fair. She promised me honestly that she would, but with a twinkle in her bright blue eyes which she must have caught from Tom Faggus. It always has appeared to me that stern and downright honesty upon money matters is a thing not understood of women, be they as good can be. The yellows and the reds together numbered 120 men, most of whom slept in our barns and stacks, and besides these we had 15 troopers of the regular army. You may suppose that all the country was turned upside down about it, and the folk who came to see them drill, by no means a needless exercise, were a greater plague than the soldiers. The officers too of the Devonshire hand were such a torment to us, that we almost wished their men had dismissed them, as the Somerset troop had done with theirs. For we could not keep them out of our house, being all young men of good family, and therefore not to be met with bars. And having now 3 lovely maidens, for even Lizzie might be called so when she cared to please, mother and I were at wits' ends on account of those blessed officers. I never got a wink of sleep. They came whistling under the window so, and directly I went out to chase them, there was nothing but a cat to see. Therefore all of us were right glad, except perhaps Farmer Snow, from whom we had bought some victuals at rare price, when Jeremy Stickles gave orders to march, and we began to try to do it. A good deal of boasting went overhead as our men defiled along the lane, and the thick broad patins of pennywort jutted out between the stones, ready to heal their bruises. The parish choir came part of the way, and the singing loft from Countisbury, and they kept our soldiers' spirits up with some of the most pugnacious psalms. Parson Bowden marched ahead, leading all our van and file as against the Papists, and promising to go with us till we came to bullet distance. Therefore we marched bravely on, and children came to look at us. And I wondered where Uncle Reuben was, who ought to have led the culverins, whereof we had no less than 3, if Stickles could only have found him. And then I thought of little Ruth, and without any fault on my part, my heart went down within me. The culverins were laid on bark, and all our horses pulling them and looking round every now and then with their ears curved up like a squirreled nut, and their noses tossing anxiously to know what sort of plough it was man had been pleased to put behind them. Man, whose endless whims and wildness they could never understand, any more than they could satisfy. However, they pulled their very best, as all our horses always do, and the culverins went up the hill without smack of whip or swearing. It had been arranged very justly, no doubt, and quite in keeping with the spirit of the Constitution, but as it proved not too wisely that either body of men should act in its own county only. So when we reached the top of the hill, the sons of Devon marched on, and across the track leading into Doone Gate, so as to fetch round the western side and attack with their culverin from the cliffs, whence the sentry had challenged me on the night of my passing the entrance. Meanwhile the yellow lads were to stay upon the eastern highland, whence Uncle Reuben and myself had reconnoitred so long ago, and whence I had leaped into the valley at the time of the great snowdrifts. And here they were not to show themselves, but keep their culverin in the woods, until their cousins of Devon appeared on the opposite parapet of the glen. The third culverin was entrusted to the 15 troopers, who, with 10 picked soldiers from either trained hand, making in all 35 men, were to assault the Doone Gate itself, while the outlaws were placed between 2 fires from the eastern cliff and the western. And with this force went Jeremy Stickles, and with it went myself, as knowing more about the passage than any other stranger did. Therefore, if I have put it clearly as I strive to do, you will see that the Doones must repulse at once 3 simultaneous attacks, from an army numbering in the whole 135 men, not including the Devonshire officers. 50 men on each side, I mean, and 35 at the head of the valley. The tactics of this grand campaign appeared to me so clever and beautifully ordered that I commended Colonel Stickles, as everybody now called him, for his great ability and mastery of the art of war. He admitted that he deserved high praise, but said that he was not by any means equally certain of success, so large a proportion of his forces being only a raw militia, brave enough no doubt for anything when they saw their way to it, but knowing little of gunnery, and wholly unused to be shot at, whereas all the Doones were practised marksmen, being compelled when lads like the Bailaric slingers to strike down their meals before tasting them. And then Colonel Stickles asked me whether I myself could stand fire. He knew that I was not a coward, but this was a different question. I told him that I had been shot at once or twice before, but nevertheless disliked it as much as almost anything. Upon that he said that I would do, for that when a man got over the first blush of diffidence, he soon began to look upon it as a puff of destiny. I wish I could only tell what happened in the battle of that day, especially as nearly all the people round these parts, who never saw gunfire in it, have gotten the tale so much amiss, and some of them will even stand in front of my own hearth and contradict me to the teeth, although at the time they were not born, nor their fathers put into breeches. But in truth I cannot tell exactly even the part in which I helped. How then can I be expected time by time to lay before you all the little ins and outs of places where I myself was not? Only I can contradict things which I know could not have been, and what I plainly saw should not be controverted in my own house. Now we 35 men lay back a little way round the corner, in the hollow of the track which leads to the strong Doone Gate. Our culverin was in amongst us, loaded now to the muzzle, and it was not comfortable to know that it might go off at any time. Although the yeomanry were not come, according to arrangement, some of us had horses there, besides the horses who dragged the cannon and now were sniffing at it. and there were plenty of spectators to mind these horses for us as soon as we should charge, inasmuch as all our friends and neighbours, who had so keenly prepared for the battle, now resolved to take no part but look on and praise the winners. At last we heard the loud bang-bang, which proved that Devon and Somerset were pouring their indignation hot into the den of malefactors, or at least so we supposed. Therefore at double quick march we advanced round the bend of the cliff which had hidden us, hoping to find the gate undefended, and to blow down all barriers with the fire of our cannon. And indeed it seemed likely at first to be so, for the wild and mountainous gorge of rock appeared to be all in pure loneliness, except where the coloured coats of our soldiers and their metal trappings shone with the sun behind them. Therefore we shouted a loud hurrah, as for an easy victory. But while the sound of our cheer rang back among the crags above us, a shrill, clear whistle cleft the air for a single moment, and then a dozen carbines bellowed, and all among us flew murderous lead. Several of our men rolled over, but the rest rushed on like Britons, Jeremy and myself in front, while we heard the horses plunging at the loaded gun behind us. "Now, my lads," cried Jeremy, "one dash and we are beyond them," for he saw that the foe was overhead in the gallery of brushwood. Our men with a brave shout answered him, for his courage was fine example, and we leaped in under the feet of the foe before they could load their guns again. But here, when the foremost among us were past, an awful crash rang behind us with the shrieks of men, and the din of metal and the horrible screaming of horses. The trunk of the tree had been launched overhead and crashed into the very midst of us. Our cannon was under it, so were two men, and a horse with his poor back broken. Another horse vainly struggled to rise, with his thigh bones smashed and protruding. Now I lost all presence of mind at this, for I loved both those good horses, and shouting for any to follow me, dashed headlong into the cavern. Some 5 or 6 men came after me, the foremost of whom was Jeremy, when a storm of shot whistled and patted around me with a blaze of light and a thunderous roar. On I leaped like a madman and pounced on one gunner, and hurled him across his culverin, but the others had fled, and a heavy oak door fell to with a bang behind them. So utterly were my senses gone, and naught but strength remaining, that I caught up the cannon with both hands and dashed it, breech first, at the doorway. The solid oak burst with the blow, and the gun stuck fast, like a builder's putt-log. But here I looked round in vain for anyone to come and follow up my success. The scanty light showed me no figure moving through the length of the tunnel behind me. Only a heavy groan or two went to my heart and chilled it. So I hurried back to seek Jeremy, fearing that he must be smitten down. And so indeed I found him, as well as 3 other poor fellows, struck by the charge of the culverin, which had passed so close beside me. 2 of the 4 were as dead as stones, and growing cold already, but Jeremy and the other could manage to groan, just now and then. So I turned my attention to them and thought no more of fighting. Having so many wounded men and so many dead among us, we loitered at the cavern's mouth and looked at one another, wishing only for somebody to come and take command of us. But no one came, and I was grieved so much about poor Jeremy, besides being wholly unused to any violence of bloodshed, that I could only keep his head up and try to stop him from bleeding. And he looked up at me pitifully, being perhaps in a haze of thought, as a calf looks at a butcher. The shot had taken him in the mouth, about that no doubt could be, for 2 of his teeth were in his beard and one of his lips was wanting. I laid his shattered face on my breast and nursed him as a woman might. But he looked at me with a jerk at this, and I saw that he wanted coolness. While here we stayed, quite out of danger, for the fellows from the gallery could by no means shoot us even if they remained there, and the oaken door whence the others fled was blocked up by the culverin. A boy who had no business there, being in fact our clerk's apprentice to the art of shoemaking, came round the corner upon us in the manner which boys and only boys can use with grace and freedom. That is to say, with a sudden rush and a sidelong step, and an impudence. "Got the worst of it," cried the boy, "better be off all of you. Zoomersit and Devon are viting, and the Doones have drashed em both. Meester rid even thee be drashed." We few who yet remained of the force which was to have won the Doone gate gazed at one another like so many fools and nothing more. For we still had some faint hopes of winning the day and recovering our reputation by means of what the other men might have done without us, and we could not understand at all how Devonshire and Somerset, being embarked in the same cause, should be fighting with one another. Finding nothing more to be done in the way of carrying on the war, we laid poor Master Stickles and 2 more of the wounded upon the carriage of bark and hurdles, whereon our gun had lain. And we rolled the gun into the river, and harnessed the horses yet alive, and put the others out of their pain, and sadly wended homewards, feeling ourselves to be thoroughly beaten, yet ready to maintain that it was no fault of ours whatever. And in this opinion the women joined, being only too glad and thankful to see us home alive again. Now, this enterprise having failed so, I prefer not to dwell too long upon it, only just to show the mischief which lay at the root of the failure. And this mischief was the vile jealousy betwixt red and yellow uniform. Now I try to speak impartially, belonging no more to Somerset than I do to Devonshire, living upon the borders and born of either county. The tale was told me by one side first, and then quite to a different tune by the other, and then by both together, with very hot words of reviling and a desire to fight it out again. And putting this with that, the truth appears to be as follows. The men of Devon, who bore red facings, had a long way to go round the hills before they could get into due position on the western side of the Doone glen. And knowing that their cousins in yellow would claim the whole of the glory, if allowed to be first with the firing, these worthy fellows waited not to take good aim with their cannons, seeing the others about to shoot, but fettled it anyhow on the slope, pointing in a general direction, and trusting in God for aimworthiness, laid the rope to the breech and fired. Now, as Providence ordained it, the shot, which was a casual mixture of anything considered hard, for instance, jug bottoms and knobs of doors, the whole of this pernicious dose came scattering and shattering among the unfortunate yellow men upon the opposite cliff, killing 1 and wounding 2. Now what did the men of Somerset do, but instead of waiting for their friends to send round and beg pardon, train their gun full mouth upon them, and with a vicious meaning shoot. Not only this, but they loudly cheered, when they saw 4 or 5 red coats lie low, for which savage feeling not even the remarks of the Devonshire men concerning their coats could entirely excuse them. Now I need not tell the rest of it, for the tale makes a man discontented. Enough that both sides waxed hotter and hotter with the fire of destruction. And but that the gorge of the cliffs lay between, very few would have lived to tell of it, for our western blood becomes stiff and firm when churned with the sense of wrong in it. At last the Doones, who must have laughed at the thunder passing overhead, recalling their men from the gallery, issued out of Gwenny's gate, which had been wholly overlooked, and fell on the rear of the Somerset men, and slew 4 beside their cannon. Then, while the survivors ran away, the outlaws took the hot culverin and rolled it down into their valley. Thus, of the 3 guns set forth that morning, only one ever came home again, and that was the gun of the Devonshire men, who dragged it home themselves, with the view of making a boast about it. This was a melancholy end of our brave setting out, and everybody blamed everyone else, and several of us wanted to have the whole thing over again, as then we must have righted it. But upon one point all agreed, by some reason not clear to me, that the root of the evil was to be found in the way Parson Bowden went up the hill, with his hat on and no cassock. Chapter 56. Two of the Devonshire officers, Captains Pike and Dallon, now took command of the men who were left and ordered all to go home again, commending much the bravery which had been displayed on all sides, and the loyalty to the King and the English Constitution. This last word always seems to me to settle everything when said, because nobody understands it, and yet all can puzzle their neighbours. So the Devonshire men, having beans to sow which they ought to have done on Good Friday, went home, and our Somerset friends only stayed for 2 days more to backbite them. To me the whole thing was purely grievous, not from any sense of defeat, though that was bad enough, but from the pain and anguish caused by death and wounds and mourning. Surely we have woes enough. I used to think of an evening when the poor fellows could not sleep or rest, or let others rest around them. Surely all this smell of wounds is not incense men should pay to the God who made them. Death, when it comes and is done with, may be a bliss to anyone, but the doubt of life or death when a man lies, as it were, like a trunk upon a sawpit and a gristly head looks up at him, and the groans of pain are cleaving him, this would be beyond all bearing, but for nature's sap, sweet hope. Jeremy Stickles lay and tossed, and thrust up his feet in agony, and bit with his lipless mouth the clothes, and was proud to see blood upon them. He looked at us ever so many times, as much as to say, "Fools, let me die, then I shall have some comfort." But we nodded at him sagely, especially the women, trying to convey to him on no account to die yet. And then we talked to one another on purpose for him to hear us, how brave he was and not the man to knock under in a hurry, and how he should have the victory yet, and how well he looked considering. These things cheered him a little now and a little more next time, and every time we went on so, he took it with less impatience. Then once when he had been very quiet, and not even tried to frown at us, Annie leaned over and kissed his forehead, and spread the pillows and sheet with a curve as delicate as his own white ears. And then he feebly lifted hands and prayed to God to bless her. And after that he came round gently, though never to the man he had been, and never to speak loud again. For a time, as I may have implied before, Master Stickles's authority and manner of levying duties had not been taken kindly by the people round our neighbourhood. The manners of East Lynn and West Lynn, and even that of Woolhanger, although just then all three were at issue about some rights of wreck, and the hanging of a sheep-stealer, a man of no great eminence, yet claimed by each for the sake of his clothes. These three, having their rights impugned or even superseded, as they declared by the quartering of soldiers in their neighbourhood, united very kindly to oppose the King's commissioner. However, Jeremy had contrived to conciliate the whole of them, not so much by anything engaging in his deportment or delicate address, as by holding out bright hopes that the plunder of the Doone glen might become divisible among the adjoining manors. Now I have never discovered a thing which the lords of manors, at least in our part of the world, do not believe to belong to themselves, if only they could get their rights. And it did seem natural enough that if the Doones were ousted, and a nice collection of prey remained, this should be parted among the people having ancient rights of plunder. Nevertheless, Master Jeremy knew that the soldiers would have the first of it, and the King what they could not carry, and perhaps he was punished justly for language so misleading, by the general indignation of the people all around us, not at his failure, but at himself, for that which he could in no wise prevent. And the stewards of the manors rode up to our house on purpose to reproach him, and were greatly vexed with all of us because he was too ill to see them. To myself, though by rights the last to be thought of among so much pain and trouble, Jeremy's wound was a great misfortune, in more ways than one. In the first place, it deferred my chance of imparting either to my mother or to Mistress Lorna my firm belief that the maid I loved was not sprung from the race which had slain my father. Neither could he in any way have offended against her family. And this discovery I was yearning more and more to declare to them, being forced to see, even in the midst of all our warlike troubles, that a certain difference was growing betwixt them both, and betwixt them and me. For although the words of the counsellor had seemed to fail among us, being bravely met and scattered, yet our courage was but as wind flinging wide the tare seeds, when the sower casts them from his bag. The crop may not come evenly, many places may long lie bare, and the field be all in patches, yet almost every vetch will spring and tiller out and stretch across the scatterings where the wind puffed. And so dear mother and darling Lorna now had been for many a day thinking, worrying, and wearing about the matter between us. Neither liked to look at the other as they used to do, with mother admiring Lorna's eyes and grace and form of breeding, and Lorna loving mother's goodness, softness, and simplicity. And the saddest and most hurtful thing was that neither could ask the other of the shadow falling between them. And so it went on, and deepened. In the next place, Colonel Stickles's illness was a grievous thing to us, in that we had no one now to command the troopers. 10 of these were still alive, and so well approved to us that they could never fancy aught, whether for dinner or supper, without its being forthcoming. If they wanted trout they should have it, if colloped venison or broiled ham, or salmon from Lynmouth and Trentisoe, or truffles from the woodside, all these were at the warriors' service until they lusted for something else. Even the wounded men ate nobly, all except poor Jeremy, who was forced to have a young elder shoot with the pith drawn for to feed him. And once when they wanted pickled loach * from my description of it, I took up my boyish sport again and pronged them a good jarful. Therefore none of them could complain, and yet they were not satisfied, perhaps for want of complaining. There are said to be no loach now in Lynn. This proves that John Ridd caught them all. Be that as it might, we knew that if they once resolved to go, as they might do at any time, with only a corporal over them, all our house and all our goods, aye, and our own precious lives, would and must be at the mercy of embittered enemies. For now the Doones, having driven back, as every one said, 500 men, though not 30 had ever fought with them, were in such feather all round the country that nothing was too good for them. Offerings poured in at the Doone gate, faster than Doones could away with them, and the sympathy both of Devon and Somerset became almost oppressive. And perhaps this wealth of congratulation and mutual good feeling between plundered and victim saved us from any piece of spite, kindliness having won the day and everyone loving everyone. But yet another cause arose, and this the strongest one of all, to prove the need of Stickles's aid and calamity of his illness. And this came to our knowledge first, without much time to think of it, for 2 men appeared at our gate one day, stripped to their shirts and void of horses, and looking very sorrowful. Now having some fear of attack from the Doones, and scarce knowing what their tricks might be, we received these strangers cautiously, desiring to know who they were before we let them see all our premises. However, it soon became plain to us that although they might not be honest fellows, at any rate they were not Doones, and so we took them in and fed, and left them to tell their business. And this they were glad enough to do, as men who have been maltreated almost always are. And it was not for us to contradict them, lest our victuals should go amiss. These 2 very worthy fellows, nay, more than that by their own account, being downright martyrs, were come for the public benefit from the Court of Chancery, sitting for everybody's good and boldly redressing evil. This court has a power of scent unknown to the common law practitioners, and slowly yet surely tracks its game, even as the great lumbering dogs, now introduced from Spain and called by some people pointers, differ from the swift gaze hound, who sees his prey and runs him down in the manner of the common lawyers. If a man's ill fate should drive him to make a choice between these two, let him rather be chased by the hounds of law than tracked by the dogs of equity. Now, as it fell in a very black day, for all except the lawyers, His Majesty's Court of Chancery, if that be what it called itself, gained scent of poor Lorna's life and of all that might be made of it. Whether through that brave young lord who ran into such peril, or through any of his friends, or whether through that deep old counsellor whose game none might penetrate, or through any disclosures of the Italian woman, or even of Jeremy himself, none just now could tell us. Only this truth was too clear. Chancery had heard of Lorna, and then had seen how rich she was, and never delaying in one thing had opened mouth and swallowed her. The Doones, with a share of that dry humour which was in them hereditary, had welcomed the two apparitors, if that be the proper name for them, and led them kindly down the valley, and told them then to serve their writ. Misliking the look of things, these poor men began to fumble among their clothes, upon which the Doones cried, "Off with them! Let us see if your message be on your skins." And with no more manners than that, they stripped and lashed them out of the valley, only bidding them come to us if they wanted Lorna Doone, and to us they came accordingly. Neither were they sure at first but that we should treat them so, for they had no knowledge of the West Country and thought it quite a godless place, wherein no writ was holy. We however comforted and cheered them so considerably, that in gratitude they showed their writs, to which they had stuck like leeches, and these were twofold, one addressed to Mistress Lorna Doone so called, and bidding her keep in readiness to travel whenever called upon, and commit herself to nobody, except the accredited messengers of the right honourable court, while the other was addressed to all subjects of His Majesty, having custody of Lorna Doone or any power over her. And this last threatened and exhorted, and held out hopes of recompense if she were rendered truly. My mother and I held consultation over both these documents with a mixture of some wrath and fear, and a fork of great sorrow to stir them. And now having Jeremy Stickles's leave, which he gave with a nod when I told him all, and at last made him understand it, I laid bare to my mother as well what I knew as what I merely surmised or guessed concerning Lorna's parentage. All this she received with great tears and wonder and fervent thanks to God, and still more fervent praise of her son, who had nothing whatever to do with it. However, now the question was how to act about these writs. And herein it was most unlucky that we could not have Master Stickles, with his knowledge of the world and especially of the law courts, to advise us what to do and to help in doing it. And firstly of the first I said, we have rogues to deal with, but try we not to rogue them. To this, in some measure, dear mother agreed, though she could not see the justice of it, yet thought that it might be wiser, because of our want of practice. And then I said, now we are bound to tell Lorna, and to serve her citation upon her, which these good fellows have given us. Then go and do it thyself, my son, mother replied with a mournful smile, misdoubting what the end might be. So I took the slip of brown parchment and went to seek my darling. Lorna was in her favourite place, the little garden which she tended with such care and diligence. Seeing how the maiden loved it and was happy there, I had laboured hard to fence it from the dangers of the wood. And here she had corrected me with better taste and sense of pleasure and the joys of musing. For I meant to shut out the brook and build my fence inside of it. But Lorna said no, if we must have a fence which could not but be injury, at any rate leave the stream inside, and a pleasant bank beyond it. And soon I perceived that she was right, though not so much as afterwards. For the fairest of all things in a garden and in summer time most useful is a brook of crystal water, where a man may come and meditate, and the flowers may lean and see themselves, and the rays of the sun are purified. now partly with her own white hands, and partly with Gwenny's red ones, Lorna had made of this sunny spot a haven of beauty to dwell in. It was not only that colours lay in the harmony we would seek of them, neither was it the height of plants sloping to one another, nor even the delicate tone of foliage following suit and neighbouring. Even the breathing of the wind, soft and gentle in and out, moving things that need not move and passing longer stalked ones, even this was not enough among the flush of fragrance to tell a man the reason of his quiet satisfaction. But so it shall forever be, as the river we float upon with wine and flowers and music, is nothing at the wellspring but a bubble without reason. Feeling many things, but thinking without much to guide me, over the grass plats laid between, I went up to Lorna. She, in a shower of damask roses, raised her eyes and looked at me. And even now in those sweet eyes, so deep with loving kindness and soft maiden dreamings, there seemed to be a slight, unwilling, half-confessed withdrawal. Overcome by love and duty, yet a painful thing to see. "Darling," I said, "are your spirits good? Are you strong enough today to bear a tale of cruel sorrow, but which perhaps when your tears are shed will leave you all the happier?" "What can you mean?" she answered, trembling, not having been very strong of late and now surprised at my manner. "Are you come to give me up, John?" "Not very likely," I replied. "Neither do I hope such a thing would leave you all the happier." "Oh, Lorna, if you can think that so quickly as you seem to have done, now you have every prospect and strong temptation to it. You are far, far above me in the world, and I have no right to claim you. Perhaps when you have heard these tidings you will say, 'John Ridd, begone. Your life and mine are parted.'" "Will I?" cried Lorna with all the brightness of her playful ways returning. "You very foolish and jealous John, how shall I punish you for this? Am I to forsake every flower I have, and not even know that the world goes round while I look up at you, the whole day long and say, 'John, I love, love, love you'?" During these words she leaned upon me, half in gay imitation of what I had so often made her do, and half in depth of earnestness, as the thrice-repeated word grew stronger and grew warmer with and to her heart. And as she looked up at the finish, saying, "You," so musically, I was much inclined to clasp her round, but remembering who she was, forbore, at which she seemed surprised with me. "Mistress Lorna," I replied with I know not what temptation, making little of her caresses, though more than all my heart to me. "Mistress Lorna, you must keep your rank and proper dignity. You must never look at me with anything but pity now." "I shall look at you with pity, John," said Lorna, trying to laugh it off, yet not knowing what to make of me, "if you talk any more of this nonsense, knowing me as you ought to do. I shall even begin to think that you and your friends are weary of me and of so long supporting me, and are only seeking cause to send me back to my old misery. If it be so, I will go. My life matters little to anyone." Here the great bright tears arose, but the maiden was too proud to sob. "Sweetest of all sweet loves," I cried, for the sign of a tear defeated me. "What possibility could make me ever give up Lorna?" "Dearest of all dears," she answered. "If you dearly love me, what possibility could ever make me give you up, dear?" Upon that there was no more forbearing, but I kissed and clasped her, whether she were Countess or whether Queen of England. Mine she was, at least in heart, and mine she should be wholly. And she being of the same opinion, nothing was said between us. "Now, Lorna," said I, as she hung on my arm, willing to trust me anywhere, "come to your little plant house and hear my moving story." "No story can move me much, dear," she answered rather faintly, for any excitement stayed with her. "Since I know your strength of kindness, scarcely any tale can move me unless it be of yourself, love, or of my poor mother." "It is of your poor mother, darling. Can you bear to hear it?" And yet I wondered why she did not say as much of her father. "Yes, I can bear anything. But although I cannot see her and have long forgotten, I could not bear to hear ill of her. There is no ill to hear, sweet child, except of evil done to her. Lorna, you are of an ill-starred race. Better that than a wicked race, she answered with her usual quickness, leaping at conclusion. Tell me I am not a Doone, and I will, but I cannot love you more. You are not a Doone, my Lorna, for that at least I can answer, though I know not what your name is. And my father, your father, what I mean is, your father and mine never met one another. Your father was killed by an accident in the Pyrenean mountains, and your mother by the Doones, or at least they caused her death and carried you away from her. All this, coming as in one breath upon the sensitive maiden, was more than she could bear all at once, as any but a fool like me must of course have known. She lay back on the garden bench, with her black hair shed on the oaken bark, while her colour went and came, and only by that, and her quivering breath, could any one say that she lived and thought. And yet she pressed my hand with hers that I might tell her all of it. Chapter 57. No flower that I have ever seen, either in shifting of light and shade or in the pearly morning, may vie with a fair young woman's face when tender thought and quick emotion vary, enrich and beautify it. Thus my Lorna hearkened softly, almost without word or gesture, yet with sighs and glances telling, and the pressure of my hand, how each word was moving her. When at last my tale was done, she turned away, and wept bitterly for the sad fate of her parents. But to my surprise she spoke not even a word of wrath or rancour. She seemed to take it all as fate. Lorna, darling, I said at length, for men are more impatient in trials of time than women are, do you not even wish to know what your proper name is? How can it matter to me, John? She answered, with a depth of grief which made me seem a trifler. It can never matter now, when there are none to share it. Poor little soul, was all I said in a tone of purest pity. And to my surprise she turned upon me, caught me in her arms, and loved me as she had never done before. Dearest, I have you, she cried. You and only you, love. Having you I want no other. All my life is one with yours. Oh, John, how can I treat you so? Blushing through the wet of weeping and the gloom of pondering, yet she would not hide her eyes, but folded me and dwelled on me. I cannot believe, in the pride of my joy, I whispered into one little ear, that you could ever so love me, beauty, as to give up the world for me. Would you give up your farm for me, John? Cried Lorna, leaping back and looking with her wondrous power of light at me. Would you give up your mother, your sisters, your home, and all that you have in the world, and every hope of your life, John? Of course I would, without two thoughts. You know it, Lorna. It is true that I do, she answered in a tone of deepest sadness. And it is this power of your love which has made me love you so. No good can come of it, no good. God's face is set against selfishness. As she spoke in that low tone, I gazed at the clear lines of her face, where every curve was perfect, not with love and wonder only, but with a strange new sense of awe. Darling, I said, come nearer to me. Give me surety against that. For God's sake, never frighten me with the thought that he would part us. Does it then so frighten you? She whispered, coming close to me. I know it, dear, I have known it long, but it never frightens me. It makes me sad and very lonely till I can remember. Till you can remember what? I asked with a long, deep shudder, for we are so superstitious. Until I do remember, love, that you will soon come back to me and be my own forever. This is what I always think of. This is what I hope for. Although her eyes were so glorious and beaming with eternity, this distant sort of beatitude was not much to my liking. I wanted to have my love on earth, and my dear wife in my own home, and children in good time if God should please to send us any. And then I would be to them exactly what my father was to me. And beside all this, I doubted much about being fit for heaven, where no ploughs are and no cattle unless sacrificed bulls went thither. Therefore I said, now kiss me, Lorna, and don't talk any nonsense. And the darling came and did it, being kindly obedient as the other world often makes us. You sweet love, I said at this, being slave to her soft obedience, do you suppose I should be content to leave you until Elysium? How on earth can I tell dear John what you will be content with? You, and only you, said I. The whole of it lies in a syllable. Now you know my entire want, and want must be my comfort. But surely if I have money, sir, and birth, and rank, and all sorts of grandeur, you would never dare to think of me. She drew herself up with an air of pride as she gravely pronounced these words, and gave me a scornful glance or tried, and turned away as if to enter some grand coach or palace, while I was so amazed and grieved in my raw simplicity, especially after the way in which she had first received my news, so loving and warm-hearted, that I never said a word but stared and thought, how does she mean it? She saw the pain upon my forehead and the wonder in my eyes, and leaving coach and palace too, back she flew to me in a moment, as simple as simplest milkmaid. Oh, you fearful stupid John, you inexpressibly stupid John, she cried with both arms round my neck and her lips upon my forehead. You have called yourself thick-headed, John, and I never would believe it. But now I do with all my heart. Will you never know what I am, love? No, Lorna, that I never shall. I can understand my mother well, and one at least of my sisters, and both the Snow girls very easily, but you I never understand. Only love you all the more for it. Then never try to understand me if the result is that, dear John, and yet I am the very simplest of all foolish simple creatures. Nay, I am wrong, therein I yield the palm to you, my dear, to think that I can act so. No wonder they want me in London as an ornament for the stage, John. Now in after days, when I heard of Lorna as the richest and noblest and loveliest lady to be found in London, I often remembered that little scene and recalled every word and gesture, wondering what lay under it. Even now, while it was quite impossible once to doubt those clear deep eyes and the bright lips trembling so, nevertheless I felt how much the world would have to do with it, and that the best and truest people cannot shake themselves quite free. However, for the moment I was very proud and showed it, and herein differs fact from fancy, things as they befall us from things as we would have them, human ends from human hopes, that the first are moved by 1,000 and the last on 2 wheels only, which being named are desire and fear. Hope, of course, is nothing more than desire with a telescope, magnifying distant matters, overlooking near ones, opening one eye on the objects, closing the other to all objections. And if hope be the future tense of desire, the future of fear is religion, at least with too many of us. Whether I am right or wrong in these small moralities, one thing is sure enough, to wit, that hope is the fastest traveller at any rate in the time of youth. And so I hoped that Lorna might be proved of blameless family and honourable rank and fortune, and yet none the less for that love me and belong to me. So I led her into the house, and she fell into my mother's arms, and I left them to have a good cry of it, with Annie ready to help them, if Master Stickles should not mend enough to gain his speech a little and declare to us all he knew. I was to set out for Watchet, riding upon horseback, and there to hire a cart with wheels, such as we had not begun as yet to use on Exmoor. For all our work went on broad wood, with runners and with earthboards, and many of us still looked upon wheels, though mentioned in the Bible, as the invention of the evil one and Pharaoh's especial property. Now, instead of getting better, Colonel Stickles grew worse and worse, in spite of all our tendance of him, with simples and with nourishment, and no poisonous medicine, such as doctors would have given him. And the fault of this lay not with us, but purely with himself and his unquiet constitution, for he roused himself up to a perfect fever, when through Lizzie's giddiness he learned the very thing which Mother and Annie were hiding from him, with the utmost care. Namely, that Sergeant Bloxham had taken upon himself to send direct to London by the Chancery officers a full report of what had happened, and of the illness of his chief, together with an urgent prayer for a full battalion of King's troops and a plenary commander. This Sergeant Bloxham, being senior of the surviving soldiers, and a very worthy man in his way but a trifle overzealous, had succeeded to the captaincy upon his master's disablement. Then, with desire to serve his country and show his education, he sat up most part of 3 nights, and wrote this very wonderful report by the aid of our stable lanthorn. It was a very fine piece of work, as 3 men to whom he read it, but only 1 at a time pronounced, being under seal of secrecy, and all might have gone well with it if the author could only have held his tongue when near the ears of women. But this was beyond his sense, as it seems, although so good a writer. For having heard that our Lizzie was a famous judge of literature, as indeed she told almost every one, he could not contain himself but must have her opinion upon his work. Lizzie sat on a log of wood, and listened with all her ears up, having made proviso that no one else should be there to interrupt her, and she put in a syllable here and there, and many a time she took out one, for the sergeant overloaded his gun more often than undercharged it, like a liberal man of letters. And then she declared the result so good, so chaste, and the style to be so elegant, and yet so fervent that the sergeant broke his pipe in 3 and fell in love with her on the spot. Now this has led me out of my way, as things are always doing, partly through their own perverseness, partly through my kind desire to give fair turn to all of them, and to all the people who do them. If anyone expects of me a strict and well-drilled story, standing at attention all the time, with hands at the side like 2 wens on my trunk, and eyes going neither right nor left, I trow that man has been disappointed many a page ago, and has left me to my evil ways, and if not, I love his charity. Therefore let me seek his grace and get back and just begin again. That great dispatch was sent to London by the Chancery officers, whom we fitted up with clothes, and for 3 days fattened them, which in strict justice they needed much, as well as in point of equity. They were kind enough to be pleased with us, and accepted my new shirts generously, and urgent as their business was, another week, as they both declared, could do no harm to nobody, and might set them upon their legs again. And knowing, although they were London men, that fish do live in water, these 2 fellows went fishing all day but never landed anything. However, their holiday was cut short, for the sergeant, having finished now his narrative of proceedings, was not the man to let it hang fire, and be quenched perhaps by Stickles. Therefore, having done their business, and served both citations, these 2 good men had a pannier of victuals put up by dear Annie, and borrowing 2 of our horses, rode to Dunster, where they left them, and hired on towards London. We had not time to like them much, and so we did not miss them, especially in our great anxiety about poor Master Stickles. Jeremy lay between life and death for at least a fortnight. If the link of chain had flown upwards, for half a link of chain it was which took him in the mouth so, even 1 inch upwards, the poor man could have needed no one except Parson Bowden, for the bottom of his skull, which holds the brain as in the egg cup, must have clean gone from him, but striking him horizontally, and a little upon the skew, the metal came out at the back of his neck, and the powder not being strong, I suppose it lodged in his leather collar. Now the rust of this iron hung in the wound, or at least we thought so, though since I have talked with a man of medicine I am not so sure of it. And our chief aim was to purge this rust, when rather we should have stopped the hole and let the oxide do its worst, with a plug of new flesh on both sides of it. At last I prevailed upon him by argument that he must get better, to save himself from being ignobly and unjustly superseded. And hereupon I reviled Sergeant Bloxham more fiercely than Jeremy's self could have done, and indeed to such a pitch that Jeremy almost forgave him, and became much milder. And after that his fever and the inflammation of his wound diminished very rapidly. However, not knowing what might happen, or even how soon poor Lorna might be taken from our power, and falling into lawyers' hands, have cause to wish herself most heartily back among the robbers, I set forth one day for Watchet, taking advantage of the visit of some troopers from an outpost, who would make our house quite safe. I rode alone, being fully primed and having no misgivings, for it was said that even the Doones had begun to fear me since I cast their culverin through the door as above related, and they could not but believe from my being still untouched, although so large an object in the thickest of their fire, both of gun and cannon, that I must bear a charmed life, proof against ball and bullet. However, I knew that Carver Doone was not a likely man to hold any superstitious opinions, and of him I had an instinctive dread. Although quite ready to face him, riding along I meditated upon Lorna's history. How many things were now beginning to unfold themselves which had been obscure and dark. For instance, Sir Ensor Doone's consent, or to say the least his indifference, to her marriage with a yeoman, which in a man so proud, though dying, had greatly puzzled both of us. But now, if she not only proved to be no grandchild of the Doone, but even descended from his enemy, it was natural enough that he should feel no great repugnance to her humiliation. And that Lorna's father had been a foe to the house of Doone, I gathered from her mother's cry when she beheld their leader. Moreover, that fact would supply their motive in carrying off the unfortunate little creature, and rearing her among them, and as one of their own family, yet hiding her true birth from her. She was a great card, as we say when playing all fours at Christmas time, and if one of them could marry her before she learned of right and wrong, vast property enough to buy pardons for 1,000 Doones would be at their mercy. And since I was come to know Lorna better and she to know me thoroughly, many things had been outspoken which her early bashfulness had kept covered from me. Attempts, I mean, to pledge her love to this one or that other, some of which perhaps might have been successful, if there had not been too many. And then, as her beauty grew richer and brighter, Carver Doone was smitten strongly, and would hear of no one else as a suitor for her, and by the terror of his claim drove off all the others. Here too may the explanation of a thing which seemed to be against the laws of human nature, and upon which I longed but dared not to cross-question Lorna. How could such a lovely girl, although so young and brave and distant, have escaped the vile affections of a lawless company? But now it was as clear as need be, for any proven violence would have utterly vitiated all claim upon her grand estate, at least as those claims must be urged before a court of equity. And therefore all the elders, with views upon her real estate, kept strict watch on the youngers, who confined their views to her personality. Now I do not mean to say that all this, or the 100 other things which came, crowding consideration, were half as plain to me at the time, as I have set them down above. Far be it from me to deceive you so. No doubt my thoughts were then dark and hazy, like an oil lamp full of fungus, and I have trimmed them, as when they burned, with scissors sharpened long afterwards. All I mean to say is this, that jogging along to a certain tune of the horse's feet, which we call 3 halfpence and 2 pence, I saw my way a little into some things which had puzzled me. When I knocked at the little door, whose sill was gritty and grimed with sand, no one came for a very long time to answer me, or to let me in. Not wishing to be unmannerly, I waited a long time, and watched the sea, from which the wind was blowing, and whose many lips of waves, though the tide was half-way out, spoke to and refreshed me. After a while I knocked again, for my horse was becoming hungry, and a good while after that again a voice came through the keyhole, "Who is that wishes to enter?" "The boy who was at the pump," said I, when the carriage broke down at Dulverton. "The boy that lives at and some day you would come seek for him." "Oh yes, I remember certainly, my leetle boy with the fair white skin. I have desired to see him many times. She was opening the door while saying this, and then she started back in a fright that the little boy should have grown so. You cannot be that little boy, it is quite impossible. Why do you impose on me? Not only am I that little boy who made the water to flow for you till the nebule came upon the glass, but also I am come to tell you all about your little girl. Come in, you very great little boy, she answered with her dark eyes brightened, and I went in and looked at her. She was altered by time as much as I was. The slight and graceful shape was gone, not that I remembered anything of her figure, if you please, for boys of 12 are not yet prone to note the shapes of women, but that her lithe straight gait had struck me as being so unlike our people. Now her time for walking so was past, and transmitted to her children, yet her face was comely still and full of strong intelligence. I gazed at her and she at me, and we were sure of one another. Now what will ye please to eat? She asked with a lively glance at the size of my mouth. That is always the first thing you people ask in these barbarous places. I will tell you by and by, I answered, misliking this satire upon us, but I might begin with a quart of ale to enable me to speak, madam. Very well, 1 quevart of beer, she called out to a little maid who was her eldest child, no doubt. It is to be expected, sir. Beer all day long with you Englishmen. Nay, I replied, not all day long if madam will excuse me. Only a pint at breakfast time and a pint and a half at 11 o'clock and a quart or so at dinner. And then no more till the afternoon and half a gallon at supper time. No one can object to that. Well, I suppose it is right, she said, with an air of resignation. God knows, but I do not understand it. It is good for business, as you say, to preclude everything. And it is good for us, madam, I answered with indignation, for beer is my favourite beverage, and I am a credit to beer, madam, and so are all who trust to it. At any rate, you are young man. If beer has made you grow so large, I will put my children upon it. It is too late for me to begin. The smell to me is hateful. Now I only set down that to show how perverse those foreign people are. They will drink their wretched, heartless stuff, such as they call claret or wine of Medoc or Bordeaux or what not, with no more meaning than sour rennet, stirred with the pulp from the cider press and strained through the cap of our Betty. This is very well for them, and as good as they deserve, no doubt, and meant perhaps by the will of God, for those unhappy natives. But to bring it over to England and set it against our home-brewed ale, not to speak of wines from Portugal, and sell it at 10 times the price, as a cure for British bile and a great enlightenment. This, I say, is the vilest feature of the age we live in. Madam Benita Odom, for the name of the man who turned the wheel proved to be John Odom, showed me into a little room containing 2 chairs and a firwood table, and sat down on a 3-legged seat and studied me very steadfastly. This she had a right to do, and I, having all my clothes on now, was not disconcerted. It would not become me to repeat her judgment upon my appearance, which she delivered as calmly as if I were a pig at market, and as proudly as if her own pig. And she asked me whether I had ever got rid of the black marks on my breast, not wanting to talk about myself, though very fond of doing so, when time and season favour. I led her back to that fearful night of the day when first I had seen her. She was not desirous to speak of it because of her own little children. However, I drew her gradually to recollection of Lorna, and then of the little boy who died and the poor mother buried with him, and her strong hot nature kindled as she dwelled upon these things, and my wrath waxed within me, and we forgot reserve and prudence under the sense of so vile a wrong. She told me as nearly as might be the very same story which she had told to Master Jeremy Stickles, only she dwelled upon it more because of my knowing the outset. and being a woman with an inkling of my situation, she enlarged upon the little maid more than to dry Jeremy. Would you know her again? I asked, being stirred by these accounts of Lorna when she was 5 years old. Would you know her as a full-grown maiden? I think I should, she answered. It is not possible to say until one sees the person, but from the eyes of the little girl I think that I must know her. Oh, the poor young creature! Is it to be believed that the cannibals devoured her? What a people you are in this country! Meat, meat, meat! As she raised her hands and eyes in horror at our carnivorous propensities, to which she clearly attributed the disappearance of Lorna, I could scarce help laughing, even after that sad story. For though it is said at the present day, and will doubtless be said hereafter, that the Doones had devoured a baby once as they came up Porlock Hill, after fighting hard in the market-place I knew that the tale was utterly false. For cruel and brutal as they were, their taste was very correct and choice, and indeed one might say fastidious. Nevertheless, I could not stop to argue that matter with her. The little maid has not been devoured, I said to Mistress Odom, and now she is a tall young lady and as beautiful as can be. If I sleep in your good hostel tonight after going to Watchet town, will you come with me to Oare tomorrow and see your little maiden? I would like, and yet I fear, this country is so barbarous, and I am good to eat. My God, there is much picking on my bones. She surveyed herself with a glance so mingled of pity and admiration, and the truth of her words was so apparent, only that it would have taken a week to get at the bones before picking, that I nearly lost good manners, for she really seemed to suspect even me of cannibal inclinations. However, at last I made her promise to come with me on the morrow, presuming that Master Odom could by any means be persuaded to keep her company in the cart, as propriety demanded. Having little doubt that Master Odom was entirely at his wife's command, I looked upon that matter as settled and set off for Watchet to see the grave of Lorna's poor mother, and to hire a cart for the morrow. And here, as so often happens with men, I succeeded without any trouble or hindrance, where I had looked for both of them, namely in finding a suitable cart. Whereas the other matter, in which I could have expected no difficulty, came very near to defeat me. For when I heard that Lorna's father was the Earl of Dougal, as Benita impressed upon me with a strong enforcement, as much as to say, "Who are you, young man, to come even asking about her?" Then I never thought but that everybody in Watchet town must know all about the tombstone of the Countess of Dougal. This, however, proved otherwise, for Lord Dougal had never lived at Watchet Grange, as their place was called, neither had his name become familiar as its owner, because the Grange had only devolved to him by will, at the end of a long entail when the last of the Fitzpaines died out. And though he liked the idea of it, he had gone abroad without taking seisin. And upon news of his death, John Jones, a rich gentleman from Llandaff, had taken possession as next of right, and hushed up all the story. And though, even at the worst of times, a lady of high rank and wealth could not be robbed, and as bad as murdered, and then buried in a little place without moving some excitement, yet it had been given out on purpose and with diligence that this was only a foreign lady travelling for her health and pleasure, along the sea-coast of England. And as the poor thing never spoke, and several of her servants and her baggage looked so foreign, and she herself died in a collar of lace unlike any maid in England, all Watchet without hesitation pronounced her to be a foreigner. And the English serving man and maid, who might have cleared up everything, either were bribed by Master Jones, or else decamped of their own accord with the relics of the baggage. So the poor Countess of Dougal, almost in sight of her own grand house, was buried in an unknown grave, with her pair of infants without a plate, without a tombstone, worse than all, without a tear, except from the hired Italian woman. Surely my poor Lorna came of an ill-starred family. Now, in spite of all this, if I had only taken Benita with me, or even told her what I wished, and craved her directions, there could have been no trouble. But I do assure you that among the stupid people at Watchet, compared with whom our folk of awe, exceeding dense though being, are as Hamlet against Dogberry, what with one of them and another, and the firm conviction of all the town that I could become only to wrestle, I do assure you, as I said before, that my wits almost went out of me. And what vexed me yet more about it was, that I saw my own mistake, in coming myself to seek out the matter, instead of sending some unknown person. For my face and form were known at that time, and still are so to 9 people out of every 10 living in 40 miles of me. Not through any excellence or anything of good desert in either the one or the other, but simply because folks will be fools on the rivalry of wrestling. The art is a fine one in itself, and demands a little wit of brain as well as strength of body. It binds the man who studies it to temperance and chastity, to self-respect, and most of all to an even and sweet temper. For I have thrown stronger men than myself, when I was a mere sapling, and before my strength grew hard on me through their loss of temper. But though the art is an honest one, surely they who excel therein have a right, like all the rest of mankind, to their own private life. Be that either way, and I will not speak too strongly, for fear of indulging my own annoyance, anyhow all Watchet town cared 10 times as much to see John Ridd, as to show him what he wanted. I was led to every public house instead of to the churchyard, and 20 tables were ready for me in lieu of a single gravestone. Zummerzit thou beest, Jan Ridd, and Zummerzit thou shalt be, the Carl Thiesel a Davonshire man. Woy thee lives in Zummerzit, and in Zummerzit thee wast barn lad. And so it went on, till I was weary, though very much obliged to them. Dull and solid as I am, and with a wild duck waiting for me at good Mistress Odom's, I saw that there was nothing for it but to yield to these good people, and prove me a man of Somerset by eating a dinner at their expense. As for the churchyard, none would hear of it, and I grieved for broaching the matter. But how was I to meet Lorna again, without having done the thing of all things which I had promised to see to? It would never do to tell her that so great was my popularity, and so strong the desire to feed me, that I could not attend to her mother. Least of all could I say that every one in Watchet knew John Ridd, while none had heard of the Countess of Dougal, and yet that was about the truth, as I hinted very delicately to Mistress Odom that evening. But she, being vexed about her wild duck, and not having English ideas on the matter of sport, and so on, made a poor unwitting face at me. Nevertheless Master Odom restored me to my self-respect, for he stared at me till I went to bed, and he broke his hose with excitement. For being in the leg line myself, I wanted to know what the muscles were of a man who turned a wheel all day. I had never seen a treadmill, though they have one now at Exeter, and it touched me much to learn whether it were good exercise. And herein, from what I saw of Odom, I incline to think that it does great harm, as moving the muscles too much in a line, and without variety. Chapter 58. Having obtained from Benita Odom a very close and full description of the place where her poor mistress lay, and the marks whereby to know it, I hastened to watch it the following morning, before the sun was up or any people were about. And so, without interruption, I was in the churchyard at sunrise. In the farthest and darkest nook, overgrown with grass, and overhung by a weeping tree, a little bank of earth betokened the rounding off of a hapless life. There was nothing to tell of rank or wealth, of love or even pity. Nameless as a peasant lay the last, as supposed, of a mighty race. Only some unskilful hand, probably Master Odom's under his wife's teaching, had carved a rude L and a ruder D, upon a large pebble from the beach and set it up as a headstone. I gathered a little grass for Lorna and a sprig of the weeping tree, and then returned to the Forest Cat, as Benita's lonely inn was called, for the way is long from Watchet to Oare, and though you may ride it rapidly, as the Doones had done on that fatal night, to travel on wheels with one horse only is a matter of time and of prudence. Therefore we set out pretty early, 3 of us and a baby, who could not well be left behind. The wife of the man who owned the cart had undertaken to mind the business, and the other babies, upon condition of having the keys of all the taps left with her. As the manner of journeying over the moor has been described oft enough already, I will say no more, except that we all arrived before dusk of the summer's day, safe at Plover's Barrows. Mistress Benita was delighted with the change from her dull, hard life, and she made many excellent observations, such as seem natural to a foreigner looking at our country. As luck would have it, the first who came to meet us at the gate was Lorna, with nothing whatever upon her head, the weather being summerly, but her beautiful hair shed round her, and wearing a sweet white frock tucked in and showing her figure perfectly. In her joy she ran straight up to the cart, and then stopped and gazed at Benita. At one glance her old nurse knew her. "Oh, the eyes, the eyes!" she cried, and was over the rail of the cart in a moment, in spite of all her substance. Lorna, on the other hand, looked at her with some doubt and wonder, as though having right to know much about her, and yet unable to do so. But when the foreign woman said something in Roman language and flung new hay from the cart upon her, as if in a romp of childhood, the young maid cried, "Oh, Nita, Nita," and fell upon her breast and wept, and after that looked round at us. This being so, there could be no doubt as to the power of proving Lady Lorna's birth and rights, both by evidence and token, for though we had not the necklace now, thanks to Annie's wisdom, we had the ring of heavy gold, a very ancient relic with which my maid, in her simple way, had pledged herself to me. And Benita knew this ring as well as she knew her own fingers, having heard a long history about it, and the effigy on it of the wild cat was the bearing of the house of Lorne. For though Lorna's father was a nobleman of high and goodly lineage, her mother was of yet more ancient and renowned descent, being the last in line direct from the great and kingly chiefs of Lorne. A wild and headstrong race they were, and must have everything their own way. Hot blood was ever among them, even of one household, and their sovereignty, which more than once had defied the King of Scotland, waned and fell among themselves by continual quarrelling. And it was of a piece with this, that the Doones, who were an offset by the mother's side, holding in co-partnership some large property, which had come by the spindle, as we say, should fall out with the Earl of Lorne, the last but one of that title. The daughter of this nobleman had married Sir Ensor Doone, but this, instead of healing matters, led to fiercer conflict. I never could quite understand all the ins and outs of it, which none but a lawyer may go through and keep his head at the end of it. The motives of mankind are plainer than the motions they produce, especially when charity, such as found among us, sits to judge the former and is never weary of it, while reason does not care to trace the latter complications, except for fee or title. Therefore it is enough to say that knowing Lorna to be direct in heirship to vast property, and bearing especial spite against the house of which she was the last, the Doones had brought her up with full intention of lawful marriage, and had carefully secluded her from the wildest of their young gallants. Of course, if they had been next in succession, the child would have gone down the waterfall to save any further trouble, but there was an intercepting branch of some honest family, and they being outlaws would have a poor chance, though the law loves outlaws, against them. Only Lorna was of the stock, and Lorna they must marry, and what a triumph against the old Earl for a cursed Doone to succeed him. As for their outlawry, great robberies and grand murders, the veriest child nowadays must know that money heals the whole of that. Even if they had murdered people of a good position, it would only cost about twice as much to prove their motives loyal. But they had never slain any man above the rank of yeoman, and folk even said that my father was the highest of their victims, for the death of Lorna's mother and brother was never set to their account. Pure pleasure it is to any man to reflect upon all these things. How truly we discern clear justice and how well we deal it. If any poor man steals a sheep, having 10 children starving and regarding it as mountain game, as a rich man does a hare, to the gallows with him. If a man of rank beats down a door, smites the owner upon the head, and honours the wife with attention, it is a thing to be grateful for, and to slouch smitten head the lower. While we were full of all these things, and wondering what would happen next, or what we ought ourselves to do, another very important matter called for our attention. This was no less than Annie's marriage to the Squire Faggus. We had tried to put it off again, for in spite of all advantages, neither my mother nor myself had any real heart for it. Not that we dwelled upon Tom's shortcomings, or rather, perhaps, his going too far, at the time when he worked the road so. All that was covered by the king's pardon and universal respect of the neighbourhood. But our scruple was this, and the more we talked the more it grew upon us, that we both had great misgivings as to his future steadiness. For it would be 1,000 pities, we said, for a fine, well-grown and pretty maiden, such as our Annie was, useful too in so many ways and lively and warm-hearted and mistress of £500, to throw herself away on a man with a kind of a turn for drinking. If that last were even hinted, Annie would be most indignant, and ask, with cheeks as red as roses, who had ever seen Master Faggus any the worse for liquor indeed. Her own opinion was, in truth, that he took a great deal too little after all his hard work and hard riding, and coming over the hills to be insulted. And if ever it lay in her power, and with no one to grudge him his trumpery glass, she would see that poor Tom had the nourishment which his cough and his lungs required. His lungs being quite as sound as mine, this matter was out of all argument, so mother and I looked at one another as much as to say, let her go upstairs, she will cry and come down more reasonable. And while she was gone, we used to say the same thing over and over again, but without perceiving a cure for it. And we almost always finished up with the following reflection, which sometimes came from mother's lips and sometimes from my own. Well, well, there is no telling. None can say how a man may alter when he takes to matrimony. But if we could only make Annie promise to be a little firm with him. I fear that all this talk on our part only hurried matters forward, Annie being more determined every time we pitied her. And at last Tom Faggus came and spoke as if he were on the King's Road with a pistol at my head and one at mother's. No more fast and loose, he cried. Either one thing or the other. I love the maid and she loves me, and we will have one another, either with your leave or without it. How many more times am I to dance over these vile hills and leave my business, and get nothing more than a sigh or a kiss, and Tom, I must wait for mother. You are famous for being straightforward, you rids. Just treat me as I would treat you now. I looked at my mother, for a glance from her would have sent Tom out of the window, but she checked me with her hand and said, You have some ground of complaint, sir, I will not deny it. Now I will be as straightforward with you as even a rid is supposed to be. My son and myself have all along disliked your marriage with Annie, not for what you have been so much as for what we fear you will be. Have patience one moment, if you please. We do not fear your taking to the highway life again, for that you are too clever, no doubt, now that you have property. But we fear that you will take to drinking and to squandering money. There are many examples of this around us, and we know what the fate of the wife is. It has been hard to tell you this under our own roof and with our own, Here mother hesitated. Spirits and cider and beer, I broke in. Out with it like a rid, mother, as he will have all of it. Spirits and cider and beer, said mother very firmly after me, and then she gave way and said, you know, Tom, you are welcome to every drop and more of it. Now Tom must have had a far sweeter temper than ever I could claim, for I should have thrust my glass away and never have taken another drop in the house where such a check had met me. But instead of that, Master Faggus replied with a pleasant smile, I know that I am welcome, good mother, and to prove it I will have some more. And thereupon bemixed himself another glass of Hollands with lemon and hot water, yet pouring it very delicately. Oh, I have been so miserable. Take a little more, Tom, said mother, handing the bottle. Yes, take a little more, I said. You have mixed it over weak, Tom. If ever there was a sober man, cried Tom, complying with our request, if ever there was in Christendom a man of perfect sobriety, that man is now before you. Shall we say tomorrow week, mother? It will suit your washing day. How very thoughtful you are, Tom. Now John would never have thought of that in spite of all his steadiness. Certainly not, I answered proudly. When my time comes for Lorna, I shall not study Betty Muxworthy. In this way the squire got over us, and Farmer Nicholas Snow was sent for to counsel with mother about the matter and to set his 2 daughters sewing. When the time for the wedding came, there was such a stir and commotion as had never been known in the parish of Orr since my father's marriage. For Annie's beauty and kindliness had made her the pride of the neighbourhood, and the presents sent her from all around were enough to stock a shop with. Master Stickles, who now could walk, and who certainly owed his recovery with the blessing of God to Annie, presented her with a mighty Bible, silver-clasped and very handsome, beating the parsons out and out, and for which he had sent to Taunton, even the common troopers having tasted her cookery many times to help out their poor rations, clubbed together and must have given at least a week's pay apiece, to have turned out what they did for her. This was no less than a silver pot, well designed, but suited surely rather to the bridegroom's taste than bride's. In a word, everybody gave her things, and now my Lorna came to me with a spring of tears in appealing eyes, for she was still somewhat childish, or rather I should say more childish now than when she lived in misery, and she placed her little hand in mine, and she was half afraid to speak and dropped her eyes for me to ask. What is it, little darling? I asked as I saw her breath come fast, for the smallest emotion moved her form. You don't think, John, you don't think, dear, that you could lend me any money? All I have got, I answered. How much do you want, dear heart? I have been calculating, and I fear that I cannot do any good with less than £10, John. Here she looked up at me with horror at the grandeur of the sum and not knowing what I could think of it. But I kept my eyes from her. £10, I said in my deepest voice on purpose to have it out in comfort when she should be frightened. What can you want with £10, child? That is my concern, said Lorna, plucking up her spirit at this. When a lady asks for a loan, no gentleman pries into the cause of her asking it. That may be as may be, I answered in a judicial manner. £10 or 20 you shall have, but I must know the purport. Then that you never shall know, John. I am very sorry for asking you. It is not of the smallest consequence. Oh dear, no. Herewith she was running away. Oh dear, yes, I replied. It is of very great consequence, and I understand the whole of it. You want to give that stupid Annie, who has lost you £100,000 and who is going to be married before us, dear. God only can tell why, being my younger sister, you want to give her a wedding present. And you shall do it, darling, because it is so good of you. Don't you know your title, love? How humble you are with us humble folk. You are Lady Lorna something, so far as I can make out yet, and you ought not even to speak to us. You will go away and disdain us. If you please, talk not like that, John. I will have nothing to do with it if it comes between you and me, John. You cannot help yourself, said I. And then she vowed that she could and would, and rank and birth were banished from between our lips in no time. What can I get her good enough? I am sure I do not know, she asked. She has been so kind and good to me, and she is such a darling. How I shall miss her, to be sure. By the by, you seem to think, John, that I shall be rich some day. Of course you will, as rich as the French king who keeps ours. Would the Lord Chancellor trouble himself about you if you were poor? Then if I am rich, perhaps you would lend me £20, dear John. £10 would be very mean for a wealthy person to give her. To this I agreed, upon condition that I should make the purchase myself, whatever it might be. For nothing could be easier than to cheat Lorna about the cost, until time should come for her paying me. And this was better than to cheat her for the benefit of our family. For this end, and for many others, I set off to Dulverton, bearing more commissions, more messages, and more questions than a man of thrice my memory might carry so far as the corner where the sawpit is. And to make things worse, one girl or other would keep on running up to me, or even after me, when started, with something or other she had just thought of which she could not possibly do without, and which I must be sure to remember as the most important of the whole. To my dear mother, who had partly outlived the exceeding value of trifles, the most important matter seemed to ensure Uncle Reuben's countenance and presence at the marriage. And if I succeeded in this, I might well forget all the maiden's trumpery. This she would have been wiser to tell me when they were out of hearing, for I left her to fight her own battle with them, and laughing at her predicament, promised to do the best I could for all, so far as my wits would go. Uncle Reuben was not at home, but Ruth, who received me very kindly, although without any expressions of joy, was sure of his return in the afternoon, and persuaded me to wait for him. And by the time that I had finished all I could recollect of my orders, even with paper to help me, the old gentleman rode into the yard and was more surprised than pleased to see me. But if he was surprised, I was more than that. I was utterly astonished at the change in his appearance since the last time I had seen him. From a hale and rather heavy man, grey-haired but plump and ruddy, he was altered to a shrunken, wizened, trembling and almost decrepit figure. Instead of curly and comely locks, grizzled indeed but plentiful, he had only a few lank white hairs scattered and flattened upon his forehead. But the greatest change of all was in the expression of his eyes, which had been so keen and restless and bright and a little sarcastic. Bright indeed they still were, but with a slow, unhealthy lustre. Their keenness was turned to perpetual outlook, their restlessness to a haggard want. As for the humour which once gleamed there, which people who fear it call sarcasm, it had been succeeded by stares of terror, and then mistrust and shrinking. There was none of the interest in mankind, which is needful even for satire. Now what can this be? Thought I to myself, has the old man lost all his property or taken too much to strong waters? Come inside, John Ridd, he said. I will have a talk with you. It is cold out here and it is too light. Come inside, John Ridd, boy. I followed him into a little dark room quite different from Ruth Huckaback's. It was closed from the shop by an old division of boarding hung with tanned canvas, and the smell was very close and faint. Here there was a ledger desk and a couple of chairs and a long-legged stool. Take the stool, said Uncle Reuben, showing me in very quietly. It is fitter for your height, John. Wait a moment, there is no hurry. Then he slipped out by another door, and closing it quickly after him told the foreman and waiting men that the business of the day was done. They had better all go home at once, and he would see to the fastenings. Of course they were only too glad to go, but I wondered at his sending them with at least 2 hours of daylight left. However, that was no business of mine, and I waited, and pondered whether fair Ruth ever came into this dirty room, and if so, how she kept her hands from it. For Annie would have had it upside down in about 2 minutes and scrubbed and brushed and dusted until it looked quite another place. And yet all this done without scolding and crossness, which are the curse of clean women, and 10 times worse than the dustiest dust. Uncle Ben came reeling in, not from any power of liquor, but because he was stiff from horseback, and weak from work and worry. "Let me be, John, let me be," he said as I went to help him. "This is an unkind, dreary place, but many 100 of good gold Carolus has been turned in this place, John." "Not a doubt about it, sir," I answered in my loud and cheerful manner. "And many another 100, sir, and may you long enjoy them." "My boy, do you wish me to die?" he asked, coming up close to my stool and regarding me with a shrewd though blear-eyed gaze. "Many do you?" "John, come," said I, "don't ask such nonsense. You know better than that, Uncle Ben, or else I am sorry for you. I want you to live as long as possible for the sake of—" Here I stopped. "For the sake of what, John? I knew it is not for my own sake." "For the sake of what, my boy?" "For the sake of Ruth," I answered, "if you must have all the truth. Who is to mind her when you are gone? But if you knew that I had gold, or a manner of getting gold, far more than ever the sailors got out of the Spanish galleons, far more than ever was heard of, and the secret was to be yours, John, yours after me and no other soul's, then you would wish me dead, John." Here he eyed me as if a speck of dust in my eyes should not escape him. "You are wrong, Uncle Ben, altogether wrong. For all the gold ever heard or dreamed of, not a wish would cross my heart to rob you of 1 day of life." At last he moved his eyes from mine, but without any word or sign to show whether he believed or disbelieved. Then he went to a chair and sat with his chin upon the ledger desk, as if the effort of probing me had been too much for his weary brain. "Dreamed of, all the gold ever dreamed of, as if it were but a dream," he muttered, and then he closed his eyes to think. "Good Uncle Reuben," I said to him, "you have been a long way today, sir. Let me go and get you a glass of good wine. Cousin Ruth knows where to find it." "How do you know how far I have been?" he asked with a vicious look at me. "And Cousin Ruth, you are very pat with my granddaughter's name, young man. It would be hard upon me, sir, not to know my own cousin's name." "Very well, let that go by. You have behaved very badly to Ruth. She loves you, and you love her not." At this I was so wholly amazed, not at the thing itself, I mean, but at his knowledge of it, that I could not say a single word, but looked no doubt very foolish. "You may well be ashamed, young man," he cried with some triumph over me. "You are the biggest of all fools, as well as a conceited coxcomb. What can you want more than Ruth? She is a little damsel, truly, but finer men than you, John Ridd, with all your boasted strength and wrestling, have wedded smaller maidens. And as for quality and value, Bots, 1 inch of Ruth is worth all your 7 feet put together. Now I am not 7 feet high, nor ever was 6 feet 8 inches in my very prime of life, and nothing vexes me so much as to make me out a giant and above human sympathy and human scale of weakness. It cost me hard to hold my tongue, which luckily is not in proportion to my stature, and only for Ruth's sake I held it. But Uncle Ben, being old and worn, was vexed by not having any answer, almost as much as a woman is. "You want me to go on," he continued with a look of spite at me, "about my poor Ruth's love for you to feed your cursed vanity. Because a set of asses call you the finest man in England, there is no maid, I suppose, who is not in love with you. I believe you are as deep as you are long, John Ridd. Shall I ever get to the bottom of your character?" This was a little too much for me. Any insult I could take with goodwill from a white-haired man and one who was my relative, unless it touched my love for Lorna or my conscious modesty. Now both of these were touched to the quick by the sentences of the old gentleman. Therefore, without a word, I went, only making a bow to him. But women who are, beyond all doubt, the mothers of all mischief, also nurse that babe to sleep when he is too noisy. And there was Ruth as I took my horse with a trunk of frippery on him, Poor little Ruth was at the bridle, and rusting all the knops of our town-going harness with tears. "Goodbye, dear," I said as she bent her head away from me. "Shall I put you up on the saddle, dear?" "Cousin Rid, you may take it lightly," said Ruth, turning full upon me, "and very likely you are right according to your nature." This was the only cutting thing the little soul ever said to me. "But oh, Cousin Rid, you have no idea of the pain you will leave behind you." "How can that be so, Ruth, when I am as good as ordered to be off the premises?" "In the first place, Cousin Rid, grandfather will be angry with himself for having so ill-used you. And now he is so weak and poorly that he is always repenting. In the next place, I shall scold him first until he admits his sorrow, and when he has admitted it, I shall scold myself for scolding him. And then he will come round again and think that I was hard on him, and end perhaps by hating you, for he is like a woman now, John." That last little touch of self-knowledge in Ruth, which she delivered with a gleam of some secret pleasantry, made me stop and look closely at her, but she pretended not to know it. There is something in this child, I thought, very different from other girls. What it is I cannot tell, for one very seldom gets at it. At any rate, the upshot was that the good horse went back to stable and had another feed of corn while my wrath sank within me. There are two things, according to my experience, which may not hold with another man fitted beyond any others to take hot tempers out of us. The first is to see our favourite creatures feeding, and licking up their food and happily snuffling over it, yet sparing time to be grateful, and showing taste and perception. The other is to go gardening boldly in the spring of the year without any misgiving about it, and hoping the utmost of everything. If there be a third anodyne approaching these two in power, it is to smoke good tobacco well and watch the setting of the moon. And if this should only be over the sea, the result is irresistible. Master Huckaback showed no especial signs of joy at my return, but received me with a little grunt which appeared to me to mean, "Ah, I thought he would hardly be fool enough to go." I told him how sorry I was for having in some way offended him, and he answered that I did well to grieve for one at least of my offences. To this I made no reply, as behoves a man dealing with cross and fractious people, and presently he became better tempered, and sent little Ruth for a bottle of wine. She gave me a beautiful smile of thanks for my forbearance as she passed, and I knew by her manner that she would bring the best bottle in all the cellar. As I had but little time to spare, although the days were long and light, we were forced to take our wine with promptitude and rapidity, and whether this loosened my uncle's tongue, or whether he meant beforehand to speak, is now almost uncertain. But true it is that he brought his chair very near to mine after 3 or 4 glasses, and sent Ruth away upon some errand which seemed of small importance. At this I was vexed, for the room always looked so different without her. "Come, Jack," he said, "here's your health, young fellow, and a good and obedient wife to you. Not that your wife will ever obey you, though you are much too easy-tempered. Even a bitter and stormy woman might live in peace with you, Jack, but never you give her the chance to try. Marry some sweet little thing if you can, if not, don't marry any. Ah, we have the maid to suit you, my lad, in this old town of Dulverton." "Have you so, sir? But perhaps the maid might have no desire to suit me." "That you may take my word she has. The colour of this wine will prove it. The little sly hussy has been to the cobwebbed arch of the cellar where she has no right to go for any one under a magistrate. However, I am glad to see it, and we will not spare it, John. After my time somebody, whoever marries little Ruth, will find some rare wines there, I trow, and perhaps not know the difference." Thinking of this, the old man sighed, and expected me to sigh after him. But a sigh is not like a yawn infectious, and we are all more prone to be sent to sleep than to sorrow by one another. Not but what a sigh sometimes may make us think of sighing. "Well, sir, cried I in my sprightliest manner, which rouses up most people. Here's to your health and dear little Ruth's, and may you live to knock off the cobwebs from every bottle in under the arch. Uncle Reuben, your life and health, sir. With that I took my glass thoughtfully, for it was wondrous good, and Uncle Ben was pleased to see me dwelling pleasantly on the subject with parenthesis and self-commune and oral judgment unpronounced, though smacking of fine decision. Curia vult advisari, as the lawyers say, which means, let us have another glass, and then we can think about it. Come now, John, said Uncle Ben, laying his wrinkled hand on my knee when he saw that none could heed us. I know that you have a sneaking fondness for my grandchild Ruth. Don't interrupt me now, you have, and to deny it will only provoke me. I do like Ruth, sir, I said boldly for fear of misunderstanding, but I do not love her. Very well, that makes no difference. Liking may very soon be loving, as some people call it, when the maid has money to help her. But if there be, as there is in my case, once for all, John, not a word. I do not attempt to lead you into any engagement with little Ruth, neither will I blame you, though I may be disappointed, if no such engagement should ever be. But whether you will have my grandchild or whether you will not, and such a chance is rarely offered to a fellow of your standing. Uncle Ben despised all farmers. In any case, I have at least resolved to let you know my secret, and for two good reasons. The first is that it wears me out to dwell upon it, all alone, and the second is that I can trust you to fulfill a promise. Moreover, you are my next of kin except among the womankind, and you are just the man I want to help me in my enterprise. And I will help you, sir, I answered, fearing some conspiracy, in anything that is true and loyal and according to the laws of the realm. Ha ha, cried the old man, laughing until his eyes ran over and spreading out his skinny hands upon his shining breeches. Thou hast gone the same fool's track as the rest, even as Spy Stickles went and all his precious troopers. Landing of arms at Glenthorne and Lynmouth, waggons escorted across the moor, sounds of metal and booming noises. Ah, but we managed it cleverly to cheat even those so near to us. Disaffection at Taunton, signs of insurrection at Dulverton, revolutionary tanner at Dunster, we set it all abroad right well, and not even you to suspect our work, though we thought at one time that you watched us. Now who do you suppose is at the bottom of all this Exmoor insurgency, all this Western rebellion? Not that I say there is none, mind, but who is at the bottom of it? Either Mother Meldrum, said I, being now a little angry, or else old Nick himself. Nay, old Uncle Reuben. Saying this, Master Huckaback cast back his coat and stood up and made the most of himself. Well, cried I, being now quite come to the limits of my intellect, then after all Captain Stickles was right in calling you a rebel, sir. Of course he was, could so keen a man be wrong about an old fool like me? But come and see our rebellion, John. I will trust you now with everything. I will take no oath from you, only your word to keep silence, and most of all from your mother. I will give you my word, I said, although liking not such pledges, which make a man think before he speaks in ordinary company against his usual practices. However, I was now so curious that I thought of nothing else, and scarcely could believe at all that Uncle Ben was quite right in his head. Take another glass of wine, my son, he cried with a cheerful countenance which made him look more than 10 years younger. You shall come into partnership with me. Your strength will save us 2 horses, and we always fear the horse work. Come and see our rebellion, my boy, you are a made man from tonight. But where am I to come and see it? Where am I to find it, sir? Meet me, he answered, yet closing his hands and wrinkling with doubt his forehead. Come alone, of course, and meet me at the Wizard's Slough at 10 tomorrow morning. Chapter 59. Knowing Master Huckaback to be a man of his word, as well as one who would have others so, I was careful to be in good time the next morning by the side of the Wizard's Slough. I am free to admit that the name of the place bore a feeling of uneasiness and a love of distance, in some measure, to my heart. But I did my best not to think of this. Only I thought it a wise precaution, and due for the sake of my mother and Lorna, to load my gun with a dozen slugs made from the lead of the old church porch, laid by long since against witchcraft. I am well aware that some people now begin to doubt about witchcraft, or at any rate feign to do so, being desirous to disbelieve whatever they are afraid of. This spirit is growing too common among us and will end unless we put a stop to it, in the destruction of all religion. And as regards witchcraft, a man is bound either to believe in it or to disbelieve the Bible, for even in the New Testament, discarding many things of the old, such as sacrifices and Sabbath and fasting and other miseries, witchcraft is clearly spoken of as a thing that must continue, that the evil one be not utterly robbed of his vested interests. Hence let no one tell me that witchcraft is done away with, for I will meet him with St. Paul, than whom no better man and few less superstitious can be found in all the Bible. Feeling these things more in those days than I feel them now, I fetched a goodish compass round by the way of the cloven rocks, rather than cross Black Barrow Down in a reckless and unholy manner. There were several spots upon that down, cursed and smitten and blasted, as if thunderbolts had fallen there, and Satan sat to keep them warm. At any rate it was good, as everyone acknowledged, not to wander there too much, even with a doctor of divinity on one arm, and of medicine upon the other. Therefore I, being all alone and on foot, as seemed the wisest, preferred a course of roundabout, and starting about 8 o'clock without mentioning my business, arrived at the mouth of the deep descent, such as John Fry described it. Now this, though I have not spoken of it, was not my first time of being there. For although I could not bring myself to spy upon Uncle Reuben as John Fry had done, yet I thought it no ill manners after he had left our house, to have a look at the famous place where the malefactor came to life, at least in John's opinion. At that time, however, I saw nothing except the great ugly black morass with the gristly reeds around it, and I did not care to go very near it, much less to pry on the further side. Now, on the other hand, I was bent to get at the very bottom of this mystery, if there were any, having less fear of witch or wizard with a man of Uncle Reuben's wealth to take my part and see me through. So I rattled the ramrod down my gun, just to know if the charge were right after so much walking, and finding it full 6 inches deep as I like to have it, went boldly down the steep gorge of rock, with a firm resolve to shoot any witch unless it were good Mother Meldrum. Nevertheless, to my surprise, all was quiet, and fair to look at in the decline of the narrow way, with great stalked ferns coming forth like trees, yet hanging like cobwebs over one. And along one side a little spring was getting rid of its waters. Any man might stop and think, or he might go on and think, and in either case there was none to say that he was making a fool of himself. When I came to the foot of this ravine, and over against the great black slough, there was no sign of Master Huckaback, nor of any other living man except myself in the silence. Therefore I sat in a niche of rock, gazing at the slough and pondering the old tradition about it. They say that in the ancient times a mighty necromancer lived in the wilderness of Exmoor. Here, by spell and incantation, he built himself a strong high palace, 8-sided like a spider's web, and standing on a central steep, so that neither man nor beast could cross the moors without his knowledge. If he wished to rob and slay a traveller, or to have wild ox or stag for food, he had nothing more to do than sit at one of his 8 windows and point his unholy book at him. Any moving creature at which that book was pointed must obey the call and come from whatever distance, if sighted once by the wizard. This was a bad condition of things, and all the country groaned under it. And Exmoor, although the most honest place that a man could wish to live in, was beginning to get a bad reputation, and all through that vile wizard. No man durst even go to steal a sheep or a pony or so much as a deer for dinner, lest he should be brought to book by a far bigger rogue than he was. And this went on for many years, though they prayed to God to abate it. But at last, when the wizard was getting fat and haughty upon his high stomach, a mighty deliverance came to Exmoor, and a warning and a memory. For one day the sorcerer gazed from his window facing the southeast of the compass, and he yawned, having killed so many men that now he was weary of it. If for kins, he cried, or some such oath both profane and uncomely, I see a man on the verge of the sky line going along laboriously. A pilgrim, I trow, or some such fool, with the nails of his boots inside them, too thin to be worth eating. But I will have him for the fun of the thing, and most of those saints have got money. With these words he stretched forth his legs on a stool, and pointed the book of heathenish spells back upwards at the pilgrim. Now this good pilgrim was plodding along, soberly and religiously, with a pound of flints in either boot, and not an ounce of meat inside him. He felt the spell of the wicked book, but only as a horse might feel a gewug, addressed to him. It was in the power of this good man either to go on or turn aside and see out the wizard's meaning, and for a moment he halted and stood like one in two minds about a thing. Then the wizard clapped one cover to in a jocular and insulting manner, and the sound of it came to the pilgrim's ear about 5 miles in the distance, like a great gun fired at him. By Our Lady, he cried, I must see to this, although my poor feet have no skin below them. I will teach this heathen miscreant how to scoff at Glastonbury. Thereupon he turned his course, and ploughed along through the moors and bogs, towards the 8-sided palace. The wizard sat on his chair of comfort, and with the rankest contempt observed the holy man ploughing towards him. He has something good in his wallet, I trow, said the black thief to himself. These fellows get always the pick of the wine and the best of a woman's money. Then he cried, come in, good sir, as he always did to everyone. Bad sir, I will not come in, said the pilgrim, neither shall you come out again. Here are the bones of all you have slain, and here shall your own bones be. Hurry me not, cried the sorcerer, that is a thing to think about, how many miles hast thou travelled this day? But the pilgrim was too wide awake, for if he had spoken of any number bearing no cross upon it, the necromancer would have had him like a ball at bando play. Therefore he answered as truly as need be, by the grace of Our Lady, 9. Now 9 is the crossest of all cross numbers, and full to the lip of all crochets. So the wizard staggered back and thought, and inquired again with bravery, where can you find a man and wife, one going uphill and one going down, and not a word spoken between them? In a cucumber plant, said the modest saint, blushing even to think of it, and the wizard knew he was done for. You have tried me with ungodly questions, continued the honest pilgrim, with one hand still over his eyes as he thought of the feminine cucumber, and now I will ask you a pure one. To whom of mankind have you ever done good since God saw fit to make you? The wizard thought but could quote no one, and he looked at the saint and the saint at him, and both their hearts were trembling. Can you mention only one? Asked the saint, pointing a piece of the true cross at him, hoping he might cling to it. Even a little child will do, try to think of someone. The earth was rocking beneath their feet, and the palace windows darkened on them with a tint of blood, for now the saint was come inside, hoping to save the wizard. If I must tell the pure truth, said the wizard, looking up at the arches of his windows, I can tell of only one to whom I ever have done good. One will do, one is quite enough, be quick before the ground opens. The name of one, and this cross will save you. Lay your thumb on the end of it. Nay, that I cannot do. Great saint, the devil have mercy upon me. All this while the palace was sinking and blackness coming over them. Thou hast all but done for thyself, said the saint with a glory burning round his head, by that last invocation. Yet give us the name of the one, my friend, if one there be, it will save thee with the cross upon thy breast. All is crashing round us, dear brother, who is that one? My own self, cried the wretched wizard. Then there is no help for thee. And with that the honest saint went upward, and the wizard and all his palace, and even the crag that bore it, sank to the bowels of the earth, and over them was nothing left except a black bog fringed with reed, of the tint of the wizard's whiskers. The saint, however, was all right after sleeping off the excitement, and he founded a chapel some 3 miles westward, and there he lies with his holy relic, and thither in after ages came, as we all come home at last, both my Lorna's Aunt Sabina and her guardian Ensor Doone. While yet I dwelled upon this strange story, wondering if it all were true, and why such things do not happen now, a man on horseback appeared as suddenly as if he had risen out of the earth, on the other side of the great black slough. At first I was a little scared, my mind being in the tune for wonders, but presently the white hair, whiter from the blackness of the bog between us, showed me that it was Uncle Reuben come to look for me that way. Then I left my chair of rock, and waved my hat and shouted to him, and the sound of my voice among the crags and lonely corners frightened me. Old Master Huckaback made no answer, but so far as I could guess, beckoned me to come to him. There was just room between the fringe of reed and the belt of rock around it, for a man going very carefully to escape that horrible pit-hole. And so I went round to the other side, and there found open space enough, with stunted bushes and starveling trees, and straggling tufts of rushes. You fool, you are frightened, said Uncle Ben as he looked at my face after shaking hands. I want a young man of steadfast courage as well as of strength and silence, and after what I heard of the battle at Glen Doone, I thought I might trust you for courage. So you may, said I, wherever I see mine enemy, but not where witch and wizard be. Tush, great fool, cried Master Huckaback. The only witch or wizard here is the one that bewitcheth all men. Now fasten up my horse, John Ridd, and not too near the slough, lad. Ah, we have chosen our entrance wisely. 2 good horsemen and their horses coming hither to spy us out are gone mining on their own account, and their last account it is down this good wizard's bog-hole. With these words Uncle Reuben clutched the mane of his horse and came down, as a man does when his legs are old, and as I myself begin to do at this time of writing. I offered a hand, but he was vexed, and would have naught to do with it. Now follow me step for step, he said when I had tethered his horse to a tree. The ground is not death like the wizard's hole, but many parts are treacherous, I know it well by this time. Without any more ado, he led me in and out the marshy places to a great round hole or shaft, bratticed up with timber. I never had seen the like before, and wondered how they could want a well with so much water on every side. Around the mouth were a few little heaps of stuff unused to the daylight, and I thought at once of the tales I had heard concerning mines in Cornwall and the silver cup at Kamer Martin, sent to the Queen Elizabeth. We had a tree across it, John, said Uncle Reuben, smiling grimly at my sudden shrink from it. But some rogue came spying here just as one of our men went up. He was frightened half out of his life, I believe, and never ventured to come again. But we put the blame of that upon you, and I see that we were wrong, John. Here he looked at me with keen eyes, though weak. You were altogether wrong, I answered. Am I mean enough to spy upon any one dwelling with us? And more than that, Uncle Reuben, it was mean of you to suppose it. All ideas are different, replied the old man to my heat, like a little worn-out rill running down a smithy. You with your strength and youth and all that are inclined to be romantic. I take things as I have known them going on for 70 years. Now will you come and meet the wizard, or does your courage fail you? My courage must be none, said I, if I would not go where you go, sir. He said no more, but signed to me to lift a heavy wooden corb with an iron loop across it, and sunk in a little pit of earth, a yard or so from the mouth of the shaft. I raised it and by his direction dropped it into the throat of the shaft, where it hung and shook from a great crossbeam laid at the level of the earth. A very stout thick rope was fastened to the handle of the corb, and ran across a pulley hanging from the centre of the beam, and thence out of sight in the nether places. I will first descend, he said. Your weight is too great for safety. When the bucket comes up again, follow me if your heart is good. Then he whistled down with a quick sharp noise, and a whistle from below replied, and he clomb into the vehicle, and the rope ran through the pulley, and Uncle Ben went merrily down and was out of sight before I had time to think of him. Now being left on the bank like that, and in full sight of the goodly heaven, I wrestled hard with my flesh and blood about going down into the pit hole, and but for the pale shame of the thing that a white-headed man should adventure so, and green youth doubt about it, never could I have made up my mind, for I do love air and heaven. However, at last up came the bucket, and with a short sad prayer I went into whatever might happen. My teeth would chatter, do all I could, but the strength of my arms was with me, and by them I held on the grimy rope, and so eased the foot of the corb, which threatened to go away fathoms under me. Of course I should still have been safe enough, being like an egg in an egg cup, too big to care for the bottom. Still I wished that all should be done in good order without excitement. The scoopings of the side grew black, and the patch of sky above more blue, as with many thoughts of Lorna, a long way underground I sank. Then I was fetched up at the bottom with a jerk and rattle, and but for holding by the rope so must have tumbled over. 2 great torches of bale resin showed me all the darkness, one being held by Uncle Ben and the other by a short square man with a face which seemed well known to me. Hail to the world of gold, John Ridd, said Master Huckaback, smiling in the old dry manner. Bigger coward never came down the shaft, now did he, Carfax. They be all alike, said the short square man, fust time as they does it. May I go to heaven, I cried, which is a thing quite out of sight, for I always have a vein of humour too small to be followed by anyone, if ever again of my own accord I go so far away from it. Uncle Ben grinned less at this than at the way I knocked my shin in getting out of the bucket, and as for Master Carfax, he would not even deign to smile, and he seemed to look upon my entrance as an interloping. For my part I had naught to do, after rubbing my bruised leg, except to look about me so far as the dullness of light would help. And herein I seemed like a mouse in a trap, able no more than to run to and fro and knock himself and stare at things. For here was a little channel grooved with posts on either side of it, and ending with a heap of darkness whence the sight came back again, and there was a scooped place like a funnel, but pouring only to darkness. So I waited for somebody to speak first, not seeing my way to anything. You seem to be disappointed, John, said Uncle Reuben, looking blue by the light of the flambeau. Did you expect to see the roof of gold, and the sides of gold, and the floor of gold, John Ridd? Ha ha, cried Master Carfax, I reckon her did, no doubt her did. You are wrong, I replied, but I did expect to see something better than dirt and darkness. Come on then, my lad, and we will show you something better. We want your great arm on here, for a job that has beaten the whole of us. With these words, Uncle Ben led the way along a narrow passage, roofed with rock and floored with slate-coloured shale and shingle, and winding in and out until we stopped at a great stone block or boulder lying across the floor and as large as my mother's best oaken wardrobe. Beside it were several sledge-hammers battered and some with broken helves. Thou great villain, cried Uncle Ben, giving the boulder a little kick. I believe thy time is come at last. Now, John, give us a sample of the things they tell of thee. Take the biggest of them sledge-hammers and crack this rogue in two for us. We have tried at him for a fortnight, and he is a nut worth cracking. But we have no man who can swing that hammer, though all in the mine have handled it. I will do my very best, said I, pulling off my coat and waistcoat as if I were going to wrestle, but I fear he will prove too tough for me. Ay, that her wull, grunted Master Carfax, lack the Carnishman and a beg one too, not a little sharp such as I be. There be no man outside Carnwall as can crack that boulder. Bless my heart, I answered, but I know something of you, my friend, or at any rate of your family. Well, I have beaten most of your Cornish men, though not my place to talk of it. But mind, if I crack this rock for you, I must have some of the gold inside it. Dost think to see the gold come tumbling out like the kernel of a nut, thou zany? Asked Uncle Reuben pettishly. Now wilt thou crack it, or wilt thou not? For I believe thou canst do it, though only a lad of Somerset. Uncle Reuben showed by saying this, and by his glance at Carfax, that he was proud of his county, and would be disappointed for it if I failed to crack the boulder. So I begged him to stoop his torch a little, that I might examine my subject. To me there appeared to be nothing at all remarkable about it, except that it sparkled here and there when the flash of the flame fell upon it. A great obstinate, oblong, sullen stone. How could it be worth the breaking, except for making roads with? Nevertheless I took up the hammer, and swinging it far behind my head, fetched it down with all my power upon the middle of the rock. The roof above rang mightily, and the echo went down delven galleries, so that all the miners flocked to know what might be doing. But Master Carfax only smiled, although the blow shook him where he stood, for behold, the stone was still unbroken and as firm as ever. Then I smote it again with no better fortune, and Uncle Ben looked vexed and angry, but all the miners grinned with triumph. This little tool is too light, I cried. One of you give me a piece of strong cord. Then I took two more of the weightiest hammers and lashed them fast to the back of mine, not so as to strike, but to burden the fall. Having made this firm and with room to grasp the handle of the largest one only, for the helves of the others were shorter, I smiled at Uncle Ben and whirled the mighty implement round my head, just to try whether I could manage it. Upon that the miners gave a cheer, being honest men, and desirous of seeing fair play between this shameless stone, as Dan Homer calls it, and me with my hammer hammering. Then I swung me on high to the swing of the sledge, as a thresher bends back to the rise of his flail, and with all my power descending delivered the ponderous onset. Crashing and crushed, the great stone fell over, and threads of sparkling gold appeared in the jagged sides of the breakage. Lorna, Doone by R. D. Blackmore. How now, Simon Carfax? Cried Uncle Ben triumphantly. Wilt thou find a man in Cornwall can do the like of that? Ay, and more, he answered. However, it be pretty fair for a lad of these outlandish parts. Get your rollers, my lads, and lead it to the crushing engine. I was glad to have been of some service to them, for it seems that this great boulder had been too large to be drawn along the gallery and too hard to crack. But now they moved it very easily, taking piece by piece and carefully picking up the fragments. Thou hast done us a good turn, my lad, said Uncle Reuben as the others passed out of sight at the corner. And now I will show thee the bottom of a very wondrous mystery. But we must not do it more than once, for the time of day is the wrong one. The whole affair being a mystery to me, and far beyond my understanding, I followed him softly, without a word, yet thinking very heavily and longing to be above ground again. He led me through small passages, to a hollow place near the descending shaft, where I saw a most extraordinary monster fitted up. In form it was like a great coffee mill, such as I had seen in London, only 1,000 times larger, and with heavy windlass to work it. "Put in a barrow load of the smoulder," said Uncle Ben to Carfax, "and let them work the crank for John to understand a thing or two." "At this time of day," cried Simon Carfax, "and the watching as has been late." However, he did it without more remonstrance, pouring into the scuttle at the top of the machine about a basketful of broken rock, and then a dozen men went to the wheel and forced it round as sailors do. Upon that such a hideous noise arose, as I never should have believed any creature capable of making, and I ran to the well of the mine for air and to ease my ears if possible. "Enough, enough," shouted Uncle Ben by the time I was nearly deafened. "We will digest our goodly boulder after the devil is come abroad for his evening work. Now, John, not a word about what you have learned, but henceforth you will not be frightened by the noise we make at dusk." I could not deny but what this was very clever management. If they could not keep the echoes of the upper air from moving, the wisest plan was to open their valves during the discouragement of the falling evening, when folk would rather be driven away than drawn into the wilds and quagmires by a sound so deep and awful coming through the darkness. Chapter 60. Although there are very ancient tales of gold being found upon Exmoor, in lumps and solid hummocks, and of men who slew one another for it, this deep digging and great labour seemed to me a dangerous and unholy enterprise. And Master Huckaback confessed that up to the present time his 2 partners and himself, for they proved to be 3 adventurers, had put into the earth more gold than they had taken out of it. Nevertheless, he felt quite sure that it must in a very short time succeed, and pay them back 100-fold. And he pressed me with great earnestness to join them, and work there as much as I could, without moving my mother's suspicions. I asked him how they had managed so long to carry on without discovery, and he said that this was partly through the wildness of the neighbourhood and the legends that frightened people of a superstitious turn, partly through their own great caution and the manner of fetching both supplies and implements by night. But most of all, they had to thank the troubles of the period, the suspicions of rebellion and the terror of the Doones, which, like the wizard I was speaking of, kept folk from being too inquisitive where they had no business. The slough, moreover, had helped them well, both by making their access dark, and yet more by swallowing up and concealing all that was cast from the mouth of the pit. Once, before the attack on Glen Doone, they had a narrow escape from the King's Commissioner, for Captain Stickles, having heard no doubt the story of John Fry, went with 6 troopers, on purpose to search the neighbourhood. Now, if he had ridden alone, most likely he would have discovered everything, but he feared to venture so, having suspicion of a trap. Coming as they did in a company, all mounted and conspicuous, the watchman, who was posted now on the top of the hill, almost every day since John Fry's appearance, could not help espying them miles distant over the moorland. He watched them under the shade of his hand, and presently ran down the hill and raised a great commotion. Then Simon Carfax and all his men came up and made things natural, removing every sign of work, and finally, sinking underground, drew across the mouth of the pit a hurdle thatched with sedge and heather. Only Simon himself was left behind, ensconced in a hole of the crags, to observe the doings of the enemy. Captain Stickles rode very bravely, with all his men clattering after him, down the rocky pass and even to the margin of the slough. And there they stopped and held counsel, for it was a perilous thing to risk the passage upon horseback between the treacherous brink and the cliff, unless one knew it thoroughly. Stickles, however, and 1 follower carefully felt the way along, having their horses well in hand and bearing a rope to draw them out in case of being foundered. Then they spurred across the rough boggy land, farther away than the shaft was. Here the ground lay jagged and shaggy, wrought up with high tufts of reed or scragged with stunted brushwood. And between the ups and downs, which met anybody anyhow, green-covered places tempted the foot, and black bog-holes discouraged it. It is not to be marvelled at that amid such place as this, for the first time visited, the horses were a little skeary, and their riders partook of the feeling, as all good riders do. In and out of the tufts they went, with their eyes dilating, wishing to be out of harm if conscience were but satisfied. And of this tufty, flaggy ground, pocked with bogs and boglets, one especial nature is that it will not hold impressions. Seeing thus no track of men nor anything but marsh work and storm work, and of the seasons, these two honest men rode back and were glad to do so. For above them hung the mountains, cowled with fog and seamed with storm, and around them desolation, and below their feet the grave. Hence they went with all goodwill, and vowed for ever afterwards that fear of a simple place like that was only too ridiculous. So they all rode home with mutual praises, and their courage well approved. And the only result of the expedition was to confirm John Fry's repute as a bigger liar than ever. Now I had enough of that underground work as before related to last me for a year to come. Neither would I, for sake of gold, have ever stepped into that bucket of my own goodwill again. But when I told Lorna, whom I could trust in any matter of secrecy, as if she had never been a woman, all about my great descent, and the honeycombing of the earth and the mournful noise at eventide, when the gold was under the crusher and bewailing the mischief it must do, then Lorna's chief desire was to know more about Simon Carfax. It must be our Gwenny's father, she cried, the man who disappeared underground and whom she has ever been seeking. How grieved the poor little thing will be if it should turn out after all that he left his child on purpose. I can hardly believe it, can you, John? Well, I replied, all men are wicked more or less to some extent, and no man may say otherwise. For I did not wish to commit myself to an opinion about Simon, lest I might be wrong, and Lorna think less of my judgment. But being resolved to see this out, and do a good turn, if I could, to Gwenny, who had done me many a good one, I begged my Lorna to say not a word of this matter to the handmaiden until I had further searched it out. And to carry out this resolve, I went again to the place of business where they were grinding gold as freely as an apothecary at his pills, having now true right of entrance and being known to the watchman and regarded, since I cracked the boulder as one who could pay his footing, and perhaps would be the master when Uncle Ben should be choked with money. I found the corb sent up for me rather sooner than I wished it. For the smell of the places underground, and the way men's eyes came out of them, with links and brands and flambeaux instead of God's light to look at, were to me a point of caution rather than of pleasure. No doubt but what some men enjoy it, being born like worms to dig, and to live in their own scoopings. Yet even the worms come up sometimes, after a good soft shower of rain, and hold discourse with one another, whereas these men and the horses let down, come above ground never. And the changing of the sky is half the change our nature calls for. Earth we have and all its produce, moving from the first appearance and the hope with infants' eyes through the bloom of beauty's promise to the rich and ripe fulfilment and the falling back to rest. See, we have with all its wonder shed on eyes and ears and heart and the thought of something more, but without the sky to look at, what would earth and sea and even our own selves be to us? Do we look at earth with hope? Yes, for victuals only. Do we look at sea with hope? Yes, that we may escape it. At the sky alone, though questioned with the doubts of sunshine or scattered with uncertain stars, at the sky alone we look with pure hope and with memory. Hence it always hurt my feelings when I got into that bucket, with my small clothes turned up over and a kerchief round my hat. But knowing that my purpose was sound and my motives pure, I let the sky grow to a little blue hole, and then to nothing over me. At the bottom, Master Carfax met me, being captain of the mine and desirous to know my business. He wore a loose sack round his shoulders, and his beard was 2 feet long. "My business is to speak with you," I answered rather sternly, for this man, who was nothing more than Uncle Reuben's servant, had carried things too far with me, showing no respect whatever, and though I did not care for much, I liked to receive a little, even in my early days. "Coom into the muck hole, then," was his gracious answer, and he led me into a filthy cell where the miners changed their jackets. "Simon Carfax," I began with a manner to discourage him, "I fear you are a shallow fellow and not worth my trouble." "Then don't take it," he replied. "I want no man's trouble." "For your sake I would not," I answered, "but for your daughter's sake I will, the daughter whom you left to starve so pitifully in the wilderness." The man stared at me with his pale grey eyes, whose colour was lost from candle light, and his voice as well as his body shook while he cried, "It is a lie, man. No daughter and no son have I, nor was ever child of mine left to starve in the wilderness. You are too big for me to tackle, and that makes you a coward for saying it." His hands were playing with a pickaxe helve as if he longed to have me under it. "Perhaps I have wronged you, Simon," I answered very softly, for the sweat upon his forehead shone in the smoky torchlight. "If I have, I crave your pardon. But did you not bring up from Cornwall a little maid named Gwenny, and supposed to be your daughter?" "Aye, and she was my daughter, my last and only child of 5, and for her I would give this mine, and all the gold will ever come from it. You shall have her without either mine or gold, if you only prove to me that you did not abandon her." "Abandon her? I abandon Gwenny," he cried with such a rage of scorn that I at once believed him. "They told me she was dead and crushed and buried in the drift here, and half my heart died with her. The Almighty blast their mining work if the scoundrels lied to me." "The scoundrels must have lied to you," I answered with a spirit fired by his heat of fury. "The maid is living and with us. Come up and you shall see her." "Rig the bucket," he shouted out along the echoing gallery, and then he fell against the wall, and through the grimy sack I saw the heaving of his breast as I have seen my opponent's chest in a long hard bout of wrestling. For my part, I could do no more than hold my tongue and look at him. Without another word we rose to the level of the moors and mires. Neither would Master Carfax speak as I led him across the barrows. In this he was welcome to his own way, for I do love silence, so little harm can come of it. And though Gwenny was no beauty, her father might be fond of her. So I put him in the cow-house, not to frighten the little maid, and the folding shutters over him, such as we used at the beestings. And he listened to my voice outside, and held on, and preserved himself. For now he would have scooped the earth as cattle do at yearning time, and as meekly and as patiently to have his child restored to him. Not to make long tale of it, for this thing is beyond me through want of true experience, I went and fetched his Gwenny forth from the back kitchen, where she was fighting as usual with our Betty. "Come along, you little Vic," I said, for so we called her. "I have a message to you, Gwenny, from the Lord in heaven." "Don't he talk about he," she answered, "her have long forgotten me, that he has never done, you stupid. Come and see who is in the cow-house." Gwenny knew, she knew in a moment. Looking into my eyes she knew, and hanging back from me to sigh she knew it even better. She had not much elegance of emotion, being flat and square all over, but none the less for that her heart came quick and her words came slowly. "Oh, Jan, you are too good to cheat me. Is it joke you are putting upon me?" I answered her with a gaze alone, and she tucked up her clothes and followed me because the road was dirty. Then I opened the door just wide enough for the child to go to her father, and left those two to have it out, as might be most natural. And they took a long time about it. Meanwhile I needs must go and tell my Lorna all the matter. and her joy was almost as great as if she herself had found a father. And the wonder of the whole was this, that I got all the credit, of which not 1,000th part belonged by right and reason to me. Yet so it almost always is. If I work for good desert and slave and lie awake at night, and spend my unborn life in dreams, not a blink nor wink nor inkling of my labour ever tells, it would have been better to leave unburned and to keep undevoured the fuel and the food of life. But if I have laboured not, only acted by some impulse, whim, caprice, or anything, or even acting not at all, only letting things float by, piled upon me commendations, bravos, and applauses, almost work me up to tempt once again, though sick of it, the ill luck of deserving. Without intending any harm and meaning only good indeed, I had now done serious wrong to Uncle Reuben's prospects, for Captain Carfax was full as angry at the trick played on him as he was happy in discovering the falsehood and the fraud of it. Nor could I help agreeing with him when he told me all of it, as with tears in his eyes he did, and ready to be my slave henceforth. I could not forbear from owning that it was a low and heartless trick, unworthy of men who had families, and the recoil whereof was well deserved, whatever it might end in. For when this poor man left his daughter, asleep as he supposed, and having his food and change of clothes and Sunday hat to see to, he meant to return in an hour or so, and settle about her sustenance in some house of the neighbourhood. But this was the very thing of all things which the leaders of the enterprise, who had brought him up from Cornwall, for his noted skill in metals, were determined, whether by fair means or foul, to stop at the very outset, secrecy being their main object. What chance could there be of it if the miners were allowed to keep their children in the neighbourhood? Hence, on the plea of feasting Simon, they kept him drunk for 3 days and 3 nights, assuring him, whenever he had gleams enough to ask for her, that his daughter was as well as could be, and enjoying herself with the children. Not wishing the maid to see him tipsy, he pressed the matter no further, but applied himself to the bottle again, and drank her health with pleasure. However, after 3 days of this, his constitution rose against it, and he became quite sober, with a certain lowness of heart moreover, and a sense of error. And his first desire to right himself, and easiest way to do it, was by exerting parental authority upon Gwenny. Possessed with this intention, for he was not a sweet-tempered man, and his head was aching sadly, he sought for Gwenny high and low, first with threats and then with fears, and then with tears and wailing, and so he became to the other men a warning and a great annoyance. Therefore they combined to swear what seemed a very likely thing, and might be true for all they knew, to wit, that Gwenny had come to seek for her father down the shaft hole, and peering too eagerly into the dark, had toppled forward and gone down, and lain at the bottom as dead as a stone. And thou being so happy with drink, the villains finished up to him, and getting drunker every day, we thought it shame to trouble thee, and we buried the wench in the lower drift, and no use to think more of her, but come and have a glass sim. But Simon Carfax swore that drink had lost him his wife, and now had lost him the last of his 5 children, and would lose him his own soul if further he went on with it. And from that day to his death he never touched strong drink again. Nor only this, but being soon appointed captain of the mine, he allowed no man on any pretext to bring cordials thither, and to this and his stern hard rule and stealthy secret management, as much as to good luck and place, might it be attributed that scarcely any but themselves had dreamed about this Exmoor mine. As for me, I had no ambition to become a miner, and the state to which gold-seeking had brought poor Uncle Ben was not at all encouraging. My business was to till the ground, and tend the growth that came of it, and store the fruit in heaven's good time, rather than to scoop and burrow like a weasel or a rat for the yellow root of evil. Moreover, I was led from home between the hay and corn harvests, when we often have a week to spare, by a call there was no resisting, unless I gave up all regard for wrestling and for my county. Now here many persons may take me amiss, and there always has been some confusion, which people who ought to have known better have wrought into subject of quarrelling. By birth it is true, and cannot be denied, that I am a man of Somerset. Nevertheless by breed I am, as well as by education, a son of Devon also. And just as both of our two counties vowed that Glen Doone was none of theirs, but belonged to the other one, so now, each with hot claim and jangling, leading even to blows sometimes, asserted and would swear to it, as I became more famous, that John Ridd was of its own producing, bred of its own true blood, and basely stolen by the other. Now I have not judged it in any way needful or even becoming and delicate to enter into my wrestling adventures or describe my progress. The whole thing is so different from Lorna, and her gentle manners and her style of walking. Moreover, I must seem even to kind people to magnify myself so much, or at least attempt to do it, that I have scratched out written pages, through my better taste and sense. Neither will I upon this head make any difference even now, being simply betrayed into mentioning the matter because bare truth requires it, in the tale of Lorna's fortunes. For a mighty giant had arisen in a part of Cornwall, and his calf was 25 inches round, and the breadth of his shoulders 2 feet and a quarter, and his stature 7 feet and 3/4. Round the chest he was 70 inches, and his hand a foot across, and there were no scales strong enough to judge of his weight in the market-place. Now this man, or I should say his backers and his boasters, for the giant himself was modest, sent me a brave and haughty challenge, to meet him in the ring at Bodmin town on the 1st day of August, or else to return my champion's belt to them by the messenger. It is no use to deny but that I was greatly dashed and scared at first. For my part I was only, when measured without clothes on, 60 inches round the breast, and round the calf scarce 21, only 2 feet across the shoulders, and in height not 6 3/4. However, my mother would never believe that this man could beat me, and Lorna being of the same mind, I resolved to go and try him, as they would pay all expenses and £100 if I conquered him. So confident were those Cornish men. Now this story is too well known for me to go through it again and again. Every child in Devonshire knows, and his grandson will know, the song which some clever man made of it, after I had treated him to water, and to lemon and a little sugar and a drop of eau de vie. Enough that I had found the giant quite as big as they had described him, and enough to terrify anyone. But trusting in my practice and study of the art, I resolved to try a back with him, and when my arms were round him once, the giant was but a farthingale put into the vice of a blacksmith. The man had no bones, his frame sank in, and I was afraid of crushing him. He lay on his back and smiled at me, and I begged his pardon. Now this affair made a noise at the time, and redounded so much to my credit that I was deeply grieved at it, because deserving none. For I do like a good strife and struggle, and the doubt makes the joy of victory, whereas in this case I might as well have been sent for a match with a hay-mow. However, I got my £100, and made up my mind to spend every farthing in presents for mother and Lorna. For Annie was married by this time, and long before I went away, as need scarcely be said perhaps, if any one follows the weeks and the months. The wedding was quiet enough except for everybody's good wishes, and I desire not to dwell upon it because it grieved me in many ways. But now that I had tried to hope the very best for dear Annie, a deeper blow than could have come, even through her, awaited me. For after that visit to Cornwall, and with my prize money about me, I came on foot from Oakhampton to Orr, so as to save a little sum towards my time of marrying. For Lorna's fortune I would not have. Small or great I would not have it. only if there were no denying we would devote the whole of it to charitable uses, as Master Peter Blundell had done, and perhaps the future ages would endeavour to be grateful. Lorna and I had settled this question at least twice a day, on the average, and each time with more satisfaction. Now coming into the kitchen with all my cash in my breeches pocket, golden guineas with an elephant on them for the stamp of the Guinea Company, I found dear mother most heartily glad to see me safe and sound again, for she had dreaded that giant and dreamed of him, and she never asked me about the money. Lizzie also was softer and more gracious than usual, especially when she saw me pour guineas like peppercorns into the pudding basin. But by the way they hung about, I knew that something was gone wrong. "Where is Lorna?" I asked at length after trying not to ask it. "I want her to come and see my money. She never saw so much before." "Alas," said mother with a heavy sigh, "she will see a great deal more, I fear, and a deal more than is good for her. Whether you ever see her again will depend upon her nature, John." "What do you mean, mother? Have you quarrelled? Why does not Lorna come to me? Am I never to know?" "Now, John, be not so impatient," my mother replied quite calmly, for in truth she was jealous of Lorna. "You could wait now very well, John, if it were till this day week for the coming of your mother, John. And yet your mother is your best friend. Who can ever fill her place?" Thinking of her future absence, mother turned away and cried, and the box iron singed the blanket. "Now," said I, being wild by this time, "Lizzie, you have a little sense. Will you tell me where is Lorna?" "The Lady Lorna Dougal," said Lizzie, screwing up her lips as if the title were too grand, "is gone to London, brother John, and not likely to come back again. We must try to get on without her." "You little something," I cried, which I dare not write down here as all you are too good for such language, but Lizzie's lip provoked me so. My Lorna gone, and without good-bye to me even. It is your spite has sickened her." "You are quite mistaken there," she replied. "How can folk of low degree have either spite or liking towards the people so far above them? The Lady Lorna Dougal is gone because she could not help herself, and she wept enough to break 10 hearts, if hearts are ever broken, John." "Darling Lizzie, how good you are," I cried without noticing her sneer. "Tell me all about it, dear, tell me every word she said." "That will not take long," said Lizzie, quite as unmoved by soft coaxing as by urgent cursing. "The lady spoke very little to anyone except indeed to mother and to Gwenny Carfax, and Gwenny is gone with her, so that the benefit of that is lost. But she left a letter for poor John, as in charity she called him. How grand she looked, to be sure, with the fine clothes on that were come for her. Where is the letter, you utter vixen? Oh, may you have a husband, who will thresh it out of you, and starve it, and swear it out of you," was the meaning of my imprecation. But Lizzie, not dreaming as yet of such things, could not understand me, and was rather thankful. Therefore she answered quietly, "The letter is in the little cupboard, near the head of Lady Lorna's bed, where she used to keep the diamond necklace which we contrived to get stolen." Without another word I rushed, so that every board in the house shook, up to my lost Lorna's room, and tore the little wall niche open and espied my treasure. It was as simple and as homely and loving as even I could wish. Part of it ran as follows, the other parts it behoves me not to open out to strangers. "My own love and sometime lord, take it not amiss of me that even without farewell I go, for I cannot persuade the men to wait, your return being doubtful. My great uncle, some grand lord, is awaiting me at Dunster, having fear of venturing too near this Exmoor country. I, who have been so lawless always, and the child of outlaws, am now to atone for this, it seems, by living in a court of law, and under special surveillance, as they call it, I believe, of His Majesty's Court of Chancery. My uncle is appointed my guardian and master, and I must live beneath his care until I am 21 years old. To me this appears a dreadful thing, and very unjust and cruel. For why should I lose my freedom through heritage of land and gold? I offered to abandon all if they would only let me go. I went down on my knees to them and said I wanted titles, not neither land nor money, only to stay where I was, where first I had known happiness. But they only laughed and called me child, and said I must talk of that to the king's high chancellor. Their orders they had, and must obey them, and Master Stickles was ordered too, to help as the king's commissioner. And then, although it pierced my heart not to say one goodbye, John, I was glad upon the whole that you were not here to dispute it. For I am almost certain that you would not, without force to yourself, have let your Lorna go to people who never, never can care for her. Here my darling had wept again by the tokens on the paper, and then there followed some sweet words, too sweet for me to chatter them. But she finished with these noble lines, which, being common to all humanity in a case of steadfast love, I do no harm, but rather help all true love by repeating. Of one thing rest you well assured, and I do hope that it may prove of service to your rest, love, else would my own be broken. No difference of rank or fortune, or of life itself, shall ever make me swerve from truth to you. We have passed through many troubles, dangers, and dispartments, but never yet was doubt between us, neither ever shall be. Each has trusted well the other, and still each must do so. Though they tell you I am false, though your own mind harbours it from the sense of things around, and your own undervaluing, yet take counsel of your heart, and cast such thoughts away from you. Being unworthy of itself, they must be unworthy also of the one who dwells there. And that one is, and ever shall be, your own Lorna Dougal. Some people cannot understand that tears should come from pleasure, but whether from pleasure or from sorrow, mixed as they are in the twisted strings of a man's heart, or a woman's, great tears fell from my stupid eyes, even on the blots of Lorna's. No doubt it is all over, my mind said to me bitterly. Trust me, all shall yet be right, my heart replied very sweetly. Chapter 61. Some people may look down upon us for our slavish ways, as they may choose to call them, but in our part of the country we do love to mention title, and to roll it on our tongues with a conscience and a comfort. Even if a man knows not, through fault of education, who the Duke of this is, or the Earl of that, it will never do for him to say so, lest the room look down on him. Therefore he must nod his head and say, "Ah, to be sure, I know him as well as ever I know my own good woman's brother. He married Lord Flipflap's second daughter, and a precious life she led him." Whereupon the room looks up at him. But I, being quite unable to carry all this in my head as I ought, was speedily put down by people of a noble tendency, apt at lords and pat with dukes, and knowing more about the king than his majesty would have requested. Therefore I fell back in thought, not daring in words to do so, and upon the titles of our horses, and all these horses deserved their names, not having merely inherited, but by their own doing earned them. Smiler, for instance, had been so called not so much from a habit of smiling, as from his general geniality, white nose and white ankle. This worthy horse was now in years, but hale and gay as ever, and when you let him out of the stable he could neigh and whinny and make men and horses know it. On the other hand, Kickham's was a horse of morose and surly order, harbouring up revenge and leading a rider to false confidence. Very smoothly he would go, and as gentle as a turtle dove, until his rider fully believed that a pack-thread was enough for him, and a pat of approval upon his neck the aim and crown of his worthy life. Then suddenly up went his hind feet to heaven, and the rider for the most part flew over his nose, whereupon good Kickham's would take advantage of his favourable position to come and bite a piece out of his back. Now in my present state of mind, being understood of nobody, having none to bear me company, neither wishing to have any, an indefinite kind of attraction drew me into Kickham's society. A bond of mutual sympathy was soon established between us. I would ride no other horse, neither Kickham's be ridden by any other man. And this good horse became as jealous about me as a dog might be, and would lash out or run teeth foremost at any one who came near him when I was on his back. This season, the reaping of the corn which had been but a year ago so pleasant and so lightsome, was become a heavy labour, and a thing for grumbling rather than for gladness. However, for the sake of all, it must be attended to, and with as fair a show of spirit and alacrity as might be. For otherwise the rest would drag, and drop their hands and idle, being quicker to take infection of dullness than of diligence. And the harvest was a heavy one, even heavier than the year before, although of poorer quality. Therefore was I forced to work as hard as any horse could during all the daylight hours, and defer till night the brooding upon my misfortune. But the darkness always found me stiff with work, and weary, and less able to think than to dream may be of Lorna. And now the house was so dull and lonesome, wanting Annie's pretty presence, and the light of Lorna's eyes, that a man had no temptation after supper time even to sit and smoke a pipe. For Lizzie, though so learned and pleasant when it suited her, never had taken very kindly to my love for Lorna, and being of a proud and slightly upstart nature, could not bear to be eclipsed in bearing, looks and breeding, and even in clothes by the stranger. For one thing I will say of the Doones, that whether by purchase or plunder, they had always dressed my darling well, with her own sweet taste to help them. And though Lizzie's natural hate of the maid, as a Doone and burdened with father's death, should have been changed to remorse when she learned of Lorna's real parentage, it was only altered to sullenness and discontent with herself, for frequent rudeness to an innocent person, and one of such high descent. Moreover, the child had imbibed strange ideas as to our aristocracy, partly perhaps from her own way of thinking, and partly from reading of history. For while from one point of view she looked up at them very demurely, as commissioned by God for the country's good, from another sight she disliked them, as ready to sacrifice their best and follow their worst members. Yet why should this wench dare to judge upon a matter so far beyond her, and form opinions which she knew better than declare before mother? But with me she had no such scruple, for I had no authority over her, and my intellect she looked down upon, because I praised her own so. Thus she made herself very unpleasant to me, by little jags and jerks of sneering, sped as though unwittingly, which I, who now considered myself allied to the aristocracy, and perhaps took airs on that account, had not wit enough to parry, yet had wound enough to feel. Now anyone who does not know exactly how mothers feel and think, would have expected my mother, than whom could be no better one to pet me and make much of me under my sad trouble, to hang with anxiety on my looks and shed her tears with mine, if any, and season every dish of meat put by for her John's return. And if the whole truth must be told, I did expect that sort of thing, and thought what a plague it would be to me, yet not getting it was vexed, as if by some new injury. For mother was a special creature, as I suppose we all are, being the warmest of the warm when fired at the proper corner, and yet if taken at the wrong point you would say she was incombustible. Hence it came to pass that I had no one even to speak to about Lorna and my grievances, for Captain Stickles was now gone southward, and John Fry of course was too low for it, although a married man and well under his wife's management. But finding myself unable at last to bear this any longer, upon the first day when all the wheat was cut, and the stooks set up in every field yet none quite fit for carrying, I saddled good Kickham's at 5 in the morning, and without a word to mother, for a little anxiety might do her good, off I set for Molland parish, to have the counsel and the comfort of my darling Annie. The horse took me over the ground so fast, there being few better to go when he liked, that by 9 o'clock Annie was in my arms and blushing to the colour of Winnie's cheeks with sudden delight and young happiness. "You precious little soul," I cried. "How does Tom behave to you?" "Hush," said Annie. "How dare you ask? He is the kindest and the best and the noblest of all men, John, not even setting yourself aside. Now look not jealous, John, so it is. We all have special gifts, you know. You are as good as you can be, John, but my husband's special gift is nobility of character." Here she looked at me as one who has discovered something quite unknown. "I am devilish glad to hear it," said I, being touched at going down so. "Keep him to that mark, my dear, and cork the whiskey bottle." "Yes, darling John," she answered quickly, not desiring to open that subject and being too sweet to resent it. "And how is lovely Lorna? What an age it is since I have seen you. I suppose we must thank her for that." "You may thank her for seeing me now," said I. "Or rather, seeing how hurt she looked, you may thank my knowledge of your kindness, and my desire to speak of her to a soft-hearted dear little soul like you. I think all the women are gone mad. Even mother treats me shamefully, and as for Lizzie—" Here I stopped, knowing no words strong enough without shocking Annie. "Do you mean to say that Lorna is gone?" asked Annie in great amazement, yet leaping at the truth as women do with nothing at all to leap from. "Gone, and I never shall see her again. It serves me right for aspiring so." Being grieved at my manner, she led me in where none could interrupt us, and in spite of all my dejection, I could not help noticing how very pretty and even elegant all things were around. For we upon Exmoor have little taste. All we care for is warm comfort, and plenty to eat and to give away, and a hearty smack in everything. But Squire Faggus had seen the world and kept company with great people, and the taste he had first displayed in the shoeing of farmers' horses, which led almost to his ruin by bringing him into jealousy and flattery and dashing ways, had now been cultivated in London, and by moonlight, so that none could help admiring it. "Well," I cried, for the moment dropping care and woe in astonishment, "we have nothing like this at Plover's Barrows, nor even Uncle Reuben. I do hope it is honest, Annie." "Would I sit in a chair that was not my own?" asked Annie, turning crimson and dropping defiantly, and with a whisk of her dress which I never had seen before into the very grandest one. "Would I lie on a couch, brother John, do you think, unless good money was paid for it? Because other people are clever, John, you need not grudge them their earnings." "A couch," I replied. "Why, what can you want with a couch in the daytime, Annie? A couch is a small bed set up in a room without space for a good four-poster. What can you want with a couch downstairs? I never heard of such nonsense, and you ought to be in the dairy." "I won't cry, brother John, I won't, because you want to make me cry," and all the time she was crying. "You always were so nasty, John, sometimes. Ah, you have no nobility of character like my husband, and I have not seen you for 2 months, John, and now you come to scold me." "You little darling," I said, for Annie's tears always conquered me. "If all the rest ill-use me, I will not quarrel with you, dear. You have always been true to me, and I can forgive your vanity. Your things are very pretty, dear, and you may couch 10 times a day without my interference. No doubt your husband has paid for all this with the ponies he stole from Exmoor. Nobility of character is a thing beyond my understanding, but when my sister loves a man, and he does well and flourishes, who am I to find fault with him? Mother ought to see these things, they would turn her head almost. Look at the pimples on the chairs." "They are nothing," Annie answered after kissing me for my kindness. "They are only put in for the time indeed, and we are to have much better, with gold all round the bindings and double plush at the corners, so soon as ever the king repays the debt he owes to my poor Tom." I thought to myself that our present king had been most unlucky in one thing, debts all over the kingdom. Not a man who had struck a blow for the king, or for his poor father, or even said a good word for him, in the time of his adversity, but expected at least a baronetcy and a grant of estates to support it. Many have called King Charles ungrateful, and he may have been so. But some indulgence is due to a man with entries few on the credit side, and a terrible column of debits. Have no fear for the chair, I said, for it creaked under me very fearfully, having legs not so large as my finger. If the chair breaks, Annie, your fear should be lest the tortoise shell run into me. Why, it is striped like a viper's loins. I saw some hundreds in London, and very cheap they are. They are made to be sold to the country people, such as you and me, dear, and carefully kept they will last for almost half a year. Now will you come back from your furniture and listen to my story? Annie was a hearty dear, and she knew that half my talk was joke to make light of my worrying. Therefore she took it in good part, as I well knew that she would do, and she led me to a good honest chair, and she sat in my lap and kissed me. All this is not like you, John. All this is not one bit like you, and your cheeks are not as they ought to be. I shall have to come home again if the women worry my brother so. We always held together, John, and we always will, you know. You dear, I cried, there is nobody who understands me as you do. Lorna makes too much of me, and the rest they make too little. Not mother, oh, not mother, John. No, mother makes too much, no doubt, but wants it all for herself alone, and reckons it as a part of her. She makes me more wroth than anyone, as if not only my life, but all my head and heart must seek from hers and have no other thought or care. Being sped of my grumbling thus, and eased into better temper, I told Annie all the strange history about Lorna and her departure, and the small chance that now remained to me of ever seeing my love again. To this Annie would not hearken twice, but judging women by her faithful self, was quite vexed with me for speaking so. And then, to my surprise and sorrow, she would deliver no opinion as to what I ought to do until she had consulted darling Tom. Dear Tom knew much of the world, no doubt, especially the dark side of it. But to me it scarcely seemed becoming that my course of action with regard to the Lady Lorna Dougal should be referred to Tom Faggus, and depend upon his decision. However, I would not grieve Annie again by making light of her husband, and so when he came in to dinner, the matter was laid before him. Now this man never confessed himself surprised under any circumstances, his knowledge of life being so profound and his charity universal. And in the present case he vowed that he had suspected it all along, and could have thrown light upon Lorna's history, if we had seen fit to apply to him. Upon further inquiry I found that this light was a very dim one, flowing only from the fact that he had stopped her mother's coach at the village of Bolam on the Bampton Road the day before I saw them, finding only women therein, and these in a sad condition. Tom, with his usual chivalry, as he had no scent of the necklace, allowed them to pass, with nothing more than a pleasant exchange of courtesies and a testimonial forced upon him in the shape of a bottle of Burgundy wine. This the poor Countess handed him, and he twisted the cork out with his teeth and drank her health with his hat off. A lady she was, and a true one, and I am a pretty good judge, said Tom. Ah, I do like a high lady. Our Annie looked rather queer at this, having no pretensions to be one, but she conquered herself and said, yes, Tom, and many of them liked you. With this, Tom went on the brag at once, being but a shallow fellow, and not of settled principles, though steadier than he used to be, until I felt myself almost bound to fetch him back a little. For of all things I do hate brag the most, as any reader of this tale must by this time know. Therefore I said to Squire Faggus, come back from your highway days. You have married the daughter of an honest man, and such talk is not fit for her. If you were right in robbing people, I am right in robbing you. I could bind you to your own mantelpiece, as you know thoroughly well, Tom, and drive away with your own horses and all your goods behind them but for the sense of honesty. And should I not do as fine a thing as any you did on the highway? If everything is of public right, how does this chair belong to you? Clever as you are, Tom Faggus, you are nothing but a fool to mix your felony with your farmership. Drop the one or drop the other, you cannot maintain them both. As I finished very sternly a speech which had exhausted me more than 10 rounds of wrestling, but I was carried away by the truth, as sometimes happens to all of us, Tom had not a word to say, albeit his mind was so much more nimble and rapid than ever mine was. He leaned against the mantelpiece, a newly invented affair in his house, as if I had corded him to it, even as I spoke of doing. And he laid one hand on his breast in a way which made Annie creep softly to him and look at me not like a sister. "You have done me good, John," he said at last, and the hand he gave me was trembling. "There is no other man on God's earth would have dared to speak to me as you have done. From no other would I have taken it. Nevertheless, every word is true, and I shall dwell on it when you are gone. If you never did good in your life before, John, my brother, you have done it now." He turned away in bitter pain that none might see his trouble, and Annie, going along with him, looked as if I had killed our mother. For my part, I was so upset for fear of having gone too far that without a word to either of them, but a message on the title page of King James his prayer book, I saddled Kickums and was off, and glad of the moorland air again. Chapter 62. It was for poor Annie's sake that I had spoken my mind to her husband so freely and even harshly, for we all knew she would break her heart if Tom took to evil ways again. And the right mode of preventing this was not to coax and flatter and make a hero of him, which he did for himself quite sufficiently, but to set before him the folly of the thing and the ruin to his own interests. They would both be vexed with me, of course, for having left them so hastily and especially just before dinner time, but that would soon wear off, and most likely they would come to see mother and tell her that I was hard to manage and they could feel for her about it. Now, with a certain yearning I know not what for softness and for one who could understand me, for simple as a child though being, I found few to do that last, at any rate in my love time. I relied upon Kickham's strength to take me round by Dulverton. It would make the journey some 8 miles longer, but what was that to a brisk young horse, even with my weight upon him? And having left Squire Faggus and Annie much sooner than had been intended, I had plenty of time before me and too much ere a prospect of dinner. Therefore I struck to the right across the hills for Dulverton. Pretty Ruth was in the main street of the town with a basket in her hand, going home from the market. "Why, Cousin Ruth, you are grown," I exclaimed. "I do believe you are, Ruth, and you are almost too tall already." At this the little thing was so pleased that she smiled through her blushes beautifully, and must needs come to shake hands with me, though I signed to her not to do it because of my horse's temper. But scarcely was her hand in mine when Kickums turned like an eel upon her and caught her by the left arm with his teeth, so that she screamed with agony. I saw the white of his vicious eye, and struck him there with all my force with my left hand over her right arm, and he never used that eye again. None the less he kept his hold on her. Then I smote him again on the jaw and caught the little maid up by her right hand, and laid her on the saddle in front of me, while the horse, being giddy and staggered with blows and foiled of his spite, ran backward. Ruth's wits were gone, and she lay before me, in such a helpless and senseless way that I could have killed vile Kickums. I struck the spurs into him past the rowels, and away he went at full gallop, while I had enough to do to hold on with the little girl lying in front of me. But I called to the men who were flocking around to send up a surgeon as quick as could be to Master Reuben Huckaback's. The moment I brought my right arm to bear, the vicious horse had no chance with me, and if ever a horse was well paid for spite, Kickums had his change that day. The bridle would almost have held a whale, and I drew on it so that his lower jaw was well nigh broken from him, while with both spurs I tore his flanks, and he learned a little lesson. There are times when a man is more vicious than any horse may vie with. Therefore by the time we had reached Uncle Reuben's house at the top of the hill, the bad horse was only too happy to stop. Every string of his body was trembling, and his head hanging down with impotence. I leaped from his back at once, and carried the maiden into her own sweet room. Now Cousin Ruth was recovering softly from her fright and faintness, and the volley of the wind from galloping so had made her little ears quite pink and shaken her locks all round her. But anyone who might wish to see a comely sight and a moving one need only have looked at Ruth Huckaback when she learned, and imagined yet more than it was, the manner of her little ride with me. Her hair was of a hazel brown and full of waving readiness, and with no concealment of the trick, she spread it over her eyes and face. Being so delighted with her and so glad to see her safe, I kissed her through the thick of it as a cousin has a right to do, yea, and ought to do with gravity. "Darling," I said, "he has bitten you dreadfully. Show me your poor arm, dear." She pulled up her sleeve in the simplest manner, rather to look at it herself than to show me where the wound was. Her sleeve was of dark blue Taunton staple, and her white arm shone, coming out of it, as round and plump and velvety as a stalk of asparagus, newly fetched out of the ground. But above the curved soft elbow, where no room was for one cross word, according to our proverb, *3 sad gashes, edged with crimson, spoiled the flow of the pearly flesh. My presence of mind was lost altogether, and I raised the poor sore arm to my lips, both to stop the bleeding and to take the venom out, having heard how wise it was and thinking of my mother. But Ruth, to my great amazement, drew away from me in bitter haste, as if I had been inserting instead of extracting poison. For the bite of a horse is most venomous, especially when he sheds his teeth, and far more to be feared than the bite of a dog or even of a cat. And in my haste I had forgotten that Ruth might not know a word about this and might doubt about my meaning, and the warmth of my osculation, but knowing her danger, I durst not heed her childishness or her feelings. *, a maid with an elbow sharp or knee hath cross words 2 out of every 3. Don't be a fool, Cousin Ruth, I said, catching her so that she could not move. The poison is soaking into you. Do you think that I do it for pleasure? The spread of shame on her face was such when she saw her own misunderstanding that I was ashamed to look at her, and occupied myself with drawing all the risk of glanders forth from the white limb, hanging helpless now and left entirely to my will. Before I was quite sure of having wholly exhausted suction, and when I had made the holes in her arm look like the gills of a lamprey, in came the doctor, partly drunk and in haste to get through his business. "Ha, ha, I see," he cried. "Bite of a horse, they tell me, very poisonous, must be burned away. Sally, the iron in the fire. If you have a fire this weather, crave your pardon, good sir," I said, for poor little Ruth was fainting again at his savage orders. "But my cousin's arm shall not be burned. It is a great deal too pretty, and I have sucked all the poison out. Look, sir, how clean and fresh it is. Bless my heart, and so it is, no need at all for cauterizing. The epidermis will close over, and the cuties and the pellies. John Ridd, you ought to have studied medicine with your healing powers. Half my virtue lies in touch. A clean and wholesome body, sir. I have taught you the Latin grammar. I leave you in excellent hands, my dear, and they wait for me at shovel board. Bread and water poultice cold, to be renewed tribus horis. John Ridd, I was at school with you, and you beat me very lamentably when I tried to fight with you. You remember me not, it is likely enough. I am forced to take strong waters, John, from infirmity of the liver. Attend to my directions, and I will call again in the morning. And in that melancholy plight, caring nothing for business, went one of the cleverest fellows ever known at Tiverton. He could write Latin verses a great deal faster than I could ever write English prose, and nothing seemed too great for him. We thought that he would go to Oxford and astonish everyone and write in the style of Buchanan. But he fell all abroad very lamentably, and now, when I met him again, was come down to push pin and shovel board with a wager of spirits pending. When Master Huckaback came home, he looked at me very sulkily, not only because of my refusal to become a slave to the gold digging, but also because he regarded me as the cause of a savage broil between Simon Carfax and the men who had cheated him as to his Gwenny. However, when Uncle Ben saw Ruth, and knew what had befallen her, and she with tears in her eyes declared that she owed her life to Cousin Ridd, the old man became very gracious to me, for if he loved anyone on earth, it was his little granddaughter. I could not stay very long because my horse being quite unfit to travel from the injuries which his violence and vice had brought upon him, there was nothing for me but to go on foot, as none of Uncle Ben's horses could take me to Plover's Barrows without downright cruelty. And though there would be a harvest moon, Ruth agreed with me that I must not keep my mother waiting, with no idea where I might be, until a late hour of the night. I told Ruth all about our Annie, and her noble furniture, and the little maid was very lively, although her wounds were paining her so that half her laughter came on the wrong side of her mouth, as we rather coarsely express it. Especially she laughed about Annie's new-fangled closet for clothes, or standing press, as she called it. This had frightened me so that I would not come without my stick to look at it, for the front was inlaid with 2 fiery dragons and a glass which distorted everything, making even Annie look hideous. And when it was opened, a woman's skeleton, all in white, revealed itself in the midst of 3 standing women. "It is only to keep my best frocks in shape," Annie had explained to me. "Hanging them up does ruin them so. But I own that I was afraid of it, John, until I had got all my best clothes there, and then I became very fond of it. But even now it frightens me sometimes in the moonlight." Having made poor Ruth a little cheerful, with a full account of all Annie's frocks, material, pattern and fashion, of which I had taken a list for my mother, and for Lizzie, lest they should cry out at man's stupidity about anything of real interest, I proceeded to tell her about my own troubles and the sudden departure of Lorna, concluding with all the show of indifference which my pride could muster, that now I never should see her again, and must do my best to forget her. As being so far above me, I had not intended to speak of this, but Ruth's face was so kind and earnest that I could not stop myself. "You must not talk like that, Cousin Ridd," she said, in a low and gentle tone, and turning away her eyes from me. "No lady can be above a man who is pure and brave and gentle, and if her heart be worth having, she will never let you give her up for her grandeur and her nobility." She pronounced those last few words, as I thought, with a little bitterness, unperceived by herself perhaps, for it was not in her appearance. But I, attaching great importance to a maiden's opinion about a maiden, because she might judge from experience, would have led her further into that subject. But she declined to follow, having now no more to say in a matter so removed from her. Then I asked her full and straight, and looking at her in such a manner that she could not look away, without appearing vanquished by feelings of her own, which thing was very vile of me, but all men are so selfish. "Dear cousin, tell me once for all, what is your advice to me?" "My advice to you," she answered bravely, with her dark eyes full of pride, and instead of flinching, foiling me, "is to do what every man must do if he would win fair maiden. Since she cannot send you token, neither is free to return to you, follow her, pay your court to her, show that you will not be forgotten, and perhaps she will look down, I mean she will relent to you. She has nothing to relent about. I have never vexed nor injured her. My thoughts have never strayed from her. There is no one to compare with her. Then keep her in that same mind about you. See, now I can advise no more. My arm is swelling painfully in spite of all your goodness and bitter task of surgeonship. I shall have another poultice on and go to bed, I think, cousin Rid, if you will not hold me ungrateful. I am so sorry for your long walk. Surely it might be avoided. Give my love to dear Lizzie. Oh, the room is going round so. And she fainted into the arms of Sally, who was come just in time to fetch her. No doubt she had been suffering agony all the time she talked to me, leaving word that I would come again to inquire for her, and fetch Kickham's home so soon as the harvest permitted me. I gave directions about the horse, and striding away from the ancient town was soon upon the moorlands. Now, through the whole of that long walk, the latter part of which was led by starlight till the moon arose, I dwelt in my young and foolish way upon the ordering of our steps by a power beyond us. But as I could not bring my mind to any clearness upon this matter, and the stars shed no light upon it, but rather confused me with wondering how their Lord could attend to them all, and yet to a puny fool like me, it came to pass that my thoughts on the subject were not worth ink if I knew them, but it is perhaps worth ink to relate, so far as I can do so, mother's delight at my return, when she had almost abandoned hope, and concluded that I was gone to London in disgust at her behaviour. And now she was looking up the lane at the rise of the harvest moon in despair, as she said afterwards. But if she had despaired in truth, what use to look at all? Yet according to the epigram made by a good Blunderlight, despair was never yet so deep in sinking as in seeming. Despair is hope just dropped asleep for better chance of dreaming. And mother's dream was a happy one when she knew my step at a furlong distant, for the night was of those that carry sound thrice as far as day can. She recovered herself when she was sure, and even made up her mind to scold me, and felt as if she could do it. But when she was in my arms, into which she threw herself, and I by the light of the moon descried the silver gleam on one side of her head, now spreading since Annie's departure, bless my heart and yours therewith, no room was left for scolding. She hugged me and she clung to me, and I looked at her with duty made tenfold and discharged by love. We said nothing to one another, but all was right between us. Even Lizzie behaved very well so far as her nature admitted, not even saying a nasty thing all the time she was getting my supper ready, with a weak imitation of Annie. She knew that the gift of cooking was not vouchsafed by God to her, but sometimes she would do her best by intellect to win it, whereas it is no more to be won by intellect than is divine poetry. An amount of strong, quick heart is needful, and the understanding must second it, in the one art as in the other. Now my fare was very choice for the next 3 days or more, yet not turned out like Annie's. They could do a thing well enough on the fire, but they could not put it on table so, nor even have plates all piping hot. This was Annie's special gift, born in her and ready to cool with her, like a plate borne away from the fireplace. I sighed sometimes about Lorna, and they thought it was about the plates. And mother would stand and look at me as much as to say, no pleasing him, and Lizzie would jerk up one shoulder and cry, he had better have Lorna to cook for him, while the whole truth was that I wanted not to be plagued about any cookery, but just to have something good and quiet, and then smoke and think about Lorna. Nevertheless the time went on with one change and another, and we gathered all our harvest in, and Parson Bowden thanked God for it both in church and out of it, for his tithes would be very goodly. The unmatched cold of the previous winter, and general fear of scarcity, and our own talk about our ruin, had sent prices up to a grand high pitch, and we did our best to keep them there. For 9 Englishmen out of every 10 believe that a bitter winter must breed a sour summer and explain away topmost prices, while according to my experience more often it would be otherwise, except for the public thinking so. However, I have said too much, and if any farmer reads my book, he will vow that I wrote it for nothing else except to rob his family. Chapter 63. All our neighbourhood was surprised that the Doones had not ere now attacked and probably made an end of us. For we lay almost at their mercy now, having only Sergeant Bloxham and 3 men to protect us, Captain Stickles having been ordered southwards with all his force, except such as might be needful for collecting toll and watching the imports at Lynmouth and thence to Porlock. The sergeant, having now imbibed a taste for writing reports, though his first great effort had done him no good and only offended Stickles, reported weekly from Plover's Barrows whenever he could find a messenger. And though we fed not Sergeant Bloxham at our own table with the best we had, as in the case of Stickles, who represented his Majesty, yet we treated him so well that he reported very highly of us as loyal and true-hearted lieges, and most devoted to our Lord the King, and indeed he could scarcely have done less, when Lizzie wrote great part of his reports and furbished up the rest to such a pitch of lustre, that Lord Clarendon himself need scarce have been ashamed of them. And though this cost a great deal of ale and even of strong waters, for Lizzie would have it the duty of a critic to stand treat to the author, and though it was otherwise a plague, as giving the maid such airs of patronage and such pretence to politics, yet there was no stopping it, without the risk of mortal offence to both writer and reviewer. Our mother also, while disapproving Lizzie's long stay in the saddle-room on a Friday night and a Saturday, and insisting that Betty should be there, was nevertheless as proud as need be, that the King should read our Eliza-'s writings. At least so the innocent soul believed, and we all looked forward to something great as the fruit of all this history, and something great did come of it, though not as we expected. For these reports, or as many of them as were ever opened, stood us in good stead the next year, when we were accused of harbouring and comforting guilty rebels. Now the reason why the Doones did not attack us was that they were preparing to meet another and more powerful assault upon their fortress, being assured that their repulse of King's troops could not be looked over when brought before the authorities. And no doubt they were right, for although the conflicts in the government during that summer and autumn had delayed the matter, yet positive orders had been issued that these outlaws and malefactors should at any price be brought to justice. When the sudden death of King Charles II threw all things into confusion, and all minds into a panic. We heard of it first in church, on Sunday, the 8th day of February, 1684-5, from a cousin of John Fry, who had ridden over on purpose from Porlock. He came in just before the anthem, splashed and heated from his ride, so that everyone turned and looked at him. He wanted to create a stir, knowing how much would be made of him, and he took the best way to do it. For he let the anthem go by very quietly, or rather I should say very pleasingly, for our choir was exceeding proud of itself, and I sang bass twice as loud as a bull to beat the clerk with the clarionet. And then just as Parson Bowden, with a look of pride at his minstrels, was kneeling down to begin the prayer for the King's most excellent Majesty, for he never read the litany, except upon Easter Sunday, up jumps young Sam Fry and shouts, "I forbid that their prior." "What," cried the parson, rising slowly and looking for someone to shut the door, "have we a rebel in the congregation?" For the parson was growing short-sighted now and knew not Sam Fry at that distance. "No," replied Sam, not a whit abashed by the staring of all the parish, "no rebel, parson, but a man who mislaketh popery and murder, that their prior be a prior for the dead." "Nay," cried the parson, now recognising and knowing him to be our John's first cousin, "you do not mean to say, Sam, that his gracious Majesty is dead? Dead as a stowan, poisoned by they papishers." And Sam rubbed his hands with enjoyment at the effect he had produced. "Remember where you are, Sam," said Parson Bowden solemnly. "When did this most sad thing happen? The king is the head of the church, Sam Fry. When did he leave her?" "Day afore yesterday, 12 o'clock. Warrant us quick to hear of un." "Can't be," said the minister. "The tidings can never have come so soon. Anyhow, he will want it all the more. Let us pray for his gracious majesty." And with that he proceeded as usual, but nobody cried Amen, for fear of being entangled with popery. But after giving forth his text, our parson said a few words out of book, about the many virtues of his majesty and self-denial and devotion, comparing his pious mirth to the dancing of the patriarch David before the Ark of the Covenant. And he added with some severity that if his flock would not join their pastor, who was much more likely to judge aright, in praying for the king, the least they could do on returning home was to pray that the king might not be dead, as his enemies had asserted. Now when the service was over, we killed the king, and we brought him to life at least 50 times in the churchyard. And Sam Fry was mounted on a high gravestone, to tell everyone all he knew of it, but he knew no more than he had told us in the church as before repeated, upon which we were much disappointed with him and inclined to disbelieve him, until he happily remembered that his majesty had died in great pain with blue spots on his breast and black spots all across his back, and these in the form of a cross, by reason of papists having poisoned him. When Sam called this to his remembrance or to his imagination, he was overwhelmed at once with so many invitations to dinner that he scarce knew which of them to accept, but decided in our favour. Grieving much for the loss of the king, however greatly it might be, as the parson had declared it was, while telling us to pray against it for the royal benefit, I resolved to ride to Porlock myself directly after dinner, and make sure whether he were dead or not, for it was not by any means hard to suppose that Sam Fry, being John's first cousin, might have inherited either from grandfather or grandmother some of those gifts which had made our John so famous for mendacity. At Porlock I found that it was too true, and the women of the town were in great distress, for the king had always been popular with them. The men, on the other hand, were forecasting what would be likely to ensue, and I myself was of this number, riding sadly home again, although bound to the king as churchwarden now, which dignity next to the parsons in rank is with us, as it ought to be in every good parish hereditary. For who can stick to the church like the man whose father stuck to it before him, and who knows all the little ins and great outs which must in these troublous times come across, but though appointed at last, by virtue of being best farmer in the parish, as well as by vice of mismanagement on the part of my mother and Nicholas Snow, who had thoroughly mixed up everything, being too quick-headed. Yet, while I dwelled with pride upon the fact that I stood in the king's shoes, as the manager and promoter of the Church of England, and I knew that we must miss his majesty, whose arms were above the commandments, as the leader of our thoughts in church and handsome upon a guinea. Nevertheless I kept on thinking how his death would act on me, and here I saw it many ways. In the first place troubles must break out, and we had 28 ricks, counting grain and straw and hay. Moreover, mother was growing weak about riots and shooting and burning, and she gathered the bedclothes around her ears every night when her feet were tucked up, and prayed not to awake until morning. In the next place, much rebellion, though we would not own it, in either sense of the verb to own, was whispering and plucking skirts and making signs among us, and the terror of the Doones helped greatly, as a fruitful tree of lawlessness and a good excuse for everybody. And after this, or rather before it, and first of all indeed, if I must state the true order, arose upon me the thought of Lorna and how these things would affect her fate. And indeed I must admit that it had occurred to me sometimes, or been suggested by others, that the Lady Lorna had not behaved altogether kindly since her departure from among us, for although in those days the post, as we call the service of letter-carrying which now comes within 20 miles of us, did not extend to our part of the world, yet it might have been possible to procure for hire a man who would ride post, if Lorna feared to trust the pack horses or the troopers who went to and fro. Yet no message whatever had reached us, neither any token even of her safety in London. As to this last, however, we had no misgivings, having learned from the orderlies more than once that the wealth and beauty and adventures of young Lady Lorna Dougal were greatly talked of, both at court and among the common people. Now riding sadly homewards in the sunset of the early spring, I was more than ever touched with sorrow, and a sense of being, as it were, abandoned, and the weather growing quite beautiful, and so mild that the trees were budding, and the cattle full of happiness, I could not but think of the difference between the world of today and the world of this day 12-month. Then all was howling desolation, all the earth blocked up with snow, and all the air with barbs of ice as small as splintered needles, yet glittering in and out like stars, and gathering so upon a man, if long he stayed among them, that they began to weigh him down to sleepiness and frozen death. Not a sign of life was moving, nor was any change of view, unless the wild wind struck the crest of some cold drift and bowed it. Now, on the other hand, all was good. The open palm of spring was laid upon the yielding of the hills, and each particular valley seemed to be the glove for a finger. And although the sun was low and dipping in the western clouds, the grey light of the sea came up and took and taking, told the special tone of everything. All this lay upon my heart without a word of thinking, spreading light and shadow there, and the soft delight of sadness. Nevertheless, I would it were the savage snow around me, and the piping of the restless winds and the death of everything. For in those days I had Lorna. Then I thought of promise fair, such as glowed around me where the red rocks held the sun when he was departed, and the distant crags endeavoured to retain his memory. But as evening spread across them, shading with a silent fold, all the colour stole away, all remembrance waned and died. So it has been with love, I thought, and with simple truth and warmth. The maid has chosen the glittering stars instead of the plain daylight. Nevertheless, I would not give in, although in deep despondency, especially when I passed the place where my dear father had fought in vain, and I tried to see things right and then judge aright about them. This, however, was more easy to attempt than to achieve, and by the time I came down the hill I was none the wiser. Only I could tell my mother that the king was dead for sure, and she would have tried to cry. But for thought of her mourning, there was not a moment for lamenting. All the morning must be ready, if we cared to beat the snows in 48 hours. And although it was Sunday night, mother, now feeling sure of the thing, sat up with Lizzie, cutting patterns and stitching things on brown paper and snipping, and laying the fashions down and requesting all opinions, yet when given, scorning them. Insomuch that I grew weary even of tobacco, which had comforted me since Lorna, and prayed her to go on until the king should be alive again. The thought of that so flurried her, for she never yet could see a joke, that she laid her scissors on the table and said, "The Lord forbid, John, after what I have cut up." "It would be just like him," I answered with a knowing smile. "Mother, you had better stop. Patterns may do very well, but don't cut up any more good stuff." "Well, good lack, I am a fool. 3 tables pegged with needles. The Lord in his mercy keep his majesty, if ever he hath gotten him." By this device we went to bed, and not another stitch was struck until the troopers had office tidings that the king was truly dead. Hence the snows beat us by a day, and both old Betty and Lizzie laid the blame upon me as usual, almost before we had put off the mourning, which as loyal subjects we kept for the king 3 months and a week. Rumours of disturbances, of plottings, and of outbreak began to stir among us. We heard of fighting in Scotland and buying of ships on the continent, and of arms in Dorset and Somerset, and we kept our beacon in readiness to give signals of a landing, or rather the soldiers did. For we, having trustworthy reports that the king had been to high mass himself in the Abbey of Westminster, making all the bishops go with him and all the guards in London, and then tortured all the Protestants who dared to wait outside, moreover had received from the Pope a flower grown in the Virgin Mary's garden, and warranted to last for ever, we of the moderate party, hearing all this and 10 times as much, and having no love for this sour James, such as we had for the lively Charles, were ready to wait for what might happen, rather than care about stopping it. Therefore we listened to rumours gladly, and shook our heads with gravity, and predicted every man something, but scarce any two the same. Nevertheless, in our part, things went on as usual until the middle of June was nigh. We ploughed the ground, and sowed the corn, and tended the cattle, and heeded every one his neighbour's business as carefully as heretofore, and the only thing that moved us much was that Annie had a baby, this being a very fine child with blue eyes, and christened John in compliment to me, and with me for his godfather it is natural to suppose that I thought a good deal about him. And when mother or Lizzie would ask me all of a sudden and treacherously when the fire flared up at supper time, for we always kept a little wood just alight in summer time, and enough to make the pot boil, then when they would say to me, "John, what are you thinking of? At a word speak," I would always answer, "Little John Faggus," and so they made no more of me. But when I was down on Saturday the 13th of June at the blacksmith's forge by Brendon town, where the Lynn stream runs so close that he dips his horseshoes in it, and where the news is apt to come first of all to our neighbourhood, except upon a Sunday, while we were talking of the hay crop, and of a great sheep stealer, round the corner came a man upon a piebald horse looking flagged and weary, but seeing 6 of us, young and brisk and hearty, he made a flourish with his horse and waved a blue flag vehemently, shouting with great glory, "Monmouth and the Protestant faith, Monmouth and no popery, Monmouth the good king's eldest son, down with the poisoning murderer, down with the black usurper, and to the devil with all papists." "Why so, thou little varlet?" I asked very quietly, for the man was too small to quarrel with, yet knowing Lorna to be a papist, as we choose to call them, though they might as well call us Kingists, after the head of our church, I thought that this scurvy scampish knave might show them the way to the place he mentioned, unless his courage failed him. "Papist yourself, be you," said the fellow, not daring to answer much. "Then take this and read it." And he handed me a long rigmarole which he called a declaration. I saw that it was but a heap of lies, and thrust it into the blacksmith's fire, and blew the bellows thrice at it. No one dared attempt to stop me, for my mood had not been sweet of late, and of course they knew my strength. The man rode on with a muttering noise, having won no recruits from us by force of my example, and he stopped at the ale-house farther down, where the road goes away from the Lynn stream. Some of us went thither after a time, when our horses were shodden and rasped, for although we might not like the man, we might be glad of his tidings, which seemed to be something wonderful. He had set up his blue flag in the tap-room, and was teaching every one. "Here coomth Maister Jan Rid," said the landlady, being well pleased with the call for beer and cider. "Her hath been to Lunnon town, and live within a mail of me. All the news coom from them nowadays, instead of from here, as her ought to do. If Jan Rid say it be true, I will try almost to belave it. Hath the good Duke landed, sir?" And she looked at me over a foaming cup, and blew the froth off, and put more in. "I have no doubt it is true enough," I answered before drinking, "and too true. Mistress Pugsley, many a poor man will die, but none shall die from our parish, nor from Brendon, if I can help it." And I knew that I could help it, for everyone in those little places would abide by my advice, not only from the fame of my schooling and long sojourn in London, but also because I had earned repute for being very slow and sure. And with 9 people out of 10 this is the very best recommendation. For they think themselves much before you in wit, and under no obligation, but rather conferring a favour by doing the thing that you do. Hence, if I cared for influence, which means for the most part making people do one's will without knowing it, my first step toward it would be to be called in common parlance, slow but sure. For the next fortnight we were daily troubled with conflicting rumours, each man relating what he desired rather than what he had right to believe. We were told that the Duke had been proclaimed King of England in every town of Dorset and of Somerset, that he had won a great battle at Axminster and another at Bridport and another somewhere else, that all the western counties had risen as one man for him and all the militia had joined his ranks, that Taunton and Bridgwater and Bristow were all mad with delight, the 2 former being in his hands and the latter craving to be so. And then, on the other hand, we heard that the Duke had been vanquished and put to flight, and upon being apprehended had confessed himself an impostor and a papist as bad as the king was. We longed for Colonel Stickles, as he always became in time of war, though he fell back to captain, and even lieutenant directly the fight was over, for then we should have won trusty news as well as good consideration. But even Sergeant Bloxham, much against his will, was gone, having left his heart with our Lizzie, and a collection of all his writings. All the soldiers had been ordered away at full speed for Exeter, to join the Duke of Albemarle, or if he were gone to follow him. As for us, who had fed them so long, although not quite for nothing, we must take our chance of Doones or any other enemies. Now all these tidings moved me a little, not enough to spoil appetite, but enough to make things lively, and to teach me that look of wisdom which is bred of practice only, and the hearing of many lies. Therefore I withheld my judgment, fearing to be triumphed over, if it should happen to miss the mark. But Mother and Lizzie, 10 times in a day, predicted all they could imagine, and their prophecies increased in strength according to contradiction. Yet this was not in the proper style for a house like ours, which knew the news, or at least had known it, and still was famous all around for the last advices. Even from Lynmouth people sent up to Plover's Barrows to ask how things were going on, and it was very grievous to answer that in truth we knew not, neither had heard for days and days. And our reputation was so great, especially since the death of the king had gone abroad from our parish, that many inquirers would only wink and lay a finger on the lip as if to say, "You know well enough, but see not fit to tell me." And before the end arrived, those people believed that they had been right all along, and that we had concealed the truth from them. For I myself became involved, God knows how much against my will and my proper judgment, in the troubles, and the conflict, and the cruel work coming afterwards. If ever I had made up my mind to anything in all my life, it was at this particular time, and as stern and strong as could be. I had resolved to let things pass, to hear about them gladly, to encourage all my friends to talk and myself to express opinion upon each particular point, when in the fullness of time no further doubt could be. But all my policy went for nothing, through a few touches of feeling. One day at the beginning of July, I came home from mowing about noon or a little later, to fetch some cider for all of us and to eat a morsel of bacon. For mowing was no joke that year, the summer being wonderfully wet, even for our wet country, and the swat falling heavier over the scythe than ever I could remember it. We were drenched with rain almost every day, but the mowing must be done somehow, and we must trust to God for the haymaking. In the courtyard I saw a little cart with iron brakes underneath it, such as fastidious people used to deaden the jolting of the road. But few men under a lord or baronet would be so particular. Therefore I wondered who our noble visitor could be. But when I entered the kitchen place, brushing up my hair for somebody, behold, it was no one greater than our Annie, with my godson in her arms and looking pale and tear-begone. And at first she could not speak to me, but presently having sat down a little and received much praise for her baby, she smiled and blushed and found her tongue as if she had never gone from us. How natural it all looks again. Oh, I love this old kitchen so, baby dear. Only look at it with him pity eyes and him tongue out of his mousey, but who put the flour riddle up there? And look at the pestle and mortar and rust I declare in the patty pans. And a book, positively a dirty book where the clean skewers ought to hang. Oh, Lizzie, 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 you may just as well cease lamenting, I said, for you can't alter Lizzie's nature, and you will only make mother uncomfortable and perhaps have a quarrel with Lizzie, who is proud as punch of her housekeeping. She, cried Annie with all the contempt that could be compressed in a syllable. Well, John, no doubt you are right about it. I will try not to notice things. But it is a hard thing after all my care to see everything going to ruin. But what can be expected of a girl who knows all the kings of Carthage? There were no kings of Carthage, Annie. They were called, why let me see, they were called, oh, something else. Never mind what they were called, said Annie. Will they cook our dinner for us? But now, John, I am in such trouble. All this talk is make-believe. Don't you cry, my dear. Don't cry, my darling sister, I answered as she dropped into the worn place of the settle and bent above her infant, rocking as if both their hearts were one. Don't you know, Annie, I cannot tell, but I know, or at least I mean I have heard the men of experience say, it is so bad for the baby. Perhaps I know that as well as you do, John, said Annie, looking up at me with a gleam of her old laughing. But how can I help crying? I am in such trouble. Tell me what it is, my dear. Any grief of yours will vex me greatly, but I will try to bear it. Then, John, it is just this. Tom has gone off with the rebels, and you must, oh, you must go after him. Chapter 64. Moved as I was by Annie's tears and gentle style of coaxing, and most of all by my love for her, I yet declared that I could not go and leave our house and homestead, far less my dear mother and Lizzie at the mercy of the merciless Doones. Is that all your objection, John? Asked Annie in her quick panting way. Would you go but for that, John? Now, I said, be in no such hurry, for while I was gradually yielding, I like to pass it through my fingers as if my fingers shaped it. There are many things to be thought about and many ways of viewing it. Oh, you never can have loved Lorna. No wonder you gave her up so. John, you can love nobody but your Oatricks and your Hayricks. A sister mine, because I rant not, neither rave of what I feel, can you be so shallow as to dream that I feel nothing. What is your love for Tom Faggus? What is your love for your baby, pretty darling as he is, to compare with such a love as for ever dwells with me? Because I do not prate of it, because it is beyond me not only to express but even form to my own heart in thoughts, because I do not shape my face and would scorn to play to it as a thing of acting, and lay it out before you, are you fools enough to think? But here I stopped, having said more than was usual with me. I am very sorry, John, dear John, I am so sorry, what a shallow fool I am. I will go seek your husband, I said to change the subject, for even to Annie I would not lay open all my heart about Lorna, but only upon condition that you ensure this house and people from the Doones meanwhile. Even for the sake of Tom I cannot leave all helpless. The Oatricks and the Hayricks, which are my only love, they are welcome to make cinders of. But I will not have mother treated so, nor even little Lizzie, although you scorn your sister so. Oh, John, I do think you are the hardest as well as the softest of all the men I know. Not even a woman's bitter word but what you pay her out for. Will you never understand that we are not like you, John? We say all sorts of spiteful things without a bit of meaning. John, for God's sake fetch Tom home, and then revile me as you please, and I will kneel and thank you. I will not promise to fetch him home, I answered, being ashamed of myself for having lost command so. But I will promise to do my best if we can only hit on a plan for leaving mother harmless. Annie thought for a little while, trying to gather her smooth, clear brow into maternal wrinkles, and then she looked at her child and said, I will risk it for Daddy's sake, darling. You precious soul, for Daddy's sake. I asked her what she was going to risk. She would not tell me, but took up a hand and saw to my cider cans and bacon, and went from corner to cupboard exactly as if she had never been married, only without an apron on. And then she said, now to your mowers, John, and make the most of this fine afternoon, kiss your godson before you go. And I, being used to obey her in little things of that sort, kissed the baby and took my cans and went back to my scythe again. By the time I came home it was dark night, and pouring again with a foggy rain, such as we have in July, even more than in January. Being soaked all through and with water squelching in my boots like a pump with a bad bucket, I was only too glad to find Annie's bright face and quick figure flitting in and out the firelight instead of Lizzie sitting grandly with a feast of literature and not a drop of gravy. Mother was in the corner also, with her cheery-coloured ribbons glistening very nice by candle-light, looking at Annie now and then with memories of her babyhood, and then at her having a baby, yet half afraid of praising her much for fear of that young Lizzie. But Lizzie showed no jealousy. She truly loved our Annie now that she was gone from us, and she wanted to know all sorts of things, and she adored the baby. Therefore Annie was allowed to attend to me as she used to do. Now, John, you must start the first thing in the morning, she said when the others had left the room, but somehow she stuck to the baby, to fetch me back my rebel according to your promise. Not so, I replied, misliking the job. All I promised was to go if this house were assured against any onslaught of the Doones. Just so, and here is that assurance. With these words she drew forth a paper and laid it on my knee with triumph, enjoying my amazement. This, as you may suppose, was great, not only at the document but also at her possession of it. For in truth it was no less than a formal undertaking, on the part of the Doones, not to attack Plover's Barrows farm, or molest any of the inmates, or carry off any chattels, during the absence of John Ridd upon a special errand. This document was signed not only by the councillor, but by many other Doones. Whether Carver's name were there I could not say for certain, as of course he would not sign it under his name of Carver, and I had never heard Lorna say to what, if any, he had been baptized. In the face of such a deed as this I could no longer refuse to go, and having received my promise, Annie told me, as was only fair, how she had procured that paper. It was both a clever and courageous act, and would have seemed to me at first sight far beyond Annie's power, but none may gauge a woman's power when her love and faith are moved. The first thing Annie had done was this: she made herself look ugly. This was not an easy thing, but she had learned a great deal from her husband upon the subject of disguises. It hurt her feelings not a little to make so sad a fright of herself, but what could it matter? If she lost Tom, she must be a far greater fright in earnest than now she was in seeming, and then she left her child asleep under Betty Muxworthy's tendance. For Betty took to that child as if there never had been a child before, and away she went in her own spring cart, as the name of that engine proved to be, without a word to anyone, except the old man who had driven her from Molland parish that morning, and who coolly took one of our best horses, without, by your leave, to anyone. Annie made the old man drive her within easy reach of the Doone gate, whose position she knew well enough from all our talk about it, and there she bade the old man stay until she should return to him. Then, with her comely figure hidden by a dirty old woman's cloak, and her fair young face defaced by patches and by lineaments, so that none might covet her, she addressed the young man at the gate in a cracked and trembling voice, and they were scarcely civil to the old hag, as they called her. She said that she bore important tidings for Sir Counsellor himself and must be conducted to him. To him accordingly she was led without even any hoodwinking, for she had spectacles over her eyes and made believe not to see 10 yards. She found Sir Counsellor at home, and when the rest were out of sight, threw off all disguise to him, flashing forth as a lovely young woman from all her wraps and disfigurements. She flung her patches on the floor amid the old man's laughter and let her tucked-up hair come down, and then went up and kissed him. "Worthy and reverend counsellor, I have a favour to ask," she began. "So I should think from your proceedings," the old man interrupted. "Ah, if I were half my age. If you were, I would not sue so. But most excellent counsellor, you owe me some amends, you know, for the way in which you robbed me." "Beyond a doubt I do, my dear. You have put it rather strongly, and it might offend some people. Nevertheless, I own my debt, having so fair a creditor. And do you remember how you slept, and how much we made of you, and would have seen you home, sir, only you did not wish it? And for excellent reasons, child. My best escort was in my cloak after we made the cream to rise. Ha, ha, the unholy spell. My pretty child, has it injured you?" "Yes, I fear it has," said Annie, "or whence can all my ill luck come?" And here she showed some signs of crying, knowing that Counsellor hated it. "You shall not have ill luck, my dear. I have heard all about your marriage to a very noble highwayman. Ah, you made a mistake in that. You were worthy of a Doone, my child. Your frying was a blessing meant for those who can appreciate." "My husband can appreciate," she answered very proudly. "But what I wish to know is this: will you try to help me?" The counsellor answered that he would do so if her needs were moderate. Whereupon she opened her meaning to him and told of all her anxieties. Considering that Lorna was gone and her necklace in his possession, and that I, against whom alone of us the Doones could bear any malice, would be out of the way all the while, the old man readily undertook that our house should not be assaulted, nor our property molested, until my return, and to the promptitude of his pledge, 2 things perhaps contributed, namely, that he knew not how we were stripped of all defenders, and that some of his own forces were away in the rebel camp. For as I learned thereafter, the Doones being now in direct feud with the present government, and sure to be crushed if that prevailed, had resolved to drop all religious questions and cast in their lot with Monmouth. And the turbulent youths, being long restrained from their wonted outlet for vehemence by the troopers in the neighbourhood, were only too glad to rush forth upon any promise of blows and excitement. However, Annie knew little of this, but took the counsellor's pledge as a mark of especial favour in her behalf, which it may have been to some extent, and thanked him for it most heartily, and felt that he had earned the necklace, while he, like an ancient gentleman, disclaimed all obligation, and sent her under an escort safe to her own cart again. But Annie, repassing the sentinels, with her youth restored and blooming with the flush of triumph, went up to them very gravely, and said, "The old hag wishes you good evening, gentlemen," and so made her best curtsy. Now, look at it as I would, there was no excuse left for me after the promise given. Dear Annie had not only cheated the Doones, but also had gotten the best of me by a pledge to a thing impossible. And I bitterly said, "I am not like Lorna, a pledge once given, I keep it." "I will not have a word against Lorna," cried Annie. "I will answer for her truth as surely as I would for my own or yours, John." And with that she vanquished me. But when my poor mother heard that I was committed by word of honour to a wild goose chase among the rebels after that runagate Tom Faggus, she simply stared and would not believe it. For lately I had joked with her in a little style of jerks, as people do when out of sorts, and she, not understanding this and knowing jokes to be out of my power, would only look and sigh and toss, and hope that I meant nothing. At last, however, we convinced her that I was in earnest, and must be off in the early morning, and leave John Fry with the hay crop. Then mother was ready to fall upon Annie, as not content with disgracing us, by wedding a man of new honesty, if indeed of any, but laying traps to catch her brother and entangle him perhaps to his death, for the sake of a worthless fellow. And felon, she was going to say, as by the shape of her lips I knew, but I laid my hand upon dear mother's lips, because what must be, and if mother and daughter stayed at home, better in love than in quarrelling. Right early in the morning I was off without word to anyone, knowing that mother and sister mine had cried each her good self to sleep, relenting when the light was out and sorry for hard words and thoughts, and yet too much alike in nature to understand each other. Therefore I took good Kickums, who, although with one eye spoiled, was worth 10 sweet-tempered horses to a man who knew how to manage him, and being well charged both with bacon and powder, forth I set on my wild goose chase. For this I claim no bravery. I cared but little what came of it, save for mother's sake and Annie's, and the keeping of the farm and discomfiture of the snows, and lamenting of Lorna at my death, if die I must in a lonesome manner, not found out till afterwards, and bleaching bones left to weep over. However, I had a little kettle, and 1.5 pounds of tobacco, and 2 dirty pipes and a clean one. Also a bit of clothes for change, also a brisket of hung venison, and 4 loaves of farmhouse bread, and of the upper side of bacon 1.5 stones it might be, not to mention divers small things for campaigning which may come in handily, when no one else has gotten them. We went away in merry style, my horse being ready for anything, and I only glad of a bit of change after months of working and brooding, with no content to crown the work, no hope to hatch the brooding, or without hatching to reckon it. Who could tell but what Lorna might be discovered, or at any rate heard of, before the end of this campaign? If campaign it could be called of a man who went to fight nobody, only to redeem a runagate. And vexed as I was about the hay, and the hunchbacked ricks John was sure to make, which spoil the look of a farmyard. Still even this was better than to have the mows and houses fired, as I had nightly expected, and been worn out with the worry of it. Yet there was one thing rather unfavourable to my present enterprise, namely, that I knew nothing of the country I was bound to, nor even in what part of it my business might be supposed to lie, for beside the uncertainty caused by the conflict of reports, it was likely that King Monmouth's army would be moving from place to place, according to the prospect of supplies and of reinforcements. However, there would arise more chance of getting news as I went on, and my road being towards the east and south, Dulverton would not lie so very far aside of it, but what it might be worth a visit, both to collect the latest tidings, and to consult the maps and plans in Uncle Reuben's parlour. Therefore I drew the off-hand rein at the cross-road on the hills and made for the town, expecting perhaps to have breakfast with Master Huckaback and Ruth, to help and encourage us. This little maiden was now become a very great favourite with me, having long outgrown, no doubt, her childish fancies and follies, such as my mother and Annie had planted under her soft brown hair. It had been my duty, as well as my true interest, for Uncle Ben was more and more testy as he went on gold digging, to ride thither now and again to inquire what the doctor thought of her. Not that her wounds were long in healing, but that people can scarcely be too careful and too inquisitive after a great horse bite. And she always let me look at the arm as I had been first doctor, and she held it up in a graceful manner, curving at the elbow, and with a sweep of white roundness going to a wrist the size of my thumb or so, and without any thimble top standing forth, such as even our Annie had. But gradually all I could see above the elbow where the bite had been was very clear, transparent skin, with very firm, sweet flesh below, and 3 little blue marks as far asunder as the prongs of a toasting fork, and no deeper than where a twig has chafed the peel of a waxen apple. And then I used to say in fun, as the children do, "Shall I kiss it to make it well, dear?" Now Ruth looked very grave indeed, upon hearing of this my enterprise, and crying said she could almost cry for the sake of my dear mother. Did I know the risks and chances not of the battlefield alone but of the havoc afterwards, the swearing away of innocent lives and the hurdle and the hanging, and if I would please not to laugh, which was so unkind of me, had I never heard of imprisonments and torturing with the cruel boot and selling into slavery, where the sun and the lash outvied one another in cutting a man to pieces? I replied that of all these things I had heard, and would take especial care to steer me free of all of them. My duty was all that I wished to do, and none could harm me for doing that, and I begged my cousin to give me good speed instead of talking dolefully. Upon this she changed her manner wholly, becoming so lively and cheerful that I was convinced of her indifference, and surprised even more than gratified. "Go and earn your spurs, cousin Ridd," she said. "You are strong enough for anything. Which side is to have the benefit of your doughty arm?" "Have I not told you, Ruth," I answered, not being fond of this kind of talk more suitable for Lizzie, "that I do not mean to join either side, that is to say until, as the common proverb goes, you know which way the cat will jump." "Oh, John Ridd, oh, John Ridd, nothing of the sort," said I. "What a hurry you are in. I am for the king, of course, but not enough to fight for him, only enough to vote, I suppose, or drink his health or shout for him. I can't make you out today, cousin Ruth. You are nearly as bad as Lizzie. You do not say any bitter things, but you seem to mean them." "No, cousin, think not so of me. It is far more likely that I say them without meaning them. Anyhow, it is not like you, and I know not what I can have done in any way to vex you." "Dear me, nothing, cousin Ridd, you never do anything to vex me." "Then I hope I shall do something now, Ruth, when I say good-bye. God knows if we ever shall meet again, Ruth, but I hope we may." "To be sure we shall," she answered in her brightest manner. "Try not to look wretched, John, you are as happy as a maypole." "And you as a rose in May," I said, "and pretty nearly as pretty. Give my love to Uncle Ben, and I trust him to keep on the winning side. Of that you need have no misgivings, never yet has he failed of it. Now, cousin Ridd, why go you not? You hurried me so at breakfast time." "My only reason for waiting, Ruth, is that you have not kissed me, as you are almost bound to do, for the last time perhaps of seeing me." "Oh, if that is all, just fetch the stool, and I will do my best, cousin." "I pray you be not so vexatious. You always used to do it nicely, without any stool, Ruth." "Ah, but you are grown since then, and become a famous man, John Ridd, and a member of the nobility. Go your way and win your spurs. I want no lip service." Being at the end of my wits, I did even as she ordered me. At least I had no spurs to win, because there were big ones on my boots, paid for in the Easter bill and made by a famous saddler, so as never to clog with marshweed, but prick as hard as any horse in reason could desire. And Kickums never wanted spurs, but always went tail foremost if anybody offered them for his consideration. Chapter 65. We rattled away at a merry pace out of the town of Dulverton, my horse being gaily fed and myself quite fit again for going. Of course I was puzzled about cousin Ruth, for her behaviour was not at all such as I had expected, and indeed I had hoped for a far more loving and moving farewell than I got from her. But I said to myself, it is useless ever to count upon what a woman will do, and I think that I must have vexed her almost as much as she vexed me, and now to see what comes of it. So I put my horse across the moorland, and he threw his chest out bravely. Now if I tried to set down at length all the things that happened to me, upon this adventure, every in and out, and up and down and to and fro that occupied me, together with the things I saw, And the things I heard of, however much the wiser people might applaud my narrative, it is likely enough that idle readers might exclaim, "What ails this man? Knows he not that men of parts and of real understanding have told us all we care to hear of that miserable business? Let him keep to his farm and his bacon and his wrestling and constant feeding." Fearing to meet with such rebuffs, which after my death would vex me, I will try to set down only what is needful for my story, and the clearing of my character, and the good name of our parish. But the manner in which I was bandied about by false information from pillar to post, or at other times driven quite out of my way by the presence of the king's soldiers, may be known by the names of the following towns, to which I was sent in succession: Bath, Frome, Wells, Wincanton, Glastonbury, Shepton, Bradford, Axbridge, Somerton, and Bridgwater. This last place I reached on a Sunday night, the 4th or 5th of July, I think, or it might be the 6th for that matter, inasmuch as I had been too much worried to get the day of the month at church. Only I know that my horse and myself were glad to come to a decent place where meat and corn could be had for money, and being quite weary of wandering about, we hoped to rest there a little. Of this, however, we found no chance, for the town was full of the good Duke's soldiers, if men may be called so, the half of whom had never been drilled nor had fired a gun, and it was rumoured among them that the Popish army, as they called it, was to be attacked that very night, and with God's assistance beaten. However, by this time I had been taught to pay little attention to rumours, and having sought vainly for Tom Faggus among these poor rustic warriors, I took to my hostel, and went to bed, being as weary can be. Falling asleep immediately, I took heed of nothing, although the town was all alive, and lights had come glancing as I lay down, and shouts making echo all round my room. But all I did was to bolt the door. Not an inch would I budge unless the house and even my bed were on fire. And so for several hours I lay in the depth of the deepest slumber, without even a dream on its surface, until I was roused and awakened at last by a pushing and pulling and pinching and a plucking of hair out by the roots. And at length, being able to open mine eyes, I saw the old landlady with a candle, heavily wondering at me. "Can't you let me alone?" I grumbled. "I have paid for my bed, mistress, and I won't get up for anyone." "Would to God, young man," she answered, shaking me as hard as ever, "that the Popish soldiers may sleep this night only half as strong as thou dost. Fie on thee, get up and go fight. We can hear the battle already, and a man of thy size mought stop a cannon." "I would rather stop a bed," said I. "What have I to do with fighting? I am for King James, if any." "Then thou mayest even stop a bed," the old woman muttered sulkily. "I would never have laboured half an hour to awake a papisher. But hearken you one thing, young man, zummers it thou art by thy brogue, or at least by thy understanding of it. No zummers it maid will look at thee in spite of thy size and stature unless thou strikest a blow this night." "I lack no zummers it maid, mistress. I have a fairer than your brown things, and for her alone would I strike a blow." At this the old woman gave me up as being beyond correction, and it vexed me a little that my great fame had not reached so far as Bridgwater when I thought that it went to Bristow. But those people in East Somerset know nothing about wrestling. Devon is the headquarters of the art, and Devon is the county of my chief love. Howbeit my vanity was moved by this slur upon it, for I had told her my name was John Ridd, when I had a gallon of ale with her, ere ever I came upstairs, and she had nodded in such a manner that I thought she knew both name and fame. And here was I, not only shaken, pinched, and with many hairs pulled out in the midst of my first good sleep for a week, but also abused and taken amiss, and which vexed me most of all, unknown. Now there is nothing like vanity to keep a man awake at night, however he be weary. and most of all when he believes that he is doing something great, this time if never done before, yet other people will not see except what they may laugh at, and so be far above him and sleep themselves the happier. Therefore their sleep robs his own, for all things play so in and out, with the godly and ungodly ever moving in a balance as they have done in my time, almost every year or two. All things have such nice reply of produce to the call for it, and such a spread across the world, giving here and taking there, yet on the whole pretty even, that haply sleep itself has but a certain stock, and keeps in hand and sells to flattered, which can pay, that which flattened vanity cannot pay, and will not sue for. Be that as it may, I was by this time wide awake, though much aggrieved at feeling so, and through the open window heard the distant roll of musketry, and the beating of drums with a quick rub-a-dub, and the come round the corner of trumpet call. And perhaps Tom Faggus might be there and shot at any moment, and my dear Annie left a poor widow, and my godson Jack an orphan without a tooth to help him. Therefore I reviled myself for all my heavy laziness, and partly through good honest will and partly through the stings of pride, and yet a little perhaps by virtue of a young man's love of riot, up I arose and dressed myself and woke Kickums, who was snoring, and set out to see the worst of it. The sleepy hostler scratched his poll, and could not tell me which way to take. What odds to him who was king or pope so long as he paid his way, and got a bit of bacon on Sunday? And would I please to remember that I had roused him up at night, and the quality always made a point of paying 4 times over for a man's loss of his beauty sleep? I replied that his loss of beauty sleep was rather improving to a man of so high complexion, and that I, being none of the quality, must pay half-quality prices. And so I gave him double fee, as became a good farmer, and he was glad to be quit of Kickums, as I saw by the turn of his eye, while going out at the archway. All this was done by lanthorn light, although the moon was high and bold, and in the northern heaven flags and ribbons of a jostling pattern, such as we often have in autumn but in July very rarely. Of these Master Dryden has spoken somewhere in his courtly manner, but of him I think so little, because by fashion preferred to Shakespeare, that I cannot remember the passage, neither is it a credit to him. Therefore I was guided mainly by the sound of guns and trumpets, in riding out of the narrow ways and into the open marshes, and thus I might have found my road in spite of all the spread of water and the glaze of moonshine. But that, as I followed sound, far from hedge or causeway, fog, like a chestnut tree in blossom, touched with moonlight, met me. Now fog is a thing that I understand, and can do with well enough where I know the country, but here I had never been before. It was nothing to our Exmoor fogs, not to be compared with them, and all the time one could see the moon, which we cannot do in our fogs, nor even the sun for a week together. Yet the gleam of water always makes the fog more difficult, like a curtain on a mirror, none can tell the boundaries. And here we had broad water patches in and out, inlaid on land like mother of pearl in brown shittim wood. To a wild duck born and bred there, it would almost be a puzzle to find her own nest amongst us. What chance then had I and Kickums, both unused to marsh and mere? Each time when we thought that we must be right now at last by track or passage, and approaching the conflict with the sounds of it waxing nearer, suddenly a break of water would be laid before us, with the moon looking mildly over it, and the northern lights behind us, dancing down the lines of fog. It was an awful thing, I say, and to this day I remember it, to hear the sounds of raging fight, and the yells of raving slayers, and the howls of poor men stricken hard, and shattered from wrath to wailing. Then suddenly the dead low hush as of a soul departing and spirits kneeling over it. Through the vapour of the earth and white breath of the water, and beneath the pale round moon, bowing as the drift went by, All this rush and pause of fear passed or lingered on my path. At last, when I almost despaired of escaping from this tangle of spongy banks and of hazy creeks and reed fringe, my horse heard the neigh of a fellow horse and was only too glad to answer it. Upon which the other, having lost its rider, came up and pricked his ears at us and gazed through the fog very steadfastly. Therefore I encouraged him with a soft and genial whistle, and Kickums did his best to tempt him with a snort of inquiry. However, nothing would suit that nag, except to enjoy his new freedom, and he capered away with his tail set on high and the stirrup irons clashing under him. Therefore, as he might know the way and appeared to have been in the battle, we followed him very carefully, and he led us to a little hamlet called, as I found afterwards, West Zeeland or Zealand, so named perhaps from its situation amid this inland sea. Here the king's troops had been quite lately, and their fires were still burning, but the men themselves had been summoned away by the night attack of the rebels. Hence I procured for my guide a young man who knew the district thoroughly, and who led me by many intricate ways to the rear of the rebel army. We came upon a broad open moor striped with sullen water courses, shagged with sedge and yellow iris, and in the drier part with bilberries. For by this time it was 4 o'clock, and the summer sun, rising wanly, showed us all the ghastly scene. Would that I had never been there. Often in the lonely hours, even now it haunts me. Would far more that the piteous thing had never been done in England. Flying men, flung back from dreams of victory and honour, only glad to have the luck of life and limbs to fly with, mud-bedraggled, foul with slime, reeking both with sweat and blood which they could not stop to wipe, cursing with their pumped-out lungs every stick that hindered them or gory puddle that slipped the step, scarcely able to leap over the courses that had dragged to die. And to see how the courses lay, some as fair as death in sleep, with the smile of placid valour and of noble manhood hovering yet on the silent lips. These had bloodless hands put upwards, white as wax and firm as death, clasped, as on a monument, in prayer for dear ones left behind, or in high thanksgiving. And of these men there was nothing in their broad blue eyes to fear, but others were of different sort, simple fellows unused to pain, accustomed to the billhook perhaps or rasp of the knuckles in a quickset hedge, or making some to-do at breakfast over a thumb cut in sharpening a scythe, and expecting their wives to make more to-do. Yet here lay these poor chaps dead after a deal of pain, with little mind to bear it and a soul they had never thought of. Gone, their God alone knows whither, but to mercy we may trust. Upon these things I cannot dwell, and none, I trow, would ask me. Only if a plain man saw what I saw that morning, he, if God had blessed him with the heart that is in most of us, must have sickened of all desire to be great among mankind, seeing me riding to the front, where the work of death went on among the men of true English pluck, which, when moved no farther moves, the fugitives called out to me in 6 dialects, to make no utter fool of myself. For the great guns were come, and the fight was over, all the rest was slaughter. Al oop wai moonmo, shouted one big fellow, a miner of the Mendip hills, whose weapon was a pickaxe. Nar oos to vate nar moor, wend thee hame yung mon agin. Upon this I stopped my horse, desiring not to be shot for nothing, and eager to aid some poor sick people who tried to lift their arms to me. And this I did to the best of my power, though void of skill in the business, and more inclined to weep with them than to check their weeping, while I was giving a drop of cordial from my flask to one poor fellow who sat up while his life was ebbing, and with slow insistence urged me when his broken voice would come to tell his wife, whose name I knew not, something about an apple tree and a golden guinea stored in it to divide among 6 children. In the midst of this I felt warm lips laid against my cheek quite softly, and then a little push, and behold, it was a horse leaning over me. I arose in haste, and there stood Winnie looking at me with beseeching eyes enough to melt a heart of stone. Then, seeing my attention fixed, she turned her head and glanced back sadly toward the place of battle and gave a little wistful neigh, and then looked me full in the face again, as much as to say, "Do you understand?" while she scraped with one hoof impatiently. If ever a horse tried hard to speak, it was Winnie at that moment. I went to her side and patted her, but that was not what she wanted. Then I offered to leap into the empty saddle, but neither did that seem good to her, for she ran away toward the part of the field at which she had been glancing back, and then turned round and shook her mane, entreating me to follow her. Upon this I learned from the dying man where to find his apple tree, and promised to add another guinea to the one in store for his children. And so, commending him to God, I mounted my own horse again, and to Winnie's great delight, professed myself at her service. With her ringing silvery neigh, such as no other horse of all I ever knew could equal, she at once proclaimed her triumph and told her master, or meant to tell if death should not have closed his ears, that she was coming to his aid, and bringing one who might be trusted of the higher race that kill. A cannon bullet, fired low, and ploughing the marsh slowly, met poor Winnie front to front, and she, being as quick as thought, lowered her nose to sniff at it. It might be a message from her master, for it made a mournful noise. But luckily for Winnie's life, a rise of wet ground took the ball, even under her very nose, and there it cut a splashy groove, missing her off hindfoot by an inch and scattering black mud over her. It frightened me much more than Winnie. Of that I am quite certain, because though I am firm enough when it comes to a real tussle, and the heart of a fellow warms up and tells him that he must go through with it, yet I never did approve of making a cold pie of death. Therefore, with those reckless cannons, brazen-mouthed and bellowing 2 furlongs off, or it might be more, and the more the merrier, I would have given that year's hay-crop for a bit of a hill or a thicket of oaks, or almost even a badger's earth. People will call me a coward for this, especially when I had made up my mind that life was not worth having without any sign of Lorna. Nevertheless, I cannot help it. Those were my feelings, and I set them down because they made a mark on me. At Doone I had fought, even against cannon, with some spirit and fury, but now I saw nothing to fight about, but rather in every poor doubled corpse a good reason for not fighting. So in cold blood riding on, and yet ashamed that a man should shrink where a horse went bravely, I cast a bitter blame upon the reckless ways of Winnie. Nearly all were scattered now. Of the noble countrymen, armed with scythe or pickaxe, blacksmith's hammer or fold pitcher, who had stood their ground for hours against blazing musketry, from men whom they could not get at by reason of the water dike, and then against the deadly cannon dragged by the bishop's horses to slaughter his own sheep. Of these sturdy Englishmen, noble in their want of sense, scarce 1 out of 4 remained for the cowards to shoot down. "Cross the rain," they shouted out, "cross the rain, and coom within rake." But the other mongrel Britons, with a mongrel at their head, found it pleasanter to shoot men who could not shoot in answer, than to meet the chance of mischief from strong arms and stronger hearts. The last scene of this piteous play was acting, just as I rode up. Broad daylight and upstanding sun, winnowing fog from the eastern hills and spreading the moors with freshness. All along the dikes they shone, glistened on the willow trunks and touched the banks with a hoary grey. But alas, those banks were touched more deeply with a gory red and strewn with fallen trunks, more woeful than the wreck of trees, while howling, cursing, yelling, and the loathsome reek of carnage drowned the scent of the new-mown hay and the carol of the lark. Then the cavalry of the king, with their horses at full speed, dashed from either side upon the helpless mob of countrymen. A few pikes feebly levelled met them, but they shot the pikemen, drew swords, and helter-skelter leaped into the shattered and scattering mass. Right and left they hacked and hewed, I could hear the snapping of scythes beneath them and see the flash of their sweeping swords. How it must end was plain enough, even to one like myself, who had never beheld such a battle before. But Winnie led me away to the left, and as I could not help the people neither stop the slaughter, but found the cannon bullets coming very rudely nigh me, I was only too glad to follow her. Lorna Doone by R. D. Blackmore. Chapter 66. That faithful creature whom I began to admire as if she were my own, which is no little thing for a man to say of another man's horse, stopped in front of a low black shed such as we call a linhay. And here she uttered a little greeting in a subdued and softened voice, hoping to obtain an answer, such as her master was wont to give in a cheery manner. Receiving no reply, she entered, and I, who could scarce keep up with her, poor Kickums being weary, leaped from his back and followed. There I found her sniffing gently but with great emotion at the body of Tom Faggus. A corpse poor Tom appeared to be if ever there was one in this world, and I turned away and felt unable to keep altogether from weeping. But the mare either could not understand, or else would not believe it. She reached her long neck forth and felt him with her under lip, passing it over his skin as softly as a mother would do to an infant. And then she looked up at me again, as much as to say, he is all right. Upon this I took courage and handled poor Tom, which being young I had feared at first to do. He groaned very feebly as I raised him up, and there was the wound, a great savage one, whether from pike thrust or musket ball, gaping and welling in his right side, from which a piece seemed to be torn away. I bound it up with some of my linen so far as I knew how, just to stanch the flow of blood until we could get a doctor. Then I gave him a little weak brandy and water, which he drank with the greatest eagerness, and made sign to me for more of it. But not knowing how far it was right to give cordial under the circumstances, I handed him unmixed water that time, thinking that he was too far gone to perceive the difference. But herein I wronged Tom Faggus, for he shook his head and frowned at me. Even at the door of death he would not drink what Adam drank, by whom came death into the world. So I gave him a little more eau de vie, and he took it most submissively. After that he seemed better, and a little colour came into his cheeks, and he looked at Winnie and knew her, and would have her nose in his clammy hand, though I thought it not good for either of them. With the stay of my arm he sat upright, and faintly looked about him, as if at the end of a violent dream too much for his power of mind. Then he managed to whisper, "Is Winnie hurt?" As sound as a roach, I answered. "Then so am I," said he. "Put me upon her back, John, she and I die together." As surprised as I was at this fatalism, for so it appeared to me, of which he had often shown symptoms before, but I took them for mere levity, now I knew not what to do. For it seemed to me a murderous thing to set such a man on horseback, where he must surely bleed to death even if he could keep the saddle. But he told me with many breaks and pauses that unless I obeyed his orders, he would tear off all my bandages and accept no further aid from me. While I was yet hesitating, a storm of horse at full gallop went by, tearing, swearing, bearing away all the country before them. Only a little pollard hedge kept us from their bloodshot eyes. "Now is the time," said my cousin Tom, so far as I could make out his words. "On their heels I am safe, John, if I have only Winnie under me. Winnie and I die together." Seeing this strong bent of his mind, stronger than any pains of death, I even did what his feeble eyes sometimes implored and sometimes commanded. With a strong sash from his own hot neck, bound and twisted tight as wax around his damaged waist, I set him upon Winnie's back and placed his trembling feet in stirrups with a band from one to another under the good mare's body, so that no swerve could throw him out. And then I said, "Lean forward, Tom, it will stop your hurt from bleeding." He leaned almost on the neck of the mare, which, as I knew, must close the wound, and the light of his eyes was quite different, and the pain of his forehead unstrung itself, as if he felt the undulous readiness of her volatile paces under him. "God bless you, John, I am safe," he whispered, fearing to open his lungs much. "Who can come near my Winnie mare? A mile of her gallop is 10 years of life. Look out for yourself, John Ridd." He sucked his lips, and the mare went off, as easy and swift as a swallow. Well, thought I as I looked at Kickham's ignobly cropping up a bit of grass, I have done a very good thing, no doubt, and ought to be thankful to God for the chance. But as for getting away unharmed with all these scoundrels about me, and only a foundered horse to trust in, good and spiteful as he is, upon the whole, I begin to think that I have made a fool of myself according to my habit. No wonder Tom said, "Look out for yourself." I shall look out from a prison window, or perhaps even out of a halter. And then what will Lorna think of me? Being in this wistful mood, I resolved to abide a while, even where fate had thrown me. For my horse required good rest, no doubt, and was taking it even while he cropped, with his hind legs far away stretched out, and his forelegs gathered under him, and his muzzle on the mole hills, so that he had 5 supportings from his mother earth. Moreover, the linhay itself was full of very ancient cow dung, than which there is no balmier and more maiden soporific. Hence I resolved, upon the whole, though grieving about breakfast, to light a pipe and go to sleep, or at least until the hot sun should arouse the flies. I may have slept 3 hours or 4, or it might be even 5, for I never counted time while sleeping, when a shaking more rude than the old landlady's brought me back to the world again. I looked up, with a mighty yawn, and saw 20 or so of foot soldiers. "This linhay is not yours," I said, when they had quite aroused me with tongue and hand and even sword prick. "What business have you here, good fellows?" "Business bad for you," said one, "and will lead you to the gallows." "Do you wish to know the way out again?" I asked very quietly, as being no braggadocio. "We will show thee the way out," said one, "and the way out of the world," said another. "But not the way to heaven," said one chap most unlikely to know it, and thereupon they all fell wagging like a bed of clover leaves in the morning at their own choice humour. "Will you pile your arms outside," I said, "and try a bit of fair play with me?" For I disliked these men sincerely, and was fain to teach them a lesson. They were so unchristian in appearance, having faces of a coffee colour and dirty beards half over them. Moreover, their dress was outrageous, and their address still worse. However, I had wiser let them alone, as will appear afterwards. These savage-looking fellows laughed at the idea of my having any chance against some 20 of them, but I knew that the place was in my favour, for my part of it had been fenced off for weaning a calf most likely, so that only 2 could come at me at once, and I must be very much out of training if I could not manage 2 of them. Therefore I laid aside my carbine and the 2 horse pistols, and they with many coarse jokes at me went a little way outside and set their weapons against the wall and turned up their coat sleeves jauntily, and then began to hesitate. "Go you first, Bob," I heard them say. "You are the biggest man of us, and Dick the wrestler along of you. Us will back you up, boy." "I'll warrant I'll draw the badger," said Bob, "and not a tooth will I leave him. But mind, for the honour of Kirk's lambs, every man stands me a glass of gin." Then he and another man made a rush, and the others came double quick march on their heels. But as Bob ran at me most stupidly, not even knowing how to place his hands, I caught him with my knuckles at the back of his neck, and with all the sway of my right arm sent him over the heads of his comrades. Meanwhile Dick the wrestler had grappled me, expecting to show off his art, of which indeed he had some small knowledge, but being quite of the light weights, in a second he was flying after his companion Bob. Now these 2 men were hurt so badly, the light one having knocked his head against the lintel of the outer gate, that the rest had no desire to encounter the like misfortune. So they hung back whispering, and before they had made up their minds, I rushed into the midst of them. The suddenness and the weight of my onset took them wholly by surprise, and for once in their lives perhaps Kirke's lambs were worthy of their name. Like a flock of sheep at a dog's attack, they fell away, hustling one another, and my only difficulty was not to tumble over them. I had taken my carbine out with me, having a fondness for it, but the 2 horse pistols I left behind, and therefore felt good title to take 2 from the magazine of the lambs. And with these and my carbine, I leaped upon Kickums, who was now quite glad of a gallop again, and I bade adieu to that mongrel lot. Yet they had the meanness to shoot at me. Thanking God for my deliverance, inasmuch as those men would have strung me up from a pollard ash without trial, as I heard them tell one another and saw the tree they had settled upon, I ventured to go rather fast on my way, with doubt and uneasiness urging me. And now my way was home again. Nobody could say but what I had done my duty and rescued Tom, if he could be rescued, from the mischief into which his own perverseness and love of change, rather than deep religious convictions, to which our Annie ascribed his outbreak, had led or seemed likely to lead him. And how proud would my mother be, and well, there was nobody else to be proud of me now. But while thinking these things and desiring my breakfast beyond any power of describing, and even beyond my remembrance, I fell into another fold of lambs from which there was no exit. These, like true crusaders, met me, swaggering very heartily, and with their barrels of cider set like so many cannon across the road over against a small hostel. We have won the victory, my Lord King, and we mean to enjoy it. Down from thy horse and have a stoup of cider, thou big rebel. No rebel am I, my name is John Ridd, I belong to the side of the king, and I want some breakfast. These fellows were truly hospitable, that much will I say for them. Being accustomed to Arab ways, they could toss a grill or fritter or the inner meaning of an egg into any form they pleased, comely and very good to eat, and it led me to think of Annie. So I made the rarest breakfast any man might hope for after all his troubles, and getting on with these brown fellows better than could be expected, I craved permission to light a pipe, if not disagreeable. Hearing this, they roared at me with a superior laughter, and asked me whether or not I knew the tobacco leaf from the chickweed. And when I was forced to answer no, not having gone into the subject, but being content with anything brown, they clapped me on the back and swore they had never seen anyone like me. Upon the whole this pleased me much, for I do not wish to be taken always as of the common pattern, and so we smoked admirable tobacco, for they would not have any of mine, though very courteous concerning it, and I was beginning to understand a little of what they told me, when up came those confounded lambs, who had shown more tail than head to me in the linhay, as I mentioned. Now these men upset everything, having been among wrestlers so much as my duty compelled me to be, and having learned the necessity of the rest which follows the conflict, and the right of discussion which all people have to pay their sixpence to enter, and how they obtrude this right, and their wisdom, upon the man who has laboured, until he forgets all the work he did, and begins to think that they did it. Having some knowledge of this sort of thing, and the flux of minds swimming in liquor, I foresaw a brawl, as plainly as if it were Bear Street in Barnstaple. And a brawl there was, without any error, except of the men who hit their friends, and those who defended their enemies. My partners in breakfast and beer-can swore that I was no prisoner, but the best and most loyal subject, and the finest-hearted fellow they had ever the luck to meet with, whereas the men from the linhay swore that I was a rebel miscreant, and have me they would, with a rope's end ready, in spite of every violent language who had got drunk at my expense, and been misled by my strong word lies. While this fight was going on, and its mere occurrence shows perhaps that my conversation in those days was not entirely